Chapter 1. The Human Girl Who Crossed into the Ancient World. Lightning illuminated your pale face, casting a bright glow as you ran desperately, your heart racing as if it might burst from your chest. You had meticulously planned your escape route, but the torrential rain had disrupted your markings in the forest. In the darkness, you groped blindly, only to be tripped by a vine and tumble to the ground. Just as you were about to fall, you landed in a warm embrace, a voice above you causing you to tremble uncontrollably. "Where are you going?" Pei Zhongyao's voice was gentle. "Why are you so dirty? You'll fall ill again tomorrow." You shook with fear. He pressed a kiss to your parched, pale lips. "Shoo, do not deceive me, or I shall be angry." He lifted you effortlessly, and you clutched his garment, tears streaming down your face. "Please let me go." Pei Zhongyao's expression grew cold. He dismissed your ridiculous fantasies without reply, quickening his pace toward his palace. It was indeed pitiable, having run so long in his mountain forest, believing you could escape, only to realize you were merely going in circles. He stood silently above, watching you in utter exhaustion before effortlessly reclaiming you. You were tossed into a hot spring, coughing violently as water filled your lungs. "Clean yourself." Pei Zhongyao, like a great cat toying with its prey, pressed you in his hands, observing your struggles. You trembled as you washed away the grime clinging to your skin. He gazed at your crimson lips and the corners of your eyes, the delicate skin of your wrists still marked by his touch from the previous night. His face betrayed no emotion as he gently wiped the droplets from your body. You understood that the more tender he was, the more severe your punishment would be afterward. You were confined once more to that dark room, trembling as you slowly removed your clothing, aware that further resistance would only invite harsher consequences. In the dimness, you could not discern Pei Zhongyao's expression, but you felt his unapologetic gaze scour your form. As the youngest king of the Lion clan, his vision in the night was exceptional. As dawn broke, you felt the warmth dissipate from the edge of the bed, and you relaxed your guard. You were a modern girl who had, while visiting a temple with classmates, fallen down some steps, only to awaken in a dense, unfamiliar forest. You had been captured, terrified by the beast-eared, beast-tailed humans, and when a guard approached, you feigned illness, collapsing and foaming at the mouth to escape a dire fate. Later that night, you seized the opportunity to flee, only to encounter a massive lion. As it approached, the stench of blood caused you to faint. When you regained consciousness, you found yourself in the Lion King's tribe, serving as his maid. Pei Zhongyao's obsessive and tyrannical nature instilled fear within you, and the nightly exertion left you trembling at the mere sight of him. You were an ordinary human who did not wish to be entangled with such a monster, no matter how human they appeared. You feared the prospect of pregnancy, for you were only 19 and not prepared to be a strong, resolute mother. Moreover, you were unwilling to bear a powerful child. Yet this time, just as you had finished cleaning yourself, you turned to find him standing in the doorway. Your pallid face was illuminated by the backlight of Pei Zhongyao, obscuring your view of his expression. I am merely feeling unwell," you stammered, desperately fabricating an excuse, forgetting that he despised your deceit. Still, you wished to flee, unwilling to bear his child, lying to him time and again. A physician entered, carrying a bowl of dark medicine, and you instantly knew what it was. You turned to escape, but Pei Zhongyao held you tightly, your cries of panic nearly suffocating you. "I do not want to be pregnant. Please spare me. I do not wish to have a child." You were only 19, a day before your journey to this world. You were still a child curled in your mother's embrace. Forced to drink the potion despite your protests, it coursed through you, igniting a wave of resentment as you cursed Pei Zhongyao. "I hate you. I hate you." After 3 months of this torment, your strength waned, leaving you languishing in bed, drowsy and listless. Yet, despite the passage of time, you remained unpregnant. Pei Zhongyao furrowed his brow, for he did not value offspring. His desire for you to bear a child was merely to prevent your escape. A shaman placed a silk scarf on your wrist to check your pulse, his voice trembling. "The queen's constitution is too weak. She is not fit for pregnancy." Pei Zhongyao scowled fiercely. From the day he discovered you in the forest, he recognized you were not of this world. Others from different realms had previously trespassed into his territory, similarly dressed, attempting to stir chaos using knowledge from their own worlds. You were unlike that foolish man, arrogant and reckless instead. You were timid, easily intimidated, shedding tears at the slightest disturbance. Pei Zhongyao had not executed that man, intrigued by the knowledge he possessed. The man remained confined in his water prison, enduring relentless torment until his final usefulness was extracted. You lay weakly in bed, the unending cycle of medication and forced encounters dulling your mind. Initially, you begged for mercy, but over time, you became like a lifeless doll, devoid of emotion. Only during those encounters did you exhibit signs of pain and resistance. Enough. Pei Zhongyao noted your dazed gaze wandering toward the shaman. Though aware you were not truly observing anyone, it irked him immensely, and his inner fury surged. It was he who had rescued you from the forest. Pei Zhongyao cradled you in his arms, inhaling your scent, finally quelling the agitation within. You are my queen, whether or not you bear a child. Seeing the resistance and disdain reflected in your typically dull eyes, he bit down hard on your exposed shoulder. Had I not brought you back, you would have frozen to death outside. Or, Pei Zhongyao's hand lingered on your abdomen. You would have been taken by another beast man and subjected to their whims. His words trailed off as your gaze, laced with hatred, fixated on him, the animosity surging forth. What difference does it make now? Pei Zhongyao disliked the emotions reflected in your eyes, his patience wearing thin. After 3 months, you still had not learned your sharp edges continued to emerge, much to his annoyance. Chapter 2. The human girl who crossed into the ancient world continued. With a gentle yet firm grip, Pei Zhongyao lifted you effortlessly, placing you upon his bronze-hued arm. This marked your first venture beyond the confines of your room after over 3 months of imprisonment. The sunlight outside was almost blindingly bright. The warm rays bathed your frail, delicate form, clad only in a white gown, rendering you utterly innocent and pitiful, as if you might dissolve into bubbles under the sun's gaze. Pei Zhongyao shielded your eyes with one hand until you regained your composure, then withdrew it. Leaning against him, you beheld the vibrant sea of flowers outside, a vivid and beautiful life, so unlike your own. Do not provoke my anger, and I shall take you out for a stroll every day, Pei Zhongyao murmured, kissing your forehead. He cherished you, at least when you were not in bed with him. You have been quite unruly, provoking him time and again. In the past, such insubordination among the orcs would have led to dire consequences. Yet he adores you so much that he is willing to tolerate all your mischief. You ought to feel grateful. You tug at the corner of your mouth. Yes, it was he who rescued you from this wretched world, and you should indeed express your gratitude. If contemplating this brings you even a modicum of comfort, then you might as well immerse yourself in this illusory realm. This was your final thought. You behaved obediently for half a year, devoid of any inclination to escape, submissively accepting everything that Pei Zhongyao devised, including all his fanciful whims. Pei Zhongyao gently patted your head, saying, "Good girl." With the sharp spikes removed, his fingers brushed against your crimson lips. The overwhelming scent made you feel quite nauseated. Instinctively, you wished to expel the contents of your mouth, but Pei Zhongyao seized your neck, compelling you to swallow everything down. Suddenly, he recalled your refusal to eat breakfast the previous morning, and a shadow darkened his gaze. If there is a next time, the menace in his voice made you tremble incessantly. A madman, an absolute lunatic. He detests any behavior that exceeds his control, whether it pertains to eating or drinking. Even your gaze must not stray from him otherwise. He would lose his composure and torment you mercilessly. This continued until Pei Zhongyao was called to embark on a journey. Upon receiving this news, your joy was palpable, and your eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. Unlike the forced cheerfulness you displayed in his presence, this time you radiated a genuine vitality. It was a sentiment he had not witnessed since he first rescued you and locked you by his side. This anomaly was sufficient for him to discern your second escape plan. When you were first brought back, you did not immediately become his queen. Instead, you became his personal maid. You were terrified by this peculiar world, where the inhabitants bore animal ears and tails. Initially, you clung to the hope that they were merely indulging in cosplay. That illusion shattered when an assassination attempt on Pei Zhongyao transpired. Before your eyes, the head of a male orc was severed, warm blood splattering across your face. The severed head transformed into that of a lion. It was then that you realized you had been deceiving yourself. Like Alice, you had stumbled. Chapter 3. The human girl who transcends the ancient world. After that day, you transformed from a devoted maid into the concubine of a man. You endeavored to communicate with him, only to receive punishment time and again from a tyrannical and brutal beast man, instilling within you a profound sense of dread and revulsion. Thus, you devised your first escape. While accompanying Pei Zhongyao on a spring hunt, you marked your path and, during a stormy night, intoxicated him. However, the torrential rain disrupted your markings, leaving you utterly lost in the forest. This attempt ended in failure, resulting in a year of imprisonment. For your second escape, you ensured that everything was meticulously planned, convinced that you could forever flee from him in this world, filling you with exuberance that was impossible to contain. Yet, before you could even begin, he discovered your intentions once again. You joyfully kissed his face as you sent him off, wearing an expression of anticipation for his triumphant return. Pei Zhongyao's emerald eyes bore into you, his voice a low warning that you should remain obedient within the palace, promising to bring you gifts upon his return. Thank you, Zhongyao. You kissed his face once more, entirely unrecognizable from the girl who had once rebelled a year prior. After he departed, you promptly returned to the palace, concocting an excuse to send away all the maids who guarded you. Unbeknownst to you, a fist-sized night pearl had been added to the palace, recording your every action and transmitting it remotely to Pei Zhongyao's own night pearl. This world did not consist of you alone. During that nearly heart-dead year, you encountered numerous English words in the library, piecing them together until realization struck you. There were others like you in this world. The moment Pei Zhongyao left, you hastened back to the library. Following the clues provided by the English words, you found a dark-haired, dark-eyed man in a room on the 4th floor, a long scar marking his right cheek. The man produced a jade pendant of deep green from his breast, radiating a soft glow beneath the moonlight. His voice sent chills through you, reminiscent of a dying elder. Suppressing your unease, you asked, "Can it take us back?" Of course, he beckoned. "Come, let's return home together." You failed to notice that the other hand concealed behind him held a short blade. You wished to escape Pei Zhongyao and return to your world, to be reunited with your parents. That was your final thought. Eagerly, you lifted your foot to rush toward the man when suddenly you froze, unable to take another step. A flash of silver light flickered, and the man's head fell away. The jade pendant shattering as it struck the ground, its brilliance fading. You wished to scream, but your voice was completely stifled. Your body was enveloped in an embrace, helplessly witnessing the jade pendant turn to dust. No, Pei Zhongyao's voice echoed above you. This was your second escape attempt. Your body regained control, your teeth chattering as you leaned weakly against him. You closed your eyes, taking a deep breath before reopening them to gaze out the window. "You cannot imprison me forever." Upon uttering this declaration, you gripped the dagger concealed in your sleeve and plunged it into his back with all your might. Pei Zhongyao was taken aback, astonished that a feeble human like you would harbor thoughts of assassinating him. In that moment of shock, you pushed him away and leaped toward the windowsill. Yet, you had misjudged this world, a realm filled with magic. The instant you jumped, Pei Zhongyao regained his senses. With a mere thought, a bubble appeared, enveloping your form and gently bringing you to the ground. Pei Zhongyao furrowed his brow as he removed the dagger, blood gushing forth. Yet he made no effort to staunch the flow before approaching you. The blood flowed too freely. His bloodied hand caressed your cheek as you stared in a daze at the scene unfolding. You were denied even the right to die. "You shall not perish. You will share my life and remain entwined with me for all eternity." Pei Zhongyao's anger resonated in your ears. Tears streamed down your face, unable to reflect on the year you had spent in his captivity. Like a mere animal, even the will to breathe freely was stripped from you. Pei Zhongyao's shadow loomed over you, leaving only boundless fear in your eyes. Every day, you ventured to the library, likely aware of the book titled Yuan Gusu. Pei Zhongyao's hand rested on the nape of your neck, stroking it slowly. Yuan Gusu? You recalled, just days prior, you had seen that book prominently displayed and had idly flipped through a few pages. The 36th page, the 8th line, read, "A gentle breeze stirs, casting shadows of bamboo." That page depicted a detailed cross-section of a beastman's body, with the 8th line highlighted in red, indicating the removal of the spine. You met Pei Zhongyao haunting green gaze. No, you sprang to your feet and fled. Pei Zhongyao effortlessly grasped your slender waist, his towering shadow eclipsing the sun, his eyes glinting with coldness. His tone revealed no emotion. It won't hurt. Your body trembled uncontrollably, and you could not utter a plea for mercy. A beastman without a spine would not die. He would become a puppet controlled by a spell, forever a mere doll in another's hands. You will die. You are not a beastman. You will perish. You will be tortured to death. Pei Zhongyao reveled in your terror as he drew you closer, and before you realized it, his hand transformed into a lion's paw, claws raking across your ankle. The searing pain radiated from your ankle, forcing you to cry out in agony. He mercilessly severed your tendons without any anesthetic, punishing you for your attempts to escape and your desire for death. The excruciating pain made you wish to bite your tongue and end it all. Yet Pei Zhongyao gripped your cheeks firmly. The echo of your pitiful screams resonated throughout the courtyard. Outside, a group of beastmen knelt tremblingly, fearful that their king would turn his wrath upon them for your attempted escape. You fainted from the overwhelming pain. This time, you were confined to a dark chamber, devoid of sunlight. When you next appeared before others, you had already given birth to 2 children, with a third, 3 months along, nestled within you. Your tendons have been severed, leaving you reliant on Pei Zhongyao to carry you. Your eldest son was now 11 years old, possessing the innate talents of the Lion Clan. He had exchanged a military achievement for a brief opportunity to bring you out. Your emotions were barren, your gaze fixed solely upon Pei Zhongyao, without a trace of affection for your children. He had successfully tamed you completely. Chapter 4. The Stolen Child Bride. You were abandoned by your fiancé, who had returned from studying abroad, now entangled with a female classmate. They proclaimed their rejection of feudal remnants in pursuit of true love and freedom, denouncing the toxic ideologies of the past. He and the girl publicly declared their sentiments in the evening newspaper, leaving you in tears, bewildered as to why you were cast aside. At the tender age of 4, you were sold into becoming his child bride. By the time you were 12, you stood at the bow of a ship, watching him sail away to study on the horizon. 6 years passed, and you had become an old maid, abandoned by your fiancé. The female classmate by his side adamantly refused to share her husband with another woman. On a night when you visited your mother, you even overheard whispers of plans to sell you to another family. This is your boldest endeavor yet. You have managed to escape through a dog hole under the cover of night. You must not be sold to the elderly man from the neighboring Zhang family as his 11th concubine. You spent a frigid night by the bridge, only setting off for the outskirts of the city at dawn. With a small stash of private money, you envisioned a future where you would embroider, sweep, wash dishes, and do laundry, becoming self-sufficient. You dreamed of encountering a man willing to marry you, creating the home you had longed for, complete with your own children. Alas, reality proved far more brutal than fantasy. Merely walking the streets drained you of confidence and courage. Clad in an outdated coat and skirt, you felt out of place among women dressed in sky blue school uniforms or exquisite, expensive dresses and kipayos. You sensed the growing number of eyes upon you, and tears began to fall uncontrollably, your head lowering as if seeking a corner of this world to call your own. In that moment, you collided with a man's embrace. Your nose reddened from the impact, and the embarrassment overwhelmed you, prompting an avalanche of apologies. Your vision, already poor from nights spent embroidering a wedding dress under a dim oil lamp, blurred further. The man before you, Qin Zhua, chuckled softly. Before he spoke, you found yourself enveloped in his arms. Just as you began to struggle, the deafening sound of gunfire startled you into silence. Subsequently, you were thrust into a car, and it took an age for you to regain your senses. Who were you? Qin Zhua scrutinized your frail figure, seemingly discerning in an instant that you were unfit to bear his offspring. His gaze roamed your face and waist, while you cowered in the corner of the back seat. How much do you want? You stammered, trembling as you attempted to negotiate with him, offering your entire 4 taels and 11 coins. Please don't kill me. It would serve no purpose and waste your bullet. Observing your incessant prattling, he decided to act. You were pulled back into his embrace. Your lips sealed as Change's presence invaded your mouth. The ensuing events unfolded with an eerie normalcy. You found yourself pinned beneath him, your clothing partially undone. Unable to restrain yourself, you slapped him, crying out, "Scoundrel!" A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Change's eyes. He could not believe that a feeble woman had dared to strike him. He removed his belt, binding your hands, and carried you from the car. The sunlight was blinding, and when you regained your senses, you found yourself thrown onto a bed. A potent desire simmered in Change's gaze, and you instinctively recoiled, terrified and apologizing profusely. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Change laughed derisively, swiftly advancing to pin you down. In your struggle, your hand brushed against the gun at his waist, and fear rendered you immobile. After that moment, you were confined in a quaint villa, donning the very dress and cheapao you had once envied, albeit at the cost of your most cherished possessions. One night, while lost in slumber, you were jolted awake by a cold hand. Chinjua, still reeking of blood, seemed to have just committed murder. You struggled and beat against his arm, terror evident in your eyes. Chinjua, displeased by your fear and resistance, expressionless, shredded the cheapao from your body. Exhausted and on the brink of unconsciousness, your voice became hoarse from pleading, bewildered by his apparent excitement. Only much later did you learn that the man he had killed that night was your forsaken fiancé, the very one who had attempted to sell you. Thus, you were left entirely dependent on him. Chinjua appeared to take a liking to you. After a month of confinement, you were escorted to a wedding ceremony with him. On the day of the wedding, you escaped into the arms of another man. You refused to spend the remainder of your life shackled to someone like Chinjua, seizing the opportunity during a power outage to flee. In a white wedding gown, you dashed blindly until you fell into a man's embrace. As you prepared to cry out, your mouth and nose were covered, and your consciousness began to fade. When you awoke once more, it felt as if the entire world were swaying. Having never been on a ship, you were unaware that you had been abducted to a cruise liner. The door to a dimly lit room opened, revealing a man whose face you could not discern against the light. Terror gripped you, and you curled into the corner of the bed. The man approached, his hand absently stroking your hair. "I am Duan Linzhou, your future husband." Upon closer inspection, you finally recognized your captor, nearly fainting from fear. You had no acquaintance with this enigmatic man. You had merely stumbled into his room and found yourself imprisoned. It was he who had dispatched men to assassinate Chinjua on the day you encountered him. This time, the plan was to strike during Chinjua's wedding. And while they failed to kill him, they succeeded in abducting his fiancée, much to Duan Linzhou's satisfaction. His fingers glided from your hair down to your chin, and you finally broke down in tears. In the dim environment, with the madman before you, you suppressed your sobs, weeping silently. Duan Linzhou knelt beside the bed, slowly bowing his head, and licked the tears from your face. "What are you crying for?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "Do you not wish to be with me? Who do you wish to be with? Chinjua, or that spineless fiancé of yours?" Your heart raced violently, for both the man before you and Chinjua were fearsome in their own rights. Do not attempt to escape. Before you could leave the bed, he seized your ankle, pulling you back. Duan Linzhou exerted a slight force, drawing you beneath him. Your hair cascaded around you, your tear-streaked face and rosy lips betraying your innocence. You had not intended for your first experience to occur in such a hasty manner upon the ship, but your disobedience compelled you to attempt an escape right under his nose. Duan Linzhou's icy glare rendered you immobile. His appearance stood in stark contrast to Chinjua. While the latter, adorned in military garb, possessed a deceptive charm, Duan Linzhou's fierce countenance inspired sheer terror that left you utterly unwilling to resist. Chapter 5. The Abducted Child Bride. In truth, the difference was negligible for you. You were merely confined in a different location. Lately, the sounds of war outside had intensified. Each night, as you lay entwined with him, the gunfire grew more incessant. The desire to escape gradually waned amid the chaos of conflict. During your time spent with Chinjua and Duan Linzhou, you began to uncover their cold and merciless natures. One moment, they would be engaged in jovial business discussions, and the next, a gun would be drawn, brains splattering across the floor. Life was treated as if it were mere fodder. Until the eve of the Qixi festival. You found yourself seated on the sofa, perusing a newspaper to pass the time. Duan Linzhou entered the room after finishing his work, asking if you wished to go out for the festival. He gathered you into his arms, kissing your earlobe as he inquired. You clenched the newspaper tightly, unable to respond. You had come to realize that neither Duan Linzhou nor Qinzhua cared for your desires beyond their insatiable lust. Thus, you chose silence, focusing entirely on the newspaper, ignoring the unfamiliar characters. You could not read. The common script was taught to you by Qinzhua. Seeing your silence, Duan Linzhou planted a soft kiss on your neck, aware that he had acted excessively in the past, provoking your displeasure. Discovering that Qinzhua had personally taught you Chinese stirred his jealousy, leading him to persistently seek the opportunity to teach you English. What is even more outrageous is that he meticulously teaches you the pronunciation of each letter. And for every mistake you make, he insists you consume a strawberry. You end up devouring an entire bowl of strawberries before he finally relents. This incident leaves you in need of a long respite, and you continue to regard him with disdain. Duan Linzhou's kisses become increasingly audacious. Having observed your anger in recent days, he refrains from touching you, merely cradling you in his arms and kissing your fingers, which does little to quench your longing. He has gradually kissed his way from your neck to the edge of your lips, seducing you all the while. On the day of Qixi, the streets will be filled with your favorite hawthorn cakes, freshly made and served hot, and couples will be out to meet one another. Duan Linzhou resembles a hunter in the mountains, having set up his bait in traps, eagerly awaiting his little deer to be ensnared. You have seldom ventured outside since childhood. Your in-laws do not permit women to roam freely. Thus your memories of festivities are solely derived from the lively sounds that filter through the cracks of the door. Turning the page of the newspaper once more, you feel a flutter in your heart at the words you read. Lowering your head as you pretend to be engrossed in the news, Duan Linzhou notices your fingers, which have been tightly gripping the newspaper, and a smile flickers in his narrow eyes. He promptly makes a decision. Tomorrow, after dinner, I shall take you out. You release your grip on the newspaper, still maintaining an air of indifference towards him. Yet the corners of your previously pursed lips now betray a slight upward curve. Amused by your adorable demeanor, Duan Linzhou cannot help but chuckle. But you seize the moment to push him away, standing up from the soft couch on the balcony, declaring, I am tired. You hastily burrow into the quilt and shut your eyes, preparing for sleep. He always torments you at night, which is why you find yourself perpetually fatigued during the day. On the day of Qixi, you don a rather ordinary dress, as you have never favored garments that appear overly expensive or ostentatious. Duan Linzhou grips your hand tightly. Your exquisite beauty, if not for the imposing officer standing beside you with a gun at his waist, would have drawn gazes from everyone around. Even those who do not recognize Duan Linzhou's visage avoid you both, deterred by the weapon at his side and the chill in his eyes. What do you wish to eat? Duan Linzhou follows your gaze to a small food stall. You feel a sense of impropriety walking hand in hand with a man so openly in public. Slightly twisting your wrist, you attempt to withdraw your hand, but fearing injury, he simply releases you, and you immediately distance yourself. Duan Linzhou stands in front of stall, picking up a jade-green hairpin and beckoning you over. You can only slowly shuffle to his side. He places the pin in your hair, then, in a manner akin to a rogue, states, I have given you a gift, so you must also present me with one. You press your lips together. He is always so insistent. Lowering your eyelashes, your gaze falls on the stall, your interest waning, and you can only half-heartedly select a purse to hand to him. Duan Linzhou leans in and kisses the corner of your mouth, saying so obedient. You take a few steps back, but he steps forward again, grasping your wrist, and insists, come, we have time today. I will accompany you on a stroll. You acquiesce, no longer resisting, allowing him to lead you by the hand. The purse you randomly chose is now hanging from his waist. Not far away, on the second floor of a tavern, Duan Linzhou senses a piercing gaze. Turning his head slightly, he sees Qinzhua on the second floor. Qinzhua has indeed come to High City. The worthless individuals he left behind in Jin City did not even last the expected month. Duan Linzhou's eyes grow cold, and he halts in his tracks. You stop as well, noticing that he seems to be engulfed in anger. You dare not provoke him, for whenever he is enraged, you are subjected to an entire night of torment. You bite your crimson lips, your eyes filled with trepidation. After a long moment, Duan Linzhou pats your head and turns you in a different direction. You find yourself brought to a tavern, where Duan Linzhou unceremoniously kicks open the heavy door with his military boots. You shudder in fright. What is the matter with him? Upon seeing Qin, she was seated inside, savoring tea. Your pupils dilate in shock. Instinctively, you lift your feet, wanting to flee from this terrifying scene. However, Duan Linzhou grips your waist, and with a gentle force, he pushes you into Qin Zhuo's embrace. You widen your eyes at Duan Linzhou, who observes as Qin Zhuo lifts you onto his lap, leaning down to lick your earlobe, akin to savoring candy. It has been so long. Have you missed me? Fear grips you as you gaze at the unfolding scene. What are you all doing? Your eyes quickly fill with tears. Duan Linzhou closes the door, the sound of it slamming shut echoing in your ears. You wish to escape, but even standing alone, you find it nearly impossible to resist, let alone against two. At that moment, Duan Linzhou also closes in. Behind you stands Duan Linzhou, and in front is Qin Zhuo. The sensation of being trapped between the two fills you with profound unease. Do not be afraid, Qin Zhuo whispers as he kisses your lips. Both men see the compromise and surrender in each other's eyes. The chaos in Huaxia is escalating. The Qin family cannot hope to secure Jin City, nor can the Duan family hope to safeguard Hai City. Qin Zhuo must concede that the Duan family's plan to escape to America is currently the simplest and least risky solution. The treasure in his arms is simply too alluring. It is impossible for one person alone to protect her in a foreign land. Thus, both men choose to yield. You do not understand. Have they both lost their minds? You softly weep, attempting to evoke pity from the men. Unfortunately, for these two madmen, it has no effect, only serving to ignite further desire within them. Chapter 6. The abandoned couscous flower in the apocalypse. You were abandoned by your comrades as you fell into unconsciousness from hunger. Upon awakening, you find yourself utterly alone. In the silent forest, fear eludes you. Only hunger remains. 3 months have passed since the apocalypse erupted, and your teammates have gradually developed supernatural abilities, while you remain powerless. Moreover, your health is far from robust. Just before the apocalypse, you had undergone heart surgery. Your parents perished on the very first day of the catastrophe. You managed to join a small team thanks to your family's off-road vehicle. Your situation was not tragically dire initially. However, as your body grew weaker and your contributions to the team became negligible, they began to ignore the vehicle you had provided and subsequently isolated you, refusing to share food. Until today, you found yourself completely abandoned in the forest. You lean against a large tree for support, slowly moving forward. A small stream lies not far from you. The pangs of hunger are overwhelming, and you can feel your strength depleting. After nearly an hour, you finally reach the stream and carefully scoop some water to wash away the makeup on your face. At the very least, you wish to leave this world with a semblance of cleanliness. Before the apocalypse, your striking beauty often attracted unwanted attention, but now, you have buried your face beneath layers of makeup. After washing up, you rise again, seeking a place to rest, as this open space makes you feel exceedingly uneasy. After walking a short distance, you hear a noise behind you and catch a glimpse of a humanoid figure. Just after being abandoned by your comrades, you encounter a zombie. Tears nearly spill from your eyes in fright. You attempt to run forward, but lack the strength, stumbling instead over the grass and falling heavily to the ground. You shut your eyes, awaiting the zombie's bite, but instead, you feel warm hands lift you up. As you opened your eyes, a man with white hair came into view. Who are you? After confirming that he was not a zombie, but a normal human, you finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiecha gently squeezed the nape of your neck, his voice laced with a tender warmth. What a pity. His words brought tears to your eyes. You too felt a sense of pity for yourself. After all the effort to acquire a new heart, to gain admission into your desired field of study, and to embark on a new life, the apocalypse struck, obliterating everything. Even worse, you had no special abilities and were abandoned by your teammates. Xiecha carried you back to his RV. Upon entering the RV, The enticing aroma of fried rice wafted through the air, and your gaze fixated on the bowl of fried rice. Xie placed you on his lap, and the intimate position made you exceedingly uneasy, drawing your attention away from the food to him. Satisfied, Xie patted your head and inquired, "Do you have a boyfriend?" You hesitated for a moment before realizing his implication, shaking your head. Very obedient, his kiss landed on your cheek, leaving you completely frozen. Xie scooped a spoonful of fried rice and brought it to your lips, feeding you bite by bite. Once your hunger was sated, your mind began to ponder what you truly desired. Xie produced a cup of water from thin air and offered it to you, startling you momentarily. But you quickly accepted the reality of his spatial abilities. Xie, your master. He was pleased by your docile demeanor, feeling justified in having found you so early after his rebirth. In your past life, after being abandoned by your teammates, you had secluded yourself in these woods for an entire month, surviving on wild fruits. Isolated from the city, this forest remained untouched by the apocalypse. How did you encounter Xie? It was, of course, a case of inviting a wolf into the fold. In your previous life, you had stumbled upon Xie by accident. You intended to steal the crystals from his backpack, but were swiftly caught by his grip on your wrist. You could only stammer a defense. "I thought you were infected." Xie scrutinized you with an assessing gaze. "Huh, a little mouse dares to climb onto my head." Releasing your wrist, you noticed a bruise forming as you withdrew your hand. Tears welled in your eyes as you exhaled softly, preparing to leave. "Stop." Xie, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, spoke. "What?" You turned cautiously to face him. The crystals he carried far surpassed the strength of your former team leader. "You saved me?" You nodded eagerly, affirming your words. Yes. You had rescued him. Just don't kill you." Xie's gaze lingered on your delicate face, a slow smile creeping onto his lips, his intentions inscrutable. "I am injured." You blinked, questioning the implication. "Do you need a place to recuperate?" "Thank you," he replied without the slightest hint of courtesy. Measuring Xie's nearly 6-foot frame and his formidable muscles, you realized that even without abilities, he could easily overpower you in the world before the apocalypse. As you surveyed your surroundings, you contemplated the feasibility of abandoning him. Ultimately, you dismissed that thought. He had stood up with such swiftness that it was difficult to believe he was severely injured. Your instincts, honed from a month of solitary living in the woods, warned you that abandoning him could lead to dire consequences. "Let us go," you sighed, resigned to lead the way. Yet Xie coughed weakly. "I may need your support." You reluctantly moved to his side, responding cautiously. His arm draped over your shoulders, and he murmured, "Thank you." From the moment he saw you, Xie recognized your lack of abilities. A woman devoid of powers, possessing only a beautiful visage, would struggle to survive in the apocalypse, even without his interference. Reflecting on your earlier attempt to steal his crystal, he decided, as a token of gratitude, "I shall gift you a few second-tier crystals." You perked up immediately, smiling at Xie. "We are almost there." He replied softly, leaning against your shoulder. As he savored your soft form, Xie anticipated the companionship that lay ahead. Driven by your desire for his crystals, you guided him to the cave where you resided. Chapter 7. The vine flower abandoned by teammates in the apocalypse. Xie silently observed the cave before him. "What a pity." You felt your cheeks flush with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, the conditions here are rather poor. When your team abandoned you, they left without even a spare piece of clothing. Consequently, your life in the past month resembled that of a wild person. The cave was filled with the soft hay you had painstakingly gathered, and you helped Xie sit on the spot with the most bedding." Xie frowned, scanning the cave, noticing the absence of even a fire pit. You sat at a distance, feeling a palpable fear of him. His presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Fortunately, you had hidden a dagger in the cave. Should he attempt any ill intentions, even if you could not kill him, you would rather take your own life. This dagger was your only safeguard against the cowardice you felt. You placed a few wild apricots beside Xie's pile of hay. "There isn't much food here." He regarded the small, sour fruits with distaste. With a flick of his fingers, he produced a loaf of bread from his space. Handing it to you with a gentle smile, "Thank you for sheltering me." You were taken aback. The person you encountered possessed spatial abilities. In your previous team, There was a girl with similar powers, but she would become incredibly weak and pale after using them, needing ample rest to recover. Yet Xie, despite being injured, exhibited such ease in his abilities. His fingers grazed your palm, leaving a tingling sensation. You lowered your head to eat the bread, oblivious to the intensity of Xie gaze upon you. This was the first food you had consumed beyond wild fruits in a month. You had encountered wild rabbits, snakes, and sparrows, but could not bring yourself to kill them. Besides, the difficulty of starting a fire was insurmountable for you, and you were not yet at the point of accepting raw meat. The bread Xie offered was filled with meat floss, utterly delectable, igniting a warmth in your eyes. Taking small bites, the savory taste of meat floss unfolded on your tongue. Once you finished the bread, you expressed your gratitude. Thank you, Xie. After spending an afternoon in the cave, Xie could not help but frown. Even in the apocalypse, he had never endured such harsh conditions. Though you had done your best to clear the dust and lay down soft vegetation, it was still far from comfortable. You ventured out to gather wild fruits, feeling too embarrassed to keep asking Xie for food. On the way, you found a nearby river to bathe. The daytime temperatures had risen significantly. Even the river water felt almost scalding. Xie, concerned by your prolonged absence, decided to search for you, having initially contemplated abandoning him. Following the path stamped by plants, he eventually found you by the river, where you were just finishing up your bath. After fully dressing, you turned around and caught a glimpse of Xie in the distance. Instantly, your face flushed crimson, and you were uncertain of how much he had seen. In a flurry, you turned and fled from the riverbank. After your departure, Xie pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, recalling the scene he had just witnessed. You appeared somewhat malnourished, your skin excessively pale, likely due to prolonged exposure to the sun's absence. You sought refuge behind a massive, ancient tree, leaning weakly against its coarse trunk, clutching your heart and gasping for breath. At the moment you saw Xie, you discerned the madness lurking in his eyes, far more terrifying than the men who had previously entangled you in their lives. Perhaps it was time to leave this place. You steadied yourself against the tree and slowly rose, intent on returning to the cave before Xie to retrieve your only possession, the dagger. As you began your journey back, you realized you had fled too hastily, losing your way in the dense underbrush. Fortune did not favor you. Upon arriving at the cave, you found Xie already seated within, idly toying with your dagger. The plants inside the cave had smooth cross-sections, leading Xie to quickly deduce that you must be armed. He effortlessly discovered the dagger you had concealed. You remained silent for a few seconds, lowering your gaze, too afraid to meet his eyes, attempting to reclaim it. That is mine, due to frequent use for cutting plants and your neglect to sharpen it. The blade had become quite dull. Fortunately, Xie showed no intent to keep it for himself. He deftly turned it, holding the back of the blade with the hilt facing you. You gasped in fright. What are you dawdling for? Xie's voice echoed in the cave. Cautiously, you accepted the dagger, relieved to see no injury on his palm. Once it was in your possession, you noticed it had been freshly sharpened, its edge remarkably keen. You recalled how daringly it had danced between Xie's fingers earlier, a risky display that could have easily resulted in a severed digit. A sense of unease deepened within you. It seemed you had unwittingly acquired a formidable individual. I will go find some wild fruits. You fabricated a flimsy excuse, knowing well that you had just bared yourself before him and should have been justifiably enraged. A girl so young and naive, all her thoughts lay bare on the surface. With a mere glance, Xie could see through your intentions entirely. You wouldn't think of abandoning me here to fend for myself in this wilderness, would you? Your face flushed as you stammered. And no, how could that be? Your thoughts had been brazenly exposed. Furthermore, Xie's recent utterance of your name carried an ambiguous tone. You hesitated for a few moments, suppressing the urge to flush with embarrassment, realizing that there was no food here. Suddenly, a piece of chocolate appeared in Xie's hand, which he tossed to you. You caught it. You need not venture out. Xie has ample provisions stored. To him, a loaf of bread or a piece of chocolate bore little significance. You returned the chocolate to him, saying, "Let us conserve food, Mr. Xie. Besides, you are injured. Replenishing your sugar levels is of greater importance." Your sincerity shone through, your watery eyes fixed just below Xie gaze. After speaking, you promptly turn away. Rest well, mister. Xie, I shall return shortly. You must run. That thought consumed your mind. You had fled too recklessly, straying far from familiar paths, lost amidst the dense thicket. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath you, and you fell. Before you could scream, pain shot through your ankle and the back of your head. You sensed your skull had struck something hard, and your palm felt as if it had fractured, rendering you unable to support your upper body. Your vision blurred as you strained to look upwards, and in the haze, you vaguely perceived a figure. You could no longer hold on and succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 8. The abandoned couscous flower in the apocalypse. You awoke on a warm bed, the soft bedding and suitable temperature lulling your mind into a state of bliss. It felt as though you had returned to a time long past, before the apocalypse had erupted. You turned over, your cheek brushing against the plush pillow, only to awaken abruptly, realizing you were in a somewhat modest RV. The driver revealed only the back of their head. Just as you opened your mouth to speak, a sudden break startled you, and you instinctively braced yourself against the bed. You had forgotten about your fractured hand. The pain from propping yourself up almost brought tears to your eyes. Raising your palm, you discovered your wrist was wrapped in a white bandage, now stained with fresh blood from your earlier movement. You inhaled sharply, tears streaming down your face from the pain, oblivious to the presence of another. You only noticed when a pair of black hiking boots appeared before you. Slowly, you lifted your gaze and found Xie standing there. Your breath caught in your throat. Xie leaned slightly closer, narrowing the distance between you. I saved you. His breath brushed against your skin, making your heart race. His hand rested on your head, gently patting you, just as you thought he might cause you harm. He spoke again. Are you afraid? You could not decipher his emotions, only sensing an increasing dread. His gaze was more intense than before. If you failed to grasp his intentions, you might as well find a rock to end your misery. You tried to speak, but your throat felt constricted, rendering you voiceless. It was true. In the face of extreme fear, one could lose control of their body. Though Xie had not harmed you, your body trembled uncontrollably. You averted your eyes, unable to meet his gaze as your heart pounded fiercely against your chest. You heard Xie click his tongue softly, and his hand slid from your head to your neck. His fingers, calloused and rough, brushed against your smooth skin. You could not suppress a muffled sound of discomfort. Xie's eyes darkened further. His hand moved to your forehead, pushing aside your damp bangs. You had been sweating profusely. His fingers sank into your cheek, leaving red marks that brought him a secret thrill. He leaned closer, and you pressed your uninjured hand against the wall, retreating until your back met the surface behind you, fearing further injury to your hand. Xie restrained your hands above your head. No, was your first word upon waking. Xie's fingers twitched, and a small cup of water appeared in his palm. Drink. You shook your head, your tongue trembling. Calm down, Mr. Xie. His other hand grasped your face, bringing the water to your lips, seemingly intent on pouring it directly into your mouth. Instinctively, you raised your foot to kick him away, but he trapped your legs with his own. Your resistance proved futile. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the red marks on your wrist. Only much later would you learn that Xie's psychic abilities had reached a perverse level at the early onset of the apocalypse, allowing him to control your former strongest teammate without hesitation, even discarding their firearm as they charged into a horde of zombies. It was raining once again. The sound of rain pattered softly against the car window. A bronzed arm was draped across your chest. You were still unaccustomed to falling asleep in the embrace of another. Since that fateful day when you encountered Xie, he had invited you into his caravan. It soon became evident that he was breathing heavily while gazing at your clothes. You crouched before him and asked, Xie, do you wish to sleep with me? You were uncertain about the nature of your relationship. Were you merely friends? Or something more intimate? The evolution of your bond with Xie felt remarkably organic. He desired you, while you yearned to survive. Initially, you had expressed a desire to leave. His penetrating gaze instilled a fear within you, as if he might be toyed with at any moment. The ominous aura of death that surrounded him perpetually filled you with dread. However, shortly after you departed the caravan, you nearly fell victim to a zombie attack. You were astonished to discover that this secluded forest did indeed harbor the undead. In the moment you were pursued, Siecha fired a shot, killing the creature. You failed to notice the thin thread seemingly tethered to the zombie's head. Lying on the ground, tears streamed down your face as you remained dazed, still grappling with the brush with death. Siecha gently gathered you into his arms and returned you to the caravan. Your knee was scraped and bleeding. He cleaned the dirt from the wound, the sting snapping you back to reality. Siecha, thank you. You couldn't help but weep. Your misfortune felt overwhelming. Why had the apocalypse descended so suddenly, afflicting you? You wished fervently that this was merely a nightmare from which you could awaken. Do not be afraid, Siecha said as he half-squatted before you, leaning down to lick the wound on your knee. The warmth of his tongue against your raw skin sent shivers through you, and you nearly kicked him in shock. Yet he swiftly grasped your ankle, saying, "How could you repay kindness with malice? I am sorry." Thus, you found yourself once more within Siecha's caravan. To prove your worth, you began to clean the caravan, prepare meals, and wash his clothes. One day, you awoke to an unmistakable atmosphere lingering in the air, accompanied by his blatant disregard as he placed your intimate garments beneath him, calling your name breathlessly. His intentions were unmistakable. During the day, Siecha rarely lingered in the caravan. You were oblivious to his activities, only aware of the chilling aura that enveloped him upon his return late at night, his clothes soaked in a scent of blood. This was the source of your fear. You were uncertain whether he had slain humans or zombies, or if he might one day become one of his victims. Therefore, you took the initiative to leave the bed. Crouching before Siecha and taking his hand. "Siecha, do you wish to sleep with me?" You lowered your head, your pale fingers contrasting starkly against the skin of his hand. "What are you thinking?" His kiss brushed against your neck. The rain intensified. As you listened to the downpour against the window, doubts crept in. Would the water carry you both away along with the vehicle? Following the heat of the day, the torrential rain arrived, sending a chill through the glass. Instinctively, you pressed back against him, seeking warmth. Siecha relished your assertiveness. His arm around your waist tightened, and you felt a certain part of him awakening. You couldn't comprehend how he could behave as if he had never been with a woman. His mind consumed by such thoughts whenever he had a moment of leisure. After his rebirth, Siecha had returned to this forest. On his first night, he had found you. He could scarcely recall how you had once teetered on the brink of emotional collapse. Perhaps it was his obsessive desires in bed, or the smile you had shown to others, or your newfound abilities that had compelled you to seek work at the base. Too many uncontrollable factors surrounded you, with numerous men coveting you, even women harboring intentions. Whenever he was absent from the base, insufferable individuals would approach you seeking attention. He had taken you away from the base, locking you within the caravan, until one day you had pushed him away and dashed into a horde of zombies. Siecha tenderly stroked your hair, assuring you that in this life he would not allow such a fate to repeat. The sound of the rain mingled with the rhythm of his heartbeat in your ears, remembering the tragic end you had met in your past life. Siecha tightened his embrace. He would not permit such a tragedy to unfold again. In a moment just before you succumbed to slumber, you seemed to hear him whispering twisted declarations of love in your ear, causing you to shiver and draw closer to him, fully surrendering to sleep. Chapter 9. The blind queen consort. You injured your eyes upon arriving in this world. Yet fortune smiled upon you as a kind soul, took you in, and cared for you. Unfortunately, your vision had yet to recover, and you felt guilty for imposing upon him. Thus, you expressed your desire to return to the forest where you had first appeared. Before your eyes were completely damaged, you recalled tumbling into a cave that led you to this realm. All you wished for was a swift return to your world. The ancient medical practices were inadequate to heal your eyes, and any further delay might lead to permanent blindness. Ji Yunqing had consistently dissuaded you, yet today, after repeatedly asserting your wish to leave, he seemed to grow impatient. His cold tone frightened you, and you could only hurriedly apologize, "I am sorry." Ji Yunqing handed you a bowl of medicinal concoction, saying it was today's remedy. An unease stirred within you as you hesitated to drink, but ultimately, you swallowed it. Soon, A wave of heat surged through your body. Rising to leave, you unexpectedly collapsed into Ji Yunqing's embrace. What sort of medicine is this? Your anxiety escalated. Ji Yunqing lifted you effortlessly, choosing not to respond. You protested, trying to reason with him. Ji Yunqing, this is coercive. It is against the law. He found your naivety amusing, chuckling mockingly. Once I break the law, you can summon the authorities to apprehend me. Beast. This was your last thought before losing consciousness. Outside, a scattering of servants knelt on the ground. You hastily packed your belongings, attempting to escape. This situation was neither Ji Yunqing's fault nor yours. It was surely due to the servant's negligence that you felt the urge to flee. He had been nothing but kind. Thus, the punishment of the servants was warranted. When you awoke again, darkness enveloped you, and discomfort surged through your body, prompting you to sob quietly. An arm tightened around your waist, pulling you closer. Why are you crying? Ji Yunqing furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why you wished to leave. He had rescued you, blind as you were. Without him, you would not have survived 3 days in the forest. You attempted to negotiate, you saved me, and I am grateful. Now that you have what you desire, would you let me go? Ji Yunqing's dark gaze rested upon you, seemingly struggling to comprehend your naivety. His hand slowly grasped your slender waist. When you pleaded for my help, I stated that there were conditions. You closed your eyes, silent for a moment, contemplating further argument. You had not agreed to such terms. Ji Yunqing had no interest in indulging in wordplay. What of it that you did not agree? His hand caressed your waist, where he had nearly broken you the night before. You are filled with despair, realizing that had you known he was such a beast, you would rather perish in the wilderness than seek his assistance. Ji Yunqing's gaze fixates on your lifeless eyes. When you threw yourself before his carriage, pleading for help, you should have understood that you possessed no power or influence. What could you possibly offer him besides your own existence? Thus, you remained forcefully confined within his residence for over 3 months until the doctor revealed your pregnancy. The thought of escaping consumed you entirely. You had no desire to bear a child for this scoundrel. After one afternoon meal, you stammered out your intentions, expressing your desire to visit the nearby Fuyin temple, rumored to be quite efficacious, to pray for your unborn child. Unfortunately, your intentions were blatantly obvious to Ji Yunqing, who had long been immersed in the intricacies of officialdom. His fingers caressed your face as he remarked, "You do not wish to flee from me, do you?" Terrified, you gasped, "How could I?" You continued to justify yourself, claiming, "I am blind. How could I escape from you? Moreover, I am already carrying your child." You placed Ji Yunqing's hand on your abdomen, urging him to trust you a bit more. After saying this, you endeavored to please him with a kiss on his lips. As you attempted to withdraw, Ji Yunqing grasped your wrist, deepening the kiss. In his eyes, your seemingly innocent expression resembled that of a beguiling forest sprite. Were it not for your prolonged pregnancy, he might have taken further liberties. Eventually, he released you, his breath enveloping you as he cradled you in his arms, stating, "Once you have given birth to the child, I shall accompany you to the temple." You could not see the dark expression on Ji Yunqing's face, yet the gentleness in his tone frightened you. Throughout your time together, you had discovered that the more anger he displayed, the more gentle and calm he became. You finally realized that your hidden thoughts had been entirely laid bare before him. Even in your blindness, you attempted to escape. Just as you turned to flee, Ji Yunqing effortlessly lifted you and carried you to the bed. The soft, white bed curtain swayed like a harmonious symphony, your delicate legs marked with red bruises. Newly pregnant, fearing for the child, he ultimately refrained from crossing the final threshold. Nonetheless, he had countless ways to torment you. Ji Yunqing underestimated your desire to escape, yet you had also underestimated his pathological possessiveness. You still sought a way out, hiding in a farmhouse to procure abortifacients. Without hesitation, you consumed the pills handed to you by the farmer's wife. After a long wait, when no pain came to your abdomen, you sensed that something was amiss, your complexion turning pale. Suddenly, Ji Yunqing appeared as if conjured from thin air, wrapping his arms around you from behind and stroking your cheek. "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" You pushed his hand away, pleading, "Please let me go." Ji Yunqing pulled you back into his embrace, taking your slightly cold fingertips into his mouth. Did you have fun while playing outside? In his eyes, your meticulously planned escape was merely a game. However, the fact that you unhesitatingly ingested the abortifacients in an attempt to terminate your child deeply enraged Ji Yunqing, solidifying his resolve to imprison you. Initially, he had not overly restricted your movements, considering your blindness and limited mobility. But he never anticipated that you had bribed a servant to facilitate your escape. You were soon brought back to Ji Yunqing's residence, where you would encounter no one but him. He dressed you, bathed you, and fed you, making you feel as though you had become a mere puppet in his hands. As you wept and pleaded for mercy, Ji Yunqing tenderly wiped away your tears, fully aware that your attempts to escape had provoked his wrath. Now, the period of immediate danger had passed. You cradled your belly, begging, "Please do not do this. You will harm a child." Yunqing chuckled coldly. "Did you not wish to terminate the pregnancy? Why are you now afraid I might hurt it?" He slapped your cheek. You found yourself ensnared once more. Chapter 10. The blind princess consort pregnancy had rendered your temperament volatile. After Ji Yunqing merely kissed your cheek, you slapped him hard across the face, exclaiming, "Get away from me." The sound of your slap echoed through the room, causing the maids to tremble and kneel, lowering their heads in fear of inciting his wrath. Your temper had become increasingly unpredictable. Previously, you would only hurl verbal insults at the prince, but today you had resorted to physical violence. The maids whispered among themselves, feeling that you were overly arrogant, provoking the prince repeatedly. A man like Ji Yunqing, who neither sought concubines nor harbored affection for anyone but you, was a rarity in the entire De Liang dynasty. Yet, you failed to cherish him, treating him with disdain. A mere village girl, you acted with such undue pride, resorting to violence against the prince. The maids felt a sense of hopelessness. If you lost his favor, their lives would be equally miserable. To their surprise, Ji Yunqing showed no signs of anger. Instead, he grasped your hand, playfully licking your palm. "Did I hurt you?" As you felt Ji Yunqing's submissiveness, your anger intensified. Now, he pretended to be the good man, rendering you the mad woman, while you could only sob and beat his shoulders, crying out, "I want to go home. I want my parents." Ji Yunqing could never tolerate your declarations of leaving. You shivered at the realization that he was indeed angry. Recently, emboldened by your pregnancy, you had been reckless with your temper, but this time you had knowingly crossed Ji Yunqing's boundaries. Yet, you refused to relent, instinctively attempting to turn away. However, your blindness caused you to nearly stumble, only to be caught by Ji Yunqing in time. "Everyone leave." Ji Yunqing's dark eyes held a simmering anger as he spoke. The maids hurriedly exited the room, fearing for their safety. "No, you are not allowed to leave," you shouted, attempting to command the retreating maids to halt. It was only upon hearing the door close that you struggled to escape from him, insisting, "Let me go. You must not touch me." Ji Yunqing could tolerate your curses and slaps, but he could not accept your desire to leave. Each time you mentioned departing, it would result in specific punishment. After giving birth, you nearly lost your life. Ji Yunqing knelt by your bedside, apologizing, "No more children, I promise." You lay weakly in bed for over half a month, during which Ji Yunqing dared not approach you. Upon learning that Ji Yunqing had taken measures to prevent you from having more children, you angrily slapped him once more. The maids had grown accustomed to this dynamic. The princess consort often struck the prince, who never retaliated. Instead, he would approach like a loyal hound, inquiring if your hand pained you, whether you felt satisfied after the slap, or if you desired to strike him again. You still longed to leave this world, believing that other women would fulfill his need for children. He had taken measures to prevent procreation, yet you bore the consequences. Despairing, you cried, "Get out. I do not wish to see you." Fearing for your eyes, Ji Yunqing hastily retreated. After the child was born, Ji Yunqing finally arranged for your eyesight to be restored. You felt nauseated. Your sight was merely a reward for bearing his child. It was utterly revolting. You felt no different from a pig. Ji Yunqing gently cradled the child, appearing to adore her, presenting her to you in an attempt to evoke your compassion. "Look at her. She's our child." You pushed away the child he offered, your disdain for Ji Yunqing extending to the very existence of this child, who bore his blood. I do not wish to see her. You averted your gaze. Ji Yunqing held the child, urging, look at her. She is as beautiful and lovely as you. She will eventually grow into a woman as intelligent and beautiful as you. You raise your hand once more and struck Ji Yunqing with a resounding slap, feeling the same disgust as I do when encountering a beast like him. Ji Yunqing fell silent for a moment and handed the child to the wet nurse. Everyone vacated the room, and you stood up, preparing to leave, as being in the same space as him made you feel nauseated. Ji Yunqing grasped your hand and, with a slight force, flung you onto the bed, his large hand tightening around your neck, his expression darkening completely. When you had struck him, you almost hit the child. Ji Yunqing finally resigned himself to the reality that you would not soften your heart for this child. Say you love me. Ji Yunqing released his grip on your neck, yet he still could not bring himself to truly harm you. You completely ignored his words, closing your eyes, presenting an attitude of indifference, as if you were resigned to whatever fate awaited you. A look of despair crossed Ji Yunqing's typically proud face. No matter what means he employed, you resisted him. You will speak. Ji Yunqing confined you completely. It wasn't until 3 months later that he found a shaman. You watched warily as Ji Yunqing held the Lianxin Gu. What is this thing? You had a strong premonition that what he held would bring about a monumental change in your life. No. You attempted to flee, but were firmly restrained by the maids. Please, no. You begged and wept, yet it was all in vain. Ji Yunqing knew you would not change. He could no longer trust you. The Lianxin Gu was planted within your body, and the offspring would forever love the mother. Seeing the affection in your eyes, Ji Yunqing thought indifferently that even if it were false, he would accept it. You finally became his wife, performing the rituals of marriage and entering the bridal chamber, becoming his rightful princess. Under the influence of the Lianxin Gu, you even became indifferent to the child, leaving only Ji Yunqing in your heart. Day after day, you clung to him. When he went to court, you waited in his bedroom or study for his return. The moment he stepped back into the estate, you would rush into his embrace, inhaling his scent. Do you love me? This was the phrase you most frequently uttered to Ji Yunqing. I love you. This was also what you repeated daily. Sometimes, Ji Yunqing felt a void deep within his heart, yet he calmly chose to accept it. As long as you no longer wished to leave him, whether real or not, he could embrace this illusory happiness. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you. After you fell asleep, Ji Yunqing held you close, continually responding to your affections. Your being was permeated with the essence he had left behind. Your heart was entirely occupied by him. This was what he desired. As long as he could possess you completely, he would spare no effort. Sometimes, you gazed blankly at Ji Yunqing, your mind sounding alarms urging you to escape, seemingly reminding you of something. Yet the love emanating from your heart filled you completely. He was your husband, a prince, and you were his soul woman. He loved you dearly, and you adored him in return. You even bore him a lovely daughter. How blissfully perfect a family it was. How could you ever leave him? Chapter 11. A fool found in the cold palace. The merciless tyrant, Cheng Xiang, stumbled upon a fool in the cold palace. You were so naive that you were tricked into cleaning the cold palace, toiling throughout the night, believing that if you cleaned it thoroughly, they would take you along to play afterward. You meticulously swept every fallen leaf, and as you drew closer, you finally noticed the person before you. You are quite handsome. You approached Cheng Xiang, declaring that he was more beautiful than anyone you had ever seen. The sword in Cheng Xiang's hand dripped with fresh blood, and you stood there, innocent and unguarded, allowing him to see the purity in your eyes. The cacophony in your mind finally dissipated, and the violent urges that could only be quelled through bloodshed began to settle upon seeing you. You nodded and extended a finger, claiming that he was more handsome than Sister Kaiyun, Sister Taohua, and Eunuch Erfu. You couldn't recall anyone else, so you sat before the man and asked, "Are you here to clean the cold palace as well?" Sister Kaiyun said that if I finished cleaning, she would take me to play. Did she invite you to clean too? However, you felt that they might have been deceiving you. You pouted. Your words were disjointed, clearly indicating your lack of normal intellect. How old are you? Cheng Xiang sheathed his sword into the ground, his fingers stroking the jade ring on his hand. You cheerfully shook your head and held up your fingers. I'm 20 years old. Mama Luo said that I can leave the palace at 25. And then I can marry and have children. Do you know how to have children? Chung Xiang gazed at your youthful face, suddenly smiling in a somewhat alluring manner. I know. You laughed joyfully, exclaiming, you are so clever. Chung Xiang's gaze swept over your frail and slender waist. Little fool. You frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. I'm not a fool. Chung Xiang tossed his sword aside and leaned silently against a pillar, observing you as you meticulously swept every last leaf. After quickly finishing, you approached Chung Xiang and tugged at his garments, asking, will you come again tomorrow? Chung Xiang towered over you, and even in a relaxed position, he could clearly see the delicate veins beneath your skin. With just a gentle prod of his sword, your blood would spill forth like that of the people he had just slain, staining the earth red. Do you want me to come? Chung Xiang asked. You nodded eagerly. Yes. Chung Xiang caught a whiff of the scent of peaches in the air. It was now early winter, and the peach trees in this cold palace had long withered. Noticing Chung Xiang's prolonged silence, you patted your somewhat empty stomach. I must go back. We'll see each other tomorrow. Chung Xiang silently watched your retreating figure, the scent of peaches gradually fading. The sword embedded in the ground gleamed with a silvery and bloody radiance beneath the thunderous sky. Upon returning to the palace, you found that there was hardly any food left, not even a single bun. Only a small dish of pickled vegetables remained. You felt helpless and could only consume the pickled vegetables, which was better than nothing. Cayenne scoffed. Hey, fool, after finishing your meal, you still have to wash the dishes. Cayenne was always like this. When she needed your help, she sweetly called you little sister, but when she didn't, her attitude was commanding. Yet, you were merely a fool. So long as someone was willing to speak to you, you felt delighted. All right, Sister Cayenne. You tidied up the dishes and carried them outside. After washing the dishes, you returned to your bed, trying to combat your hunger with sleep. However, in the middle of the night, you were awakened by the sound of the door being pushed open. Instinctively sitting up, you noticed that the person next to you was missing. After careful scrutiny, you realized Cayenne was gone. As the lowest-ranking maid without a master, you were not allowed to leave the room without orders, even for personal needs. You had to remain there. You wanted to get out of bed to see if Cayenne had truly left, but just as you put on your shoes, the door was pushed open again. Cayenne saw you standing by the bed and climbed onto it without a word. You followed and returned to sleep, as your simple mind could not comprehend why Cayenne had left. You only knew that she had returned and would not be discovered and punished by the master, which was sufficient. You cherished your precious little rest time. Until the next day, Cayenne still sent you to clean that cold palace, and you gladly accepted, not just to please her, but also because you had made plans to meet a new friend. You failed to notice the malice hidden in Cayenne's gaze. Or perhaps you simply did not understand such emotions. Upon returning to the cold palace, you encountered eunuch Erfu there. You harbor a certain aversion towards Erfu Gonggong, for the palace's little maids often purchase jewelry from him, yet he berates you with scathing remarks whenever you attempt to buy from him, incessantly reminding you that you are a fool unworthy of conducting business with him. Despite his continual reproaches, he remains one of the few willing to engage with you, unlike most others who typically ignore your very existence. Thus, your feelings towards him are rooted in dislike rather than hatred. Perhaps you have yet to master the art of despising, loathing, or harboring the common yet elusive emotions of resentment. You waved your hand dismissively at Erfu. Having reached an age where he should be courting palace maids, his short stature, poverty, and miserly nature render him undesirable, leaving him to exploit the maids for their coin. Naturally, few are inclined to seek his company. However, upon being informed by Cayenne that you are willing, he seized the opportunity. His interest in your supposed willingness was indifferent to the truth of your feelings, for he was determined to seize the chance to exhibit his masculine prowess. Erfu grasped your wrist, his furtive expression instilling a sense of revulsion within you. Before you could react, he thrust you into the thicket of flowers, causing you to stumble and drop the broom you held. What are you doing? You stammered, fear gripping you as you anticipated another beating. You had learned from countless experiences that being compliant would shorten the duration of punishment. Erfu relished your passive demeanor. You remained dazed until he began to disrobe, at which point you realized something was amiss and scrambled to escape the underbrush. Mama Luowi had warned you against associating with men lacking trousers. A rather simplistic yet effective lesson on identifying nefarious individuals. Erfu sees your long hair, demanding, "Where do you think you're going?" Chengxing had just dispatched several ministers before arriving at this desolate palace, only to find you subdued and helpless, weeping ineffectually. Blood splattered across your face as Erfu's head rolled away. You stared in shock at Chengxing, whose presence radiated an aura of cold menace, momentarily forgetting your tears. After a prolonged silence, you naively inquired, "Is he dead?" Chengxing, oblivious to the terror in your eyes, found a sudden intrigue in the situation. How might he instill fear within you? He derived pleasure from witnessing the expressions of dread and despair, relishing the sight of someone attempting to scream and flee in his presence, akin to encountering a malevolent specter. The cacophony in your mind ceased, as if the suffering that had accompanied Chengxing since his inception had found a momentary reprieve. The savage cravings that once required the indulgence of extreme brutality and bloodshed were soothed in that singular instant. Chengxing discovered a new purpose that would endure for an extended period. In the 12th chapter, you received no response from Chengyan, compelled instead to gradually cleanse the blood from your face. As a lowly palace maid, you lacked the privilege to serve a master endowed with the power of life and death, your presence akin to the flies that linger above a refuse heap. An unwelcome sight. Thus, this marked your first encounter with death. It was nothing difficult to accept, merely akin to the swift severance of a chicken's neck. "I must leave," you declared, the blood upon you causing great discomfort. A bath was in order. Qingyan carelessly discarded his sword and, once again, pressed you into the foliage. Repeating Erfu's earlier actions, you remained passive, as was expected. Following that day, you naturally became Qingyan's consort. It appeared you had ascended to the highest echelons of nobility. Confusion clouded your understanding of Mama Luohui's words. She had instructed you to obey his commands unconditionally, yet she also cautioned against yielding to the advances of trousers-less men. You were not a robot, devoid of hierarchical instructions. Your innocence and ineptitude persisted, even as Qingyan claimed your purity within the cold palace's thicket. You merely wept for a time before returning to your former self. Perhaps your limited capacity for memory could not accommodate much more. Learning to eat, drink, speak, and recall Mama Luowi's teachings was the extent of your capabilities. You sought to understand how to balance the two conflicting directives. Qingyan tightened his grip on your neck, pinning you to the bed. He expressed distaste for any presence that failed to emanate fear in his vicinity. Having slain 11 of his siblings, all subjects and maids before him were forever clad in terror. Your inability to grasp fear as an emotion compelled him to educate you gradually. As you lay on the bed, he methodically peeled back your garments, devoid of shyness, joy, or fear. Like a mere doll, your emotional responses were limited to tears, and once you had wept sufficiently, you would revert to your former state by the next day. This frustrated Chengyan. Had it not been for Mama Luohui's untimely demise 3 years prior due to a clash with one of his cousins, he would have brought that maid before you, forcing her to endure unspeakable tortures to instill fear within you. How intriguing it was. He had extracted desired information from countless individuals through such methods, and now, to intimidate you, he intended to use those you cared about. It could be seen as a form of honor, perhaps. There were those you had once mentioned, and upon witnessing your elevation to his consort, certain unblinking individuals were deliberately subjected to torment, while he had indeed allowed their demise. It occurred too swiftly for him to present them to you and ask, "Do you find this satisfying? Or is it amusing to you?" From the filthy, wretched earth to the lofty clouds suspended in the sky, wielding the power of life and death over countless souls was a captivating experience, was it not? Alas, it was a pity that a fool could not comprehend the madness that drew so many to such power. Qingyan became curious about your perception of him. "You are the most esteemed person in the world," you proclaimed, swallowing a duck leg and smiling sweetly as you uttered the most innocent yet nauseating words. "You're also very kind to me. Like a newly blossomed flower, unless one personally severed its stem, they could never appreciate its most primal essence." You had entered the palace at the tender age of 7, enduring beatings and the chill of winter. Here, with Qingyan, there were no maids who berated or despised you, nor endless laundry to wash during the cold months. A fool, regardless of the terror imposed upon them, remained unfazed. You did not even comprehend the concept of death. Until the Mid-Autumn Festival, when he mistakenly drank a minister's aphrodisiac, you were dragged toward a secluded palace. Qingyan, slow down, you protested, adorned with heavy headdresses and cumbersome garments that hindered your pace. Qingyan felt his rationality slipping away as he hastily found a chamber and thrust you inside. The pitch-black confines instilled a sense of fear within you. You longed to escape, but were held fast by Qingyan's grip upon your neck, forcing you down again. Qingyan finally beheld that which he had longed to witness, though the timing was far from ideal. Tears streamed down your face. As a fool, your happiness compelled you to express joy, while fear prompted you to voice your desire to leave. It's so dark, Qingyan, I want to go out. You struggled to escape the bed, seeking the light filtering through the door, only to be pulled back once more. Silence. Your cries bore no fruit, only intensifying Qingyan's desire to inflict pain upon you. It hurts so much, Qingyan, you cried out. Upon your reappearance before the palace maids, you found yourself with child. Qingyan, it seemed, was truly afflicted with some form of mental illness. In a desperate attempt to instill fear within you, he resorted to incessantly committing murder in your presence, only to discover that you harbored no dread of death, nor did you flinch at his gruesome and violent methods. Once you began to feel fear towards him, a sense of indignation welled up within him. Despite the fact that you carried his offspring, encountering him was akin to facing a demon, leaving you trembling. This was the outcome he desired, yet he could not fathom why his heart raced so violently in that moment. Qingyan's hand rested upon your gently rounded abdomen. Once driven by a profound desire for cruelty, he had ceased his murderous rampage since your pregnancy, seemingly praying to the deities for the safe delivery of your child. A man whose hands were stained with blood had, one day, come to believe in the divine, a notion Qingyan scoffed at. What was there to fear? A flicker of malice passed through his dark eyes. After that fateful day, he had not confined you to dark chambers again, aware of your fear of the dark. The lights in your room were never extinguished, and the bedside was adorned with luminous pearls. Perhaps you had grown a tad spoiled by his affection. Qingyan grasped your right hand, which he had placed on your belly, and commanded a nearby maid to remove all the luminous pearls from the room. As the number of pearls dwindled, the darkness in the room began to deepen. Qingyan, I was wrong. Having been confined in a secret chamber for over 3 months, you had learned the art of pleasing Qingyan. It must be conceded that Qingyan had a particular method for conditioning your emotions. In times past, you were akin to a mere shell of a person, performing tasks solely in response to certain commands. Now, you had at least learned what it meant to feel wronged, to experience fear, and to feel bashful. Qingyan mercilessly pried your fingers apart, leaving you alone in the room. Fortunately, he did not take it too far. As darkness fell, the feeble light could not sustain brightness within the room. You lay on the bed, weeping for a considerable time. Pregnancy had dulled your senses. You cried until you felt breathless. After a maid attended to you with tea, your mind began to stir. Qingyan had informed you that when you angered him, you must seek his forgiveness and accept your punishment. You hurried to the study where Qingyan was, incessantly apologizing, your eyes swollen from tears and your voice nearly hoarse. The growing weight of your belly rendered you weak after only a short distance. Qingyan gradually replaced the image of your alone mama in your mind. You could scarcely recall the majority of her teachings, a rare outcome since Qingyan kept you close. You resembled a newly hatched chick, still devoid of feathers. As Qingyan plucked away what little you had, rendering you utterly dependent on him for sustenance. This was the second source of amusement Qingyan found in you. He wished for you to rely on him entirely, just as fish cannot survive outside of water. You began to revel in this sensation. One by one, the maids surrounding you were replaced by mute figures, and you could no longer communicate with anyone but him. Fortunately, there had never been many who cared to engage with you, so Qingyan's actions brought you little discomfort. You were illiterate and had no love for reading. When Qingyan was absent, you could sit alone under a tree, lost in thought for an entire day. In a certain sense, Youth and Cheng Yan were indeed a perfect match. You cared not for his mercilessness, nor did he mind your naivete. He disapproved of your excessive familiarity with others, while you were indifferent to his overbearing possessiveness. Chapter 13. The abducted university student. You had been abducted, and shockingly, it was your roommate who orchestrated it. You could scarcely believe that a mere dinner outing with her led to your being drugged and sold into this remote, backward, and ignorant village. You escaped, only to be recaptured. Thus, you found yourself battered and on the brink of collapse. In the dark cellar, a woman lay pitifully on the ground, resembling a lifeless body, with rats and cockroaches scuttling about her feet. You remained in that position for 3 days, famished and in pain, particularly in your calves, nearly broken from the beating you endured. If not for the promise of your labor in the mountains, they would have surely fractured your legs. It was not until the door swung open, allowing a sliver of light to pierce the darkness, that a bun was hurled at you. You filthy wench. Are you dead yet? I paid 50,000 for you. If my son hasn't enjoyed you yet, I will make sure you don't die so easily. The coarse old man Wu Shu spat angrily at the old woman beside him. Zhang Suihua scowled. If she hadn't tried to escape, would I have had to beat her so severely? I was only afraid she would run. Is she dead? Zhang Suihua kicked at your arm. Upon seeing your fingers twitch, she confirmed you were alive and turned to leave. As the sound of their curses faded, your consciousness gradually returned, and you slowly sat up, mechanically stuffing the dirted, foul-smelling bun into your mouth. Wu family village lay deep within the mountains. After your recapture 3 days prior, you had received a severe beating. Upon finishing the bun, you succumbed once more to a deep slumber. You dreamt of fleeing Wu family village yet again, only to plummet from a cliff, leaving no trace behind. Awakened, you leaned against the wall, disoriented. The same dream had haunted you for 3 consecutive days since your return. On the day you escaped, you had found a silver ring in a dilapidated temple. By some twist of fate, you had picked it up and placed it on your right ring finger. After being captured, the ring seemed to vanish until it reappeared on your finger at this very moment. In that dream, you always fell from the precipice. Today, you envisioned the conclusion. You did not die from the fall. Rather, you broke your spine and endured torment at the bottom of the cliff for 3 full days. Such agony jolted you awake. You gazed down at the ring on your finger, and in a daze, you perceived a swirling mass of black mist before you. Within that mist, a man's face emerged. Surprisingly, you did not scream in terror. Perhaps in the brief days since your capture, you had envisioned countless vengeful scenarios against these beasts in your mind. Thus, upon witnessing this bizarre scene, a flicker of relief ignited within you. It appeared that deities did exist in this world. Who are you? You croaked. The excessively pale face opened its tightly shut eyes. You could not fathom the nature of those eyes. When the cellar doors swung open again, you had transformed into an obedient creature, allowing Zhang Suihua to lock heavy shackles upon your feet. Regardless of her verbal insults or the way she pinched your soft flesh, you offered no resistance. Zhang Suihua chuckled with satisfaction, proclaiming that in Wu family village, regardless of how stubborn the abducted may be, a 10-day or 2-week confinement in the cellar would surely break them. Zhang Suihua surveyed your body, noting your insufficient bosom and lack of curves, declaring that you were merely a pretty face. To bear children for her son was indeed a lofty aspiration for you. She tossed a few stale buns your way, and after witnessing you consume them all, Zhang Suihua shoved you into a room. There, you encountered the man by the bed. He was a grotesquely fat and ugly man, repulsing you at first glance. Wu Changshou, slightly inebriated, felt dizzy. A woman so pale and tender, he mused. She is more beautiful than any woman I have seen in this village. No wonder my father saved for over a decade to acquire her. Other women cost only a few thousand. Her beauty is captivating, and after receiving your first, she plans to give it away, allowing the villagers to indulge for a mere 20 yuan. After Wu Jiaxi Yuan, they will visit Zhang Jiaxi Yuan and Wang Jiaxi Yuan. Earning back 50,000 yuan seems effortless. In a drunken stupor, upon seeing you, a scheme quickly forms in his mind. You sit gracefully on the edge of the bed, beckoning Wu Changsho with an enchanting smile. He has never encountered such a stunning woman. His head spins, and as he takes a few steps closer, a deafening crack resounds above him. Before he can comprehend, excruciating pain strikes his waist as a heavy beam falls upon him. Wu Changsho has no time to scream, succumbing to the agony and fainting. Another beam crashes down, this time striking his head. This marks the first victim of He Jinan in Wu Jiaxiyuan. In that instant, Wu Changsho's spine shatters. The second blow spills his brain matter. The tremendous noise attracts Zhang, Cuihua, and Wu Shu, who burst through the door, screaming in terror. You watch this scene with a sense of satisfaction. Changsho, Zhang Cuihua collapses beside him, cautiously nudging Wu Changsho's lifeless body. Subsequently, you endure a beating and are thrown into the cellar. Your face nearly slashed open by Zhang Cuihua's cleaver, if not for Wu Shu kicking her away. On the third day after Wu Changsho's demise, Wu Shu enters the cellar. You lean against the wall, awaiting his arrival. After consuming Wu Changsho's soul, He Jinan's capabilities have dramatically expanded. Wu Shu, though heartbroken over the loss of his son, realizes that if you are killed, Zhang Cuihua cannot bear him another child, leading to the extinction of the Wu family line. Thus, he has come to the cellar tonight. Regardless, whether it is Wu Changsho or he who sires you, the outcome remains the same. You fix your gaze intensely on Wu Shu, who shivers upon entering the cellar. Damn, it's only July, and this cellar is freezing. If you freeze to death, I'll have to kill that wretched woman. Wu Shu spits to the side, approaches and seizes your wrist, saying, "Come, let us go." Suddenly, the cellar door slams shut. Who? Wu Shu releases your hand. That wretched woman? He pushes against the cellar door, but it does not budge. The chilling temperature around him intensifies. You lean against the wall, observing as He Jinan materializes into a dark mist, piercing through Wu Shu's chest. Blood sprays forth, and before he can utter a sound, he collapses, eyes wide in shock. You frown at He Jinan, displeased. After killing Wu Changsho, he fell into a stupor, leaving you to endure another beating, nearly having your ankle shattered by Zhang Cuihua's blows. Reaching out to He Jinan, you plead, "I'm in pain, come carry me out." Chapter 14. The abducted college student 2, He Jinan has consumed the souls of two individuals. You can distinctly feel the restraints on him gradually loosening. The dark mist solidifies, pushing open the cellar door and lifting you horizontally. You cannot quite describe the sensation. A chilling aura envelopes you. He Jinan transports you to a dilapidated, abandoned house in the village, placing you against the wall to sit. The misty hand rests upon your swollen ankle, alleviating the pain. As your bodily pains diminish, you drift into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, it is already noon. Before you sits a pot of boiled chicken and rice. You realize this must have been pilfered by He Jinan. It is the second week since your abduction, and this is the first time you have consumed warm food. The wounds on your body have nearly healed thanks to He Jinan's care. Although your ankle still aches slightly, it is bearable. The presence of the malevolent spirit draws near. Swallowing the chicken, you furrow your brow and inquire, "Did you kill Zhang Cuihua?" He Jinan, unable to speak, envelopes your limbs with his cold aura like a constrictor. You find it unpleasant but endure it, as you must engage in a transaction with him. His presence lingers over your injuries, having just devoured the souls of 3 villagers, granting him the ability to speak. However, he prefers to remain silent in your presence. He Jinan licks your cheek with his tongue, his demeanor reminiscent of clingy puppy. You feel disgruntled, as you merely agreed to lure individuals to him for their demise. Attempting to break free from his grasp proves futile as the dark mist binds your body. A flicker of malice crosses He Jinan's pale face. You retrieve his plain ring and agree to collaborate. Thus, you become his wife. The mist tightens around your wrist in a threatening manner, followed by a jolt of pain, a warning from He Jinan. Reluctantly, you cease your resistance. He Jinan once again draws close, entangling you like a lecherous ghost. He, found outside the village, could only enter Wu Jiaxiyuan after you brought the ring inside. He desires to annihilate everyone in Wu Jiaxiyuan, while you yearn to escape. You have formed a pact. In just a few days, you sense the oppressive aura around He Jinan intensifying, as does the weight of his presence. You recall the dream in which he, over a century ago, came to Wu Jia to teach, only to stumble upon the abduction activities, leading to his being cast off a cliff by the ignorant villagers, suffering for 3 days before succumbing. Later, the villagers discovered his corpse and sealed it in a well designated for drowning female infants and brutally killing abducted women, trapping the village as long-suppressed grievances. When will you eliminate them all? After enduring torment for so long, you have no intention of allowing the law to deal with them. You only wish to leverage He Jinin's strength to eradicate everyone in Wu Jiasiyuan. You vividly remember the day you attempted to flee. It was the women who alerted the men armed with wooden clubs, who mercilessly beat you into submission. This village is rotten to the core. For over a century, women in the village have been abducted as they unhesitatingly drowned female infants. This is what you witnessed in He Jinin's memories. This ignorant village deserves to vanish. He Jinin seems to relish the idea of tormenting them, opting for a more gradual approach, invading their dreams and torturing them bit by bit. You find it exceedingly dull and wish to return, but He Jinin is unwilling to let you leave prematurely. You can only endure. He Jinin's torment of them continues for over a month. Then one day, a man bursts into your dilapidated dwelling. He Jinin is nowhere to be found. You are alone. Wu Chao pauses for a moment. You are the thing that old Wu Shu bought back. How did you manage to escape? He closes the wooden door, advancing step by step toward you. With no means of defense, you can only watch Wu Chao warily. Wu Chao strokes his chin, remarking on the worth of the college student old Wu Shu purchased for 50,000 yuan. Just as He Jinin appears, you find yourself pinned beneath Wu Chao, your pants down around your ankles, your cheeks swollen from a blow. Just when you think Wu Chao is about to succeed, a violent explosion occurs, akin to a water balloon bursting. Blood and entrails splatter onto you, and you can no longer withstand the onslaught, losing consciousness. Upon awakening once more, you find yourself no longer in Wujia village, but instead in the hospital at the heart of your school. Wu Chao's violent actions have incensed He Jinin to an unparalleled degree, inciting him to manipulate several villagers into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. However, he has only managed to sway the doctor, who has brought you to the hospital for recuperation. Your sudden reappearance after being missing prompts the police to notify your roommate, who had reported your disappearance. You gaze at your visibly anxious roommate. She seems fearful that you might reveal her secret and hurriedly ushers the other roommates out, leaving only one to stay with you. You wish her demise. Calmly, you sit on the bed, observing the eyes of your roommate that reveal only panic and dread, devoid of any guilt towards you. After a brief pause, your roommate, now slightly angered, retorts, "I sent it true that you're fine. Why wish me dead?" She remains oblivious to He Jinin's presence beside your hospital bed. You continue to speak to yourself, commanding He Jinin, eliminate her. Your roommate scans the room, her face contorting in horror as she fixates on you, labeling you insane. No one will believe you even if you tell the police. She wipes her bare arms, suddenly feeling a chilling drop in temperature enveloping the room, causing her bones to ache as she hastily grabs her bag and flees. You do not intervene, your gaze returning to He Jinin. She had sought a job online, feigning a need for your company during an interview, only to render you unconscious and deliver you to human traffickers. You grasp He Jinin's hand, pleading for him to kill her. He Jinin inches closer, having slaughtered the entire Wujia village, breaking free from his restraints, now fully merged with a malevolent force, capable of moving freely under the sun. The warm sunlight casts upon his pallid cheeks, his eyes as dark as ink, drawing you into his world, declaring that your transaction has concluded. What can you offer me? His fingers trail up your neck, a murderous intent brewing within him. You sit up slightly, unafraid of his threats. I offer my entire being to you. He Jinin tightens his grip around your throat, relishing the crimson hue that overtakes your face as you struggle for air. Do you desire this? You clutch his wrist, which ensnares your throat. A flicker of satisfaction crosses He Jinin's eyes, as if you have conceded to becoming his wife. If you betray me, I will devour your flesh piece by piece and shatter your soul. He Jinin retracts his hand from your neck. Chapter 15. The abducted female university student 3A snap reverberates through the air. Your roommate, in a frenzy, dashes into oncoming traffic, colliding with a speeding truck. The streets erupt with screams. The truck, out of control, drags your roommate's body forward for several meters, resulting in a gruesome separation of her torso from her lower half. Her crimson entrails spilling across the roadway. Passers-by, frightened by this horrific sight, faint in terror. With the aid of a malevolent spirit, all the filth upon you is cleansed. You know that Jinin will uphold his promise, leaning in to plant a kiss at the corner of his lips. Of course, my malevolent lord. The curtains in the room are abruptly drawn, and you find yourself pinned beneath him as he prepares to collect some interest from his devotee. You allow Jinin to carry you to the bed, the pain coursing through your body, ensuring you remember all the humiliation endured over the past weeks. At 20 years of age, you have consistently excelled academically, receiving countless accolades as the only daughter of doting parents. Yet now, you are bound to a malevolent spirit for eternity? What a jest! Your promises? What do they matter? You are merely exploiting him. Kill him. If you can just eliminate him, everyone who has threatened or harmed you will vanish, and no one will ever know what transpired over these weeks. After cohabitating with Jinin for several months, you leverage connections to secure a talisman from a renowned temple, one capable of vanquishing malevolent spirits. Without hesitation, you reduce the talisman to ash, incorporating it into the porridge you personally brew. After consuming a few spoonfuls, you set the bowl upon the table. Why have you eaten so little? Jinin wraps his arms around you from behind, his hand lingering on your slender waist. Do you not like it? He finds your thinness concerning. Each time he exerts even slight pressure upon you in bed, it feels as if you might snap within his grasp. He, a malevolent spirit, feigns normalcy, performing household chores and preparing porridge for you, as if he were an ordinary boyfriend. Stiffening, you ponder whether he witnessed your actions moments ago. You eat. Turning, you lift the bowl and offer a spoonful to Jinin. He watches your crimson lips in silence, his pitch-black eyes more unsettling than before, suggesting he has discerned your every deed. As he remains unresponsive, you nod and consume the porridge, then press your lips against his, transferring every morsel into his mouth. Jinin's arm tightens around you, effortlessly lifting you as if you were a feather, despite your prior existence as a weak student. Each embrace delivers a jolt from his muscular arms, akin to a true malevolent spirit intent on consuming you whole. You find yourself overwhelmed, your tongue tingling from the intensity, discomfort etched across your brow. You begrudgingly endure his ravenous demands, as if he would wither without your essence, day and night, which increasingly tests your patience and heightens your murderous intent toward him. This encounter feels as if it may be the last. You are startled by your own thoughts. It is impossible. He cannot know your intentions. If he did, he would have already killed you. You have witnessed his lethal methods firsthand. Once, a drunken middle-aged man exposed himself before you, only for Jinin to decapitate him on the spot, his head rolling into a nearby drain. You curse the monk who deceived you, lamenting that so much time has passed with no results. You must have been tricked. Cursed monk. Tomorrow you will face retribution for your temple's deceit. Noticing your distraction, Jinin tightens his grip on your waist. Are you thinking of another man? Your pupils constrict in fear. Jinin's expression darkens, and in an instant, you are whisked from the living room to the bedroom. Who are you thinking of? Who? Jinin's voice rises, the fury of countless spirits echoing within him, born from devouring hundreds of souls. Your class monitor? Or perhaps the one who asked for your contact yesterday? Jinin seizes the nape of your neck, rendering you nearly voiceless from his excessive force. No, liar. Jinin turns your face to meet his, lowering his head to bite your lips, relentlessly tearing at them. You taste iron in your mouth as your lips split under his assault. Struggling, you raise your hands to push against his chest, attempting to calm him, only to inadvertently incite his wrath further. Jinin nearly chokes the woman beneath him. Having saved you, how dare you flirt with another man? Just as you begin to lose consciousness, the talisman finally activates, and he gradually halts his actions. What is wrong? You assist Jinin onto the bed. Jinin feels his heart ablaze, darkness clouding his vision. What is wrong? Seizing the opportunity while his guard is down, you extract a massive brown nail from beneath the pillow, and without hesitation, you channel all your strength into driving it deep into his heart. Jinan grasped your wrist, an air of understanding evident in his tone. Do you wish to kill me? Indeed. You drove the nail further, unperturbed by the threat laced in his voice. What right does a malevolent spirit have to bind me to you for eternity? You glared at Jinan with disdain. What significance did his rescue hold? What did it matter that he aided in the demise of your roommate? You had allowed him to linger in your life for far too long. Now, demanding his life seemed a mere act of clemency on your part. Jinan's form began to wane into transparency, a chilling laughter reverberating through the room. Foolish. His words sent your heart racing. What did it mean? Was your method futile? You exerted more force, nearly embedding the nail entirely. Just die. Until Jinan's entire form dissipated. You cast the nail to the ground. Throughout the ordeal, he had not spilled a single drop of blood, sparing you the hassle of cleaning. You collapsed onto the sofa, gasping as if you had narrowly escaped death, envisioning your future while cursing the haughty Jinan, who remained defiant even at death's door. Finally, you had liberated yourself from this malevolent spirit. Subsequently, you sought the expertise of a renowned psychological hypnotist, completely erasing the memories of your abduction. You graduated smoothly and secured a respectable job. Chapter 16. The Abducted Female College Student 4. Do you feel as if you are losing your mind? Though you live alone, you consistently sense an unseen gaze upon you during the night. You even installed cameras in your room, yet the footage revealed nothing. You began to doubt your mental stability. Weary, you rubbed your temples. Ayao? Ayao? Your colleague called your name several times before you snapped back to reality. Why have you been so distracted lately? You offered an embarrassed smile, confessing to recent bouts of insomnia. Your colleague's patience wore thin, expressing exasperation at the numerous mistakes you had made, which had drawn the ire of your superiors. You murmured an apology, promising to take a leave of absence to recuperate. Your distraction intensified, a sensation akin to being constricted by a python as you drifted into slumber. Even in summer, you turned on the heating, awakening each day to find your waist chilled. Upon returning home, you gazed at your reflection in the mirror. Dark circles had deepened, and your complexion grew increasingly haggard. You resorted to taking sleeping pills, collapsing onto your bed in exhaustion. In your dreams, you felt as though a colossal serpent constricted your entire being, rendering you breathless. In reality, you were ensnared in a shroud of darkness, the murky tendrils traversing your skin. The cameras recorded none of it. The following day, in frustration, you hurled your pillow at the camera above. Coincidentally, your phone screen illuminated, revealing a message from the boy who had recently expressed interest in you. He was a fair-skinned senior you had known since college, his personality charming and lively. You felt inclined to accept his invitation for a date. Yet an inexplicable unease stirred within you. It was as if conceding would precipitate something horrific the following day. Suppressing your discomfort, you attributed it to recent overtime hours affecting your heart rhythm, contemplating a medical checkup. You acquiesced to the boy's request and set your phone aside, entering the bathroom for a shower to stave off the chill. Unbeknownst to you, as you stepped into the bathroom, a swirling black mist began to materialize around you. The phone screen lit up, the passcode unlocked, lingering on the chat interface between you and the boy. Gradually, a crack appeared on the screen. Upon exiting the bathroom, you noticed a fissure on your phone, unable to recall when it had slipped from your grasp. Checking the time, you hurriedly prepared for your meeting at the cafe. As anticipated, the senior confessed his feelings for you. Your underlying anxiety began to swell. Yao Yao. He called your name. You smiled as you accepted the flowers he offered. Before you could finish, darkness enveloped your vision. Rather than fainting, you inexplicably lost your sight. Immediately, you felt a man's arms envelop you. The senior, seemingly startled, had not yet uttered a sound before you heard the sickening sound of flesh being sliced, liquid splattering. Then, a stranger's panic curses filled your ears, but it was brief. The sound of liquid splattering echoed once more. Even without witnessing a murder, you instinctively associated it with numerous cinematic scenes. The blindness instilled profound unease within you. A wave of dizziness washed over you as you were carelessly tossed onto a soft bed. Help! You instinctively cried out, yet the man silenced you with his lips. What ensued felt like a waking nightmare. A person who had never engaged with a man romantically was now being forcibly subdued, especially in a state of blindness. You wished to plead for mercy, to bribe the man pressing you down, yet could not articulate a coherent thought. In a haze, your vision gradually returned, revealing a dimly lit room and an unfamiliar man whose face was marred by resentment and disdain, as though he would tear you apart in the next instant. After losing consciousness, you dreamt of being sold by your roommate to a remote, desolate village during your freshman year, where you encountered a malevolent spirit. Awakening with a racing heart, you clutched your chest, gasping. Huh! The mocking tone of Heejinin echoed in your mind. You trembled uncontrollably. Heejinin? Your pallid face turned toward him, recalling vividly that you had killed him. Heejinin appeared before you in an instant, his hand encircling your neck without applying pressure. Do you remember? Your eyes brimmed with tears as you repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Jinin. I never intended to harm you. I was merely terrified, coerced by others. I loved you so much. How could I bear to hurt you? His palm rested against your bare chest, just above your beating heart, filled with deceit. No, Jinin. Believe me. You continued to plead. Jinin listened coldly as you concocted excuses, attributing every misfortune to others. Unable to tolerate the derision and indifference in his gaze any longer, you erupted. Yes, I did it on purpose. What right does a malevolent spirit like you have to demand an unblemished bond for eternity? I killed you, so what? Heejinin observed your heaving chest, pale with anger. You threatened him. If you possess the courage, kill me. Otherwise, I shall do it again, and again, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Death? You underestimate the complexities of that notion. Heejinin tightened his grip, as if intending to extract your heart. You will not die. You will witness how this loathsome spirit entwines with you through countless lifetimes. In terror, you yearn to flee, but Heejinin effortlessly seized your ankle, pulling you back. Your senior? I have killed him. His tone shifted, the grip on your cheek tightening, causing your jaw to feel as though it might fracture. I will sever your father's head and present it to the children at the nearby elementary school as a ball to kick. I will extract your mother's entrails and use them to strangle her. How's that sound? Your body has completely frozen, tears streaming down your cheeks. You are aware that he has always been a man of his word. Please don't. You grasp Heejinin's wrist, tears continuing to fall. I was wrong. Do not harm my family. Heejinin's palm rests beneath your eyelids, wiping away your tears, his fingers sinking into your skin. This is not the tone of a supplicant. You recall the temple you visited, seemingly preparing to kill him once more, only to be pinned to the bed by the man's grip on your neck. What were you thinking? That old bald donkey? Heejinin scoffs, acknowledging that you indeed almost killed him. Had he not sensed your intentions and hidden his heart beforehand, he would have perished at your hands. It took him 4 years to reconstitute himself, and he swiftly disposed of the old bald donkey by sending him to Wu family village, where the malevolent spirits there tore him apart. Heejinin admires your trembling form. The moment you attempted to take his life, you sought to erase him from your memory through hypnosis. No, please, no. In an instant, you grasped his intent and cried out in apology, I will never betray you again. I was wrong, please don't. You have no say in this matter. Heejinin recalls your earlier defiance, his fingers slowly moving to caress your already chapped lips. You have thoroughly provoked an evil spirit, and the outcome was determined the moment you underestimated him and failed to eradicate him completely. Chapter 17. The streamer who fails to maintain her fish tank. You are a small game streamer on a live broadcasting platform. Not only do you raise fish, but you also entice minors into gifting you a total of 500,000. Now, you are on the brink of disaster, entirely oblivious, still engaged in your final scam. In a cramped and chaotic rental room, you huddle in bed, frowning at the messages flooding your phone, unable to comprehend what these men are clamoring about. One after another, they wish to meet you offline. World's number 1 sword. Sister, can we meet? World's number 1 sword. I won't disturb you. I just want to take you out for a meal. You feel somewhat irritated. Had he not gifted you 50,000 in one go? you would have blocked him long ago. Meanwhile, Su Yinan is holding his younger brother's phone, intent on exposing you, the scammer, giving you a good scolding. He cannot believe his younger brother has been duped into gifting you over 500,000. To the Su family, that amount is mere pocket change. What troubles him most is that his foolish younger brother is incessantly pestering him to watch your live stream. Ever since you scammed Su Yanwen out of 50,000, you have not streamed for over 2 months. Su Yanwen has been acting like a madman, pestering him to uncover your personal information. 26-year-old Su Yinan furrows his brow as he holds Su Yanwen's phone, frustrated that his rebellious brother is so obedient in your presence, calling you sister at every turn. Most of the time, you do not reply to his messages. Even when you do, saying too noisy, he immediately apologizes and sends you a red envelope of 52,000 to cheer you up. Brother, give me back my phone. Su Yanwen is on the verge of tears, having not heard your voice since you stopped streaming. Though he has your personal contact, you rarely respond to him, and he has reluctantly come to his brother for help. Unbeknownst to you, the live streaming platform you are on is owned by the Su family. At this moment, you do not see any issue with the fool who gifted you 50,000. The real complications lie with the other 2 individuals. You're not just a streamer scamming for gifts. You're also romantically involved with 2 men online. Now both are clamoring to meet you in person, which is quite vexing. Su Yinan tosses the phone back to Su Yanwen, muttering a curse, fool. Su Yanwen clutches the phone, shedding tears. You are the fool. Su Yinan has his foolish brother thrown out of the office. He takes out his own phone, staring at the screen for a long time, but you still have not replied. He randomly selects a photo of himself shirtless from his gallery and sends it to you, ripped abs glistening with moisture. You receive the photo from Su Yinan, but you have grown weary of these men's physiques, as you cannot touch them. You pout, too lazy to engage with Su Yinan, and exit to message other men. You casually forward a picture of a handbag to another one of your fish. Brother, this handbag is so beautiful. Can you buy it for me? I want to take it when I meet you. Ding dong. The phone notification echoes in the quiet, tense conference room, causing everyone to hold their breath. Chu, he has been sullen all day, more difficult to please than usual, and the crowd is in distress. When they hear the sound, they initially think it is some unfortunate soul whose phone is not muted during the meeting. Seeing Chu E pick up his phone, they breathe a sigh of relief, thinking he will not involve them in trouble. Upon realizing you have finally agreed to meet, Chu E casually transfers 200,000 to you. Meeting adjourned. Chu E returns to his office and initiates a video call with you. You hesitate to answer, but since he just sent you money, you have no choice. Quickly donning a black wig and a mask to conceal your excessively pale face, you answer the call. Chu E narrows his eyes, noticing that you have changed your wig once more. Hello, brother, you sweetly greet. Chu E frowns. Why is your voice hoarse? You lower your eyelashes, feeling guilty, knowing it is because of the previous night with Su Yinan that your throat still hurts. It has become a bit chilly here. You casually fabricate an excuse. Chu E attentively observes your fingers curling slightly, a telltale sign of your guilt. When shall we meet? He plays with a pen in his long fingers. If you refuse him again, he might just take you back and have his way with you. Are you also in a city? You lift your hand to smooth your bangs. Yes. Chu E notices your excessively pale fingers, having given you so much money and yet allowing you to deteriorate like this. Then let us meet tomorrow. You have already purchased your plane ticket, intending to meet Chu E tomorrow, then visit Su Yinan before heading abroad. Brother, I need a shower now, so I will hang up. Goodbye. After ending the call, you message Su Yinan, we will meet tomorrow. Su Janan, utterly exasperativa Su Yanwen. Retrieves your personal information from the back end. Staring at your somewhat familiar face, Su Yinan is momentarily taken aback. He calls you again, and you answer. Take off your mask. Brother, you begin to whine, but are interrupted by the man's commanding voice. 50,000, take off your mask. Hearing the mention of money, you obediently remove your mask, knowing that he will see your face tomorrow anyway. Thank you, brother. You flash a sweet smile. Su Yinan's gaze flits between the computer and phone screens, ultimately restraining himself. When shall we meet? Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon at Chiyu Cafe, shall we? The call ends, and Su Yinan pulls up your usual livestream footage. The same voice, the same tone, along with the photos you sent to Su Yanwen not long ago. Some in JK uniforms revealing your legs. others showing your waist and abdomen. Su Yinen's expression darkens. While he has been sending you money and photos to entice you, you have stubbornly refused to send him even one picture, and video calls required much coaxing before you agreed. The mouse in his hand clicks softly. A prolonged silence settles in the office once more. Su Yinen had no intention of investigating your personal information, but how could he ignore that you scammed his brother? The two brothers have been thoroughly ensnared by your deceit. You find yourself in a situation where you are both a pet and an ATM. Soon, all your secrets were transmitted to Su Yinen's mobile phone, including the fact that you were simultaneously entertaining 3 men on WeChat. A dark aura enveloped Su Yinen, who was taken aback to discover that you had deceived yet another man, Chu Yi, the heir of the Chu family. Should he label you as reckless or merely greedy? Chapter 18. The downfall of the fish farming streamer. Too unbeknownst to you, your true identity had been exposed. You donned a raven black wig, applying the thickest foundation to mask your excessively pale skin. You suffer from a congenital condition of albinism, which leaves your hair, eyelashes, and skin unnaturally white, with the exception of your eyes, which are common brown for Asians. This is the only aspect of you that appears normal. You harbor a profound disdain for your appearance, leading you to deceive men online, manipulating your images and sweetly calling them brother, causing them to follow you like loyal dogs. You are utterly enamored by this attention, a stark contrast to your reality where you are dismissed and scorned. However, you remain oblivious to the fact that even dogs can bite, and the ones you have entangled yourself with are far from ordinary. Upon arriving at the designated location, you pushed the door open and spotted Chu Yi alone in the cafe. Though puzzled, you approached him. You had chosen this cafe for its popularity, filled with patrons. As a precaution against any potential violent reactions from Chu Yi should he disagree with your intention to end a relationship. Chu Yi sat impatiently in the cheap cafe until the glass door swung open. Upon seeing your exposed skin, he was struck by how your appearance starkly contrasted with that in your videos. Your lashes were unevenly white, and the mascara on your cheeks had nearly melted away, causing dark streaks beneath your eyes. Dressed in a cheap black dress, it was evident that you had not invested your money wisely. In your bag was clearly a low-quality item from a street vendor. Your attempts to darken your skin were overly conspicuous, revealing your aversion to whiteness. You took a seat across from Chu Yi, greeting him with a sweet smile. "Brother, have you been waiting long?" Chu Yi scrutinized you intensely, making you uncomfortable. Yet you maintained your facade. "Brother, I wish to discuss something important." Unbeknownst to you, Su Yinen and Su Yanwen were discreetly observing from a distance, their eyes fixed on you. A listening device hidden on the table captured every word as you began to express your desire to break up with Chu Yi. Chu Yi grasped your wrist, the foundation staining his fingers as he inquired, "Did you not bring your bag to meet me? Where is it?" He pulled out a tissue to wipe his fingers clean. Paralyzed with dread, you stammered, "I must have accidentally gotten foundation on my wrist while leaving." Your mind raced with one singular thought. You could not allow him to discover that you were an albino. You loathed your appearance, feeling utterly repulsed. Chu Yi discarded the tissue onto the floor, his polished shoe crushing it as he calmly asked, "You want to break up with me? Why?" You recited the excuse you had meticulously prepared, albeit a rather feeble one, stating that you needed to focus on your civil service exam and that a relationship would be a distraction. To your surprise, Chu Yi accepted your decision with an unsettling calmness and rose to leave the cafe. Elated, you could hardly believe how easily you had manipulated a wealthy man. Once Chu Yi had departed, you retrieved your foundation to touch up the areas he had touched. You have been audacious, juggling 3 men simultaneously on WeChat and summoning all of them to the same place under the same pretense. Should one label you foolish or simply careless in your disinterest towards them? Delighted to have successfully dismissed the 3 troublesome men, you pulled out a compact mirror to perfect your makeup before joyfully exiting the cafe. Having resolved this significant dilemma, you decided to indulge in a stroll, relishing the effort you had put into your appearance. Just as you were about to push open the glass door, you felt a surge of triumph for having so easily swindled 3 men out of millions online. However, your elation was short-lived as you caught sight of the 3 men you had just dismissed standing before a black car, waiting for you. You froze, your mind racing as you turned to flee down a narrow alley. The only thought that consumed you was the need to escape, for staying would mean certain doom. Unfortunately, fortune was not on your side, as a torrential downpour soon began. Your wig became a painful burden as it pulled at your scalp, forcing you to remove it and clutch it in your hand. The foundation was washed away by the rain, leaving you vulnerable. Hiding in an alley, you wiped the raindrops from your face, glancing around nervously. Fortunately, you were familiar with the cafe's location. The reflection in a nearby car's side mirror revealed your disheveled state, causing you to panic and cover your face, pleading, "No, my foundation." The wig lay abandoned on the ground as you frantically searched your tattered bag for the foundation, teetering on the brink of despair. Your vigilance heightened as you scanned the area, praying no one would witness your grotesque appearance. Just then, a bottle of inexpensive foundation was presented to you by a pair of remarkably delicate hands. You looked up in a daze to find Chu-E before you. Before you could rise, you were suddenly swept off your feet from behind. Turning in alarm, you found yourself in the embrace of Su Yenwen. "Sister, why are you running?" he asked, burying his face into your damp shoulder. The black dress clung tightly to your body, soaked through by the rain, and a gust of wind sent shivers down your spine. Not only were you chilled physically, but the fear coursing through you made your body tremble as you faced the three men. Even while fleeing, you could feel your legs shaking, nearly collapsing to the ground. Strands of wet hair clung to your face, and as Chu-E dropped the foundation, the glass bottle shattered, sending shards flying and cutting your calf. Soon enough, the foundation you had applied was tainted with blood. Su Yen sighed, slowly crouching before you, pressing his finger firmly against your wound. The combination of cold and fear dulled your senses, but the pain finally registered, causing you to wince without daring to protest. The three men surrounded you like an impenetrable wall, leaving you with no chance of escape. Exhausted from running and overwhelmed by terror, your frail body could endure no more, and you fainted into Su Yenwen's arms. He wrapped his arms around your slender waist, exerting immense restraint to prevent himself from squeezing the life out of you. On the very first day you became his top supporter, he had asked if you were single. You not only deceived him, but also ensnared both his brother and Chu-E in your web of lies. Su Yenin and Chu-E, these two demons, would surely lead to your downfall. The moment Su Yenin chose to reveal the truth to the two men, Su Yenwen realized that your life was irrevocably over, and your dreams of pursuing a career in art were dashed. Chapter 19. The Downfall of the Fish Farming Streamer 3 when you regain consciousness. You found yourself in an unfamiliar room, your rain-soaked clothes replaced with something dry. Nearby, Chu-E was handling business matters. He slowly raised his head, removed his gold-rimmed glasses, and approached you step by step. You covered your face, attempting to burrow into the quilt, only to have your wrist seized by Su Yenin, who questioned your evasiveness. Su Yenwen set aside his gaming device, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Sister, it's time for us to settle accounts." You trembled uncontrollably, retreating further as Chu-E embraced you from behind. "Sister, how could you think of leaving me to go abroad?" Su Yenwen approached, playfully licking your cheek, feigning a respect that felt insincere. "I will repay you," you protested, struggling against the grip on your wrist, desperate to pull away. "I'm so unattractive that you would only be disgusted by me." Your mind raced, searching for a plausible excuse to escape this predicament. Su Yenin chuckled softly, as if your fear was amusing. "Shall I go first?" he asked, tossing the quilt aside. Su Yenwen furrowed his brow, saying, "Brother, you've frightened her." Hearing him refer to Su Yenwen as brother left you in shock. Your siblings?" "Indeed, sister," Su Yenwen replied. "We are full-blooded brothers, both toyed with by you like mere dogs. Aren't you proud of that?" His words, though gentle in tone, bore a playful malice that sent chills down your spine. With a pale face, you turned to the other man, pleading, Save me." Su Yenwen grasped her chin, his voice laced with false pity, yet his expression was commanding. "Sister, I will be your most obedient little dog. Choose me, please." Your reluctance to make a choice caused Chu-E to tighten his grip on your wrist. "What, do you wish for all three of us?" he taunted. "You want to deceive three men at once? At this stage, you still desire all three?" No, no, you shook your head, tears streaming down your face from Chu Yi's mockery. I will repay you. I will return the money. Chu Yi leaned down and bit your lip, reminding you of the time you tempted him online, leaving you nearly fainting from fear as the three men loomed over you, unyielding. Yuan 1. I choose Yuan 1, you finally declared, opting for the one who had typically catered to your whims. At least he seemed more compassionate. Did you hear that? Sister chose me, Su Yanwen proclaimed as he pushed Chu Yi away. Su Yanwen chuckled, his fingers tracing your crimson lips, causing you to tremble. You're such a lunatic, you thought, recalling your online interactions with him. Shoo, he hushed, covering your lips. Save your strength. There will be plenty for you later. You felt utterly confined by the three. Su Yanwen, the most amiable of the trio, clung to your side. Sister, they're being too much. Will you choose me again tonight? You close your eyes, pushing Su Yanwen away with distaste. Go away. He remained undeterred, willing to endure your disdain just to be near you, even if it meant accepting the ambiguous relationship among the four of you. I will make sister very happy, he insisted, practically wagging his tail in delight. You truly resemble a dog, Yuan 1, you quipped as Su Yanwen frowned and lifted you from Su Yanwen's embrace. What is wrong with that? Even if I'm a dog, I am still sister's favorite little dog, Su Yanwen replied shamelessly, inching closer. Sister likes me best, doesn't she? You hesitated, finally stating, I've already told you. I haven't spent a single cent. It's all in my bank. If you wish, you can retrieve it all. You insisted. I will not report you for what you have done. So let me go. Grasping Su Yanwen's collar, you repeated, let me go. This is illegal. Chu Yi paused in his signing, his temperament the most stable among the three, yet his calm demeanor sent an ominous chill through you. From today onward, your range of movement is confined to this room. You stared at him in disbelief. If you continue to misbehave, you will never leave this bed. I would gladly treat you as a cripple. Su Yanwen bit your shoulder, adding further insult. Chu Yi frowned, cautioning Su Yanwen to cease. Suddenly, Su Yanwen's expression darkened, declaring, she was my first catch. You should be the one to stop. Chu Yi, he retorted, licking the bite mark he left on your shoulder, asserting his dominance. Su Yanwen, perturbed, questioned why they constantly bickered in your presence, nearly scaring you to death. If you wish to argue, take it outside, he suggested, attempting to pull you from Su Yanwen's grasp, only to receive a sharp kick to the knee in return. Who allowed you to speak to me like that? Su Yanwen snapped, showing no mercy even to his own brother. Su Yanwen scoffed, unafraid, you're frightening her. You felt exasperated as the three men frequently quarreled over you. There was nothing to be pleased about. Fatigue crept onto your pale face. I wish to rest. You closed your eyes, hoping that if you didn't witness the chaos, it would all disappear. Unfortunately, you underestimated Chu Yi's punitive resolve. Rather than a punishment, it felt more akin to jealousy. Despite the initial agreement to toy with you, he felt humiliated and enraged. Ironically, while you often scolded Su Yanwen more harshly, you found his clinginess easier to bear. In the presence of him and Su Yanwen, you remained emotionally withdrawn, like a wooden figure refusing to express any feelings. Both the proud Chu Yi and Su Yanwen refused to deny their original pact, suppressing their jealousy as they continued with their arrangement. Meanwhile, Su Yanwen, the youngest, adored playing the charming role, always appearing to comfort you after the punishments inflicted by Su Yanwen and Chu Yi. You, who fancied yourself adept at manipulating men, found yourself ensnared in a game of control. Chapter 20. The darkly jealous, illegitimate daughter. You have imprisoned the eldest son of a merchant family. You are the unwanted child of the Jiang family, a lowly rat who can be bullied even by the servants, while Shangli is the closest friend of Jiang Chenran, the most favored child of the Jiang family. He and Jiang Chenran had planned a race at Timu Mountain. However, a sudden downpour rendered the roads treacherous, resulting in both of them falling off a cliff into the sea. Jiang Chenran was rescued, but suffered broken legs, while Shangli was fortuitously discovered by you on that fateful day. Jiang Chenran was left with shattered legs, and Shangli became blind. This should have been the happiest event for you in a long time. You were brought back to the Jiang family at the age of 6. You vividly recall that day, kneeling in the snow for 3 hours until Jiang Chenran's mother finally allowed you entry into the household. Life in the Jiang family was not too harsh. At least it was better than the dire existence you endured with your mother. Your mother, a woman who aspired to soar as a star, lost her career due to an unplanned pregnancy. She often lamented to you about your being a girl. And after such remarks, she would weep in your arms. Never trust men, were her last words before she passed away. Perhaps due to your gender, Jiang Mu did not overly target you, allowing you to attend school normally. Jiang Chenran mostly ignored you. It wasn't until Jiang Chenran's 16th birthday that you unexpectedly encountered Shang Li, who had come to celebrate. Shang Li lived up to his name, his exquisite features marred by a hint of ferocity, making him a figure to be avoided in high school. Thus, you always steered clear of him and his companions. Shang Li unexpectedly encountered you in the back garden of the Jiang residence, tending to the flowers. "Hey, who are you? I've never seen you at the Jiang family." "Of course not," you replied. "You, the disgrace that looms over Jiang Mu, would never allow me to meet any outsiders." Jiang Chenran, who usually displayed no emotion toward you in front of others, now wore a face full of disdain, viewing you as nothing more than a trivial object. Such derogatory terms were often employed by the Jiang family servants to refer to you. "Oh, why not let me play with her?" Shang Li, surprised to see his friend exhibit such feelings, suddenly felt a mischievous urge to tease you. "Suit yourself," Jiang Chenran retorted, tightening his grip on a cigarette before extinguishing it between his fingers and turning back to the living room. "How boring." Shang Li waved goodbye to you, remarking, "That little thing, see you next time." It was on that day that an intense jealousy and destructive desire towards them began to take root within you. Regaining your composure, you opened the door to your rented room and found Shang Li bound by iron chains. You were indeed afraid of him, even during high school. You often went out of your way to avoid him, hiding in your room whenever he visited the Jiang family. Yet now, he was merely a wounded tiger, blind in one eye and shackled by you. You poured yourself a cup of hot water and placed the cheapest 10 yuan meal in front of Shang Li. "Hey, it's time to eat." The favored youngest son of a Shang family had never endured such humiliation. The nauseating, cheap scent of repeatedly used sesame oil mingled with plastic assaulted his nostrils. In disgust, he tipped the meal you prepared onto the floor. "Don't let me catch you." Shang Li tretanat fierseli. You scoffed, "Not eating? Fine by me. Just look at your strength. If you don't eat, so be it." You forcefully pushed Shang Li into the bedchamber. Your mother was once the most stunning and renowned actress 20 years ago, and you, of course, inherited her beauty. Gradually tightening the chains that bound Shang Li to the bed, his limbs were firmly secured. This action filled him with utter humiliation. Before he could utter another insult, your soft lips silenced him. As he attempted to bite you, you swiftly withdrew and then raised your hand to slap him hard. "Be obedient." This was Shang Li's first experience of being slapped, especially by a stranger. It was an enormous disgrace. Your fingers lingered over his perfectly sculpted abs as you reveled in the humiliation and rage that crossed his face. Bound and helpless, Shang Li could not resist you. He would not let this cursed woman who dared to treat him thus escape unscathed. His first time had been taken from him by an unfamiliar woman. "Don't make me find out who you are, or else." You interrupted him with another slap, cutting off his unfinished threat. However, given your waning strength, it lacked the force of before. Shang Li felt the softness of your fingers. Your lips were soft, your fingers were soft, your entire being was soft. "Shut up. Be good." You were truly exhausted, and your words no longer bore the icy cruelty from before. Instead, they mixed with the gentleness and warmth of a daughter. Shang Li's mind inexplicably wandered to the person from the Jiang family who intrigued him, who seemed to possess a similar softness as you. Noticing that he was lost in thought, you delivered another slap. As you prepared to strike again, he warned, "Try hitting me again, and I, Shang Li, will make you pay 100-fold. You scoffed, ultimately refraining from the blow. You climbed off the bed and entered the bathroom, disregarding Shang Li's shouts. With an impassive expression, you washed yourself, then took the contraceptive pill before exiting the bathroom. Upon returning to your room, you frowned at the messy state of the bed and bent down to release Shang Li from his chains. You certainly wouldn't tea-bathe him. Unexpectedly, Shang Li lunged at you, pinning you to the bed, gripping your neck, you're seeking death. You seized his wrist, striking him repeatedly. The rapid breaths of a woman sprayed across his face, a stark contrast to your earlier passion. Grabbing a cup from the bedside, you smashed it over his head, causing him to lose consciousness. Cough, cough, you coughed, this madman. After restraining Shang Li once more, you contemplated purchasing a longer chain. Kicking him in annoyance at the red marks on his neck, you muttered, "What a rabid dog." Once released, he bites. Feeling too lazy to clean the bedding, you tossed the sheets into the trash. You then stepped out to buy gauze and medicine to stop the bleeding from Shang Li's head. "Don't die on me now." You kicked him again, irritated that he remained unruly even in chains. Next time, you'd have to drug him. You tossed a few bread rolls and bottles of mineral water onto Shang Li before leaving the rented room, indifferent to whether he ate or drank, thinking if he was unsatisfied, he could starve. Chapter 21. The envious and jealous illegitimate daughter. 2. Why are you wearing a silk scarf? Jiang Chunran furrowed his brow. Why have you been gone so long? You smiled charmingly. Is it beautiful? Jiang Chunran's scrutinizing gaze remained fixed on your emerald green scarf. You obediently knelt down, extending your hands to massage his somewhat atrophied muscles. Is my strength sufficient? Your delicate fingers lightly traced his calf. Jiang Chunran attempted to push you away. From your perspective, you could see the softness of your neck and shoulders, just as he had when he first saw you at the age of 16. You revealed a hint of your exquisite chin, adopting the gentlest posture as you massaged his numb calf muscles. Half an hour later, you finally left Jiang Chunran's room. When did you realize Jiang Chunran's feelings towards you? Perhaps it was when you were 15, accidentally discovering that he had cut out your photo. You initially thought he despised you, making you more cautious around the Jiang family, until you found your missing underwear in his room. It dawned on you that the illustrious firstborn of the Jiang family harbored such repulsive thoughts. At first, you were indeed frightened. However, witnessing his disdain for you in front of Shang Li filled you with a desire to drag him down, even if it meant using your own body. You would not let these two men have it easy. In the future, you could smile and say, "I've had my fun with both the sons of the Jiang and Shang families." After leaving the room, Jiang Mu summoned you to her chamber. Are you cultivating feelings with that Wei family heir, or are you cultivating feelings for your brother? You knelt in fear. How ironic it was in this new era to still grovel like a slave before them. With your head bowed submissively, you replied, "Nothing, madam. My brother merely asked when I would get married." Married? Do you, a lowly, illegitimate daughter, deserve a wedding from the Jiang family? I wouldn't dare, madam. Yao Yao wouldn't dare harbor such thoughts. Within a month, go and obtain a marriage certificate with him. Yes, madam. Kneel here for an hour and then get out. Yes, madam. You indeed knelt for a full hour, tears streaming down your face as you limped out of the room. Why are you crying? Jiang Chunran, seated in a wheelchair, observed your limping figure. Although he knew his mother had punished you, he pretended to be unaware, as if his indifference could conceal his despicable thoughts about you. It's nothing. You wiped your tears, your eyes red as you attempted to bypass Jiang Chunran. Yet, as you passed him, you stumbled directly into his embrace. I'm so sorry. You hurriedly scrambled away from him. Ouch! Get up, Jiang Chunran grunted. You pushed him away, stumbling and colliding with the wall. Your arm throbbing with pain as you let out a gasp, tears spilling from your eyes. Em sorry. Enduring the agony and the tears welling in your eyes, you limped back to your room. Upon returning, you expressionlessly removed the knee pads from your knees, cursing that old hag under your breath. How pitiful and sad she was, taking out her frustrations on you for her inability to control men. In just a month, she had arranged for you to marry that worthless scion of the Wei family, treating you as if you were some stray dog to be discarded. Her good son had broken both his legs, yet she intended to use you to forge a union for his advantage. Was she not being overly optimistic? Even a dog would bite when provoked. A knock came at the door, and you smirked, shoving the knee pads beneath your pillow. You scattered a few empty bottles around the floor and pulled your skirt down a few inches. After taking a few hasty swigs of alcohol, you opened the door. Jiang Chunran stood there, his brow furrowed. Remembering how you had cried so pitifully, he had returned from his room with some ointment, only to be taken aback by your disheveled, drunken appearance. "You've been drinking?" Jiang Chunran nearly crushed the ointment in his hand. "How could you?" appearing so obedient. Dare to drink openly in the Jiang household? You retorted through your tears. You have no right to tell me what to do. Startled by your outburst, Jiang Chunran quickly pushed his wheelchair into the room and shut the door, preparing to reprimand you, fearing you would attract attention from others. What do you mean I have no right? He demanded, snatching the bottle from your grasp. After all, I'm getting married in a month, so you clearly have no authority over me. You attempted to reclaim the bottle, clambering onto him. Married? Jiang Chunran seized your chin, compelling you to meet his gaze. You averted your eyes, unable to face the darkness in his. Of course, it's that useless young master of the Wei family. The one who is most adept at playing with women and squandering wealth. You mocked, tilting your head at Jiang Chunran. His brow tightened as he quickly recalled the individual you mentioned. Rubbing his temples, he sighed and assured you, you will not marry him. You shook your head defiantly. I don't believe you. You two only bully me. As you spoke, you shifted your position on his lap, lifting your skirt in a bold gesture. Before he could stop you, he caught sight of her knees, which were bruised and blue from kneeling. Despite wearing knee pads, the pain was evident. The dark marks on your pale skin were unmistakably the result of years of punishment. Jiang Chunran intended to pull your skirt down, unwilling to argue with a drunken fool. Yet you suddenly grasped his hand and placed it on your waist. What are you doing? He yelled in anger, though his hand did not withdraw. Your smile grew sweeter. With a scowl, Jiang Chunran retracted his right hand, feeling a lingering attachment to the softness of your skin. Maneuvering his wheelchair beside your bed, he tossed you onto it and covered you with a blanket, wishing to avoid further confrontation with you in your inebriated state. You struggled to get up, inadvertently revealing the knee pads beneath your pillow. Jiang Chunran picked them up with his fingertips, and in an instant, everything became clear to him. You deceived me? He exclaimed, lifting your hands high above your head. Let me go. You protested, struggling to escape. You wish to take revenge on her? Jiang Chunran tugged at the scarf around your neck. You knew precisely who he referred to. Jiang Chunran recalled the truth he had uncovered. Your mother was audacious, daring to bring a child not of the Jiang lineage into the Jiang household. Or perhaps she was merely adept at deception, until her dying breath. She had feigned affection for Jiang Feng, that useless man, successfully fooling everyone. Little did she know that Jiang Chunran had awakened from a sweat-drenched nightmare at the age of 14. As you struggled, the scarf around your neck slipped away. Jiang Chunran's hand found your neck, where he noticed the red marks left by Shangli. Who hurt you? He inquired, but you remained silent. His other hand moved to your bruised knee, applying slight pressure that made you wince with pain. Did that Wei boy injure you? Jiang Chunran pondered. Knowing you were under his control, the only man you had interacted with was the one your mother had arranged for you. You replied vaguely, your eyes betraying a hint of panic. Such a disobedient girl, he remarked, recognizing your lies. What had you transformed into this defiant version of yourself, right beneath his nose? You don't wish to marry that waste? He probed. You turned your head away, realizing he had uncovered your plans. What will you offer me in exchange? I don't need your help. Leave. You grimaced in disgust. Jiang Chunran's expression hardened. He disliked seeing resistance on your face. Jiang Chunran touched the red mark on your neck, his eyes dark and unreadable. How repulsive, how revolting. This was truly beyond disgusting. A madman. He was nothing short of insane. Originally intending to escape the marriage by leveraging Jiang Chunran's influence, the events that transpired made you reconsider. Marrying that waste might be preferable. At least once married, you could potentially escape the Jiang family's watchful eye. You sat numbly in the water. The next day, you returned to your rented room. Shangli heard the door open. You fastened the newly purchased shackles onto his feet, longer than the previous ones to allow for easier movement. Hey, if you kiss me voluntarily, I'll unlock the handcuffs on you. How about that? You taunted, slapping Shangli's face. Woman, you will regret this, he hissed, wishing he could strangle you. You raised your hand again, striking him, then glanced at the untouched bread nearby. From yesterday until now, you haven't eaten or drunk anything, yet you still need to relieve yourself, right? You remarked crudely. Shangli's face flushed crimson. What if I just wait here until you wet your pants? You teased, unwrapping a well-packed steak. The familiar aroma wafted through the air, and Shangli quickly identified it as a particular brand. What day is it today? he asked, the veins on his hands bulging as he stepped closer to you, kissing the tear mole beneath your eye. Such a good boy. You patted his head, feeling a strange satisfaction from his submissiveness. Lost in thought about the events of yesterday, Shangli complained, "Hey, you're zoning out in front of me." You snapped back to reality, smiling as you sat across from him. "You must be good at kissing. Stick out your tongue." Shangli noticed that today you carried a hint of a woody fragrance. Searching his memory, he realized it was the customized perfume of Jiang Chenran. No one in Jiang City, aside from him, used that particular scent. Someone from the Jiang family? Shangli narrowed his eyes, recalling the tear mole he had just kissed. Jiang Yao. Yesterday, he had felt your voice was familiar. Shangli obediently stuck out his tongue. You burst into laughter. "Hey, Shangli, you look like a little puppy." He seemed to swallow his retorts, instead asking, "What exactly are you planning by binding me here?" You chuckled at his perplexed expression. "The more miserable you are, the happier I become." Witnessing his resistance diminish compared to yesterday, you finally showed mercy and unlocked his handcuffs and shackles, leaving only the newly purchased ankle chain. The moment Shangli was freed, he pinned you beneath him, possessing the strength to easily snap your waist with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, inexplicably, you found yourself intrigued by his confinement. For reasons unknown, fear did not grip you in his presence. "Shangli, let me go," you uttered, your voice tinged with a faint sense of helplessness. "Do you have feelings for me?" Shangli inquired, his tone unwaveringly confident. Yes, I like you," you responded nonchalantly. Your casual agreement sending ripples through Shangli's heart, akin to stones cast into a tranquil lake. "I consulted a doctor regarding your eyes. Once the blood clot in your brain dissipates, your vision will be fully restored." Shangli replied dismissively, his actions unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to whether his sight would return. You gazed at his sweat-drenched face, rivulets of perspiration trickling down to his Adam's apple. Both Shangli and Jiang Chenran had succumbed to your charms, a thought that filled you with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Shangli, sensing your distraction, pinched your waist. "Are you lost in thought?" Returning to the present, your focus shifted back to him. "What? Afraid I'm thinking of another man?" Shangli let out a scoff, aware of your stubbornness. Previously, you would shy away from him, hiding in your room, unwilling to face him, even running away with your head bowed when he deliberately confronted you at school. Yet, regardless of your demeanor, he found himself captivated. Chapter 23. The dark and jealous illegitimate daughter. You had not returned to that rented room. Instead, leaving behind dozens of loaves of bread and several bottles of mineral water for Shangli. You no longer offered to massage Jiang Chenran's legs, seemingly anticipating your impending marriage. Jiang Chenran noticed your avoidance, and in a bid to escape him, you even approached his mother, who already disliked you. Your repeated attempts to engage her regarding your marriage only deepened her disdain. Time flew swiftly, and soon your wedding day would arrive. An illegitimate daughter paired with an illegitimate son, neither of you deserving even an engagement banquet. You found yourself ushered into a black car. As you sat within, you cast a glance at Jiang Chenran standing at the entrance of the Jiang family home. "Hi," you scoffed. He promised you wouldn't marry, yet after sleeping with you, he had taken no action to prevent it. It was utterly disgusting. You averted your gaze, knowing you would soon escape the Jiang household. The vehicle halted before a modest villa. Exiting the car, you surveyed the dwelling. At the very least, the useless young master of the Wei family provided a refuge for you. Your belongings were taken by servants who guided you to the master bedroom. The room's stark black and white decor caused you to frown, evoking a sense of mental imbalance. You said little, retreating to the bathroom for a shower. Unbeknownst to you, during your bath, someone had entered, sitting in the spot you had just vacated and idly toying with your old, worn-out phone. The impending marriage weighed heavily on your mind, and you hastily rinsed off, exiting the bathroom. You noticed a man seated on the sofa. Unable to see his face, you opted to ignore the illegitimate son. Neither of you held a position of superiority, and he did not require your flattery. You sat beside him, using a hairdryer to dry your hair, your gaze never straying to the other occupant of the room. Suddenly, a hand rested on your shoulder, startling you, nearly causing you to drop the hairdryer. You switched it off, turning to scold the intruder, only to freeze upon recognizing his face. "Shangli," you exclaimed, stepping back in shock. "What? Surprised to see me?" Shangli raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing here?" You managed to suppress your rising panic. Hearing your familiar voice, he forcefully pinned you to the bed. "What are you doing?" You protested, annoyance creeping into your tone. Yet, Shangli disregarded your objections, tightening his grip around your neck, reliving the sensations of that day. Hearing your voice confirmed your identity, and his fury surged. You had audaciously taken his first time, then abandoned him in that dilapidated rented room for over a month. "You slapped me 4 times, he said, his palm poised to return the favor. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," you stammered, averting your gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "Huh," Shangli scoffed, indifferent to your denial. "You dared to marry that useless way?" He had never witnessed you so brazen. Previously, you had always appeared soft, harmless, and timid before him. He had not anticipated such audacity from you. "I warned you. I will repay you 100-fold for what you have done to me," Shangli declared, lifting you effortlessly, spinning you so that you were entirely draped across his lap. "What are you doing?" you exclaimed, realizing his intentions. You struggled to escape, but he produced handcuffs, securing your wrists to the headboard. "Stop. You're crossing a line," you cried, your face flushed with humiliation, utterly unprepared for him to spank you. Another slap echoed. "Are you out of your mind?" you protested, opening your mouth to bite down on Shangli's thigh in retaliation. "Ow!" he gasped, taken aback by your fierce bite. Gripping your chin, he pulled you away, his patience wearing thin. "Where's Wei Shi? Aren't you supposed to marry him? Where did you put him?" You struggled against him. "Do you like Wei Shi?" Shangli's gaze bore into you, his eyes dark with desire. You twisted your face in disgust. "Shangli, don't tell me you want to sleep with me." "And what if I do?" His preference for your defiant demeanor only fueled his desire to dominate you further. "Are you insane?" You attempted to bite him again, but he easily restrained you. "If you can't behave, I'll sew your mouth shut," he warned, his fingers tracing your lips. A shiver coursed through you, recalling the time you had unwittingly witnessed him seal a boy's mouth with glue in the gym. That incident had revealed the depths of his character, aligning perfectly with his namesake. Shangli relished the shift from your disdain to fear, a transformation he found immensely satisfying. "You saw that, didn't you?" he asked, his palm resting on your head. You remained silent for a long moment. "What do you want? If you had been obedient from the start, it would have been easier," he mused, pinching your cheeks as he extended his tongue. Your face reddened, surprised by his mimicry. "Hurry up," he urged, his earlier flirtation replaced by a menacing intensity. You closed your eyes, extending your tongue in submission. "Good girl," he praised, patting your head as if you were a pet. "I told you, for every action you took against me, you shall repay me 100-fold. Your body stiffened in horror. You had confined him for a month. Did that mean he intended to imprison you for 100 months? You had struck him 4 times. Would you suffer 400 strikes in return? Shangli watched your expression shift, clearly entertained by your dawning realization of the punishments awaiting you. "Little puppy," he taunted, and you felt an overwhelming urge to return to a month prior and torment him thoroughly. Allowing him to escape so easily felt like an affront to your dignity. "How regrettable. Did you wish for that month to be less intimate with me?" Shangli noticed the remorse etched upon your face. Was he lamenting the fact that he did not eliminate me? Shangli grasped your right hand that had aimed the dagger at him. The dagger, which you had concealed beneath the pillow, was originally intended to safeguard against Wei Shi, yet it ended up being used against Shangli. Yao Yao, you are still rather naive. Shangli exerted a slight pressure, causing you to relinquish the dagger in pain, which he carelessly discarded to the ground. "I have been far too lenient with you." The expression on Shangli's face grew entirely devoid of emotion. After a prolonged silence, he let out a lonely sigh and tenderly ran his fingers through your disheveled hair. "Shall we play nicely together?" But no, your lips were covered by Shangli's hand, as if he wished to silence any utterance that might bring him displeasure. Chapter 24. The dark and jealous illegitimate daughter. 5. You never anticipated that Shangli would completely imprison you. Despite your engagement to Wei Shi, it remained a mystery how he managed to silence the Wei family. Your repeated defiance and verbal insults infuriated Shangli to the extent that he confined you to a dark room, devoid of light. You were furious, wanting to unleash a torrent of curses upon him, yet he had exhausted all your strength. Moreover, your mouth had suffered severe punishment on numerous occasions. For every insult you hurled at him, he retaliated with 3 punishments until you were utterly terrified of him. His methods of confinement far surpassed the severity of your initial imprisonment of him. Yao Yao, you have been quite compliant today. Shangli caressed your softness. Your gaze was entirely fixated upon him, for when he entered the dark room, any semblance of your autonomy would result in further punishment. The room was filled with instruments designed to torment you, each one causing you to tremble in fear. What good girl. Shangli licked your lips. While your previous spirited demeanor was appealing, he preferred the sight of you entirely subdued. It was as if you were crafted solely for him. From a moment he laid eyes on you at the Jiang family estate, he had contemplated countless ways to bind you to him unknowingly. Yet you consistently evaded him, maintaining a facade of disgust towards you while secretly orchestrating your every move. Each journey to and from school was overseen by his most trusted driver, and whenever he encountered you at school, he would avoid you entirely, leaving Shangli with no opportunity to approach. However, you displayed audacity by waiting for him at the cliff's edge, gradually dragging him back to your rented abode. You even dared to take charge of him. This exhilarated Shangli immensely. Upon regaining his vision, he promptly began investigating every aspect of your life. His initial intention was to compel the Jiang family to deliver you to him, only to discover that Jiang Mu had unilaterally given you to the worthless Wei Shi. Consequently, he sought out Wei Shi and intercepted you en route, escorting you away from Jiang City. Shangli relished your defiance. The more you resisted, the more it contrasted with your usual avoidance of him, gradually wearing down your resolve, which he found immensely entertaining. You have been quite well behaved lately. Do you wish to go outside? Shangli lifted you onto his lap, burying his head in the crook of your neck, inhaling the scent that he had entirely claimed. It was no longer the scent of Jiang Chenran. You gazed at him, trembling with trepidation. He had inquired more than once whether you wished to go outside. Having been deceived numerous times, you foolishly nodded in affirmation, only to be met with his harsh punishment. Yao Yao, will you stay with me for a lifetime? Shangli's hand rested on your soft abdomen, his growing irritation at your lack of pregnancy evident. Your mind felt paralyzed, and apart from desperately ringing the alarm bells to escape, you could only blankly acquiesce to whatever he said. Yao Yao, please bear me a child. Once you are with child, I shall release you. Shangli struggled to contain the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. The instruments in the dark room had been thoroughly explored. Now, he contemplated new forms of play. Jiang Chenran was preoccupied with rehabilitating his leg, unaware that you had been abducted by Shangli. When you finally emerged from the dark room, it had been 6 months. The confinement had rendered you nearly oblivious to the passage of time, unable to distinguish between day and night. Upon encountering light again, you instinctively sought refuge in Jiang Chenran's embrace. He cradled you, carrying you back to his apartment, where you resembled a lifeless doll, devoid of emotion. Your arms and legs bore the marks of bruises, and Jiang Chenran nearly shot Shangli, had it not been for someone intervening at the last moment. Yao Yao, it is your brother. Jiang Chenran carefully placed you on the bed. Having been deprived of sunlight for so long, your skin appeared even paler, fragile like a bubble under the sun. Brother, you lowered your head and softly repeated the words. You had been thoroughly broken. Over the past 6 months, the only name that escaped your lips was Shangli's. The moment you uttered anything unrelated to his name, you would face the most severe punishment. Grasping your heart, you found it difficult to breathe. Shangli, Shangli. Jiang Chenran embraced you, gently patting your back. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Your brother is here. You basked in the sun and fell into a deep slumber. The first time along while that you had truly rested. In the dark room, even sleep had been a privilege denied to you. Repeatedly disturbed by Shang Li's various methods. Even in dreams, you were unable to escape his clutches. Upon opening your eyes once more, you surveyed the room, finally confirming that you had escaped the clutches of that madman, Shang Li. Regardless of whether you resisted or sought to appease him, punishment awaited you. I do not favor toys with excessive emotions. This was Shang Li's assertion to you. Thus, over the past 6 months, you had been molded into a thoughtless puppet. You descended from the bed, your bare feet touching the cold floor as you gazed at your reflection in the large mirror. How pitiable. So thoroughly toyed with. The marks on your body would take at least 10 days to fade away. When Jiang Chunran opened the door, he found you seated in front of the mirror, your legs spread apart. Jiang Chunran's breath quickened, and he averted his gaze, striding forward to lift you into his arms. Why are you sitting on the floor alone? Am I not filthy? Jiang Chunran's throat constricted as he slowly lowered his head. You're not filthy. You recoiled from his touch. You are not Jiang Feng's child. Jiang Chunran's 3 words fell upon you like thunder. What did you say? You grasped Jiang Chunran's collar in disbelief. Since your childhood, your mother had berated you for not being a son, subjecting you to various forms of punishment, blaming you for your inadequacies and lack of Jiang Feng's affection. Before her death, she had clutched your wrist, insisting that you must remain with the Jiang family. Jiang Fu and Jiang Chunran both ignored you, and any slight displeasure from Jiang Mu would result in a night spent kneeling in punishment. You felt like a stray cat or dog, tossed between these individuals without anyone to care for you. Thus, what purpose did your existence serve? You lowered your hands in a state of helplessness, preparing to leave. Chapter 25. The Dark and Jealous Illegitimate Daughter. 6. I Wish to Leave. You had packed your belongings and stood before Jiang Chunran, holding your suitcase. Regardless of whether we are siblings, I have always regarded you as my brother. You gazed into Jiang Chunran's eyes, articulating each word with conviction. Moreover, I do not wish to remain in this country any longer. You tightened your grip on the suitcase. Which country would you like to visit? I will accompany you. Jiang Chunran, with an air of authority that brooked no opposition, took the suitcase from your hands. You frowned, insisting that you would go alone. Jiang Chunran tossed the suitcase to a nearby servant and wrapped his arm around your shoulders, guiding you toward the study. I cannot allow you to go alone. You wish to articulate further, only to be ushered into the room. Do not attempt to provoke my ire, dear. Jiang Chunran gently caressed the ends of your hair and firmly seated you in the chair opposite him. Now, shall we engage in some reading together? With a forceful motion, he thrust a book from his shelf into your hands. You grasped the book tightly, your throat parched, and you pondered, are you intending to imprison me once more? Jiang Chunran's computer, which he had just opened, was promptly shut again as he let out a soft sigh, seemingly exasperated by your insistence. How could Yao Yao think such a thing? He did not refute it. Your heart plummeted into despair. You ceased to speak and truly focused on the book in your hands. During the 6 months of your confinement, you had learned to be compliant. In dealing with them, merely suppressing your resistance would only lead to greater suffering. This was the most significant lesson you had gleaned from Shangli. It has been over 3 months since Jiang Chunran rescued you from Shangli. You have been consciously attempting to forget those events. Yet the fear and thrill that Shangli instilled in you were as addictive as opium. You clutched the book tightly, bewildered at how things had devolved to this state. Although you had instigated these troubles, you had already faced your punishment, had you not? Jiang Chunran had not restricted your finances or your freedom to leave, perhaps fearing to harm you again. Thus, one day, after stepping out, you never returned to Jiang Chunran's private villa. He waited alone in the villa for your return until deep into the night, yet you did not come back. Meanwhile, you had long since taken a taxi to a small town and subsequently boarded an unregistered bus to another city. By the time Jiang Chunran discovered your personal information, you had already acquired a plane ticket and fled to Australia. Upon your arrival in Australia, you changed your ticket once more, this time to the United Kingdom. Neither Jiang Chunran nor Shang Li could trace your whereabouts any longer. Your English was quite proficient. You casually rented a small house in the UK and found work as a cashier in a convenience store. The painful memories gradually receded into the distance, until one day, you stumbled upon an injured Wei Shi in your rented room. It appeared he had been shot in the abdomen and had somehow tumbled through your balcony. You had just returned from work and were about to water the flowers you kept on the balcony when a shadow covered your mouth and you were knocked to the ground. Terrified, you instinctively reached for the watering can to strike Wei Shi, only to have your wrist firmly grasped. Do not make a sound. Wei Shi's voice was weak, yet his grip was surprisingly strong. You nodded hurriedly, signaling that you would not scream. As the clouds obscuring the moonlight parted, you both beheld each other's faces clearly, momentarily stunned. Yet, Wei Shi did not release his hold on your mouth. Soon after, you heard several gunshots, causing you to tremble in fear. This was the first time Wei Shi had been so close to his fiancée. He could see your fragile neck quivering beneath him. After a long while, the gunfire ceased, and Wei Shi finally released his grip on your mouth. Trembling, you stood and dashed into the living room, instinctively attempting to lock the balcony door, only to be stopped by Wei Shi's outstretched hand. What's this? Am I not welcome? Despite the gunshot wound that bled profusely, nearly staining your balcony crimson, he still found time to jest with you. Not welcome? You may leave. As you entered, you pushed his hand away, intent on securing the balcony door. Wei Shi exerted a bit of force, and the door swung open completely. You stumbled back a few steps due to the resistance, glaring at Wei Shi in annoyance. This is my home. Wei Shi casually reclined on your sofa. Yao Yao, hurry and fetch some bandages. You were infuriated. Not only had he stained your balcony, but now your sofa was soiled as well. Do not call me that. You turned and fetched the first aid kit, presenting it to him. Tend to your wounds and leave promptly. With that, you slammed the door to your master bedroom shut, locking it, including the windows. After a hasty shower, you collapsed into a deep slumber. The following day, upon opening your door, you found Wei Shi had already departed. He left behind a watch he had worn the previous day on the sofa, beneath which was a note scribbled in flamboyant Chinese characters, cleaning fee. You accepted the watch without hesitation. You recognized it as a XXX brand, worth at least 300,000. This illegitimate child seemed to be living far more comfortably than you. With money in hand, you found yourself unconcerned about the mess he had made in your home. The funds Jiang Chunran had provided you remained in your bank account. The amount you withdrew upon leaving the country was minimal, and it was dwindling. Moreover, you dared not withdraw more for fear he might trace your whereabouts. Thus, you were compelled to seek employment at the convenience store temporarily. Exiting, you casually wandered to a Chinatown to have breakfast. Shortly after sitting down, someone joined you at your table. You lifted your gaze from your phone to find it was Wei Shi again. You frowned. What brings you here? To have breakfast, of course. What? Is it only permissible for you to eat? Wei Shi unceremoniously moved the soy milk in front of you to his side and took a generous sip. Are you out of your mind? You could not help but exclaim. You had not even had the chance to drink your soy milk, as the youtiao had yet to arrive. Do not be so stingy. It's just a bowl of soy milk. You wouldn't even share a sip with your man? Wei Shi took another gulp of the soy milk, unable to restrain yourself. You stood up intending to leave. Guess who I saw in the UK? You halted. Shangli. Wei Shi picked up a piece of youtiao that had just arrived. You clenched your bag tightly. Who is he searching for? You turned back, sitting once more across from Wei Shi. What do you desire? Or should I say, I saved you. How do you intend to repay me? You continued. Wei Shi put down his chopsticks and raised your chin. Shangli is looking for you. And so is Jiang Chunran. You retorted, if I were to divulge your whereabouts, or perhaps knock you unconscious and present you to them, what would I gain? You unceremoniously brushed his hand away. You come to me with this matter merely to extract what you seek from me. Chapter 26. The dark and jealous illegitimate daughter. 7. You are my wife. I care for my woman. There is no need for you to do anything. Wei Shi withdrew a tissue to wipe his mouth, then crumpled it and crushed it underfoot. You laughed. Did you not personally deliver me to Shangli? Wei Shi pressed harder with his shoe. You are correct. Thus, this is my opportunity to atone. You could not comprehend Wei Shi's intentions and stood to leave, lacking sincerity. Upon exiting the breakfast shop, you felt the gaze behind you finally obscured by the crowd. You promptly returned to your rented room, gathering all your cash, Jiang Chunran's card, and Wei Shi's watch. You descended the stairs and hopped into a nearby yellow taxi. To the nearest station, quickly, you urged the driver in English, anxiously observing through the window. Despite it being summer, you were dressed as if you were a devout follower of Islam, covering your hair, wrapping a scarf around your head, and donning a mask, concealing yourself completely. The car delayed its departure. Thinking it had stalled, you could not help but urge, could you speed up a bit? The driver remained silent. You shifted your gaze from outside the car to the driver, but before you could speak again, the door swung open. Wei Shi climbed in. You curled into the corner of the car, clutching your backpack tightly, afraid to utter a word. Jiang Yao. You immediately reached for the door handle, but Wei Shi enveloped you in his arms as you heard the door open. Looking up, you realized the driver had exited the vehicle. What do you intend to do? You lowered your mask, bowing your head in an attempt to bite Wei Shi, yet he effortlessly evaded your advance, struggling in his embrace. You felt a surge of forbidden desire coursing through your abdomen, making you freeze. You were no longer an innocent little rabbit. The moment you heard Wei Shi's voice, understanding dawned upon you. Noticing your sudden calmness, Wei Shi finally spoke, informing you that Shang Li's men had completely blocked all the airports in London. Are you certain you can escape? What do you intend to do? Your heart sank to the depths of despair. Wei Shi patted your head, suggesting that you could not leave now and should follow him. You felt somewhat powerless. It seemed that no matter how you turned, tranquility eluded you. You clenched your bag tightly. Good girl, Wei Shi murmured as he pressed a kiss to your cheek. You slightly raised your head, and his kiss landed on your lips. You were acutely aware of the dynamics between men and women. Wei Shi was neither ugly nor impoverished. He was someone you could leverage. At the very least, engaging with him in such matters did not disgust you. Wei Shi, surprised by your lack of resistance, deepened the kiss. His hands began to wander, prompting you to push him away, insisting that this was not the right place. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hands. Moments later, the driver returned, and you and Wei Shi naturally found yourselves together. You lay on the balcony, holding a book, the late autumn air of London not too warm. You had donned a thin-knit sweater and found the reading rather dull, covering your face with the book. Hearing familiar footsteps, you did not rise. Your relationship with Wei Shi resembled that of mere physical intimacy. There was no need for pleasantries. However, he did not share this sentiment. Wei Shi removed the book from your face, asking why you were not returning to your room. With eyes still closed, you weakly expressed your disinterest in moving. Wei Shi chuckled softly, noting how increasingly lethargic you had become. He bent down to lift you into his arms, and you made no effort to resist, relishing the care. Placed on the sofa, he draped a blanket over your legs. Are you hungry? He inquired. You shook your head, lacking an appetite lately. Wei Shi observed that you had indeed been eating very little, your already slender chin appearing sharper, your whole being light as a feather. His hand rested on your stomach, gently massaging it. Is your stomach uncomfortable? No, you replied, leaning against the sofa. Wei Shi wrapped his arm around your waist, expressing concern over your frail state. You are far too thin. If you cannot gain weight, there may be dangers during your delivery. Unbeknownst to you, Wei Shi had secretly punctured the small umbrella he had provided for you. After all, as an illegitimate child of the Wei family, he could not keep you hidden for long. He could only ensure that you became pregnant. It was the only chance he had at victory. He understood the intentions of those cunning individuals, Shang Li and Jiang Chenran. Recently, you noticed that Wei Shi had not sought physical intimacy with you as before. Suddenly curious, you playfully leaped into his arms, whispering into his ear, Mr. Wei, arriving so early to keep me company. Are you feeling a bit impatient? Wei Shi nearly jumped at your sudden advance, quickly steadying you. I'm too tired today, he replied. You squinted slightly, sensing this was unlike his usual demeanor. Typically, he was driven by desire, but upon encountering you, he seemed almost dazed. Are there other women outside? You inquired. Are they still in London? It had been over 3 months since you moved into Wei Shi's villa. No, but I have left some eyes here, he responded honestly, confirming that his associates were indeed still in London. You reclined back onto the soft sofa. He did not wish to hold you, and neither did you wish for his embrace. Your body felt rigid, causing discomfort. Realizing your irritation, Wei Shi softened his tone, explaining that his people were still in London and that the convenience store you frequented had been scrutinized. Fortunately, I had their surveillance hacked. You kicked at Wei Shi, demanding he leave. He felt somewhat helpless. You showed no fear of him and did not regard him as your husband. Initially, he would diligently inform you of his daily schedule, seemingly to provide you with a sense of security. However, after you bluntly stated that your relationship was merely fleeting, he was furious yet powerless. He had given you to Shang Li in exchange for the opportunity to come to the UK. He had abandoned you from the start. He needed a chance for redemption. Thus, he silently pleaded for your forgiveness. His hand, resting on your abdomen, lingered momentarily before retracting. Shall I bring you dinner? No, I don't want to eat, you replied curtly, rejecting his attempts at flattery. You had no intention of forming emotional attachments with these men, be it Shang Li, Jiang Chenran, or Wei Shi, along with any future encounters. You regarded them all as mere passers-by. Do not trust men, never trust men. This mantra was forever etched in your heart. 2 months later, you caught a whiff of your favorite food, only to rush to the bathroom and vomit for a solid half hour. You finally discerned something was amiss. With a cold expression, you ordered a pregnancy test online. By the time Wei Shi returned, you had already received the results. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, you awaited his arrival. As expected, he returned shortly after you placed the order. He was no different from Shang Li or Jiang Chenran. They all viewed you as a mere object, monitoring your every move. I want to terminate it, you declared, lacking the energy to engage in pleasantries with Wei Shi. He smiled as he took a seat before you, the chill of early winter still clinging to him. Do you dislike children? He asked, grasping your wrist. You raised your hand and slapped him fiercely, then hurled the small umbrella you had taken from the drawer at him. Wei Shi did not react with anger. Instead, he gently rubbed your hand, urging you not to be upset. I said I want to terminate it, you repeated coldly. Wei Shi released your hand, his fingers trailing to your neck, applying slight pressure as he drew you closer, his voice laced with darkness. Why? ISNT at your child? You attempted to push him away, but he held you tightly. After several futile attempts, you coldly stated, we are merely physical. Why should I bear your child? Hearing you refer to your relationship in such terms, Wei Shi lifted your chin, his face obscured in shadows, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Do you dislike children? You frowned, unimpressed by his forceful demeanor. Regardless of whether I like children or not, I will not bear your child. Do you understand, Wei Shi? You could no longer tolerate his neurotic behavior, shoving him hard, causing him to stumble back onto the sofa. The calmness that had characterized your time together was shattered. Wei Shi's smile faded, his words striking your heart like a hammer, the previously peaceful atmosphere growing tense. You have no ability to resist me, do you? You stood, attempting to flee, but Wei Shi swiftly caught you in his arms. Let me go, you yelled, biting down hard on his neck. Your bite was fierce, and with him offering no resistance, it was not long before you tasted blood. Wei Shi carried you into his room, the coolness at your ankles causing you to release your grip. Are you imprisoning me? You questioned, incredulous. Mingming Wei Shi has always presented himself as gentle and understanding in your presence, even when your temper flared and your words were laced with venom and malice. He never once retaliated. This demeanor almost led you to believe that his inherent timidity as a child born out of wedlock was at play. Little did you know, you had been deceived and misled by him for so long. Wei Shi furrowed his brow, his hand gripping your neck, forcing blood into your mouth. Madman, you attempted to bite him fiercely, yet he seized your cheeks, rendering you incapable of closing your jaw. As you prepared to raise your hand to slap him again, he had already retreated. In his withdrawal, a pill was fed into your mouth. Just as you intended to spit it out, it dissolved upon your tongue. What have you given me? You spat at him, unable to contain your deep-seated disdain. The white saliva stood out starkly against Wei Shi's dark suit. He grimaced in irritation and warned, if you do not behave, I shall feed you medicine daily until you give birth to this child. You were incredulous, exclaiming, you are insane, Wei Shi. Let me go. You reached to inspect the iron chains on your ankles. Once again, you found yourself shackled. Wei Shi checked his watch, leaned closer, and seductively whispered in your ear, in England, we can obtain a marriage certificate. Come with me to get the certificate, and I will release you. What do you say? You truly thought he was deranged. You raised your hand and slapped Wei Shi hard, questioning why he didn't marry you back home, calling him despicable. Your slap was powerful enough that Wei Shi's head tilted to the side, his fair complexion quickly reddening and swelling. Wei Shi's tongue brushed against the numb interior of his mouth, noting your cruelty and lack of compassion. The effects of the drug took hold swiftly, and soon you felt a heaviness in your head, losing the strength to remain seated on the bed, collapsing onto it uncontrollably. Madman, you mustered the strength to curse Wei Shi once more. Unlike Shang Li, Wei Shi was indifferent to the insults that spilled from your lips. As long as you remained by his side, cursing and slapping him occasionally, he could endure it. Rest here obediently, he said, smoothing your disheveled bangs and placing a kiss upon your forehead. The medication soon rendered you unable to lift even your eyelids, plunging you into a deep slumber. When you awakened once more, it was to the sensation of Wei Shi's kiss. "Are you hungry?" he asked, cradling you in his arms as he strode towards the bathroom. Even upon waking, you found yourself devoid of strength. Prior to your awakening, Wei Shi had fed you another pill. He placed you in the bathtub, tenderly washing your body. Madman, your repertoire of insults was limited, cycling through the same few phrases. "Yes, I am mad," he replied, as he evenly applied conditioner to your long hair. After your bath, he even thoughtfully applied body lotion and massaged your calves. If you are unwell, seek treatment. Unable to restrain yourself, you kicked him, only to misjudge your strength and land a kick squarely on his face. Wei Shi grasped your ankle and lowered your foot. "Feeling better now?" he asked. You felt helpless. He always bore an attitude of allowing you to strike and scold him, entirely unlike that lunatic Shangli. You were still too soft-hearted to even harbor resentment towards Wei Shi. You had no opportunity to resist. Being trapped in this state of immobility brought back memories of the time spent locked away by Shangli. Fortunately, Wei Shi was not mad enough to confine you until you gave birth. When the child was 4 months along, he ceased the medication entirely. He held you on the balcony, reading Tagore as poetry to you in English. At 4 months, you could feel the baby's movements, and he would whisper to you, urging you to care for this child and to grant a chance at life. The more he spoke, the more you found yourself absorbing his words, your attitude gradually softening. Chapter 28. The dark and jealous illegitimate daughter. When Shang Li and Jiang Chunran barged into Wei Shi's villa, you were nestled in his embrace, asleep. Due to hormonal imbalances, your desires had recently intensified, further souring your mood and diminishing your patience with him. Yet, you found yourself unable to relieve your own tension. Thus, when Jiang Chunran and Shang Li entered, the first thing they noticed was your legs and wrists marred with red marks. Wei Shi slowly raised his finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. Both Shang Li and Jiang Chunran observed your slightly protruding abdomen, aware that you were carrying Wei Shi's child. After placing you on the bed, the three of them left the room in unison. Upon exiting, Wei Shi received a solid punch from Shang Li, who sneered, "An illegitimate child daring to rise above me." Wei Shi spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, disdain evident in his expression. "You're slow." Jiang Chunran intervened to stop Shang Li from throwing a second punch. "I have many ways to make you completely vanish from her sight," he said, his intentions clear: eliminate you and ensure your child remains. After all, the child was already over 6 months along, and any harm now could threaten your life. He did not care who the father of the child was. As long as it was born of you, a child was merely a child, and he could provide for it. Wei Shi let out a low, mocking laugh. "Is that so? Then tell me, will Yao Yao seek vengeance for me in the future? After all, she is willing to bear my child, but not yours." With that, Wei Shi provocatively surveyed Shang Li, taunting him for failing to conceive with Yao Yao after 6 months. Wei Shi's gaze lingered on Shang Li's lower body, dismissing him as pathetic. Shang Li nearly lost his composure, tempted to draw his gun and shoot Wei Shi. He had already traced your whereabouts, but had been misled time and again, delaying his search. Jiang Chunran's eyes flickered slightly. You had never intended to leave. What was it you desired? Conversing with intelligent individuals was indeed convenient. Wei Shi rubbed his temples, leaning against the wall. She is suffering from severe depression. Shang Li could not contain himself and attempted to punch Wei Shi again, only to be met with Jiang Chunran's counterpunch. Shang Li was oblivious, but Jiang Chunran was acutely aware. After retrieving you from Shang Li's lair, he had noted your emotional turmoil and your vehement opposition to seeing a psychologist. You had emerged from that state solely due to his gradual assistance. If one were to assign blame, it would fall on Shang Li. "Young Master Shang, do you think Yao Yao's depression is solely my doing? We all owe her amends." By the end, Wei Shi's voice trembled slightly. His underlying fear had intensified. Your emotional fluctuations had diminished, and even when angered enough to strike him, you merely delivered a slap with a stoic face, devoid of any additional words. When you awakened yet again, 3 shadowy figures stood at the edge of your bed, nearly scaring you to death. After being steadied by Wei Shi to sit up, he turned on a nearby lamp. Bathed in its soft yellow glow, you finally recognized the three individuals. Letting out a sigh, you waved at Shangli. He grinned smugly at the other two, but just as he leaned in closely, you delivered a sharp slap across his face. He seemed on the verge of anger, but ultimately restrained himself, stating, "Then you must slap each of them as well." Initially, you found him repulsive, wishing to retaliate, but now you were simply a loss for words. You were uncertain what sort of agreement the three had reached to be so harmonious. Touching your belly, you mockingly remarked, "What? Are you three planning to become my lovers?" "Yes. And what of it? It's not entirely out of the question." You were left speechless, staring at the three with a look that suggested you thought them mad. "If you are unwell, seek medication." You shifted slightly to the side, attempting to reach for the nearby cup of water. Jiang Chanran brought the cup to your lips. You drank the water, cleared your throat, leaned back against the pillow, and slowly yawned, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of an emperor selecting his concubines. Thus, it was decided. Jiang Chunran on Monday, Weishi on Tuesday, and Shangli could exit, leaving 5 days for your respite. Shangli wished to say more, but noticed the weariness in your eyes, ultimately swallowing his words and pitiably asking if he might sleep at your door. "Do as you wish." You extended your hand toward Jiang Chunran, stating, "I am hungry." Jiang Chunran cradled you in his arms. "Whatever, indulge as you please. Being confined by one man is still confinement, and being confined by 3 men is no different." Even if you refused, they would not heed your wishes. You truly lacked the desire to converse with these 3 madmen. It would be an exercise in futility. Lost in thought, you raised your hand and delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Chunran. The resounding impact delighted Shangli, exclaiming that it was indeed fair play. Jiang Chunran did not retaliate. Instead, he inquired if you wished for another slap. You were then placed at the dining table, leisurely sipping porridge. "My temper has been rather poor lately. Perhaps I shall deliver a few slaps or kicks to you now and then. If you cannot endure it, you should leave." After speaking, you turned your gaze downward, continuing to sip your porridge. Shangli leaned closer, declaring that as long as Yao Yao was happy. Before he could finish, you poured the porridge over his head, exclaiming that his laughter was nauseating. You had little appetite lately, unable to tolerate any greasy food, and your digestion was poor. Shangli's chest heaved slightly, yet he ultimately restrained himself, for he had initially been the most excessive towards you. You ceased to concern yourself with the 3 of them. If they wished to endure, they could. If not, they could depart. Your gaze fell upon a vase not far away, contemplating whether shattering it and inflicting harm upon yourself would be painful. Your thoughts were evident on your face. Those present were perceptive enough to discern your feelings. Weishi ladled another bowl of porridge before you. You withdrew your gaze, seemingly dismissing that thought. In truth, you did not possess a strong inclination toward self-destruction. Rather, you felt an increasingly potent desire to inflict violence. Weishi had already endured many of your strikes. You remained oblivious to your emotional turmoil, attributing it merely to the discomfort of your pregnancy. You lived in a tranquil coexistence with the 3, occasionally venting your frustrations through a few slaps. Afterward, you felt a twinge of disdain for your own madness, yet the next moment, you could not resist striking them again. Perhaps a princess living with a dragon required an outlet for her frustrations. Chapter 29. After abandoning the fiancé, you once had a fiancé, a young man of remarkable brilliance in Chang'an. Yet he was exiled due to a leak of examination questions by his father. Upon learning this news, you proactively dissolved your engagement. Now he has returned. Today was supposed to be your grand wedding with the crown prince, yet he stormed into Chang'an with soldiers, and the crown prince's head fell before you. You sat in a daze on the bridal bed, your veil lifted by Jiang Kuo's sword. Jiang Kuo's icy hand grasped your chin with such force that you winced. You pushed against him, asking, "What do you want?" Jiang Kuo, noticing the redness spreading across your chin from his grip, felt a surge of sadistic pleasure. His gaze upon you darkened, and you felt discomfort. As you had always disliked that look, it made you feel like mere prey, destined to be devoured. Jiang Kuo beckoned for the deceased crown prince to be dragged away. Blood pooling around. "Kill me," you uttered. Your stomach grumbled. Having spent nearly 5 hours preparing, you had yet to eat. "Can't I finish my meal before you kill me?" You were not surprised by Jiang Kuo's words. After all, When you sent your maid with the annulment letter, Jiang had sneaked into your room one night to inquire if your father had forced you into the dissolution. You had simply shaken your head in denial. Jiang understood you well. From childhood, you had never lied. Having grown up together for over a decade, he knew you would not fabricate a story. Thus, it was indeed your wish to annul the engagement, and even now, facing death, you honestly requested to eat first. Just as he climbed over the wall into your boudoir one cold winter night, your words revealed to Jiang that for all these years, he had been deluding himself. Do not seek me out again. Your current exile places you far from my status. I refuse to share your suffering. Emerging from that memory, Jiang coldly seized your wrist and threw you onto the bed. The impact against your back was painful, and your head spun slightly. Propping yourself up, your eyes brimmed with frustration. Aren't you here to kill me? Jiang who had once adored your eyes, now gazed at you with a mix of emotions. Lifting your wrists high while caressing your eyelids with his other hand, you were utterly famished and lay there like a lifeless log. Knowing he would not allow you to eat, you did not resist. In the past, when you were together, he often teased you, and you merely stared at him, allowing him to take your handkerchief, hairpin, and leftover candied hawthorn. Jiang began to unfasten your garments, and you reminisced about the day you first met him when you had been the one removing his clothes. At 5 years old, while visiting your maternal grandfather's home in Xianzhou with your mother, you encountered bandits. Your mother hid you in a cellar, where you remained for 7 days before being found by someone sent by your grandfather. During those 7 days, you were among a swarm of snakes, insects, and rats, surviving on moldy sweet potatoes from a cellar. Upon being rescued and awakening, you seemed to have lost all emotion, becoming dazed and vacant, as if your soul had departed. You convalesced at your grandfather's house until the age of 8 before being taken to the capital. On the day you arrived in the capital, Jiang burst into your carriage. The 10-year-old Jiang halted in shock, having never seen such an adorable snow-white bundle, especially those bright and beautiful eyes, which sparkled more than the luminous pearls in his home. Just one glance ignited a desire to possess and hide you away. Ordinarily, a young lady would not remain so composed when a strange boy entered her carriage. She would have screamed. Yet, you merely stared at him with your bright eyes. Jiang settled across from you, surveying the carriage's decor. Hey, what is your name? Which family do you belong to? You remained silent, dazedly gazing at him for several seconds before picking up a pastry from the table and lowering your head to eat. The sweet food brought joy to your mind. Jiang did not receive a response. Seeing you continue to eat, he snatched all the pastries from the table. Didn't you hear me speaking? Are you deaf? His tone was harsh and unkind. Had it been anyone else, they would have scolded him. Yet, you merely turned away and retrieved more pastries from another place. You did not care who he was or what he intended to do, for you did not know him. When you arrived in the capital, your grandfather had already informed you that you only needed to follow your family's arrangements, which meant you need not heed anyone else's words. Jiang was engulfed in emotion, his gaze fixed upon the young maiden before him, reminiscent of a pet white mouse he had once tended to, who mindlessly stuffed food into its cheeks. This particular mouse, a mutated breed brought by the people of the western regions, had quickly lost its novelty for him. He had grown bored and drowned it in a water tank. Now, however, Jiang had discovered a new fascination in the form of this young girl. He felt a premonition that this new mouse would not soon tire him. Your pastries were once again snatched away. Since your rescue, your emotions had remained relatively stable. But at this moment, as you attempted to hide the treats that your close maid, Kai Xia, had concealed, they were all taken from you. A surge of anger welled up within you. Yet you refrained from voicing your feelings, merely stretching out your hand in a futile attempt to reclaim them. To your dismay, Jiang casually stuffed your pastries into his coat pocket, exuding an air of indifference that suggested you were powerless against him. Unlike other noble ladies, who were taught from a young age that boys and girls should maintain a respectful distance, you were different. Your maternal grandfather, having taken pity on your childhood plight, indulged you excessively at home, sparing you from the typical education expected of young women in seclusion. Jiang was unexpectedly tackled, causing the table to topple and startling Kai Xia, who was returning from purchasing a string of candied hawthorns. Upon lifting the curtain to enter, she was met with the shocking sight of her young mistress pinning a young gentleman down while attempting to unfasten his garments. Kai-siak gasped in alarm, her outcry drawing the attention of nearby guards, who stood in stunned silence at the scene before them. It was only when Jiang Kuo's father, Jiang Yuan, arrived to pull him away that the chaos subsided. On their journey home, Jiang Kuo did not perceive his intrusion into another's carriage as a misstep. Instead, he broached the idea of wanting to keep you as a pet. Jiang Yuan, ruffling Jiang Kuo's hair, saw nothing wrong with his young son's desire. For keeping a woman was indeed a laborious affair. Nearby, Song Ilan hesitated in her stride, her expression darkening at Jiang Yuan's words, which he quickly noticed. Even in their carriage on the bustling streets, Jiang Yuan showed no hesitation in affectionately kissing his wife, openly displaying his feelings for her. However, it was you who would be kept. Chapter 30. After abandoning the betrothed on the afternoon of your return home, Jiang Kuo insisted that his father accompany him to apologize to you. His father, Jiang Yuan, a princely figure conferred by the emperor, had thrived in court in recent years. While your family had been in decline since your grandfather's generation, both he and your father were ineffectual men. Thus, when Jiang Kuo wished to see you, your father not only allowed it, but encouraged you to cultivate a good relationship with him. The year after your birth mother's passing, he remarried, and the son born to that union was now 9 years old. He had even suggested several times that you take your younger brother to meet Jiang Kuo. But everything changed when Jiang Kuo pushed your brother down the stairs, employing some method to ensure he remained silent about the incident. Your brother, who had always bullied you in secret, now feared Jiang Kuo, and no one could intrude upon the bond forming between you and him. Jiang Kuo was astonished to find that this new mouse was far more intriguing than any creature he had previously toyed with. Yet, despite his constant declarations of your charm, you did not share his sentiment. After all, you were timid, reticent, and utterly mundane, possessing nothing but a pleasing appearance, as unanimously agreed upon by your siblings. As you matured, you increasingly resembled your mother, yet your father seemed to disdain your likeness, treating you coldly. Despite Jiang Kuo's unwavering affection for you over the past decade, he cannot evoke warmth from you. Aside from Jiang Kuo, you seldom ventured out with your sisters, as you preferred solitude over mingling with strangers. Even in Jiang Kuo's presence, when he spoke, you often remained silent, responding only occasionally. You were obedient to your father's wishes. He instructed you to win Jiang Kuo's favor, though the concept of pleasing was lost on you. You interpreted it to mean that you should not refuse Jiang Kuo's requests, whatever they may be. Thus, whether it was your handkerchief, hairpin, leftover candied hawthorn, or even your undergarments, you surrendered everything to him. Jiang Kuo's fondness for you deepened, to the extent that when he could not see you for a moment, he would wreak havoc in his home, lamenting, "I want to marry Xiao Shuetuan." Song Ilan looked on in despair at this scene. She had married a madman and birthed a little madman, who was increasingly mirroring his father. Even in the depths of winter, beads of sweat formed on Song Ilan's brow as Jiang Kuo's madness escalated, leaving her pale. Jiang Yuan dabbed her forehead with a handkerchief, assuring her not to fear, before delivering a sharp slap to Jiang Kuo, imparting a harsh lesson that would become his first in the art of acquisition. You are my son. Do not act like a fool. If you wish to marry someone, devise your own means, understood? Thus, at the tender age of 14, Jiang Kuo fortuitously saved the drowning crown prince at a palace banquet, obtaining the imperial edict to betroth you to him. With the decree in hand, he grew increasingly reckless, freely entering your home, and even sneaking into your chamber at night, requesting to share your bed. This was the first time you had ever refused him. Previously, you had acquiesced to every demand he made. This marked the first instance of your defiance. Jiang Kuo maintained a smile before you, asking, "What troubles you, Yao Yao?" Since your engagement was established, your grandmother had appointed a governess to instruct you, making you aware of the necessity to maintain distance from Jiang Kuo before marriage. Your grandmother had stated, "You must keep your distance." You, in your innocence and naivete, bluntly conveyed this to Jiang Kuo. He frowned, drawing you into his embrace, questioning, "Why heed the words of others?" You shook your head, insisting, "Grandmother is not just others. At 16, while other young lords had already consorted with numerous concubines, Jiang Hua had only ever touched you. Even during your interactions, the boldest act he had ever attempted was to kiss your cheek, and just days prior, he had asked for your undergarments. Lying in bed, you urged him to leave. Please go, Jiang Hua. Unfortunately, he disregarded your plea, forcefully climbing onto your bed and enveloping you in his arms, declaring, Yao Yao, you cannot refuse me. Conflicted, you grappled with the dilemma of obeying your grandmother or yielding to Jiang Hua. Fatigue washed over you, and you leaned forward, placing a kiss on Jiang Hua's cheek, whispering, Sled, Driams, Yang Hua. This was a nightly ritual he insisted upon. A few days later, you discovered that your grandmother had inadvertently consumed food that triggered an allergic reaction, leading to a fever that lasted 2 days and nights due to her advanced age. She held on for a short while before passing away. Jiang Hua had forgotten that in this era, when a family member passed, the children were required to observe a 3-year mourning period. Consequently, the wedding that was supposed to occur in half a month was indefinitely postponed. Upon waking, you felt unwell and cursed Jiang Hua internally. You recalled the previous day, when Jiang Hua, in a frenzy, had wiped your lips with a handkerchief, frantically inquiring if the worthless crown prince had ever kissed you. Jiang Hua, you are hurting me. You protested, feeling as if the skin around your lips was about to break. In the aftermath, Jiang Hua's madness intensified, and you found yourself reluctant to revisit those memories. You had learned about matters of intimacy from your governess, yet Jiang Hua was nothing like the men described in the manuals. You propped yourself up, and your stomach emitted a grumbling sound once more. You felt utterly pitiable, having endured nearly a day of hunger. This gnawing emptiness seemed to evoke certain memories buried deep within your mind, and you vaguely recalled having experienced similar hunger long ago. The door creaked open, and you raised your gaze to meet Jiang Hua, your attention entirely captivated by the food he held in his hands. Jiang Hua, I am so hungry. You spoke to him in the familiar tone of the past, as if your relationship had remained unchanged. Jiang Hua placed a serving of mushy mashed potatoes and meat paste before you. You were so ravenous that, despite the unrefined nature of the food, you chose to swallow it hungrily. Jiang Hua watched as your rosy tongue licked the bowl clean, reminiscent of a small puppy. Indeed, you licked. He had not provided you with any chopsticks or spoons. Once you finished the mashed potatoes, you still felt a deep hunger gnawing at you. Jiang Hua, is there more? Your eyes sparkled with yearning as you gazed at him. Jiang Hua, I wish to have chicken legs. Your fondness for chicken was evident, and you looked at Jiang Hua with eager anticipation, recalling how he used to bring you various chicken dishes whenever he visited. I want the chicken legs from Chun Fu Lu. You tugged at Jiang Hua's sleeve, continuing your plea. Suddenly, it struck you that Jiang Hua had been exiled. Your father had informed you that the Jiang family had fallen and that he was to be banished to a desolate land. If you still wished to marry Jiang Hua, your future would be far more miserable than that of the blind old woman in your home. Yet, you also remembered that Jiang Hua had seemingly killed the crown prince yesterday. You found it difficult to comprehend. Jiang Hua, how have you returned? You were close. Having known Jiang Hua for nearly a decade, he understood you well. You had thought you would follow him into exile, yet you had decisively annulled your engagement with him. Jiang Hua reached out to wipe the mashed potatoes from your lips, a flicker of tenderness igniting in his heart. Yet he recalled his father's words. Jiang Hua, for people like us, we cannot grasp our moon without exerting our utmost effort. This was Jiang Hua's second punishment for you. The choice of mashed potatoes was deliberate, as such food is easily digestible, a rare act of compassion from Jiang Hua. Chapter 31. After abandoning my fiancé, you never expected Jiang Hua would utter such cruel and excessive words in your presence. What are you thinking about? Thinking of him? Did he kiss you like this? You returned to your senses, honestly shaking your head. Why would I think of him? You felt a ticklish sensation from his licking, pushing him away, though he remained unmoved. Stop licking, Jiang Hua. Your voice was somewhat hoarse from crying too long the previous night. You distinctly remembered that whenever you shed tears in front of Jiang Hua, he would immediately comfort you. Could it be because your engagement had been annulled? You were no longer his fiancée, so he felt no obligation to soothe you. Your not-so-bright mind inadvertently concocted a solution. Jiang Hua, Does this mean we are married? If not, will you need to propose to my father again? Jiang Kwa opened his mouth and bit down hard on your shoulder. Oh, you cried out in pain. Pushing Jiang Kwa away, you discovered a deep bite mark left on your shoulder. You were bewildered by his behavior, yet cautiously sought to appease him. Jiang Kwa, before you could finish your sentence, he covered your mouth and flipped you onto the bed. Jiang Kwa avoided your gaze, fearing that if he looked any longer, he would be unable to resist saying, "Yao Yao, I brought you gifts." It was you who had abandoned him. It was he who had returned seeking vengeance, having killed that useless prince before you. Yet you acted as if nothing had occurred, speaking to him in your usual sweet tone. Cry. There's a certain pleasure in tears. He had longed to hear you weep. Jiang Kwa's strength intensified, pressing you deeply into the bed, nearly suffocating you. Yang Kwa. It hurts. You cried out. Hearing your sobs only excited him further. He recalled the items his father had shown him upon his return, things that were to be used on you one by one. In his memories, his mother had abandoned him many times, luring him to the streets only to leave him there, escaping alone. Each time Song Alan was caught and brought back, she would curse Jiang Yuan with the most venomous words. Yet, after being taken back to their room, she would behave submissively for a few days, while Jiang Yuan wore a satisfied and contented expression for an extended period. It was not until Song Ilan's sixth escape, the most meticulously planned one, that she even sought the help of the family's stableman. In his recollections, his mother had never been accompanied by a man, and even the maids were all mute. This was a moment of profound change for his mother. After being caught and taken to a dim room, he did not see her for an entire month. From that point onward, Song Alan began to love Jiang Yuan and love the son she bore for him. After learning of your engagement annulment, Jiang Kwa returned to the Jiang residence in a frenzy, wanting to eliminate all who stood in your way, be they your family or the current emperor. Yet, Jiang Yuan led him into the very room that had irrevocably altered his mother. The walls of that room were adorned with various tools, both familiar and foreign to Jiang Kwa, exceeding all his imagination, including items he had once fantasized about using with you. Jiang Kwa, women are always like this. You cherish them, love them, yet at some moment, they will cast you aside. Jiang Yuan seemed to reminisce about the times he had deceived Song Alan while treating her well. Yet even upon seeing these implements, she contemplated escape. Did she not love him? If she did, why could she not accept his other side? Why could she not embrace the joy he could bring her with those tools? Women are always like this. Only when their feet are broken and they are bound to your side do they exhibit obedience. Jiang Yuan had once personally severed Song Ilan's tendons. Had she not received timely treatment, she might have spent her life in his embrace. Ultimately, he had been deceived by her endearing words into healing her tendons, and of course, escaping repeatedly also held its own allure. Jiang Kwa finally understood why his mother had changed after that incident. Previously, she had always treated him and his father as if they were heir, either cursing Jiang Yuan or deceiving him, leading him to the streets only to flee. However, after that moment, Song Ilan underwent a complete transformation. Two remarkably similar faces gazed upon the myriad of items in the room, their expressions sending chills down one's spine. You cried out weakly, calling Jiang Kwa's name. Yang Kwa. The sound of your sobs pulled Jiang Kwa back to reality. He yearned to be more excessive, for your desperate cries seemed to send shivers through his bones. He had intended to take you to that room as well, yet you did not resist as fiercely as his mother had. Jiang Kwa produced a round object resembling a rice ball from somewhere. You looked at the item in his hand with confusion. I am so hungry, truly so hungry. Having consumed only a small bowl of mashed potatoes, your stomach felt empty, and you could even eat moldy potatoes. Moldy potatoes? Why did that thought cross your mind? Jiang Kwa noticed your distraction and, feeling displeased, bit down on your chin. You once again drifted into a hazy unconsciousness. Since that day, you have been confined by Jiang Kwa, and you remain unaware of your father and grandmother's well-being. The thought that he murdered the crown prince perplexes you, especially since no one has come to apprehend him for several days. You curiously inquire, will you not face imprisonment for killing the crown prince? This question stirs a rare sense of curiosity within you, as it is uncommon for you to be intrigued by anything. However, This situation is different. If you were to be caught, it is likely that he would face execution. The image of Jiang Kuo's head rolling on the ground like that of the crown prince sends an uncomfortable pang through your heart. You raise your hand to cover your heart, frowning at the discomfort. Are you very sad? Jiang Kuo withdraws your hand from your chest, intertwining his fingers with yours. You shake your head, attempting to pull your hand away. Jiang Kuo, I do not. Your words are silenced by him. This time, you're not on the bed. You can sense the anger emanating from Jiang Kuo, leaving you bewildered as to why he suddenly feels this way. Yet, you find yourself too exhausted to voice your confusion. Just before you lose consciousness, you stretch out your arms to embrace Jiang Kuo's neck, pulling him down to plant a kiss on his cheek, just as you used to. Jiang Kuo's body stiffens, and after you faint, he tenderly strokes your hair. If you were to abandon him again, he would unhesitatingly confine you in that room for a lifetime, just like his father did, personally severing your tendons, ensuring you could never escape him. Chapter 32. A young lady through the ABO world you can scarcely breathe, pinned on the bed by Ji Yu Chung, the mattress creaking under the weight of his force. The room is thick with the heavy aroma of cedar. You do not belong to this world. You fell unexpectedly into the lake at home and were rescued by Ji Yu Chung. Ji Yu Chung, it hurts so much, you cry out repeatedly. Ji Yu Cheng's brows are furrowed deeply. The alpha's heat is excruciating, and his wife, a severely disabled beta, is utterly incapable of alleviating his desires. You cry until your throat is nearly hoarse. It hurts. Ji Yu Chung, please don't. Your feeble hands are powerless against him, leaving you to be held down like livestock, the humiliation reaching its peak. Ultimately, you climb onto Ji Yu Cheng's body, and, as he relaxes his guard, you seize a wine bottle from the bedside and strike it against him with all your might. The red wine mixes with blood, trickling down his forehead. Seeing him with clarity in his eyes, you raise the broken bottle again, but Ji Yu Chung firmly grasps your wrist. The bottle falls to the ground, producing a sharp sound. You are met with the longest punishment Ji Yu Chung has ever inflicted upon you. When you awaken again, a numbness in your lower body compels you to lean over the edge of the bed, retching repeatedly, your pale face growing even whiter. The sound of a lighter igniting echoes in the room, and you turn in panic to see Ji Yu Chung sitting on a leather sofa, the malice in his deep blue eyes intensifying. He approaches you step by step, seemingly satisfied from the night spent tormenting you, now treating you with unexpected gentleness. Do you want to go outside? You shake your head, casting a deep glance out the window, your desire to escape this world extinguished. Ji Yu Chung fiddles with the lighter in his hand, igniting a blue flame and holding it before you, as if about to set you ablaze. Yi Yu Cheng, your voice, hoarse from crying, pleads, I won't run away again. Ji Yu Cheng's fingers caress your pale face, slowly trailing down to your nape, where the skin has been thoroughly bitten. Suddenly, he tightens his grip, his fingers sinking into your flesh, and you grit your teeth against the pain. The sadistic desire reflected in Ji Yu Cheng's blue eyes sends shivers down your spine. You realize you could perish under his torment. Releasing his grip, he warns, next time, I will personally sever your feet. His cold words resonate in your ears, and you have no doubt that he speaks with conviction. After all, when you first arrived here, he nearly threw you into a tank to feed the sharks, and later, he casually disposed of a man in front of you. The moment the man hit the water, crimson blood stained the surface, and he was consumed by the ravenous shark before he could even struggle. He is utterly deranged. Your teeth tremble at the memory. The transparent glass revealing the man's arm still floating in the water. Ji Yu Chung, mere steps away from that gruesome scene, had forced you beneath the living room sofa, claiming you with brutal dominance. An abomination, a revolting creature. You feel your bones quaking. This world is far more terrifying than the one you came from. Ji Yu Chung personally feeds you freshly washed, crimson cherries, pressing them into your mouth. As you touch a cherry with your fingers, he swiftly knocks the entire bowl of cherries to the ground. Your hand is left red and stinging. Who permitted you to touch them? Yes, I'm sorry. You whisper, tears streaming down your cheeks. I just wanted to feed you cherries. You lean closer to Ji Yu Chung, kissing his lips. He holds the back of your head with one hand, deepening the kiss. After a long moment, he releases you, wearing an apologetic expression, even extending his tongue to lick your hand where he had mistakenly struck you. Sorry, baby, I misjudged you. His warm tongue on your still aching skin sends shivers through your brain, recalling the life-threatening experiences he has subjected you to. Do you still want cherries, baby? Shall I feed you? Ji Yu Chung kisses your cheek with a hint of obsession. If baby wants to feed me cherries, it must mean you like me. How you long to sever his hands and feet, binding him to you for eternity, reliant solely on him for survival. He revels in your vulnerability, as you lack the autonomy to eat without his permission. Ji Yu Chung provocatively trails his fingers over your flat abdomen. There's a surgery that can transform a beta into an omega. Shall I have it done for you? Then, upon smelling my pheromones, you will cling to me like a puppy, never leaving my side. Ji Yu Cheng's voice darkens as he recalls your attempt to escape yesterday, tightening his embrace around you, his tone sending chills down your spine. Then you won't ever think of leaving me again. No, no. You resist the idea of becoming a plaything under the influence of pheromones. You have witnessed many omegas rendered weak and helpless, unable to control their emotions. Why not? Ji Yu Cheng's voice rises, grasping your cheeks and pulling you close. You're always thinking of escaping because you're not an omega. If you were controlling, you would be effortless. But you are not an omega, and thus, you cannot be protected by the association. I could play you to death, and no one would care. Ji Yu Chung gazes at your frail figure, so reminiscent of an omega in physique and temperament, yet you are devoid of the glands. His hatred simmers beneath the surface, as he is unable to mark you despite having claimed you all night. It's futile, utterly futile. One evening passed, and the aura surrounding you began to dissipate. The inability to mark you drove Ji Yu Chun, a premier alpha, to the zenith of jealousy and possessiveness, as the unmarked treasure became the object of desire for many. Chapter 33. The Ancient Young Lady Traversing the ABO World. You are a child. Under the intense intimacy shared with Ji Yu Chun, within a mere month, you found yourself pregnant. Ji Yu Chun furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. He had already arranged for your surgery, and now this pregnancy disrupted his plans. With the news of your pregnancy, Ji Yu Chun resolved to quit smoking. He cradled you in his arms, gently caressing your abdomen, as the baby mirrored the essence of an omega. At times, I truly question whether you belong to this world. Yi Yu Chen remarked casually. Your body stiffened at his words. Sensing your tension, Ji Yu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and teasingly licked your lips. The baby's lips are so sweet. Have you secretly indulged in candies behind my back? His hand wandered restlessly beneath your neck. So soft. The baby feels so tender all over. Tears welled uncontrollably in your eyes, and you pleaded, Ji Yu Chun, please don't. He continued to embrace you on the sofa in the living room, his hands roaming over you, while several maids stood nearby, witnessing the scene, which filled you with a profound sense of humiliation. Ji Yu Chun wiped away your tears. I frightened the baby, didn't I? I'm sorry, little one. Shall we return to our room? The baby's always so shy when you used to love kissing me in front of others. How fickle you are. Ji Yu Chun thought, recalling how you would kiss him in public to appease him, a stark contrast to the ferocity you displayed now. Why don't you like me anymore? He exclaimed. I don't. I have never stopped liking you. You are my favorite, Ji Yu Chun. You placed his hand on your belly, urging him to feel the child you were nurturing for him. Ji Yu Chun, feel this. It is our child. Ji Yu Chen's gaze darkened as he halted your movements, lifting you and hastily carrying you upstairs. You finally exhaled in relief, grateful it was not in the living room. In the study, you discovered Ji Yu Chun had been researching omega fertility surgeries. He had clearly promised you otherwise last night. Your fingers clenched the book tightly. You cannot undergo this surgery. You do not belong to this world. The beta to omega transition surgery could very well cost you your life. You replaced the book on the shelf and turned to leave the study. Your belly was beginning to show, and you felt a deep aversion towards the life within you. Your mother did not love you, nor did your father. You were an unwanted child. You understood this feeling all too well. That night, you were particularly proactive, showering Ji Yu Chun with kisses. Why are you so forward today? Ji Yu Chun asked, pleased with your enthusiasm. wrapping his arms around your slender waist to prevent you from slipping off him. "I love Ji Yu-chun," you whispered, your face flushed, breathless, gripping his shoulders tightly. Ji Yu-chun captured your tongue, sucking on it. "You're being so good today." In the throes of passion, you finally expressed your thoughts. "I do not wish to become an Omega." Ji Yu-chun, recalling your earlier actions in the study, showed no remorse. What does it matter if he deceived you? He cared not for your reasons, but for how your transformation into an Omega could alleviate the heat brought on by his pheromones. "Don't be so naive," he said, pinching your cheek, his inorganic eyes reflecting a chilling cruelty that filled you with dread. "But you promised me last night." Your inherently weak nature, coupled with the influence of pheromones, suggested you might live your entire life under Ji Yu-chun's oppression. "Do not provoke my displeasure." Ji Yu-chun raised his hand to gently pat your cheek. He had just dealt with several traitors, and as their hot blood splattered across his expensive carpet, it only disgusted him. A bunch of lowly people, even their expelled breath was tainted. Ji Yu-chun pulled you into his embrace. Inhaling your scent, as if it were an intoxicating drug, he tightened his grip around your neck, gradually increasing the pressure while you struggled, pleading no, please. Relenting, Ji Yu-chun released his hold, only to spiral into a frenzy again. "I'm sorry, little one. I hurt you again. A kiss will make it all better." In despair, you close your eyes. In a world so vast, there was not a single sanctuary for you. You were the daughter born of a neglected concubine. Just how neglected were you? Even the winter charcoal fire and garments would be rationed. You were even pushed into the icy water by your own sister, under the pretense of retrieving a hairpin, while a crowd watched you struggle in the water. You felt your body growing heavier, sinking deeper, as the panicked voices of your sisters echoed from the shore. Before losing consciousness, you glimpsed a figure swimming towards you, wrapping around your waist and lifting you upward. You coughed out the water, struggling to open your eyes. The searing sun overhead made you dizzy. Slowly, you raised your head, seeing your savior. He had removed his shirt, revealing a sculpted abdomen, and above that, a man-esque physique you had never seen before. You screamed in fright, covering your face. Yi Yu-chun frowned, his patience wearing thin at the woman's piercing shrieks. "Be quiet." This was his first act of kindness, and if she continued to scream, he would not hesitate to toss her back into the water. After sitting on the shore for a while, you felt the warmth of the sun and gradually lowered your hand from your eyes, avoiding the sight of the man's bare body, surveying your surroundings. You had never seen such architecture in the capital. Towering and slender structures reflected dazzling light under the sun, with strange birds soaring in the sky. Hesitating to respond, Ji Yu-chun grasped your chin, forcing your gaze to meet his. You finally noticed the man had deep blue hair, adorned with silver earrings on his right ear, and his eyes were blue as well. Your mind struggled to process this influx of information, and just as you opened your mouth to inquire about your location, you fainted. Ji Yu-chun frowned, perplexed by the woman who inexplicably appeared in his private pool and then fainted in his arms. His throat tightened as he recalled your dark hair and eyes, your peculiar, cumbersome dress, pondering what lowly kind you were that had sought refuge in his private estate. Chapter 34. The Ancient Young Lady Traversing the ABO World. You dreamt of your 16 years of suffering. Your mother despised having a daughter, showering affection solely on your 10-year-old brother. Your father disdained your mother's crude illiteracy. Thus you, resembling your mother, were also unloved. Your sisters and the servants recognized your unpopularity and tormented you at every turn. You wept to your mother about your warm ear being taken by your sister, yet she merely pulled your ear, scolding you for disturbing your brother's studies, while he was merely playing with the maidens. Nightmares ensnared you, watching your mother lead your brother further away, leaving you alone in a cold, dilapidated room. "Mother," you gasped, sitting up abruptly. Your voice had already caught Ji Yu-chun's attention. He was watching you from a distance. You pressed your hand against your chest, recalling the experiences of your childhood, tears streaming uncontrollably down your face, the sound of your sobs resonating within the room. Ji Yu-chun felt a peculiar itch in his heart. "Do not cry." You quickly stifled your tears, cautiously observing Ji Yu-chun and everything in the room. Taking a deep breath, you expressed your gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, esteemed sir." Ji Yu-chun's fingers twitched, While you were unconscious, he had investigated your attire and ethnicity. Surprisingly, there was no record of you in the Federation's network. What is your name? It mattered not what race you belonged to. In comparison to his nobility, it was insignificant. Now that you had fallen into his hands, you were unlikely to stir any waves. Jiang Yao, as in ginger, and the Yao that means distant bell sounds. You softly explained your name. Ji Yu Chung rose and approached you step by step, causing you to hold your breath. At that moment, you realized that Ji Yu Cheng's stature was far more imposing than any man you had encountered at home. A faint scent of cedar wafted through the air, intensifying as he drew nearer, leaving you completely frozen. Was this fragrance his cologne? Ji Yu Chung sat beside you, observing your lack of reaction to his pheromones. He slowly raised his right hand and placed it at the nape of your neck. You gasped, lifting your hands to push him away, only to have his other hand grasp your wrist. Upon recalling how he had rescued you from the water, it became evident that your lower body bore no beta gender characteristics. Ji Yu Chung deduced that you were a severely disabled beta, a lowly individual who had escaped from an unknown planet. What do you intend to do? Ji Yu Chung seemed unconcerned about your sudden appearance in his private pool. A beta, yet resembling an omega, with a frail physique, he could easily crush you with a single hand and toss you into his shark tank. Now, however, he exhibited a flicker of interest. With his black hair and dark eyes, such a combination was indeed rare. He had never encountered anyone of your kind before. Ji Yu Chung released his grip on your neck and stood, flicking his fingers in the air as if performing a ritual akin to the Taoist priest your father once summoned. Shortly thereafter, two girls, approximately your age, entered the room. With their red hair and violet eyes, and green hair and yellow eyes, their bizarre hair and eye colors assaulted your senses. Surely, this must be a dream. Teach her how to serve me, Ji Yu Chung instructed before leaving the room. Serve? You? You serving him? Though your father's position in court was not particularly high, as his daughter, you had never been tasked with serving others. The two maids approached you. Say, miss, please get off the bed. Thus, you were led by the maids to a specialized training room. For over 2 months, you had not seen Ji Yu Chung, during which time you had come to understand this surreal world. You had inexplicably transitioned from the lake at your home to this realm. It was simply extraordinary. Although you had become a maid in this world, the maids informed you that Ji Yu Chung seldom visited, lacking identification to prove your identity in this world. You told them you had lost your previous memories, and the housekeeper believed you and arranged new identification for you. You felt a growing sense of reverence towards Ji Yu Chung. You could perceive that this estate was extraordinary, and that he could easily provide you with an identity without any trace of your past. Ji Yu Cheng's status was undoubtedly remarkable. After learning to access the internet, you attempted to search for information about this world, discovering that its inhabitants did not distinguish between genders as in your own world, but classified individuals as alpha, beta, or omega. You found this classification utterly incomprehensible. It was only when you were bathing with several familiar maids that you discovered the true nature of betas. You fled the maids' quarters in a panic, hastily wrapping yourself in a bathrobe and rushing out. This was simply terrifying. How could a woman possess both characteristics? The memory of what you had just witnessed was indelibly etched in your mind. In your haste, you failed to notice a man ascending the staircase nearby. Overcome with embarrassment, you did not pay attention to your path and nearly collided with him. Had it not been for Ji Yu Cheng's quick reflexes, you would have toppled into him. He bore a conspicuous stain of red liquid on his pristine clothing, the scent of blood assaulting your senses. You steadied yourself against the wall, realizing that the man you had nearly crashed into was Ji Yu Chung, his upper body smeared with crimson. You could not contain your voice, exclaiming, "I am sorry." Ji Yu Cheng's gaze lingered over your exposed calves and arms. Are you trying to entice me? You averted your eyes, overwhelmed by the intensity of Ji Yu Cheng's unabashed stare. Ji Yu Chung brushed his fingers, seemingly having forgotten you after leaving you here for over 2 months. Now, it appeared that you had been doing quite well. Follow me, Ji Yu Chung commanded, turning toward the elevator. You stood frozen for a few seconds. Was he ordering you to accompany him? Regret washed over you for having hastily slipped on only a bathrobe. This marked the beginning of your nightmare. Indeed, for someone like you, there would be no freedom in any world. You recalled that your departure from your courtyard to the front yard was entirely due to your mother promising you to a wealthy scion for the sake of your brother. You had never even seen him, yet your mother informed you of this arrangement, unwilling to accept your fate. You sought out your father for the first time in 16 years. No matter how you cried or pleaded, he remained unmoved. Subsequently, you were pushed into a frigid pool by your sisters, a group of onlookers standing at the edge, watching you struggle. You escaped once more. You could not accept becoming a mere pawn of pheromones, an intangible force. This time, you carried a dagger close to your person. If you could not escape Ji Yu Chung, you would prefer death to living under his control. Fortunately, this time, your escape seemed to have succeeded. Aware of your uniqueness, you donned a silver wig and used the identity Ji Yu Chung had provided to find a rented room. You were approximately 6 months pregnant, your belly visibly rounded. As you caressed the child within, you ultimately could not bring yourself to terminate the pregnancy. You felt the baby kicking inside you and gently massaged the spot where it had just moved, even though you harbored no affection for the child's father. What did it mean to love? Did someone like you deserve such emotions? In this world, individuals cared not for parental arrangements, but rather for genetic compatibility. Unbeknownst to you, your genetic match with Ji Yu Chung reached an astonishing 95. A compatibility over 80 would cause two individuals to be genetically compelled upon meeting, leaving them with only the ability to think, as if the universe had come to a halt, the sound of the wind echoing in their ears. This was Ji Yu Cheng's immediate reaction upon encountering you by the pool. It was this response that led him to plunge into the water to save you. Otherwise, you would have drowned. Regrettably, you were not from this world, and thus, you would not be controlled by this so-called genetic bond. With the food in your home depleted and little money at your disposal, when you escaped, you anxiously opened your light brain, fearful that a wanted notice would appear at any moment. Last time, it was the passerby who spotted the wanted notice and reported you, leading to your discovery by Ji Yu Chung. You adorned your eyes with inferior contact lenses to conceal your gaze, and even altered the color of your hair. Moreover, you wrapped yourself thoroughly in a scarf and hat, cradling your belly as you cautiously left your rented apartment. Upon reaching the convenience store downstairs, you casually selected several nutritional supplements, preparing to check out. The tension overwhelmed you from the moment you departed your dwelling. You envisioned 100 ways Ji Yu Chung might apprehend you. As you exited the store, your nose twitched slightly, catching the scent of flowering haitang. You had cherished haitang since childhood, and now you stood by the roadside, inhaling its fragrance. The late autumn chill enveloped the capital, and as you breathed in small gasps, the weight of your pregnancy made you dizzy after just a few steps. You were nearing your limit. It had been so long since you had savored its aroma. Your delicate fingers pressed against the wall for support as you gently inhaled the scent of haitang. Before your brother was born, your mother had lavished her affection upon you. You vividly recalled the gentleness of your mother as she tucked a haitang blossom behind your ear when you were 4. Its fragrance remained unchanged all these years. A hand rested upon your shoulder. Had enough fun? Ji Yu Cheng's voice came softly. You did not turn around, merely replying to him with a gentle The 13th method, a possibility you had never anticipated. The moment you detected the scent of haitang, you realized you were about to be captured. Ji Yu Chung encircled your waist, declaring that it was time to return home after 3 months of escapades. You reciprocated by embracing his shoulder, yielding to his embrace. Ji Yu Chung carried you back to his car while you merely rubbed your slightly chilled knees in silence. The sensation of being watched each night before you fell asleep had indeed been him. At the moment you entered the vehicle, the partition had quietly risen. Your heart plummeted, yet you strove to maintain a facade of calm, silently massaging your knees. Your calves have been somewhat swollen lately, making every step a struggle for your knees. Ji Yu Chung grasped your wrist and cupped your face, pulling you closer. You had evaded his grasp for over 3 months, and your cheeks had lost much of their fullness. Like a young kitten, you had believed the world outside was vast, yet in truth without a master. You would merely perish in the wilderness. Ji Yu Cheng's fingers bore the weight of calluses. Your face felt uncomfortable under his grip, prompting you to furrow your brows in silent protest. He chuckled coldly within, having allowed you to roam free for a few months, only to find your resilience had hardened. Seeing your persistent desire to flee, he deemed it necessary to let you fly free for a while. The deep blue of Ji Yu Cheng's eyes was filled with you, as if you were his entire universe. You wrapped your arms around his neck, leaning in to kiss him, seeking solace in his presence. The fact that he did not unleash his fury upon you immediately upon finding you was a testament to his restraint. Were it not for the child within you, you would have been subjected to a lesson in survival and despair. You shook your head, pushing against him with both hands, retreating. You had witnessed his methods during your intimate moments. He had shown you such ways of engagement. The people of this world were truly terrifying. Ji Yu Cheng's tongue grazed the roof of his mouth, his gaze lingering upon your somewhat gaunt cheeks. You had been released for a time, yet you had withered like a frail being. Choices had to be made, did they not? Ji Yu Cheng's palm gently patted your back, akin to soothing a child. Soon, you bore him a daughter, delicate and adorable, resembling a little snowball. Yet, like her father, she possessed strikingly blue eyes. You loathed those eyes, so reminiscent of her father's. After giving birth, you had never taken the initiative to care for her, not even for feeding. Moreover, she was an alpha. You looked at her, so different from yourself, feeling a surge of disgust that made you want to retch. To this day, you could not accept the presence of such revolting traits within a woman. Seeing her reminded you of your own experiences upon entering this world. What a wretched memory, so utterly repugnant. Just like her father, you had even descended into a frenzy, contemplating using scissors to sever that which made you feel nauseated. After your child was born, it seemed Ji Yu Cheng had abandoned any thoughts of transforming you into an omega. You had no idea how long this existence would endure, nor did you possess the courage to end it. As a mere ant, surviving had consumed every ounce of your strength. You were unwilling to perish. It appeared that to cling to life, something had to be sacrificed. First, the love of your parents in childhood, later your freedom in adulthood. After moments of tenderness, the man cradled your face and kissed you, declaring his love solely for you and the child. In this world, only he loved you most. Thus you were to love him in return, for you were his wife, his lover, his child, his everything. As he spoke, his demeanor grew increasingly crude. However, you were utterly exhausted, your mind unable to function, and you succumbed to a deep slumber. The fatigue clouded your judgment, blurring the lines between his lies and love. Much like a venomous serpent that ensnared you, binding you inescapably to him. Chapter 36. The wife of the malevolent deity won your phone, concealed within your bag. Vibrated for the third time, prompting your colleague's concern. What are you doing? You remained oblivious, engrossed in the document before you. Your colleague clicked their tongue and promptly tapped your shoulder. Huh. Finally, you paused your work, glancing toward them. They leaned in, worry etched upon their face. Are you unwell? Your eyes, long deprived of rest, ached painfully as you struggled to prop yourself up in your chair, attributing your discomfort to recent sleepless nights. The phone's vibrations ceased, granting your heart a moment of respite. That must be your husband calling. Why aren't you answering? Did you two have a fight? Your colleague continued. You remained silent. Sensing your reticence, your colleague refrained from further probing. As you closed your computer and prepare to leave the office, your colleague offered one last reminder. You've only been married for 2 months. It's best to talk things out. You remained mute, dragging your weary feet as you exited the company. Despite it being June, the evening sun cast a chill upon you as it filtered through the glass of the buildings, causing you to shiver. Standing before a sleek black Porsche was a man in a tailored suit, holding the most vibrant red roses. His sharp, commanding features paired with his dark hair lent him an almost divine aura. Upon seeing his wife emerge, his expression softened, becoming warm and gentle. You stood rooted at the company entrance, unable to take another step. Xia Yen approached with a soothing smile. Are you exhausted from work, my love? Let me carry you to the car. Your hands, tucked into your pockets, began to tremble uncontrollably. Xia Yen tossed the roses toward a nearby trash bin, his cool fingers resting on your forehead. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You instinctively took a step back, only to be drawn into Xia Yen's embrace, lifted effortlessly into his arms. It was all your husband's fault for not noticing your discomfort. Is it all right if the baby takes out their frustrations on me? Please don't ignore me. As he spoke, he placed a moist kiss on your forehead, his voice tinged with a touch of grievance lingering in your ear. The car door swung open, and you were ushered into the back seat, the divider already lowered. Xia Qingyan incessantly kissed your fingers, his affections growing bolder. Moist kisses landing on your earlobes, his teeth gently nibbling at the soft flesh. Baby, I adore you so much. Please don't go to work. You remained silent. Xia Qingyan's gaze darkened as he studied you, and you found yourself trembling uncontrollably. Are you cold? He enveloped you entirely in his arms. Though he could easily adjust the car's temperature, he hesitated. Your teeth chattered from the chill. Could you give me a kiss, baby? Xia Qingyan released your earlobe, pressing his forehead against yours, compelling you to meet his gaze. You forced a slight smile, slowly lifting your head to brush against his right side. A fleeting touch that hardly qualified as a kiss. Xia Qingyan sighed softly, as if helpless to your shyness. As the temperature in the car rose, your scent began to mingle with the air. I adore you so much. He inhaled deeply, reveling in your presence. You felt the tension within you ease as the warmth enveloped you. If you were tired, perhaps you could rest in your husband's arms for a while. With his suggestion, you gradually drifted off to sleep. Even in slumber, your body remained rigid. Xia Qingyan, distressed, breathed in your essence, questioning why you feared him when he had never harmed you. He had transformed into the most handsome of men, possessing wealth, power, and status. Why would you not choose to remain by his side? Why not devote your gaze solely to him? The accumulation of frustration surged within him. Suddenly, you jolted awake, propping yourself up to gaze at your bare legs. What's wrong? Xia Qingyan inquired, his concern evident. It was that terrifying sensation. It felt as though someone was watching you, attempting to touch and consume you, even though there was no one in the house but you and your husband. Why did such illusions plague you? Were you truly unwell? You had been growing increasingly thin, unable to eat due to the oppressive gaze that haunted you, and your nightly slumber was far from tranquil. Your devoted husband had even postponed his corporate responsibilities to prepare meals for you, ensuring you were shielded from any household chores and financial worries. He was undoubtedly the most exemplary husband in the world. He remained as charming and gentlemanly as when you first met, his love for you deepening with each passing day. Yet, why did fear grip you in his presence? When did this transformation occur? You had once loved him wholeheartedly. Oh, how you longed to touch him, to consume him. Let us hurry home. I have something to discuss. You're so adorable, so obedient. No words seemed sufficient to quell the yearning that his heart felt for you. He could not frighten his wife, for she was so delicate and precious. He must maintain control. His gaze remained fixed upon you. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Your husband, hailing from a prestigious family, always personally saw you off to and from work, despite his busy schedule. In the 5 months since you became a couple, you had never quarreled, for he agreed with every word you said and never exhibited any arrogance associated with wealth or masculinity. Your husband was perfection incarnate. Yet this very man had saved you and fallen in love with you at first sight, visiting you daily in the hospital during your recovery, even bringing you homemade chicken soup. However, since your marriage, your mental state had begun to deteriorate. You sought solace in confiding your torment to those around you. But your colleagues and friends dismissed your feelings as mere stress-induced delusions. Chapter 37. The wife of the dark god too led us divorce. You pulled the divorce agreement from your bag and presented it to your flawless husband. A crack appeared in Xia Qingyan's otherwise perfect expression as he tilted his head. Why? There is no reason. Just sign. You rapped your pale knuckles against the coffee table where the divorce papers lay. Since your marriage, you had felt as if something was constantly watching you. If you remained here, you feared you would lose your sanity. You had to leave, had to escape. Xia Qingyan licked his lips. Did I do something wrong? You rubbed your temples. I will be going abroad for 3 years. Even if you don't sign, if we are separated long enough, the court will recognize the irretrievable breakdown of our relationship. Xia Qingyan sighed. Why? Didn't you say you would love me forever? And there was again that sensation of being observed. You felt a chill run down your spine and instinctively glanced back at the empty living room. Your hands clenched tightly, your nails digging into your palms, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. You felt as if you were on the brink of madness. Just a month into your marriage to Xia Qingyan, You felt your sanity slipping away. Staying in this house invited that feeling of being watched, of something coiling around you like a serpent. You searched the home thoroughly, finding no hidden cameras. Your gaze fell upon your husband, and you realized that if you continued to stay here, you might very well develop a persecution complex. Taking a deep breath, you said, "I'm sorry. I don't want anything from you. You can keep the house and the car." But before you could finish, you were horrified to see your husband's eyes turn a deep, abyssal black, as if he were a black hole ready to consume you. You screamed. Those eyes were not human. Xia Qingyan approached you, and as you attempted to flee, you felt something slithering up your ankle. You thought it was another illusion until you saw a dark, tentacle-like appendage emerging from behind him. Looking down, you beheld a creature resembling an octopus wrapping around your calf. This was no figment of your imagination. Following the tendril's path, you realized it belonged to your husband. He had saved you in the icy wilderness and had fallen for you at first sight. After 3 months of courtship, you had married him. Your eyes widened as your mind struggled to comprehend the horror before you, and you fainted from sheer shock. It was broad daylight. You could not recall when the sky had darkened. Xia Qingyan caught your unconscious form. "I adore you. I adore you. I adore you so much." He was consumed by an obsession. Years ago, during a trip to the Arctic with a tour group, you had fallen into an icy abyss. Your blood and tears had awakened him. "My wife, my baby, it was you who awakened me. Why were you fleeing?" You found yourself enveloped in complete darkness. The rustling sounds around you reminding you that you were not alone in this void. What was it? What was it? You ran desperately forward, seeking light to escape this terrifying place. However, regardless of your efforts, the endless darkness continues to engulf you until your foot encounters something soft and sticky. You awaken from the nightmare. Your husband sits by your side, while a doctor clad in a white coat measures your heartbeat. "Darling, you are awake." Xia Qingyan immediately rushes to your side like an eager puppy. "It is merely an arrhythmia caused by excessive fatigue. You should rest, madam." The family doctor articulates the reason behind your fainting. You lift your gaze to your husband, who resembles a human, his eyes mirroring your own, light brown. "Why do you possess such peculiar memories? How could a human's eyes be so dark? Is a nightmare?" As the family doctor departs, Xia Qingyan embraces you once more. "You must be tired from work, darling." You shake your head, your eyes drifting to the empty coffee table. Why do you remember a document being there? Is it yet another instance of muddled memories? It seems a piece of your recollection is missing. What has transpired? Is there something you wish to convey to your husband? Xia Qingyan gently rubs your head. "Darling, shall we resign?" You shake your head, apologizing. "I'm sorry to worry you. I truly enjoy this job." A troubled expression crosses Xia Qingtian's face. You have witnessed him in his commanding role at the company, radiating brilliance, yet he always presents a childlike demeanor before you. "Darling, it's time for us to eat." Xia Qingtian tenderly massages your frail shoulders. "You have lost so much weight recently. I'm quite worried." Sorry, Afchinjan. You apologize to your husband with sincerity. "Today's meal consists of your favorite dishes. Shall we indulge a little more?" Xia Qingtian carries you to the dining table. You remain silent. Xia Qingtian no longer insists. It should not always be necessary to extend tendrils to pry into your being. You have become aware of it. You must be more cautious. Carefully retracting all tendrils back within, the discomfort that has plagued you dissipates, allowing you to eat normally. Xia Qingtian beams as he watches his human wife consume all the food he has prepared, finding you utterly adorable, with such a small, delightful mouth capable of devouring so much. "I like it very much." You place down your utensils, remarking on how Xia Qingtian's culinary skills have improved. You must be more cautious in your interactions with him. Otherwise, she might attempt to flee from his side. The incessant erasure of memories from his wife's mind could inflict irreversible harm. It would be best to sever all those bothersome tendrils entirely. As long as you remain by his side, everything will be all right. "Darling, may I have a kiss?" Xia Qingtian halts your action of gathering the dishes. You shake your head in mild exasperation. Your husband treats you as if you were a newborn infant. You rise on your toes and kiss Xia Qingtian's lips. Recently, your memories seem to be deteriorating, as if you have forgotten something significant. Reflecting on your life, what important matters could you possibly have to attend to? Your existence revolves solely around your husband and the affairs of the company. There are no close colleagues or friends, only your husband enveloping every facet of your life. You are indeed overthinking. As the kiss deepens, Xia Qingtian's fingers wander beneath your clothing. Let S return to the room. You still cannot acclimatize to such actions outside your private space. Xia Qingtian chuckles. All right, you will never discover it. Even if you did, your memories would be forcibly erased. As long as you remain by his side. Thinking of that colleague who touched you at the company, the tendril Xia Qingtian has extended now coil within your office building. With just a slight touch of those tendrils, he can control all humans. None should dare attempt to divert your attention. Chapter 38. Forced affection from your boyfriend superior. You curl your fingers in uncertainty. The man across the dining table possesses an eagle-eyed sharpness. You can barely suppress your trembling. He is the highest superior of your boyfriend. Your boyfriend is merely an ordinary employee in his company, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he is the master of this city. You have seen him in financial magazines. Although you cannot read, you can comprehend numbers, and the countless zeros beside his name are unfathomable. You cannot fathom why he has suddenly taken a seat before you. Today is the annual meeting of your boyfriend's company, inexplicably allowing family members to accompany, and your boyfriend brought you along. As a mere invisible presence in the company, he should be by your side, enjoying these extravagant delicacies far beyond your financial means. Yet, he was abruptly summoned by his superior. Shortly after your boyfriend departed, a man named Jing Yunzheng unexpectedly sat across from you. You lower your eyelashes, avoiding his gaze, bracing yourself against the chair to stand steady. Unable to endure the man's predatory gaze, you feel as though you are not a person before him, but rather an object, a mere item to be selected. You retreat to the company's top floor, letting the cold wind cool your heated body and steady your chaotic thoughts. Taking a deep breath, you pull out your phone to text your boyfriend, "I want to go home." You record your timid voice in the device and send it. You clearly see that your boyfriend has received the message, yet he does not respond. You reopen the recording. "Darling, can we go home? I'm not fond of this place." Your alluring voice reaches Jing Yunjing's ears. A week prior, when you unexpectedly delivered documents to your boyfriend, Jing Yunjing had seen you. Just that one encounter ignited within him the desire to possess you entirely. Jing Yunjing remembers vividly how you looked that day, dressed in a light blue dress, with softly curled hair framing your earlobes, exuding a gentle grace. Your boyfriend accepted the documents from your hands, tucking your stray hair behind your ear. Initially, Jing Yunjing thought you were his sister, astonished that such a beautiful woman would fall for such a worthless man. In an instant, he discerned that your boyfriend was merely an inconsequential ant. The next moment, his kiss landed on your cheek, causing you to blush and lightly punch his chest. Stop it. You flirt with another man, your girlish demeanor igniting his desires. Jealousy, belated and burning, seizes his heart as he investigates your background. An orphan, uneducated, your grandfather had exhausted his entire fortune to fund your boyfriend's father's education. Your boyfriend's father established roots in city, marrying the only daughter of a family with city residency, unwilling to return to your backward village to repay the favor. Until 2 months ago, when your grandfather passed away, he somehow acquired your boyfriend's family's address, prompting you to seek them out. With only you and your grandfather in the home after his death, you face the risk of being devoured by the village's inhabitants as a lone orphan. You muster the courage to visit your boyfriend's family, initially unwelcome. Yet, your boyfriend was captivated by your beauty at first sight, using his words of gratitude to keep you within their home. Thus, you became their household servant. Illiterate and uneducated, seeking employment would bring them shame. You had no choice but to shoulder the domestic responsibilities. On that day, when you delivered documents to your boyfriend, it was merely a means for that man to elevate his status, leveraging your exceptional looks to gain face among his colleagues. Before that moment, you had never held hands, and suddenly being kissed on the cheek by a man startled you. Although you instinctively resisted, the thought of finally having a home made you endure. Mimicking the coyness of women you had seen in the village, you feigned a semblance of modesty. In less than half a day, all your information had reached Jing Yunjing. Upon discovering that you were not in a romantic relationship and had lost all your relatives in this world, an immense joy blossomed within him. Seeing that your boyfriend had not responded to your messages, you hesitated but ultimately chose to make a call. In that split second, just as the call connected, your wrist was suddenly seized. A startled scream escaped your lips as your phone clattered to the ground. Your phone, a discarded second-hand device gifted by your boyfriend's mother, shattered upon impact. On the other end, your boyfriend sat surrounded by a circle of bodyguards, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Turning around, you discovered that the one who had gripped you was Jing Yunjung. You covered your mouth, having just gasped. This man appeared formidable, and your recent actions may have incited his ire. Jing Yunjung, though reluctant to part with the warmth and delicacy of your skin, ultimately restrained himself and released you. I apologize, I thought. He began gently. Realizing you may have been standing too close to the edge, you stammered, and no, it's fine. Avoiding his gaze, you crouched down to collect the shattered pieces of your phone, uncertain if it could still function, if it were beyond repair. You dreaded the anger that would surely erupt from your boyfriend's mother. She had never favored you, often deriding you as a vixen or a shameless street girl whenever your boyfriend was away. Desperate for a place to belong, you had endured her insults. The urgency to escape this place gripped you, a natural fear of powerful figures, especially Jing Yunjung's unsettling gaze, made your heart sink. Jing Yunjung observed your flustered state with keen interest, even finding your fear alluring. Pain caused your crimson lips to part slightly as you inhaled sharply. Such petite lips could scarcely accommodate even two of his fingers. If Jing Yunjung were to act on the wild impulses swirling in his mind, you would be left utterly defenseless. After gathering the remnants of your phone, you dared a cautious glance at Jing Yunjung. Noticing his gaze downcast, seemingly disinterested in you, you seized the opportunity to hastily flee the rooftop. Jing Yunjung remained rooted in place, greedily inhaling the lingering scent of your presence. With your phone broken, you were unable to contact your boyfriend, and the thought of conversing with city dwellers filled you with shame. You felt their contempt for a girl hailing from a small mountain village. Ultimately, you returned to your boyfriend's home, clutching a handful of phone shards. You knocked on the door, and as it swung open, several of your clothes were flung at you by your boyfriend's mother, striking you harshly. Chapter 39. Forced love by your boyfriend's superior. You were still being thrown out. You had intended to plead for mercy, but upon meeting your boyfriend's father's relieved gaze, you finally recognized the nature of the treachery you had endured. Clutching your belongings, you descended the stairs, discarding your shattered phone into a trash bin. Contemplating whether to seek refuge on the overpass or find a park bench for the night, a black limousine halted before you. You paused in bewilderment, clutching your clothes, ready to change direction. The window slid down. A yowl, a cold yet melodious voice called from behind, sending a shiver down your spine. Turning, you recognized the man as Jing Yunjung, whom you had encountered not long ago. "No place to go?" he asked, observing your pitiful appearance, tears brimming in your eyes. The sight made him unable to suppress a laugh. You didn't even have a bag for your clothes. How wretched you appeared. It was all due to him. A thought that brought him a twisted sense of satisfaction. "How do you know my name?" You stammered. Your remote mountain village was so backward that you lacked even a household registration, seeming entirely foreign to this world. You had no surname. Your grandfather had merely given you the name Yao. A Yao. A Yao. You must survive for your grandfather's sake, you reminded yourself, determined to live on. The sound of the car door clicking shut pulled you back to reality. Watching the tall man approach you step by step, you instinctively began to back away. Jing Yunjung, with his German ancestry, stood nearly 6.5 feet tall. His pale blue eyes fixed upon you made you feel like prey in the night, trapped by a ravenous wolf, awaiting its lethal strike. This feeling mirrored your past encounters with wolves in the forest, but Jing Yunjung was far more terrifying. You could scarcely fathom how he knew your name, only wishing to escape swiftly. "I'm here to pick you up for him," Jing Yunjung stated, rolling his words. Yet he never mentioned your boyfriend's name. He would go mad with jealousy, even if just his name was uttered in your presence. Realizing Jing Yunjung was sent to collect you on your boyfriend's behalf, an overwhelming joy drowned you. Your boyfriend would still be there for you. shielding you from his mother's malice as he had always done. Your unmasked delight transformed Jing Yunjing's demeanor. His authoritative presence suddenly deflated. Get in. Startled by his abrupt change, you cautiously climbed into the car. How naive and foolish you were, so easily deceived into entering a stranger's vehicle. Such a simpleton deserved whatever fate awaited her. You made an effort to sit as far from Jing Yunjing as possible, curling into a corner of a luxurious car, feeling utterly out of place. Do you love him? Jing Yunjing leaned back, appearing suddenly intrigued by your romantic entanglement. You blinked and nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze fell upon your hands, and you sensed a flicker of anger brewing within him. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew increasingly tense, and just as you thought silence would reign, Jing Yunjing chuckled lowly, as if your perspective was flawed. You had always been slow-witted, unable to grasp the disdain and mockery in his tone regarding your boyfriend. All you could manage was a soft apology. It was the only thing you knew how to say. I'm sorry. The car came to a stop. Upon exiting, you found yourself in front of a magnificent estate. Glancing around, the grandeur of the mansion seemed endless, surrounded by dense woods. A hint of unease crept into your heart. Follow me, Jing Yunjing commanded, his gaze landing on your frightened expression, leading the way inside. You trailed closely behind him, flanked by towering security guards. Your head bowed in an effort to keep pace. It was only when you found yourself seated before a computer, witnessing your boyfriend unhesitatingly utter the words that would bind you to Jing Yunjing, that the reality of your situation dawned on you. You stood up in disbelief, staring at Jing Yunjing. What do you mean? I've been sold. Your boyfriend had been caught stealing company secrets at the annual meeting, facing a restitution of over 10 million and potential imprisonment. And you were sold to Jing Yunjing to repay this debt. You could barely maintain your balance. Your palms pressed firmly against the table, the once rosy hue of your fingers now drained of color from bearing the weight of your body. Your carefully styled hair had fallen loosely, framing your cheeks with a captivating allure reminiscent of your first encounter with Jing Yunjing. The difference this time was that it was he who tenderly swept your hair aside. Jing Yunjing, not that worthless scoundrel. His fingers grazed your cheek, trailing slowly downward, causing you to tremble. Why do you tremble so? His scorching hand settled on your shoulder, intensifying your shivers. How could you shake even more? Jing Yunjing took the seat where you had just been, exerting pressure on his wrist. After a fleeting moment of dizziness, you found yourself securely nestled in his embrace. One of his hands gripped your waist, anchoring you firmly to his lap, while the other retrieved several documents from the nearby drawer. You have been sold to me. Are you aware of your identity? You bit your lip, straining to hold back tears, appearing increasingly pitiful. I, Mr. Jing, am not for sale. You cannot read. Jing Yunjing raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing this fact. The documents clearly stated in black and white that you were to marry him and become his wife. Yet you retorted, insisting you were not a prostitute. Jing Yunjing was taken aback by your illiteracy. A silver lighter seemingly materialized in his hand, dancing between his fingers. You were captivated by his graceful, mesmerizing movements, and your tears gradually ceased. Jing Yunjing carelessly tossed the beautiful lighter onto the table, where it skidded several centimeters away, the sound of its impact making you clench your fingers. Break up with him, and I will marry you. His pale blue eyes reflected your figure. You struggled to comprehend. Mr. Jing, are you mocking me? Do you think I am foolish? Tears brimmed again, cascading down like a sudden summer storm, each drop striking Jing Yunjing's heart. You raised the back of your hand to wipe your tears, reluctant to confront this harsh reality. Recalling your deceased grandfather and the months of disdain and humiliation you endured at your boyfriend's home, you simply could not fathom why you elicited such disdain. Chapter 40. Forced love by my boyfriend's boss. Humiliation? Upon hearing your words, Jing Yunjing lightly pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. You were right. You were indeed foolish. Your tears flowed abundantly. Yet another man sought to toy with your naivety. Jing Yunjing had thoroughly investigated your life, and you, lacking even identification, were the perfect candidate to be caged, unable to escape. Now, you should stifle your tears and learn how to be a proper wife, rather than shedding tears over a worthless man. Save your tears for the bedroom. What? You felt your face flush with shame at his bold and outrageous words. You wanted to say something, but found yourself at a loss for words. As you managed to halt your tears, Jing Yunjia affectionately nuzzled against you, irresistibly biting into your soft shoulder. A muffled groan escaped his lips as his scorching tongue traced your skin. You nearly leaped from his lap, but were firmly held in place. Jing Yunjia's fingers slipped into your waist, and you remained motionless, akin to a quail, too frightened to move. Just a mere touch of skin had already rendered you uncontrollable. Jing Yunjia lifted you effortlessly and carried you toward the master bedroom. You were laid upon the soft bed, which sank slightly under your weight. As soon as you were released from his embrace, you instinctively scooted backward until your body pressed against the cold wall, sending a shiver through you. You were still clad in the loose, soft white dress from the company annual meeting, which, due to your movements, now accentuated your figure. Your gaze was filled with wariness as you fixed your eyes on Jing Yunjia. He noticed a pink mark on your heel, and his expression deepened with intrigue. Slowly, he approached and sat beside you, loosening his tie. You were frightened by his actions, your heart trembling. He then reached out, grasping your wrist and drawing you closer, effortlessly binding your hands with his tie. You did not dare to struggle. His gaze was intimidating. After securing your wrists, Jing Yunjia's fingers glided over your delicate calves, applying slight pressure, causing your feet to rest upon his waist. This perilous position made tears stream down your cheeks uncontrollably. Your vulnerability heightened his desire to dominate you. The drawer beside the bed was pulled open, and Jing Yunjia retrieved a tube of ointment marked with Italian script. He squeezed some on his right index finger. How cold. When did you get hurt? At the banquet? The searing sunlight was completely obscured by thick curtains, and a sense of desire permeated the dark room. Thank you. You murmured. Jing Yunjia put the ointment away, only to question, is that all? Just a thank you? You shook your head. I don't understand, Mr. Jing. I am foolish, inept, and utterly useless. Jing Yunjia grasped your chin. Are you saying this to persuade me to abandon the idea of marrying you? Your head lowered further. Jing Yunjia had never been known for his patience. He forcefully lifted your chin. Have you kissed that scoundrel? You shook your head. His mother had kept a close watch on you, wary of you enticing her son, forbidding you from uttering a word in the house. Kiss me. Jing Yunjia released your hands. You sat on the bed, motionless. Jing Yunjia took his time, displaying remarkable patience. Unripe fruits, when consumed too early, yield only sourness and bitterness. Only when they ripen and blossom do they reveal their sweetness. The room was silent. You could hear the pounding of your heart. Finally, you slowly propped yourself up and leaned toward him, a moist kiss landing on his jaw. Jing Yunjia was not entirely satisfied with this lackluster kiss. Yet he understood that patience was necessary, for you were both innocent and naive, and it was acceptable for you to take your time learning. Though he typically lacked patience, he was willing to take a step back in teaching you. Silly child, foolish student. If you do not learn quickly, there will be consequences. Your inability to learn is likely due to insufficient diligence with your homework. Jing Yunjia's long, narrow eyes scanned your trembling body inch by inch, his mind already excitedly playing a game of teacher and student. Next time, kiss here. Jing Yunjia guided your finger to his lips. Yes, yes, you eagerly replied. Pain shot through your finger as he bit down. You struggled to withdraw your hand, but he refrained from further coercion. All right, come down for dinner. Jing Yunjia tossed a luxurious white dress beside you, the tag still attached. As you cautiously picked it up, you once again encountered an incomprehensible number of zeros. What? Can't you even change your dress? Do you need my help? Jing Yunjia was displeased with your timid demeanor. You possessed a face so exquisite that anyone would cherish it. Yet you lived in such a pitiful manner. No, it's not that. Jing Yunjia had not laid a finger on you during the 2 months you spent in his villa. The most he had done was graze your thigh. He had yet to take the final step, and you could not comprehend why. He spoiled you, never counting the costs of his generosity, unlike that family. One day, as you ventured out shopping, a disheveled man suddenly lunged at you. The bodyguard swiftly apprehended the man. Yet you were still so frightened that you stumbled backward repeatedly. Yow, it's me. The individual pinned to the ground by the bodyguard was your ex-boyfriend. What do you want? You asked, biting your lip, your radiance only enhanced by the accumulation of wealth surrounding you. I was wrong, Yao, I was wrong. Please, ask Jing Zong to spare me. The man's desperate voice echoed in your ears, leaving you puzzled. What? In the next moment, someone covered your ears, and a familiar woody scent wafted into your nose. Are you heartbroken? You lifted your gaze to find Jing Yunzheng. I asked, are you heartbroken? Although his expression revealed no emotion, you could sense that he was engulfed in a jealousy-fueled rage. You shook your head, denying it. Let us go. You took Jing Yunzheng's hand and turned to leave. Ayao! Ayao! The man's cries were muffled by the bodyguard. Having walked a considerable distance, you turned back and approached him once more. Before he could express his ecstatic delight, you lifted your foot and harshly stomped on his head. You all know how my grandfather died, don't you? If you had simply repaid the money, he could have been sent to the hospital. Why refuse? He never asked for anything in return when he supported your father, did he? You had eavesdropped on your grandfather's conversations with his parents while living in his house. How could someone be so shameless, so audacious? You raised your foot in disgust, kicking off the shoes you had worn only once, then turned and leaped into Jing Yunzheng's embrace, planting a kiss on his lips. You did well. I will never feel pity for that family. They owe me and my grandfather. Jing Yunzheng's arms, which encircled your slender waist, trembled slightly. He feared that you still harbored feelings for this worthless man, and even the slightest affection drove him to madness. Let us go home, Zheng. Chapter 41. A disobedient disciple. You stood drowsily at the Xianmen competition, observing your disciple. Duan Lin Zhou mercilessly knocked the heroine of this world off the martial stage. Your eyes widened in surprise. Master, are you awake? Duan Lin Zhou's voice reached your ears like a whisper across the miles. You instinctively blushed, but cautiously scanned your surroundings, relieved to find no one watching you. Everyone was focused on Duan Lin Zhou on the martial stage. After he descended, he lightly tapped his toes and came to your side. You looked at the heroine, motionless on the ground, and rubbed your temples in frustration. How did the trajectory of this world go so awry? This marked the 8th year since you arrived in this realm. You were an interstellar fugitive, condemned to death after killing your adoptive father who attempted to assault you at the age of 17. His powerful family ensured your execution upon reaching adulthood. Thus, you seized the opportunity to steal a time-space traverser and fled into a random world through a rift. Prior to your arrival, you had glimpsed the future of this world. You chose to become a seemingly idle elder in the Piao Miao sect. The male lead, Duan Lin Zhou, was a prince of a fallen nation, climbing the heavenly ladder to seek refuge and mentorship in the Piao Miao sect. You initially wished to remain uninvolved in this world's affairs. However, for reasons unbeknownst to you, when his spiritual roots were tested, it was discovered that he possessed the most chaotic 5 spiritual roots, rendering him unworthy of acceptance and relegating him to a menial outer disciple. You inadvertently witnessed his mistreatment by fellow disciples, observing for an entire week without any notable figures coming to his aid. In your haste to follow the plot, you overlooked these subtle details, and as the boy's injuries worsened, you could no longer bear it. You approached your own master to plead on his behalf, ultimately taking him under your wing. Your cultivation in this world was far from diligent. You were the most inept elder among them. The useless disciple you took in 8 years ago had now risen to become the champion of the sect's competition, wielding countless precious resources. You never believed yourself capable of being the male lead-s master. Even in your own world, you were merely an ordinary person. Despite being in this lower realm, your talent remained unremarkable. It was only due to your command of energy superior to this world that your cultivation advanced rapidly. However, relying on external forces always had its limits. After bringing back the 10-year-old Duan Lin Zhou, you promptly fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening and opening your door, you found him kneeling before you, pleading for guidance. Perhaps he feared abandonment? Seeing his desperate resolve, you could only begin to learn from books while instructing him. With over 200 years of life remaining in your cultivation, you had long ceased to practice diligently, only retaining the most basic techniques. Eventually, Duan Lin Zhou noticed your efforts to maintain appearances, staying up late every night to study and stumbling through lessons the next day. He suggested pursuing independent learning, granting you some respite. His current achievements were largely unconnected to your influence. You were quite self-aware. As the male lead grew, his character increasingly mirrored the plot you had previously observed. He became more assertive towards you, gradually integrating into your life. Although you were his master, by the age of 14, his cultivation had completely surpassed yours, and he even began teaching you. Whenever you attempted to resist, Duan Linzhou would cling to your waist, feigning vulnerability. I'm left with only my master. You had no choice but to yield gradually, ultimately reversing your positions entirely. After Duan Linzhou left the martial stage, he led you back to the mountain where you had lived together for a decade. Noticing your contemplative silence since his competition concluded, he observed where your gaze lingered on the woman he had just defeated. In your blind spot, the handful of pebbles in Duan Linzhou's hand crumbled into dust. What is Master thinking? He inquired, wrapping his arms around your slender waist and resting his head on your shoulder. Although you understood he had grown up and that this was inappropriate, your previous attempts to set boundaries had been dismissed by him with various excuses, and you had slowly become accustomed to his touch. Are you still worried about the heroine who was knocked off the stage? His voice rose slightly, quivering as it reached your ears. Next time, be gentler when dealing with girls. Remember to be kind. You sighed, feeling as though the course of this world could not be corrected. No. Duan Linzhou's hidden fist tightened, yet his tone remained playful. Hearing his playful tone left you at a loss. Fine, today was unintentional. Besides, injuries are part of competition. This afternoon, I'll bring the Yuru Dan I concocted to make amends. Duan Linzhou's demeanor darkened significantly. Wasn't he that pill made for me? Why give it to someone else? Realizing your disciple seemed upset, you turned to reason with him, only to find Duan Linzhou grasping your waist tightly, rendering you immobile. You attempted to speak, but he insisted, I don't want you to see other women. I was just about to explain, you began. Master, why you always push me towards her? Last time, you asked me to deliver a dessert you made to her. The time before that, you had me bring her the spiritual herbs you gathered. It's countless. Duan Linzhou's voice was tinged with frustration. Master, what exactly do you wish to achieve? His fingers tangled in your hair. You averted your gaze, feeling guilty. She likes you. You've repeatedly rejected her, hurting her feelings. What about me? Doesn't Team Master fear hurting my heart? Duan Linzhou ground his teeth in frustration. Why is Master so eager to pair me with her? Duan Linzhou raised his voice sharply, startling you into a shiver. Xiaozhou, has Master discovered my fondness for you? His words struck your ears like a thunderous clap. In disbelief, you turned to face Duan Linzhou, who towered over you. Xiaozhou, what are you saying? Subtle crimson patterns began to emerge on his face. I said, I like you, Master. I merely wish to bring you joy. Duan Linzhou licked your earlobe, sending a jolt through your body, leaving you nearly unsteady. Xiaozhou, do not call me that. Am I not small? After you try, Master will know. You gathered your celestial power, attempting to strike your disciple behind you, only to have your efforts effortlessly thwarted by Duan Linzhou. Master, you sadden me so. He retrieved a pill from seemingly nowhere and placed it in your mouth. I adore you, Master. If only you could reciprocate my feelings. The moment the pill touched your tongue, its flavor flooded your senses. Duan Linzhou scooped you up and carried you into the room. Master will surely come to like me. I will bring you happiness. Chapter 42. The Disobedient Disciple. 2. Unbeknownst to you, during the haze of your consciousness, you revealed your origins. Duan Linzhou discovered the water mirror you had hidden away. Thus, when you awoke, you found him sitting nearby, holding the water mirror. Initially, you intended to express your anger, but upon seeing the mirror, your body froze in place. You had been deprived of water for far too long. As soon as you uttered a word, a fit of coughs overtook you. Your disciple, who had always shown you unwavering care, stood by, indifferent, watching you struggle to catch your breath as you leaned weakly against the bed. Your fingers twitched, and a cup of tea flew into your hand. After drinking, your throat felt significantly better. You looked up at Duan Linzhou. Return it to me. You had no idea how he found its hiding place, but you hoped he was unaware of its significance. Duan Linzhou noticed the guilt etched on your face. The anger that had been evident upon awakening dissipated upon seeing the water mirror. With a cold snort, he let the mirror slip from his hands, shattering it on the ground. "My water mirror!" you screamed, hastily getting out of bed, barefoot, trying to gather the shards. Since fleeing to this world, your time-space traverser had remained in standby mode, its energy dwindling with no means of replenishment in this realm. You had no choice but to conceal it as a water mirror, hoping to preserve a means of escape, even though your original world may no longer offer you sanctuary. Duan Linzhou grasped your wrist as you attempted to collect the pieces, lifting you effortlessly onto his lap. Now you have no way out. Your body froze entirely. Initially, you had clung to the notion that the man had accidentally caused the fall, but now you understood he knew everything. Duan Linzhou slipped a jade bracelet onto your wrist. You retracted your arm, lifted your hand, and struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Beast, your strike was not without force, leaving a distinct mark on Duan Linzhou's cheek even without the use of spiritual power. He felt a tingling numbness on one side of his face and a faint metallic taste in his mouth. Yet, when your palm first struck him, he was enveloped in your fragrance. Even being slapped did not invoke resentment in him. Rather, it brought him an inexplicable thrill. Your joy was his, and your anger was his as well. All your emotions were meant to be shared solely with him. No one else was permitted to witness this unique side of you. He recognized your fury, yet it mattered not. As long as he could keep you, Duan Linzhou took your hand and retrieved ointment from his space, applying it to your reddened palm. "Next time, do not use your hand to hit." Your eyes brimmed with tears. "Put me down." The rapid succession of events left your mind tangled like a ball of yarn. "Let me go." Your tears fell freely. Duan Linzhou pressed a kiss to your neck. "I truly adore you, master. We shall wed tomorrow. Do not force yourself to maintain composure." You were not inherently brave, faced with someone far more powerful. The thought of resistance was utterly foreign to you. "Xiaozhou, please calm down." You attempted to dissuade Duan Linzhou. The patterns on his face reappeared. "You will be my demon queen. Do not return to your world." Duan Linzhou was not the prince who brought ruin to kingdoms. He had revealed the truth about himself to you when he was 13. His mother had been taken by the demon king during a journey, and later, she escaped the demon realm, leaving him lost among humans. He became the personal attendant to that prince, and during a chase, the prince's companions forced him to switch clothes with the prince, condemning him to death. In a fit of rage, he slaughtered them all. At that moment, you listened in silence to the secrets he unveiled, astonished by the narrative that deviated so drastically from what you had envisioned, yet unable to fathom that he had shared everything with you. In this brutal world of cultivation, even biological parents would tread upon their children's corpses to ascend. "I will forever believe in you, master." Duan Linzhou placed your hand on his face, where the patterns faintly glowed, scrutinizing your expression for the slightest detail. You, not being from this world, would naturally harbor no disdain for any particular race. You moved your palm away and gently patted your disciple's head. "Do not speak of my origins to outsiders." Your thoughts returned, and you gazed blankly at the enchanting crimson patterns on Duan Linzhou's face, as well as the shattered water mirror on the ground, your heart sinking to the depths. Duan Linzhou embraced you and tore through the void, swiftly arriving at his demon palace. The sight of the palace littered with corpses nearly made you retch. Duan Linzhou frowned and immediately ordered someone to clean the exterior of the palace. "Tomorrow we shall wed and never part again." He nestled his head against your neck like a puppy. At 14, the first person I dreamed of was Yao Yao. The sensation I felt from Yao Yao last night was far more exhilarating than in my dreams. "How I adore Yao Yao. Will you become like your father?" You pushed against Duan Linzhou's head, unable to budge him, attempting to gather spiritual power in your hands only to find it completely restrained by the jade bracelet. Duan Linzhou had once confided in you about his disdain for his father, that scoundrel who forcibly seized women. Yet now, their actions mirrored one another. Duan Linzhou was undeterred by your sarcastic remarks, inching closer to you. "Yao Yao seems quite spirited. Let us engage in some delightful activities." A newly awakened monk often becomes entranced by the pleasures of the flesh. Tears streamed down your cheeks. You were not inherently strong-willed, merely striving to maintain appearances for the sake of your master and elders before Duan Linzhou. "Xiaozhou," You always view him as a child. Thus, he must make you understand that he is no longer a child. He is a man capable of bringing you joy in bed. Yao Yao is so fragrant, sweet and soft. Ever since I dreamed of you, I have eagerly awaited your becoming my demon queen. Duan Linzhou incessantly licked your lips. You wept painfully, unable to discern whether he brought you pleasure or agony. All you knew was that after being tormented the entire day, you found yourself dressed in a fiery red wedding gown, carried to another chamber. Nearby, demon maidens exchanged knowing glances upon seeing your bare legs marked with bruises. They say the higher one's cultivation, the more intense their desires. You are certainly not an ordinary human. The previous demon queen was utterly tormented. TSK. You find yourself placed upon a fiery red bed, your abilities suppressed by a bracelet, rendering you unable to utilize the Qingxinju. Overcome by drowsiness, you slip into slumber once more. A brief respite refreshes your energy. A few pills are forced into your mouth, restoring some of your strength and satiating your hunger. For 3 whole days, you feel like a ravenous wolf. Unable to endure any longer, you lift your foot and strike downward fiercely. The moment your foot connects, a hand seizes your ankle. What do you think you're kicking? Such a heartless act. Once again, you faint from exhaustion, unaware that since last night, Duan Linzhou has cast the Kuaixin spell upon you, making your thoughts and desires audible to him. I shall love Yao Yao for eternity. Shall my heart waver? Let me be reduced to ashes and never attain rebirth. With these words, the vow takes effect, and a magical array forms between the two of you. Unbeknownst to you, in your dreams lies a twisted and obsessive love. Chapter 43. The awakening of the NPCs, the muscled back of a man reveals the crimson scratches you have left behind. A silver handgun presses against your waist, your delicate legs draped over the man's hips. Only when the inspectors have departed does the handgun finally withdraw. You breathe a sigh of relief, cautiously watching the man with pale golden eyes before you. Cheng Yin experiences proximity to a woman for the first time. Compelled by the need to escape the pursuing bodyguards, you stifle a sob in your throat, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Cheng Yin. A faint fragrance lingers in the air, while your face is etched with terror and helplessness. Cheng Yin suddenly thinks that continuing the previous actions is not out of the question. The handgun is tucked against his thigh, and he produces a dagger from seemingly nowhere, slicing through your dress. Tears cascade down your cheeks as you plead, "Do not kill me. I will keep silent." Just half an hour ago, you were abruptly knocked unconscious in this room. In your dream, you envisioned a world akin to an adult comic, where you, a mere cannon fodder character, met an untimely demise at the hands of the male lead, Cheng Yin. Your head severed, your abdomen filled with explosives, your corpse cast into a crowd, resulting in the deaths of several. Awakened from this nightmare, you prepared to flee, only to find Cheng Yin bursting in, shedding his outer garments and pinning you beneath him. Moments later, a group of bodyguards stormed in. Tears streamed down your face as you pleaded, "I will keep silent. Please do not kill me. I am wealthy. I can offer you much." You bit your tongue, forcing yourself to regain composure. The dagger appeared, and if not for your palm bracing against the wall, you would have collapsed. It was the same dagger that would sever your head and disembowel you. A timid girl, akin to a frightened mouse. Your slender arms could easily be broken with a slight exertion of his strength. The sharp blade grazed your dress, shredding it into tatters that fell to the ground. Embarrassed and frightened, you covered your upper body, unable to utter any curses, fearing that a moment of displeasure could lead to your end. "Please do not kill me," you continued to beg. Cheng Yan's gaze lingered upon your exposed skin, as fair and delicate as jade. As a killer, his fingertips bore calluses. He seized your wrist and flung you onto the bed with a force that left you dazed. You never anticipated Cheng Yin would attempt such an act. In the comic, he loved only the female lead, mercilessly slaying any woman who dared approach him. Yet now, he was tearing at your clothing. Your mind was overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. "I am wealthy. I possess an abundance of wealth, my father." Your incessant chatter irked Cheng Yin, who leaned down to silence your lips. Pain surged through you, and tears welled in your eyes, your crimson nails digging deeper than before. Suddenly, the door swung open with such force that it crashed against the wall. You looked up to see the bodyguards arriving. To their surprise, they discovered the two of you indeed entangled as a couple. Get out. Cheng Yin pulled a blanket from beside him to cover your exposed body. The bodyguards could only apologize and retreat. As they left, your heart plummeted. You would die, you would die, you would surely die, just as the plot dictated. What was to be done? For Cheng Yin, the foremost assassin, he lacked for neither money nor power. Was it the female lead? Should you mention her in his presence? What did you desire? You forced yourself to calm, your tongue nearly shredded from biting it. The dagger at your neck had grazed your skin, the sharp pain signaling the flow of your life. As a pampered young lady, you were unable to seize the dagger and turn it against him. Cheng Yin regarded you with interest, observing this woman who, despite her terror, struggled to maintain her composure. If memory serves, this face belonged to the man's daughter. Cheng Yin surveyed your delicate limbs. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could easily snap your arms or neck. The dagger pressing against your throat was released. For against such a frail woman, he needed no weapon to extinguish your life. What can you offer me? Cheng Yin released your hands and sat beside you. You gasped, the aftertaste of fear flooding your mind, your remaining clothing soaked in sweat from anxiety. Your thoughts raced through the storyline of the dream. The male and female leads barely had plot lines that diverged from their passions. I shall employ you. What are your terms? Captured by him, escape was futile. So perhaps aligning with him might serve you better. Cheng Yin's visage was undeniably superior, with a face that could make any woman swoon. He engaged in the most heinous acts. He lowered his head, his fingers pinching your cheeks. Speak. What do you desire? Kill the illegitimate son of my father and his mistress. Seeing Cheng Yin seemingly swayed by your words, you wove a tale of truth and deception. My services come at a steep price. Cheng Yin's fingers slid upward, resting at the corners of your eyes. Your breath quickened. What was his intention? 20 billion. In US dollars. This sum represented nearly all your liquid assets. Cheng Yin showed no interest in the internal strife of wealthy families. He had always maintained a 100 success rate in his assignments. He shook his head, seemingly lamenting your foolishness. In the next moment, the dagger, which had been tossed aside, swiftly slashed across your throat, blood gushing forth. The piercing cold and pain enveloped your entire being. You ultimately succumbed to Cheng Yin, just as the plot foretold. In the final moments of consciousness, you recalled your mother once asking what you would do in the last 10 seconds of your life. Now you understood. If only you could live again. Chapter 44. The awakening of the NPCs. Upon reopening your eyes, you instinctively grasp your neck, finding no searing, sticky blood. Your gaze falls upon the digital clock mounted on the pristine white wall of the room. 1936. Am I dreaming? A dream within a dream? You find it nearly impossible to distinguish between reality and the realm of dreams. Stumbling out of bed, regardless of whether it was a nightmare or not, you feel an overwhelming urge to escape, to leave this place. Absolutely must not remain here any longer. As you push open the door, you collide with the man from your dreams. A familiar pain radiates through your neck, prompting you to clutch it instinctively. No blood, just an illusion. Cheng Yin gazes down at the frail woman before him, recognizing your identity the moment he sees you. This was merely a trivial task for him. Before he could draw the dagger at his waist to slit your throat, you suddenly raise your hand to cover your neck. Oh, have you sensed it? Cheng Yin recalls clearly from his investigation that you are a sheltered young lady, naive and innocently terrifying. Yet at this moment, fear glimmers in your eyes as you realize his true identity. Cheng Yin inches closer, and you grip the door tightly, determined to resist being forced back into the room, knowing that to do so would mean certain death. Your bodies are nearly pressed together. You fixate on the bow tie of the servant's uniform he wears, your nails digging into your palm. After what feels like an eternity, you finally manage to utter a sound. Stand aside. Hearing the rapid footsteps approaching from the corridor, Cheng Yin chooses to withdraw. The bodyguards aboard the ship begin to search the rooms one by one. Just 10 minutes prior, the steward beside the ship's owner was killed by Cheng Yin. A piercing gaze remains fixed on you as you muster the strength to straighten your posture and walk towards the bodyguards. Miss Jiang, the leader of the bodyguards, calls out upon recognizing your face. You halt. What is it? Moments ago, Mr. Song lost a set of jewels. and we need to conduct a search. Your expression hardens. They are disrespecting the Jiang family. The leader of the bodyguards remains unyielding. I apologize, Miss Jiang, but we only take orders from Mr. Song. I want to see him, you assert, as long as it means leaving this place. Meeting Song Lan Ming, 10, is of no consequence. Once you step out of Cheng Yan's line of sight, you finally breathe a sigh of relief. You are certain you have indeed died once before at Cheng Yan's hands. Yet suddenly, you are back 3 minutes prior, waking in your room 3 minutes earlier than before. There is no time to ponder why you have been given another chance. All you know is that you must survive, even if it means seeking help from Song Lan Ming. Your complete focus must now be on him. He is the host of this shipboard gathering and your former betrothed. However, in a fit of arrogance, you had humiliated him over his illegitimate status, not foreseeing that he would rise up, eliminating every heir of the Song family who held a claim to inheritance, sending some to prison while others remain missing to this day. The bodyguards escort you into Song Lan Ming's quarters. After they leave, you quickly shatter a teacup, gripping a sharp shard of porcelain tightly in your hand. You refuse to allow your life to be taken so easily. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting in the room, Song Lan Ming has yet to arrive, and you swiftly realize you have been deceived. You grab the bedside lamp and smash it against the door handle until your palm bleeds, finally causing your hand to drop to the ground, overwhelmed by pain. Where are you going? Song Lan Ming's voice comes from above you. You turn around quickly. Why? You did not hear any sound from the bathroom. Why is Song Lan Ming emerging from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe? You had spent a full 10 minutes in the room, yet failed to notice anyone in the bathroom. The torn flesh of your palm causes your wrist to tremble uncontrollably. Did you not say you wanted to see me? Song Lan Ming sits on the sofa, his gaze falling on the ceramic shards scattered beneath the coffee table. Are you afraid, miss? He lights a cigar, a smirk playing on his lips as he watches you. His fingers press against your bleeding palm. There is no way he could have missed the noise you made while trying to break free, indicating that he had been observing your every move. The searing pain compels you to regain your composure. What do you mean by having the bodyguards search me? Even if you're now the head of the Song family, you have no right to search me. Song Lan Ming extinguishes his cigar between his fingers. You are indeed stubborn, Mississippi. You turn your head dismissively. Give me a phone. I need to contact my father. If only you could return to his side. How pitiable. Cheng Yan's voice echoes from the doorway. You struggle to suppress your trembling. Your unscathed neck feels as if it has been cut open once more, and no amount of internal reassurance can calm you. Song Lan Ming frowns. Who allowed you to come here? Cheng Yan still wears the servant's attire. Speak quickly. You stammer. Ah. Cheng Yan tilts his head, releasing a long sigh. She has noticed me. Song Lan Ming chuckles. So you are aware. What does that mean? Wasn't Cheng Yan here to assassinate Song Lan Ming? You take cautious steps back until your back presses against the cold window. Do you two know each other? Song Lan Ming nonchalantly wipes his dripping hair, a hint of impatience flickering in his beautiful eyes. Ah, discovered again. Cheng Yan drags a nearby cabinet to the door, blocking the only exit completely. Why do you want to kill me? Your upper body hangs precariously over the edge, the turbulent sea just beyond. Song Lan Ming pauses his actions. You intend to kill her? Cheng Yan turns to sit on the cabinet, sealing off the sole means of escape, casually responding with a nonchalant hum, unwilling to engage further with his half-brother. Song Lan Ming's laughter is laced with mockery. You always had a face that begged for a beating, Jiang Yao, and now you find yourself in this predicament. You remain silent. Who is it? I want to know who hired you to kill me. The last time, he rejected a $20 billion offer. Thus, it is not a matter of money. I'll have you guessed. You are not as foolish as you appear. Cheng Yan's tone is deceptively innocent and charming. Yet you continue to retreat. Step back any further and you will fall, Cheng Yan warns. It is my father's illegitimate son. The ship's horn sounds, and you see Cheng Yan's lips moving, yet you cannot make out the words. However, it is enough. Bracing your elbows against the windowsill, you turn and push with all your might, sending your entire body plummeting downward. Jiang Yao. Just before you plunge into the depths of the sea, you catch sight of Song Lan Ming rushing towards you. Ah, the cat weeps for the mouse, pretending to be merciful. Chapter 45. Awakening of the NPC. 3. You have died a total of 26 times. 14 of those deaths were at Cheng Yan's hands, 9 were by your own hand, and 3 were at the hands of Song Lanming. Countless cycles have gradually made you stronger. You still cannot comprehend why you possess such abilities. However, as long as it allows you to eliminate them, it suffices. The initial desire to survive has been increasingly replaced by thoughts of vengeance, with flames of anger, jealousy, and resentment intensifying with each cycle. You have discerned the reasons behind Cheng Yan's attempts on your life. As for Song Lanming, during those 3 instances, you had attempted to kill him, only to be turned against and slain in return. The information gained through death continues to multiply. You cannot kill Cheng Yan alone. It is simply not feasible. However, with Song Lanming, the dynamics change entirely. On the 27th occasion, you open your eyes. It is 1936. You push open the door and encounter a hurried Cheng Yan. Stand aside. No matter how many times you return, you will forever harbor a deep-seated fear of this demon that seeks to claim your life. Cheng Yan's gaze fell upon your face. As the footsteps of the bodyguards echoed, you followed the identical path to Song Lanming's chamber. You were prepared to eliminate them at any cost. One by one, you shed your garments and pushed open Song Lanming's wardrobe, donning his shirt. You were acutely aware that the one-way glass in the bathroom allowed Song Lanming to observe everything. Releasing your coiled hair, you reclined on Song Lanming's bed, inhaling the lingering scent as if entranced, murmuring his name, Lanming, Lanming. Song Lanming was utterly frozen. But had you not always detested him? Even now that he had ascended to the position of head of the Song family, you continued to regard him with disdain, as though his very presence repulsed you, compelling you to flee at every opportunity. Are you not coming out yet? You thought, consumed with conflicting emotions. How you adored his attention. Yet why did he gaze at others? Your irritation swelled against anyone who diverted his focus. You had uttered enough to fortify your resolve, and now you found yourself articulating the most nauseating words with a stoic expression. You could no longer recall how many times you had forced yourself to entice Song Lanming. Yet despite your relentless provocations, he remained unwilling to act against Cheng Yan. Had it not been for your last death, when you inadvertently discovered their shared maternal lineage, your every action before them had rendered you a mere jester, and your fury clenched your fists. They must be eliminated. There would be no mercy. The bathroom door swung open. You lifted your head in disbelief as Song Lanming emerged. What are you doing here? Miss Jiang, this is my room, he replied, advancing toward you step by step. Let me think, what was Miss Jiang doing lying on the bed of this lowly, illegitimate child? You maintained a blank expression, merely fatigued. Is that so? Song Lanming grasped the truth. It seemed that all your hostility stemmed from jealousy. How endearing. Why is the eldest young lady so charming? As he leaned down, his amber eyes locked onto yours. Is that so? Attempting to rise, you found your shoulder firmly grasped, pinned beneath him. Did you not say you would come to find me? From his perspective, you appeared crimson, trembling beneath him, yet you stubbornly insisted, let go. By your 16th death, you had realized that Song Lanming harbored affection for you. How contemptible. The more you tormented him, the more he cherished you. Slowly, you lifted your hand to his neck. Teasing, I ask you, Song Lanming, are you not getting up? Do you desire something to transpire between us? He immediately distanced himself from you. Such foolish fantasies. Reclining on his bed, you laughed freely. Shall we strike a bargain? Song Lanming seemed poised to deliver another sardonic retort, yet his fingertips, which had brushed against you, were still ablaze. You caught sight of his reddened fingertips. At this moment, Song Lanming was rather easy to manipulate, becoming increasingly submissive as time passed. No matter how you cajoled, he remained resolute against Cheng Yan. You had attempted to poison Cheng Yan, but failed, as his keen senses could detect any toxin. Even when you endeavored to intoxicate him, he remained acutely aware of any murderous intent. This world indeed favored him. He could deftly evade your every scheme. However, you had discovered something. With countless opportunities for trial and error, you clearly held the upper hand. The door swung open once more, and Cheng Yan entered. What brings you here? Song Lanming held no affection for his brother. He viewed him simply as a tool to eliminate threats to the Song family. Cheng Yan's gaze fell upon your attire, hesitating for a moment before declaring, you've come to the wrong place. As Chung Yin departed, you exhaled in relief, wishing for him to abandon his mission to kill you. Regardless of wealth, women, or power, he would not succeed. Well, have you made your decision? You urged Song Laming. What bargain? I know you covet the secret documents hidden in my father's study. Marry me, assist me in ousting my father's illegitimate child, and I shall deliver them to you. This revelation had come to you during your 14th death. You have someone on your side? He had only shared this information with Chung Yin, who typically focused solely on assassination missions and never meddled in the struggles between you and the Song family. You offered no explanation. The seeds of doubt had already been sown. He is concealed by my father in America. If you wish, you can help me locate him, correct? With Chung Yin as your secret weapon, Song Lanming could eliminate anyone he desired. Yes, Song Lanming acquiesced. This deal was not a loss for him, and moreover, your previous actions had thoroughly deceived him. This was the longest you had survived thus far. Indeed, Chung Yin had relinquished his assassination mission upon your marriage to Song Lanming. But your desires extended beyond this. You found yourself pregnant with Song Lanming's child. Yet at this moment, you sat before Chung Yin, slowly stirring the dark liquid in your coffee cup, pondering an escape from the Song family. Chung Yin had just completed a mission, having gone nearly 4 days without sleep. His taut nerves rendered him exceedingly irritable. Leave? You splashed scalding coffee onto Chung Yan's face, asserting, you are merely a dog in Song Laming's service. Weary and fatigued, he failed to react to the presence of this woman he had long regarded as weak. Chung Yin seized your collar, flinging you out, shattering several glass panes in the process. That you survived Chung Yan's wrath was a stroke of incredible fortune, yet you had lost your child with Song Lanming. 2 months had passed, and the unborn child had perished at Chung Yan's hands. I demand retribution, you declared. Song Laming had obtained footage of you provoking Chung Yin. Indeed, it was true that you had acted foolishly against him, yet the loss of your child remained an undeniable fact. There will be more children, you surmised, regardless. Song Lanming would never relinquish Chung Yin. His ambitions grew ever bolder, and with Chung Yan's assistance, he would eliminate all competitors, ensuring the Song family's ascent under his leadership. Yet, a mere child was inconsequential, unless Chung Yin developed a murderous intent towards him. After your release from the hospital, you vacated Song Laming's villa. Chung Yin could not die. He did not wish to let you leave either, and thus made the most foolish of decisions, compelling Chung Yin to come to your rented apartment to apologize. The doorbell rang incessantly, and Song Lanming's impatience grew with each passing moment. Having endured this chaos for 2 months, Chung Yan's aura became increasingly menacing. Leave? Before Song Lanming could comprehend, Chung Yin had pushed him from the 6th-floor window. A deafening explosion followed. Chung Yin, caught unprepared, suffered grievous injuries as half of his body was obliterated by the blast. Song Lanming, lacking any cushioning below, broke his back upon impact. You approached Chung Yin, laden with newly purchased goods, reproaching him for his unwillingness to part ways with the Song family. His vocal cords had been damaged by the blast. This was the most severe injury he had endured since becoming an assassin. Did you set the bomb? Song Lanming stared at you in disbelief. I was still inside. You intended to kill me too? You tilted your head, producing a folding fruit knife from your shopping bag. If you do not die, I cannot find peace. Drawing upon your repeated experiences of death, you calmly severed both of their throats. Thus, your cycle came to an end. Chapter 46. She is a dragon. You are a malevolent dragon, having accidentally fallen into a seal and slumbered for centuries before awakening once more. You possess a fervent passion for collecting gold coins and, moreover, for finding a wife. This has been the tradition of your dragonkin for generations, to capture a human bride, confining her within your cavern, reveling in her company day and night until she bears your offspring. However, you never anticipated that the circumstances would be entirely reversed. You followed in the footsteps of your ancestors, seeking human villages, seizing their livestock, eagerly anticipating their offerings of a bride. Unexpectedly, you have stumbled into the domain of a dark sorcerer, and you have become his bride. This is truly a reversal of fate. Separated from your family during your childhood, you fell into a deep slumber due to an unlearned mastery of magic, remaining sealed away for centuries. Upon awakening, you sought your bride, guided only by the remnants of your ancestral memory, yet inadvertently trespassed into the dark sorcerer's forbidden territory. What are you thinking? A voice interrupted from behind. Startled, you shook your head in denial. Jiangque tightened his grip around your waist and turned, pinning you beneath him. You were aware of his intentions. He yearned for your intimacy. Despite being a robust dragon, the centuries of confinement had rendered your body frail and incapable of conception. You could not bear a child for this wicked, dark sorcerer. The frequency of your encounters increased, and in those moments teetering on the brink of death, he would magically revive you. Though he hailed from the east, his prowess in the realm of magic surpassed that of any native in this land. In his castle, you had witnessed numerous dragon heads, prompting you to retch in horror. Jiangque expressed disdain for your transformation into a diminutive human, lacking both strength and resilience. And perpetually weeping, it was a stark contrast to the expected might of a dragon. Despite his attempts to augment your powers through relentless magical coercion, you remained weak and sickly in appearance. No matter how many times you endured, you could not acclimate to Jiangque's domineering desires. You fainted on numerous occasions. Yet even in your unconscious state, he would not relent. Why can't I conceive? You wept, I don't know. Although Jiangque was frustrated by your frail strength and timid demeanor, every aspect of you resonated with him, creating an undeniable compatibility. Despite his distaste for your submissive nature, it did not deter him from seeking your company day and night. In your youth, you witnessed your father transformed into a dragon, ravaging human villages, capturing women as offerings from the villagers, only releasing them once they bore his offspring. Your mother was among them. The dragon's nature is inherently lustful. Your father had countless women, be they dragons, elves, mermaids, or the humans he scorned. Perhaps this is why you dared not resist Jiangque, a lesser dragon infused with inferior human blood. When Jiangque learned of your lineage, he regarded you as a disgrace. During a banquet, your father, guided by bloodline, recognized you. In the presence of numerous sorcerers and the continent's most powerful races, Jiangque, the mightiest dark sorcerer of this age, had taken a half-breed as his lover. It was a profound humiliation. That very night, Jiangque confined you to his secret chamber for an entire night, his violent tendencies manifesting as if he sought to peel away your dragon skin. You cried until your tears ran dry, pleading for mercy. Jiangque's immense magical power often incited murderous impulses. Since arriving on this continent, he had slaughtered numerous races under various pretexts. Only in recent years had he begun to regain his sanity, and the continent finally experienced a cessation of centuries of bloodshed. His desire for carnage, once redirected towards you, morphed into a perverse outlet for his whims. Yet, Jiangque found no satisfaction in you, leaving his temperament increasingly volatile until your maternal clan provided him with a secret elixir from the dragon race. Finally, you brought him some semblance of gratification. The discontent that had lingered for over half a month dissipated, and his attendants breathed a sigh of relief. Just days prior, the elven prince unwittingly provoked Jiangque. In a fit of rage, dispatched him with a mere flick of his wand. In this world of magic, races adept in sorcery scorned those who relied solely on brute force. That day, they witnessed Jiangque's rightful claim to his title as the foremost dark sorcerer, able to obliterate even the naturally defensively endowed elves without the need for magic, especially one of pure lineage and exceptional talent. You witnessed the gruesome scene as Jiangque extinguished the life of the elven prince, blood splattering onto his face while he continued to wield his wand, unblinking, until the prince's head rolled before you like a ball. His bloodshot eyes seemed to gaze into your soul, as if to suggest that you too might meet a similar fate. Overcome with terror, you fainted. Jiangque surveyed the expressions of those around him, a collection of cowardly wretches, with you epitomizing the very essence of uselessness. His eyes grew colder, and even in unconsciousness, your body recoiled under his gaze. He seized your collar, dragging you back to his chamber, never concealing his brutality from you. You had witnessed countless beings perish at his hands, dragons among them, and had been forced to watch your kin in dragon form battle the legendary giants. He was indeed a devil, You furrowed your brow in unease. Young Kuo, curious about how you perceived him in your dreams, imagined himself as a knight guarding you, though he knew it was a ludicrous notion. With a forceful effort, he dispelled the fantasy and wrapped you in his embrace, his hands roaming over your body as his garments vanished through magic. To him, love was merely a trivial pursuit. You lay beneath him, your legs hanging limply, your unconscious form racked with unease as you instinctively pushed against him. Alas, all your efforts were as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Chapter 47. She is a dragon, you are pregnant. Moreover, the child seems to have inherited the potent magical bloodline of its father. Within just 2 months, it nearly drained you to the brink of death. Had it not been for Jiang Kuo's timely intervention, threatening the entity within your womb, you would have perished, though you belonged to the formidable dragon lineage. The act of nurturing this offspring proved excruciatingly difficult, rendering you so weak that without him, you would surely succumb to the brutality of the world outside. Jiang Kuo's expression darkened. Recently, several races appeared to be conspiring against him, diverting his focus away from you. He did not believe that a timid, feeble dragon like you would ever harbor thoughts of rebellion. Unbeknownst to him, you had acquired a concealment talisman that masked your declining vitality, which he could not detect until you struggled and inadvertently tore the jade pendant from your neck. You could almost hear the grinding of Jiang Kuo's teeth, as if he wished to tear your flesh from your bones and consume you whole. Do you wish to die? He inquired, his grip on your face tightening, his fingers sinking into your skin with a force that felt as though he would crush your bones. Tears streamed down your cheeks as you shook your head in denial. Jiang Kuo released his grasp on your face, placing his hand upon your abdomen instead. Did you think that if he died, he would follow suit? How foolish. This child, endowed with his formidable gifts, would survive even if its mother perished. Stay compliant. Jiang Kuo gently patted your abdomen, seemingly issuing a warning to the fetus within you. Despite being merely 2 months along, the unborn child appeared to comprehend the threats emanating from its biological father. You felt the cold heaviness in your belly ease. It was time to reckon with the matters between us. Jiang Kuo seized your wrist and dragged you into the room, your whimpers escaping uncontrollably. I was wrong. I was wrong. The child will be harmed. Your tears flowed incessantly as you attempted to thwart his grasp, but he mercilessly pried your hands away. Jiang Kuo's dark, brooding gaze fixed upon you. Did you not intend for him to perish alongside you? I don't know anything. I know nothing. You shook your head, sobbing apologies to Jiang Kuo. He had uncovered your intentions, and you feared he would end your life in a fit of rage. Jiang Kuo's gaze shifted to your slightly rounded abdomen and the pallor of your face, a stark contrast to the once mighty dragon lineage he hailed from. In his presence, you felt as fragile as a human, easily extinguished with a mere flick of his wrist. Jiang Kuo's fingers delved into your mouth, pinching your tongue. If he did not consume food soon, ouch. The sudden increase in pressure from him caused fresh tears to spill forth. You understood the threat behind Jiang Kuo's words, complying softly as you rested your head on his thigh, whispering, I will eat. I will eat. Jiang Kuo released his grip, his dark desires laid bare. Your clenched fingers turned white. As a member of the dragon clan, thoughts of death were not easily entertained. Yet, Jiang Kuo's morbid need for control and his frenzied desires suffocated you. He even bestowed upon you an Easter name derived from his surname, forcing you to abandon your original identity, reducing you to a mere extension of his being. Jiang Kuo sat at the edge of the bed, his malevolent gaze fixated on your frail form. As you slowly reached out, awkwardly unfastening his robe, a breath escaped your lips. It was a path to your own demise. Do not. With wide eyes, you attempted to rise and flee, only to be pulled back onto the bed by Jiang Kuo's firm grip at your waist. His gentleness, this time, was a result of your pregnancy. Just before losing consciousness, your mind wandered, wishing you had never set foot in Jiang Kuo's territory. After breaking free from your seal, you had sought the essence of your kind only to stumble into his domain, where he had shot you and caused you to fall. You had inadvertently destroyed a considerable amount of his precious herbs, and Jiang Kuo had coerced you into becoming his lover to repay your debts. As time passed, Your naturally timid disposition allowed you to perceive the affections hidden beneath his facade. Initially, you thought a decade as his lover would suffice to repay your obligations. However, half a year ago, it seemed he harbored intentions of marrying you, desiring to bind you permanently to his side. Soon after, you discovered you were carrying Jiang Kuo's child, leaving you to plead for your father's rescue. Yet, rather than help, your father recorded your disobedient actions and presented them to Jiang Kuo. Jiang Kuo noticed your attempts to escape, and the crimson in his gaze deepened. Despite having tormented you for an entire day and night, it was still insufficient. Jiang Kuo despised cowardice, yet you had once weakly resisted him. During moments of his insatiable demands, you had pushed him away. He had then coldly cast spells upon you for 3 consecutive days, only restoring your strength at the brink of your collapse, forcing you to endure further torment. The terror of nearing death loomed over you, intensifying your fear of Jiang Kuo. He tenderly caressed your soft hair, his expression of satisfaction marking one of the few moments of warmth between you. The rampant dark magic within you began to stabilize, finding new ways to resolve what had once been calmed only by blood. The species of his continent were terribly weak. He could no longer suppress the surging magic within him and would inevitably bring ruin to yet another land. Jiang Kuo relished in unleashing his dark desires upon you, leaving you battered and broken, your skin marred with unscathed areas. You could not even shed tears, merely staring vacantly at him, submissively accepting everything he offered. His deep, gravelly voice repeatedly warned you of the child within. Even in your dreams, you were not spared. He forcefully awakened you from slumber, akin to a lotus struck by summer rains, swaying perilously. You gazed vacantly into the air, contemplating your father's betrayal, and let out a barely audible sigh, pondering how you could ever expect love from such a father. Jiang Kuo's hand settled on your chin, commanding you not to display such a wretched expression. You felt your eyes redden at the memory of his mercilessness, having taken a life merely because someone had misspoken. Despair washed over you, and you shut your eyes, wishing to shut out the world. Chapter 48. The man by the road on your way home from work, you encountered a bloodied man. Shocked, you covered your mouth tightly. The relentless rain fell upon the man's legs, mingling with the bright crimson that pooled beneath him. Despite his shirt being soaked through with blood, its quality was evident, as was the luxurious Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. You thought perhaps he was a wealthy victim of robbery. The cold wind sent shivers down your exposed arms. Suddenly, you noticed the man slowly opening his eyes. Startled, you gasped at his piercing gaze and quickly turned to flee the alley, regretting your decision to take a shortcut home. Your mind was filled with remorse, completely unaware that the man had risen. Just as you had taken a few steps, he clamped a hand over your mouth and dragged you back. You instinctively raised your foot to kick him in his most vulnerable spot, but a hard object pressed against your waist, making you realize the gravity of your situation. Your umbrella fell to the ground as the downpour drenched you both. In such torrential rain, no one would notice if he killed you. You were shoved against a nearby wall, tears mingling with the rain as they fell onto the bloodied back of his hand. "Call 120, the man commanded, and relief washed over you. You hurriedly pulled out your phone and dialed as instructed. His dark gaze fell upon your pale cheeks and lips, chilled by the cold. Just as the sound of the approaching ambulance grew nearer, he suddenly lowered his head and bit down on your lip. You felt your lips split as the stranger invaded your mouth. You wanted to struggle, but were hindered by the knife at your waist. After a long moment, he released you, whispering your name, Huichu. Just half a month prior, you had been on your way home from work when you unexpectedly encountered this bloodied man. Initially, you had intended to leave quickly, but he had grabbed your wrist and pressed a knife to your throat, forcing you to call for help. Even as he was taken away by the ambulance, he had continued to gaze at you with the predatory eyes of a wolf, a look that still haunted you with fear. His actions before leaving could only be described as harassment, leaving you to endure nightmares for over half a month. You rose from the bed, casually discarding the sweat-soaked shirt onto the mattress, and slipped into the soft slippers before leaving the room. After filling a glass with water, you deliberately retrieved ice cubes from the kitchen refrigerator, and upon downing the cold water, You finally regained your composure, trembling as you wiped the sweat from your brow. Regardless of how low you set the air conditioning, fear would drench you in perspiration. You placed the glass back in its original spot and turned to return to your room to continue sleeping. However, just as you turn around, you spotted a man seated on your sofa. Startled, you stumbled backward a few steps. The man turned his head, catching sight of your bare upper body. Moments ago, you had removed your damp nightgown, leaving you clad only in a white tank top. When had he arrived? You had not seen him when you exited your room. Chu gradually stood up and approached you step by step. In desperation, you grabbed a nearby kitchen knife, pointing it at him and shouting, "Stay back." You scoffed, seemingly unfazed by the knife in your hand. You shouldn't aim a knife at your husband. You furrowed your brows in fear, exclaiming, "What are you talking about? I don't even know you. Could he possibly be insane?" As Chu drew closer, he reached out to seize the knife from your grasp. Terrified, you shut your eyes and swung the blade, dreading the sight of blood and carnage before you. Unfortunately, in that fleeting moment, Chu grasped your wrist firmly, forcibly taking the knife from your hand, its sharp clatter echoing on the floor. With your eyes wide open, you began to flee, but Chu seized your waist and pulled you close. In a dizzying whirl, he pressed you down onto the spot where he had been sitting. The disparity in your physiques and the threatening position brought tears to your eyes as you stammered, "I have money. I have money in my bank account. Please don't kill me. I can give you money." Chu held both your wrists high above your head with one hand, while the other slowly descended to the skin beneath your slightly lifted tank top. Chu's face was undeniably handsome. He was the most striking man you had encountered in over 20 years. However, a faint scar divided his right eyebrow, a reminder of some past violence. You could hardly fathom what he had endured to bear such a mark near his head. Chu's palm began to tighten around your waist, and the desire in his gaze made it painfully clear what he intended to do. Tears streamed down your face once more as you pleaded, "Sir, I have a considerable sum." Jiang Yao, an orphan from the Tianshi Guyuan, 20 years old, high school diploma, with a bank balance of 30,196. While the remaining accounts hold a balance of 0, Chu recited, each word piercing through you. Your heart raced, threatening to leap from your chest. What did he want? Chu had spent half a month in the hospital to heal his wound, his gaze hungrily sweeping over your flushed skin, a testament to his touch. You, a person so terrified of death, had even the experiences from the orphanage fail to break your will. As long as you could survive, you vowed not to resist. You chose to close your eyes, rejecting the reality before you. Awakened from a nightmare, drenched in sweat, and startled by Chu once more. You succumbed to a fever in the latter half of the night. The heat left Chu with only one thought: pleasure. What if he became a fool? It was certainly feasible. After all, he could afford to care for a fool. Besides, a fool would be easier to control, akin to a dog. Dark thoughts consumed Chu's mind as he lowered his head, incessantly licking your lips. Who could you blame for traversing that path and encountering him? It was merely your misfortune to attract the attention of such a madman. Chu's hand left bruises upon your skin. Remembering how you appeared in the rain 2 weeks prior had ignited his interest. Your pure and innocent gaze, even in fear, appeared soft and beautiful as it rested upon him. It was only when he sensed your steadily rising body temperature that he finally lifted you into his arms and rushed to the hospital. When you awoke again, instinctively rolling over, pain shot through your hand. The stark white ceiling came into view, and your head felt rather foggy. "Miss Jiang, you're awake," a young nurse exclaimed, having just opened a game on her phone only to see you stirring, silently apologizing to her teammates as she quickly put her phone away and moved to assist you. "Oh no, your hand is bleeding." The nurse gradually elevated your bed, allowing you to sit up, then promptly pressed down on your hand to stem the flow of blood. You sat on the bed, pondering for an extended time before recalling your memories from before you fainted. You had been crying, desperately pleading for mercy. Yet Chu showed you no leniency, only becoming more frenzied at the sound of your sobs. In the latter part of the night, you had even angrily labeled him a madman. A madman? Allow me to show you what a true madman is. Chu abruptly drew back the curtain and pinned you against the window. I'm sorry, you hurriedly begged, realizing your rented apartment was on the 4th floor. Chu's expression darkened considerably as he noticed you gasping for breath, fearing you might perish in that moment, and thus he drew the curtain closed. Reflecting on this, you covered your face in anguish. Miss Jiang, are you feeling dizzy? I'll call for a doctor. The nurse quickly rose and pressed the call button. You lowered your hand, mustering the strength to inquire, who brought me here? The nurse smiled sweetly. It was Master Hua. Master? You silently clutched the pristine white blanket draped over you. Given that he could recite everything about you so clearly, you realized you had encountered a madman you could never hope to contend with. Not long after, Huichu entered your room, but it was not a doctor who accompanied him. Huichu seemed somewhat displeased with your frail state. It was his first time last night as well. Why were you so fragile? Huichu's sharp gaze landed on your pale face. There should be some color for it to be appealing. Remembering how your skin had been flushed red last night, Huichu immediately moved closer and sat beside your bed. He lifted your chin and kissed you. Instinctively, you tried to resist, but recalling the man's formidable status, you lowered your hands. As an orphan who had navigated the world alone for 3 to 4 years, you were well aware of the nature of power. Good girl, Huichu remarked, seeing your lack of resistance as he slipped his hand further beneath your oversized hospital gown. The intensity of his actions last night had left you with bruises that had yet to heal, and being touched again caused tears to well in your eyes. Huichu suppressed the fire within. Satisfaction etched on his cold features as he withdrew his hand and affectionately patted your head as if you were a pet. We'll go to collect the marriage certificate this afternoon. Your eyes widened in shock. What? You intended to dismiss this as merely a bite from a dog. Huichu's displeasure at your overzealous reaction was evident as he tightened his grip on your head, almost as if to snap your neck. You froze, quickly nodding, all right. Huichu cared little for your fear. After all, anyone who knew the Hua family knew to be afraid of him. In fact, he relished the fear others held for him. He despised any form of resistance. It was merely a matter of forcefully marrying a woman he found interesting. Marrying you was simply a means to justify having a legitimate reason to share his bed in the Hua household. Perhaps it was the twisted logic of a madman. Who could truly understand? Miss, smile a bit. The civil servant at the marriage registration office gently encouraged, noticing your downcast expression. Demi-honor darkened slightly. Don't give me that sullen face. You grasped Huichu's hand. I'm not ready. Huichu seized your wrist, dragging you outside. The staff member, alarmed, mistook his actions for aggression and attempted to intervene, but was halted by a colleague rushing in. You found yourself forcibly pulled into the back seat of Huichu's black Bentley. You found yourself pressed against the seat of the car, unable to resist the man's strength as he asserted, "Marrying you is a tremendous privilege." After a moment of silence, seemingly on the brink of an emotional eruption, you were suddenly pinned beneath Huichu. You feared he had lost his mind and intended to force himself upon you in the vehicle. Just as you prepared to voice your objections, a violent collision jolted the car. You felt a warm liquid trickle down your cheek. Despite being shielded beneath him, you were still subjected to the impact, and the overwhelming noise caused you to lose consciousness. Just before you succumbed, you glimpsed Huichu lifting you out of the car and heard the thunderous report of gunfire. Realizing he had seemingly taken a life in broad daylight. What a complete lunatic he was. Huichu tucked a handgun into his waistband, and his hand brushed against your waist, where it seemed a shard of glass had cut him. Shortly thereafter, a group of bodyguards clad in black approached Huichu. With half his face smeared in blood, he raised his weapon again and shot the lead bodyguard in the right leg. The wounded guard remained silent, struggling to stand before Huichu. Huichu's gaze fell upon a bystander's phone, prompting a bodyguard to swiftly smash it. They then proceeded to intimidate the onlookers into silence. Huichu lifted you into a newly arrived vehicle. A shard of glass had lodged in your side, and the intense pain caused you to lose awareness once more. Huichu, with a hint of sorrow, held your increasingly cold body, recalling how just yesterday you had burned with fever before he had taken you to the hospital and turned to deal with his own injuries. During your surgery, you seemed to experience a nightmare reminiscent of one from half a month ago. You were holding an umbrella, hesitating at the entrance of an alley. Although you often passed this way home, upon taking the first step inside, a pain shot through your body, causing you to furrow your brow and place your left hand on your waist. What was happening? Had you caught a chill? Ultimately, Your inner doubts were suppressed, and you stepped further into the alley. At the corner, you encountered a bloodied man. You okay? You gasped. In reality, you jolted upright. The wound on your waist tore open from your sudden movement, blood staining the bandage. How is it that even in dreams, I see you? You okay? Who was by your side undoubtedly heard you call his name. You turned, somewhat dazed, and lightly tapped your head. You stared blankly at Huichu, whose face was partially wrapped in white bandages, questioning, what has happened to us? Huichu poured you a glass of water, casually stating, someone wants me dead. If it weren't for the sake of getting our marriage certificate. After swallowing the tea, Huichu continued, the certificate has already been obtained, so there is no need for a second visit. You lowered your head, not wanting to meet his gaze, your thoughts lingering on the gunshot you heard before losing consciousness. He had the audacity to fire openly in the street. A chill ran through you as you clenched your fists. You realized the extent of this man's power was far more exaggerated than you had imagined. Chapter 50. The man by the road, Huichu, cradled you on his lap, relishing the role of caretaker for what he perceived as a motionless doll. He tenderly brushed your lips, gradually intensifying the pressure until your lips bled, the metallic taste overwhelming both of you, nearly inducing nausea. What are you thinking about? Another man? You must like Dr. Zhang, who treated you today, eh? Huichu's voice grew colder with each question, initially feeling pity for your sorrowful weeping last night, but today, he merely wished to kiss you, yet you brazenly entertained thoughts of another man before him. Your pallid complexion revealed your distress. I'm not thinking of anyone else. The sound of a zipper sliced through the air. Your body began to tremble involuntarily. Em sore. Your legs fell limply, your entire form leaning back as if about to topple. But Huichu grasped your wrists and locked them around his neck. He had intended to let you rest today. Yet the memory of the pleading look you cast at another during your examination ignited a desire within him, having been treated like a doll for several days. Your limbs felt numb, and you pushed against the man atop you. Despite your previous rejections and your aversion to this treatment, you found yourself yearning for him. Like a wretched streetwalker, you press your hands to your ears, wishing that if you could not hear it, it would cease to exist. Eventually, Huichu grasped your chin and kissed you. Don't die of thirst, as if I can't even afford to give a woman water. You stared blankly at Huichu, mindlessly swallowing the water he offered. Yet, he was not satisfied, insisting on another round. Terrified, you began to crawl away on your numb knees, but he effortlessly pulled you back. Huichu's gaze, akin to a predatory wolf in the night, instilled fear within you. His eyes glinted with cruelty. No, you shook your head. Huichu, please don't do this. I'm scared, husband, I'm scared. His expression softened slightly at the sound of your cries, and he helplessly embraced you, gently patting your back to soothe you. I'm not thinking of anyone else. You repeated, kissing him fervently. Huichu tenderly ruffled your hair, his form enveloping you completely in his embrace. Suddenly, he recalled, I found your parents. As you noticed Huichu calming down, you endeavored to steady your emotions, wiping away your tears, though your not-so-bright mind struggled to grasp his intent. What do you want with them? Huichu sighed. They abandoned you in an orphanage for over 20 years, ignoring you completely. Don't you wish to punish them? You lowered your eyelashes. No need. What purpose would it serve to find them? After all, they had given you life. Huichu sighed again. Why are you so kind? How can my wife be so benevolent? Little baby, you were as innocent and lovely as a newborn. How could he let you go? Huichu tenderly drew you into his arms, his warm hand gently patting your back. Those who emerged from the whole family were all stained with blood, having driven countless families to despair, often subjected to scorn and labeled as scum deserving of hell. How unfortunate it was that you encountered such a wretch. Yet, this man was captivated by your kindness, willing to protect your innocence and purity. However, just because you were forgiving did not mean he would be. Huichu's gaze gradually chilled, his hand sliding down your back, exploring restlessly. You've been such a good baby today. The word good was becoming a source of PTSD for you. Every time Huichu praised you, his madness would follow. Your body was not particularly robust. Having entered the workforce early, you had always engaged in laborious tasks, which had left you somewhat frail. Consequently, your body found it extremely difficult to conceive. The Hua family is an esteemed lineage, and Huachu must have children, albeit only those he deems worthy. Nevertheless, he still playfully intimidates you, urging you to strive harder, lest you be taken away by another woman. You obediently wrap your arms around Huachu's waist, choosing not to respond. At merely 20 years of age, the thought of nurturing a new life within you is far from your desires. Furthermore, you cling to a sliver of hope that perhaps, once he tires of this game, once you grow old and unattractive, he will set you free. You are a person who cherishes life, having endured the trials of childhood without succumbing. And even in the presence of such a madman, you still cling to the will to live. Huachu finds his interest in you deepening. What began as a mere whim to take you home for amusement has morphed into an addiction. Recalling that rainy day when you gazed at him, your frightened face resembling a delicate fawn in the forest, transforms his previously brutal demeanor into something exceedingly sweet. Lowering his head to capture your lips, he murmurs, "I love you dearly." Huachu chuckles joyously, gently patting your back to lull you to sleep. Although his desires remain unquenched, he willingly tolerates your weary expression for the first time. His control over you brings him a sense of joy. After reaching the pinnacle of power and wealth, he is met with an inevitable emptiness. Yet, in you, he discovers a unique pleasure. Every emotion you exhibit, fear, anger, happiness, causes his heart to swell with bliss. His gaze settles on your small face, your eyes tightly shut, as you seem to be haunted by a nightmare, trembling slightly in your sleep. Huachu's touch on your back grows increasingly gentle. "Do not fear me. My love for you is boundless. How could I ever bring you harm? Indeed, he loves you so deeply, and you ought to reciprocate that affection." This is a mantra you must remind yourself of nightly before slumber. For only in loving him can your heart find a space to breathe. By loving him, you can bind yourself to Huachu under the guise of love, allowing your fragile mind to sustain the will to live. Chapter 51. The scapegoat you served 3 years in prison for another. And upon your release at the age of 20, a certain young lady from a prominent family had pushed someone off a rooftop, resulting in their death. Your parents, seeking monetary gain, thrust you forward as a scapegoat. Throughout those 3 years, they never came to visit you, leaving you utterly abandoned. After your release, the young lady seemed to experience a pang of conscience, taking you under her wing as her assistant. In truth, you should harbor resentment towards her, for it was her actions that robbed you of 3 years of youth and freedom. Yet, such feelings feel futile. Upon exiting prison, you found yourself devoid of parental support, lacking finances, and burdened by a tainted record, rendering you incapable of securing even a modest job. You reluctantly accepted the young lady's proposition to serve as her obedient handbag carrier, and she even gifted you a small apartment and a substantial sum of money, personally escorting you to lavish boutiques to adorn you. You recalled your younger self, forever seated behind the young lady, enviously casting glances at her beautiful hair, accessories, and dresses. Today, you found yourself clad in them, a testament to the 3 years of your youth lost. The young lady took you to a friend's birthday party, and as you trailed behind her, you struggled to suppress the urge to flee. You felt akin to an ugly duckling intruding upon a gathering of swans. The onlookers regarding you with mocking disdain, particularly the eldest son of the Lin family, the young lady's fiancé. His indifferent gaze fell upon you, piercing your exposed wrist like a tangible weapon, and you grasped the hem of your dress, lowering your head to evade his scrutiny, your hands trembling uncontrollably. The young lady smirked, beckoning a waiter who promptly approached with a glass of red wine. She held it to your lips, whispering like a close friend, "Do not be nervous. Have a drink to bolster your courage." Although you had no taste for alcohol, you dared not refuse her and swallowed the wine in one breath. "Well, I shall go dance now. If you find this place unbearable, you may rest in room 306 on the 3rd floor." The young lady handed you the room key. Eager to escape the gathering, you seized the key and hastily departed, acutely aware of the malicious gazes trailing you, reminiscent of your experiences in prison. You bit your lip and strode forward. You had been incarcerated under the accusation of campus bullying, and many in prison looked down upon you, deliberately ostracizing you. While the violent confrontations depicted in films did not occur, they would intentionally exclude you during mealtimes, leaving you standing, and would pilfer your stomach medication to inflict pain. Such small frictions among the female inmates, though minor in nature, were overlooked by the guards, who turned a blind eye as long as no physical scars were left upon you. A form of invisible violence, much like that in school, unfolded around you. Yet the majority of inmates were criminals themselves and reveled in this subtle brutality. They even conspired to swap your blanket, leaving you to shiver under a thin cover during the winter. It was only when you entered your room, blocking all prying eyes, that you finally sank to the floor. Perhaps in your haste, you had grown warm. You loosened the intricate layers of your dress, adjusting the air conditioning to a cool 24 degrees. The wine's potency began to take hold, and as you became increasingly dizzy, you lowered the temperature to 22 degrees. The sudden chill in the air contrasted sharply with the inexplicable heat surging within you, compelling you to retreat to bed, repeatedly convincing yourself that sleep would alleviate the discomfort. Lying on the bed, you crossed your legs helplessly, feeling as though flames were consuming you from within. In a daze, you heard the door creak open. Was it the young lady? You longed to speak, yet found yourself devoid of strength. Lin Su, arms crossed, lingered at the doorway, observing you intently before slowly discarding his cigar onto the pristine carpet, crushing it beneath his foot. The dark ash starkly contrasted against the white carpet, much like you, foolishly enticing him. From the moment you laid eyes on him, you had swayed your frail form before him, your innocent, doe-like gaze serving as an invitation. Even if you were to end your life tonight, it would be your own fault. The door slammed shut behind him as Lin Su approached you step by step. You felt your clothing being stripped away, and you struggled to open your eyes, attempting to discern the identity of the figure before you. Lin Su sank his teeth into your tender shoulder. The pain elicited tears from you as he bit down with a ferocity that threatened to tear flesh from bone, and you writhed in his grasp. You realized you had unwittingly stumbled into peril, yet could not summon the will to escape. His fingers grazed your fevered skin, rendering you akin to a small boat tossed upon turbulent seas. As the effects of the drug began to wane in the early hours, you awoke with a splitting headache on Lin Su's bed, finding him at the bedside. You bit your lip, desperately sifting through the memories of the previous night. Water. That glass of water. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and evildoers will always remain evil. What shall you do? Seek a blade to kill the wretch who has ruined your life once in its entirety and now threatens to obliterate the remainder? You sat on the bed, feebly contemplating the notion of truly taking the young lady's life. The man beside you stirred awake, his arm draped casually over your bruised waist. I told you, you'll be mine. Lin Su appeared utterly unconcerned about the actions he had taken against you the previous night. This was unequivocally an act of aggression. After all, who would lament the death of an ant crushed underfoot? You had willingly entered his room, climbing onto his bed. Lin Su rose from the bed, donning his attire, a subtle satisfaction gracing his features as he attained what he had long desired. No, you did not wish to remain imprisoned any longer. You ceased your futile reveries. I want her dead, you articulated slowly and deliberately. Lin Su picked up his tie and handed it to you with a casual hum. Help me tie my tie. You obediently knelt bare on the bed, meticulously fastening his tie. Lin Su was pleased with your compliance, rewarding you with a bite on your neck, a mark of his approval. You are far more docile now than when you first met. Look, the world is perilous. Only he will treat you well. Once you depart from him, it won't be long before you find yourself deceived and utterly ruined. Were it not for him, you would have perished in prison long ago. Chapter 52. Scapegoat 2. You encountered Lin Su in your third year of incarceration. Your fellow inmates ostracized you, and after spilling your meal in the cafeteria, you were punished by having to wash all the dishes in the prison with icy water during the winter. It was during a routine inspection that Lin Su noticed you. Dressed in polished shoes, he leaped over a group of attendants and crouched down to meet your gaze. How pitiful! You fought back tears, looking up at the imposing man before you, who exuded an air of privilege. Lin Su's predatory gaze roamed your body, rendering you as vulnerable as a doll stripped of its clothing. With cold, aching fingers, you released the bowl you were holding. It shattered with a deafening crash in the kitchen, the sharp shards even leaving a cut on the man's face, a trace of blood marking his skin. The entourage behind him held their breath, fearing that young Master Lin would lash out and strike you down on the spot. You were equally stunned by the scene, tears streaming down your face as you stammered an apology. Lin Su felt the sting of pain on his cheek and, with a flick of his tongue against the roof of his mouth, noted the audacity of the woman before him. In over 20 years of life, no one had ever dared to mar his visage. He reached out, his finger brushing against your face. You tightly shut your eyes, bracing for a slap, but instead, he merely wiped away the tears pooling beneath your eyelids. What is your name? His finger traced your somewhat pallid and dry skin. Jiang Yao, as in ginger and the sound of evening bells. You hesitated, and, as the smile on his face faded, you seemed to resolve something within yourself, and finally spoke your name. You gazed back at him, and what about you? What is your name? The onlookers gasped at your inquiry. Lin Su smirked slightly. Are you certain you wish to ask my name? You slowly tightened your icy fingers, fully aware of the desires reflected in his eyes and those of the prison guards you had encountered before. Yet, the man before you seemed even more ruthless, akin to a bear in the woods, intent on ensnaring you as winter sustenance. Is it forbidden to ask? You feigned innocence, your voice dripping with a pitiable tone. Lin Su. Lin Su stood and surveyed you once more, noting the grime and grease that clung to you. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Your heart plummeted. The entourage followed him, and as you picked up another bowl to continue washing, the warden approached. Miss Jiang, please follow me. The warden addressed you as Miss Jiang, not by your prisoner number, 0639. Since your incarceration, no one had called you by your name. You shot up abruptly, nearly collapsing into the pile of bowls due to poor circulation, but the warden caught your shoulder before you fell. Once you steadied yourself, he swiftly released you as if you were a contagion. The subsequent events unfolded simply. Due to your relationship with Lin Su, you were released early, despite having been sentenced to 10 years. You still recalled the disdain that crossed Lin Su's face upon learning your charges of bullying leading to injury. It was as if you were mocking your incompetence. After your release, you spent 2 years as Lin Su's lover, until the day you learned he had become engaged. That was when you fled to a city far removed from him. Yet, fate had a peculiar way of intertwining paths, and you unexpectedly encountered the very person who had led to your imprisonment during your high school days. She had transformed over the years, becoming more graceful and beautiful, having learned to conceal her malicious nature, offering you compensation and the role of her assistant. Observing your submissiveness, Lin Su quietly scoffed. He understood the resilience that lay beneath your seemingly harmless facade. After you had finished adjusting his tie, he casually pushed you onto the bed, his demeanor icy. Just moments before, you had been entwined in an intimate embrace, yet he could swiftly resort to threats. You shamelessly climbed onto my bed, even attempting to poison my fiancée. Tell me, how many more years would you spend in prison if I reported you? You shook your head, insisting that he would not. Lin Su laughed derisively. Why would you assume I wouldn't? He recalled the morning you had left him, kissing him and professing your love, promising never to abandon him, weaving deceit like a dog at his heels. You had even terminated the pregnancy of his child after 3 months. You gathered your scattered clothes, donning them piece by piece. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, you stated as you descended the bed and reached for the doorknob. Where the hell do you think you're going? Lin Su shouted from behind, gripping your wrist and forcefully throwing you back onto the bed. You're trying to run again? Aren't you? Lin Su's eyes seemed tinged with red. Why do you wish to flee? You had never anticipated Lin Su would cry. You wept. Lin Su buried his face in your embrace, his mouth viciously biting at your neck. You winced in pain, blood drawn, struggling against his innate strength that rendered you immobile. Your neck became damp. Jiang Yao, did you ever love me? After a long pause, you replied, I remember the day we shared a bed. Your first words were for me not to dwell on what I shouldn't. Lin Su hoarsely responded, I've changed my mind. That is no longer acceptable. You gently patted his back. Help me kill her, or send her away to serve her own 10-year sentence. I promise you. What will you offer me in return? Lin Su felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the woman in his arms. Even in such dire circumstances, she dared to negotiate. What do you desire? Marry me. You did not love Lin Su. After all you had endured, you did not believe that love could be a miracle to redeem your shattered life. Had life unfolded differently, you would have been enrolled in your dream university, pursuing your studies, free from the shackles of your parents, carving your own path. You were the kind of person who did not need external love to save you, having grown up in a family that favored sons over daughters. You had learned to love and rescue yourself. Yet, your life had been irrevocably destroyed. Very well, you acquiesced. During the 2 years Lin Su kept you, he had not sought the company of any other woman, nor had he done so in the 2 decades prior. He was tall, handsome, wealthy, and powerful. Marrying him was indeed the most expedient way for you to reclaim your life. However, Lin Su had previously not taken you seriously, without some inappropriate provocation. How could you achieve the desired outcome? Lin Su embraced you tightly, declaring that you would go to register your marriage right now. He led you down the stairs, and as you passed the young lady, you silently mouthed, "It's my turn." Chapter 53. After the death of your husband. You were forcefully possessed. This is said in the same world as the previous chapter. Your husband has passed away. He met his untimely demise in an accident. His departure was swift. You had scarcely enjoyed a few years of opulent life together before he was gone. Your spineless husband would often inquire if you loved him, pleading with red-rimmed eyes for your affection. He would trouble you no more. Yet, he left you no inheritance. To make matters worse, his archenemy invaded the Lin residence. Now, you found yourself pinned to the ground like a wretched dog by bodyguards. You recognized him. You ran, the genius head of the Yu family, who reportedly possessed an IQ of 160 since the age of 4. It was baffling, for your husband had no adversarial relationship with him prior to your marriage. The Lin and Yu families had no overlapping business interests or conflicts. Clenching your fists, you realized that the happiness you had painstakingly acquired was now shattered. Yu sat before you, lifting your chin with his expensive shoe. Your husband owes me 20 billion. You stared at him incredulously, disbelief etched across your face, utterly disregarding the humiliation he inflicted upon you with that gesture. Now you have 2 choices. Yu waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to release you. He crouched to meet your gaze, his breath akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, cold and damp. You recalled the day of your wedding, his gaze lingering on you, sending chills down your spine, almost causing your teeth to chatter. Unlike Lin Su, Yu was of mixed heritage, standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 5 inches. The Yu family bore ties to the mafia, a stark contrast to the Lin family's traditional Chinese roots. During the initial years when Lin Su kept you as a mistress, he regarded you merely as a lover. To elevate your status, you had to secure Lin Su's heart. Thus, you harbored no fear of him. Your previous escape was a meticulously planned maneuver designed to compel Lin Su to transform your status from that of a hidden mistress to the matriarch of the Lin family. Now, however, everything lay in ruins. You had been married to Lin Su for less than 6 months when that good-for-nothing perished in a plane crash, leaving you with a staggering debt of 20 billion. What a fool he was. You had managed to play games with someone like Lin Su because of his love. You had wielded his affection like a shield. But the man before you was Yu, and you were acutely aware that any action deemed displeasing to him could lead to your head being shattered like a watermelon. You buried your resentment deep within, lowering your gaze, afraid even to let a tear fall. The life you had shared with Lin Su had illuminated the vast chasm between the elite and those of your ilk. You were not foolish enough to employ the same seductive tactics on Yu that you had used to ensnare Lin Su. Yu observed your changing expressions with keen interest. Before him, your emotions were as transparent as dolls in a glass claw machine. He perceived every nuance of your demeanor. You could either choose to be sold into a brothel to repay your husband's debts, or Yu's tone shifted and the bodyguards retreated. He lifted your chin, forcing your gaze to meet his. You moved your pale lips, casting a pleading look at Yu. His fingers gripped your chin, pushing his fingertip into your mouth. Or, marry me. Your eyes widened in shock as you pushed against his chest, attempting to reject him. Mr. Yu, please do not jest. Yu's grip tightened, his fingers digging into your chin. What? Are you preserving yourself for that good-for-nothing? His demeanor darkened, and as you recalled the day of your wedding, the predatory gaze of the man had followed you relentlessly, no matter where you went. Even when you sought refuge behind Lin Su, he had not relented. You suddenly remembered that night when Lin Su had erupted in fury, tormenting you on the bed until you begged for mercy. A fleeting thought flashed through your mind, one that was impossible to entertain. Yu Ran turned his attention to the large black and white photograph hanging in the living room. He began to drag you upstairs. You longed to flee but found yourself utterly trapped, resorting to incessant pleas. "Mr. Yu, please don't." Your tear-filled eyes mirrored Yu Ran's imposing figure. Long ago, he had seen you from the roadside while seated in a car, and with a single glance, he had determined that you would be his. To his surprise, the next day, he encountered you at Lin Su's wedding as the bride. Throughout the ceremony, he observed intently. Your gaze was fixated solely on Lin Su, neglecting everyone else. You love Lin Su. This realization ignited a blaze of fury within Yu Ran. How could you love Lin Su? He resolved to kill Lin Su. You must eliminate him. What now? Yu Ran grasped your chin, compelling you to kiss him. What a clever man he was, rendering you incapable of even biting him. You struggled against his chest, tears streaming from the corners of your eyes. This madman. In a panic, you sought to escape this place, terrified that your actions would be witnessed by outsiders. Focus. No, it is not enough, not nearly enough. From the moment he laid eyes on you, he had intended to reclaim you. How absurd it was for him to have feelings for a woman for the first time. He suppressed the wild thoughts racing through his mind, envisioning how to gently present himself to you, hoping to win your love and have you willingly marry him, to entwine your delicate, fair legs around his waist. He hadn't even had the chance to investigate your background before you delivered a resounding slap to his face the very next day. This was, of course, in a physical sense. He had merely intruded upon your pre-wedding dressing room, asking if you wished to have an affair, only to receive a fierce slap in return. How unfair. Yao Yao. He loved you so deeply that even before arriving at the wedding venue, upon catching a glimpse of your wedding photo at the entrance, he willingly became your hidden lover within mere minutes of learning your identity. Yet you had unhesitatingly rejected him. How pitiful he was. Since you were unwilling to have him as your lover, he would become your legitimate husband instead. Yu Ran lifted you and carried you upstairs. He was well aware of every corridor's layout within the Lin residence. Chapter 54. After the death of your husband, you were forcefully possessed, continued. You lay on the bed, frightened into submission, your right hand timidly propping you up as you cautiously observed Yu Ran. Soon, he joined you on the bed, binding your hands above your head with a necktie. You attempted to struggle, but his gaze was so oppressive that you dared not move. He had long desired this of you. It was you who had consistently rejected him. You deserved to be punished. Yu Ran skillfully removed your garments while he remained clad in his tailored suit, looking impeccably refined, as if you were a shameless woman who had willingly disrobed to seduce him. Yao Yao, be good. We shall go register our marriage tomorrow. You had already wept for an entire night due to Lin Su's death, and now, after being terrorized by this man for several hours, you were utterly exhausted. Just before drifting into slumber, you heard his words. You initially wished to inquire about the true meaning behind Yu Ran's actions. Yet the perspiration-soaked strands of hair clung to your cheeks, rendering your eyelids heavy and difficult to lift. After awakening, you had not even accompanied him to the Civil Affairs Bureau, yet the man had already placed your marriage certificate into your hands. Grasping the document, you found it difficult to accept, your knuckles turning white. Yu Ran, mistaking your silence for contemplation of Lin Su, snatched the marriage certificate from your grasp and locked it away in the safe beside the bed. This is unlawful, you thought. You forced yourself to regain your composure, striving to engage Yu Ran in conversation. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. His eyes, a pale blue, resembled those of an inorganic automaton, perennially unbreakable, eternally relentless. In a fleeting moment, Yu Ran pressed his lips gently against your shoulder. Ultimately, whether as Lin Su's wife or Yu Ran's, it held little significance for you. In truth, you harbored no love for Lin Su. Indeed, you did not love Lin Su. You pressed your hand against your heart, feeling the ache emanating from within, recalling the image of Lin Su, tears brimming in his eyes before you. He resembled a forlorn puppy, tail wagging in desperate plea for your affection. Tears cascaded down your cheeks. How could you not love him? Having never experienced parental love, how could you not be stirred by such fervent emotion? When Yu Ran pushed open the door, he found you seated on the bed, cradling your heart and weeping uncontrollably. His wife, weeping for her deceased ex-husband, lamenting for the one who had long since departed. Yu Ran felt a numbing pain in his own heart. It was all right. Lin Su was dead. You would eventually forget him. Yu Ran clenched his hands behind his back, still holding a bouquet of your favorite buckwheat flowers. The bouquet was callously discarded downstairs, the sound of its heavy fall silencing the maid in the living room. You abruptly looked up, hastily wiping your tears, softly calling out to Yu Ran, "Husband." Yu Ran approached you. The very thought that a deceased man occupied a space within your heart ignited a fierce desire within him to locate Lin Su's missing corpse and reduce it to fragments to feed to wild dogs. Yu Ran climbed onto the bed, kneeling before you. "Love him," he urged. "Why can't you love him? He is dead. Yet it is I who remains, destined to be by your side. Why not love me?" From the moment he could remember, Yu Ran had never shed a tear, not even when he was cast into the Amazon rainforest at the tender age of 12, forced to survive alone for an entire month. He recalled vividly. Lin Su had also knelt before you, pleading for your love. While he was alive, you did not love him. Now that he is gone, you feigned the demeanor of a virtuous widow. Yu Ran grasped your chin, his tone chilling. You heard a knock at the door. "Come in," Yu Ran said coolly. He would never be like Lin Su, a mere dog wagging its tail in supplication for your affection. You saw a doctor clad in a white coat approaching you step by step. The syringe in the doctor's hand drew nearer. "What is this?" You stood up, attempting to flee. "It is something that will bind you to me forever." Yu Ran enveloped you in his arms, rendering you immobile, and then pulled your arm out. As long as you could bear their child, you would no longer have the luxury of thinking about your wretched ex-husband. Moreover, your frail body often succumbed to fainting spells, even experiencing high fevers at night, depriving him of satisfaction. This medication will transform you, no matter how you struggled. You could only watch helplessly as the drug was administered into your body. After the doctor completed the injection, he fled the room in trepidation. The affluent were indeed eccentric, administering such medications to their wives. Yet, he could do little more than pity you, for he had accepted Mr. Yu's money. A single injection would almost cover the down payment for a house. How pitiful, indeed, that this drug would require administration twice weekly, gradually conditioning your body for childbirth. The doctor hastened down the stairs, covering his ears to avoid hearing the muffled cries and curses emanating from the room. After all, conscience held little weight compared to wealth. Chapter 55. The returned husband from hell. Recently, you have been plagued by hallucinations. You see your deceased husband appearing within the confines of your home. Surely, it must be the effects of the medication. You remain uncertain about the nature of the substance Yu Ran injected into you. All you feel is a growing mental haze, and experiencing illusions seems to be normal. You sat in the living room, consuming porridge. Lin Su appeared before you, seated directly across, gazing at you. His visage bore an eerie resemblance to the form he had taken before his death. Initially, you were indeed startled, but as his appearances increased, you grew accustomed to them. You gripped the porcelain spoon tightly, mechanically shoveling porridge into your mouth. You could hardly swallow another bite. Yet you continued to force food into your stomach until someone grasped your hand. You turned to find Yu Ran's grim expression. Instinctively, tears streamed down your face. "Husband." Yu Ran's palm settled on your distended abdomen. "What are you doing?" Since he had taken you from Lin Su, your appetite had diminished drastically. Consuming a mere bowl of porridge was your utmost limit. Yet today, you had managed to consume 4 bowls. I am hungry," you murmured, hesitant to provoke Yu Ran, who was markedly different from Lin Su. Perhaps due to being a few years older than Lin Su and having taken charge of the family business at a young age, his methods were far more ruthless. A cruel smile spread across Yu Ran's face as he pinched your cheeks, compelling you to lift your head and kiss him. Having just smoked, a faint scent of tobacco lingered in his mouth. Yu Ran pressed down on your stomach with increasing force, and although you yearned to resist, he held you firmly in place. "So hot," you noted, feeling the warmth radiating from his body, likely a result of fever. "You are ill. You should see a doctor." You attempted to evade Yu Ran's kiss, softly pleading with him to cease this reckless behavior. Yu Ran, displeased with your attempt to escape, again seized your chin, forcing you to face him. Pain coursed through you, causing you to tremble. Next time, you shook your head. I won't do it again, husband. I was wrong. You ran, unwilling to hear any more of your insincere words, silenced you completely. You fainted once more. You ran, somewhat irritated, lifted you into his arms, and ascended the staircase toward the bedroom. Halfway up, you regained consciousness. Your body trembled uncontrollably, and you sensed the presence of another. Seeing you in tears caused you ran discomfort, and he hastily entered an arbitrary room. Before even reaching the bed, he pressed you against the door in a kiss, stifling your sobs, easing his own agitation. Despite a month of medication, you still feared him. What are you afraid of? Rand's gaze remained cold, his expression perpetually grim. Revealing no emotion. Husband, I am afraid. Please be gentle. Your arms encircled his neck, pleading delicately. Am I to be commanded by you? Rand's tongue traced the tears upon your face. No, no. You shook your head fervently. Rand recalled a memory. Half a year prior, when you were still Lin Su's wife, you had also been forced to cry in such a manner. Men in bed are all the same, like ravenous wolves, perpetually unsated, never knowing fatigue. Under Lin Su's guidance, you have suffered greatly. However, unlike him, Lin Su always offers you an apology at the end of each encounter. You reciprocate his kisses, yet you have never truly responded to him. Your heart, entwined with the venomous serpent of jealousy, aches. What does it matter that you and Lin Su have been together for 3 years? You could be with him for 30 years. He could make you cry 100 times, 1,000 times, and he would continue to do so, erasing every trace of Lin Su from your being. Suddenly, you see Lin Su appear beside you. Is this merely an illusion? Are you yearning for Lin Su to save you? What thoughts occupy your mind? You ran, sensing your distraction, grips your waist, pulling your attention back to him. Why not look at him? You shake your head, denying any thoughts. Rand's expression reveals no emotion. Each time he engages in such acts with you, he resembles a demon, devoid of feelings, as if he exists solely to drain your life force. In a daze, you seem to glimpse Lin Su once more. Perhaps your mind is truly unraveling. Do not look at me. You raise your hand to cover your face, attempting to escape this horrifying scene. A terrifying expression crosses Rand's face, revealing his displeasure at your unwillingness to face him. He pries your hands away and states firmly, "See clearly. Know who your husband is now." No, no. You sense Lin Su drawing ever closer. Overwhelmed, you faint once more. What does it matter? Even in unconsciousness, he will not release you. When you awaken, the sky has darkened, and you lie numbly staring at the ceiling. Suddenly, an overwhelming longing for Lin Su washes over you. After every encounter with Lin Su, he would embrace you, apologize, ask if you were tired, and kiss your wounded skin. Unlike Rand, who treats you like a courtesan, Lin Su brought you home to exact revenge, perhaps for the slap you had given him that day. How petty of him, clinging to grievances long past. You lie in bed, lost in thought, when Rand awakens and pulls you into his embrace, his hand resting on your soft abdomen. Awake? You softly respond. The room is dim, and you can no longer see Lin Su. You have become somewhat spoiled, a trait nurtured by Lin Su himself. You cannot accept Lin Su's death, nor can you reconcile the fact that Rand is entirely different. Can you tell me what you truly desire? You turn to embrace Rand's waist, asking if he wishes for you to bear him a child, or if he seeks revenge for that slap you gave him years ago. The room is so dark that you cannot see the growing darkness on Rand's face. After repeatedly voicing your foolish questions, Rand raises his hand to cover your mouth, commanding you to be silent. Should you continue, he fears he might lose control and harm you. You cease speaking, your arms loosening around him, your nails inadvertently grazing his abdomen. Rand holds you tightly, regardless of your thoughts or desires. You are ultimately his wife. Chapter 56. The Return of the Husband from Hell. Why didn't you eat breakfast? Rand sheds his damp coat, tossing it aside, and naturally climbs into bed behind you, wrapping you in his embrace, his palm resting on your belly, gently massaging. You wish to ignore Rand, yet the moment you catch a whiff of his scent, you cannot resist drawing closer, akin to a drug addict craving their fix. Rand is utterly satisfied. What does it matter if you love the deceased? You shall never see him again. Your head feels heavy, and you think you glimpse Lin Su once more. In your memories, Lin Su was always gentle and considerate after marriage. But the Lin Su before you now resembles a malevolent spirit from a horror film, glaring down at you, and you ran from the ceiling, as if ready to pounce and tear you both apart. Perhaps he broke his leg when he fell from the plane. You see that his right leg is missing, and a deep scar mars his face. When you ran perceives your silence, his expression darkens, and his grip on your wrist tightens. You wish to study Lin Su further, but Yuran has already pinned you against the table, with servants nearby. You immediately beg for mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong. The dishes on the table crash to the floor as you watch Lin Su draw nearer. Asu. You see a furious expression on Lin Su's face as he looms above you. Tears stream down your cheeks, unsure if they stem from pain or joy. Asu, Asu. Hearing you repeatedly call Lin Su's name, Yuran presses a burning cigarette but against your wrist, commanding you not to speak. The drugs cloud your mind, blurring the lines of reality, while the surreal scene before you is indelibly etched into your memory. Yuran grips your throat, pressing you onto the bed, gradually tightening his hold. You feel the oxygen in your brain dwindle, helplessly pounding on Yuran's arm. Lin Su watches you from the ceiling, a cruel smile gracing his features as if he feasts upon your suffering. Your legs weakly wrap around Yuran's waist, and in that moment, as the metallic zipper pulls apart, Yuran's head falls to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. You blink in stunned disbelief, your gaze shifting to Lin Su beside you. He isn't merely a figment of your imagination, is he? In the next instant you scream, frantically trying to evade the approaching Lin Su. Alas, the wall blocks your escape, and you tremble, hugging your arms tightly. Do not come closer. Lin Su's icy palm grips your ankle, dragging you toward him. The harlot. Lin Su's voice is hoarse. Lin Su is dead, and he died a horrific death. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters, the cold wind tearing at his body, he thought of you even in the moments before losing consciousness. If he were dead, you would undoubtedly seize his assets, remarry, and bear children for another man. This very thought transformed him into a vengeful spirit, climbing back from the depths of hell. On the 7th day after his demise, he returned to your side, only to remain unseen by anyone else. He could only watch the pain and joy etched upon your face, witnessing you weep for him time and again from beneath the bed. It turns out, you also loved him. It took him an entire year to gradually coalesce into a tangible form. Throughout that year, he observed your wavering heart. Yuran treats you exceptionally well. Aside from in bed, he fulfills all your wishes, whether they be for clothing or jewelry. Thus, you began to waver. You started to fall for Yuran. Your gaze increasingly lingered upon him. During your confinement, you would often stare blankly at the buckwheat flowers on the table, the very flowers he gifted you on your first encounter. Yuran forbids anything of his to appear before you, save for the daily delivery of buckwheat flowers to your room. He knows you think of him when you see those flowers. Since 6 months ago, your time spent gazing at the bouquet has diminished. When Yuran speaks to you, you begin to respond, even smiling at him. One day, while out, a child runs into your path, and you catch the little one. Yuran asks if you wish for a child. You say nothing, but your eyes remain fixed on the adorable child. Yuran understands. You are beginning to accept him. He takes your hand, fingers entwined, and says, "You have been very obedient today." Even now, the room has not seen the return of the buckwheat flowers. You find yourself yearning for Yuran's return, preparing meals for him, even injuring your finger in the kitchen. You had never cooked for him while he was alive. You had always resented him, treating him with disdain. Yuran was not mistaken. You were indeed a wretch. You turned a cold shoulder to him during his life. Yet after his death, love began to blossom within you. You were forced by a malevolent spirit, standing beside your husband's corpse. You dare not utter a plea for mercy. Everything felt like a nightmare. The metallic scent of blood lingered in your nostrils. The harlot, Lin Su, gazed down at you with a cold expression, pondering how you could forever remain fixated upon him. He could extract a portion of your soul. Lin Su's mouth bore the blood he coughed up at the time of his demise. Pain. You felt a piercing agony radiate from your brain, as if your body were being torn asunder. He intended to kill you. He truly meant to end your life. Struggling, You grasped a vase from the bedside and struck Lin Su's head with it. Alas, he was a malevolent spirit. Such a gesture would be futile, only inciting his wrath. You sensed your body growing increasingly numb, until a part of your soul was entirely extracted and placed within Lin Su's heart. Suddenly, you felt like a mindless doll. Frozen beneath Lin Su. It was only right. He should have done this long ago. He should have severed a part of your brain while he was still alive, transforming you into a fool. However, it was not too late. Lin Su restored his appearance from life, his fingers igniting with a ghostly green flame, thoroughly incinerating Yu Rant's corpse. In an instant, Lin Su embraced you and returned to the Lin residence, which had been sealed off. He laid you upon the bed they once shared. This time, he would not show you any mercy. Watching you fall for Yu Ran had been his greatest humiliation. Chapter 57. After abandoning your ex-boyfriend, you lost your memory. You harbored a secret affection for the eldest son of the Li family, Li Yancheng. Unfortunately, the goddess had intentions, while the prince remained indifferent. No matter how many times you boldly confessed your feelings to Li Yancheng, he never reciprocated. Yet, he accepted the gifts you bestowed upon him, whether it was the embroidered handkerchief or the sachet you crafted, always giving you the impression that if you tried a little harder, you could win his heart. You felt as though you were being driven to madness by Li Yancheng, prompting you to sneak into his study, hiding beneath his conference table, knowing he had important matters to discuss with his aides. The table was draped with a thick, long cloth, and you silently encouraged yourself as you listened to their voices, your palms sweating from anxiety. Finally, trembling, you reached out and grasped Li Yancheng's calf. His breath hitched in surprise. He had not anticipated your presence beneath the table. "What is it, Lord Li?" One of the aides inquired, fearing he had misspoken. "Continue," Li Yancheng commanded, lifting the tablecloth slightly, his gaze falling upon your innocent face. Your heart raced as you listened to the aide's converse, feeling as though it might leap from your chest. Li Yancheng grasped your chin, and your cheeks flushed at his touch. "Brotherly finally accepts me." His eyes deepened with surprise. He had not expected your boldness. You were indeed a part of his design. "Leave," he instructed, and the officials quickly rose, fearing his displeasure. Li Yancheng simply watched you, saying nothing, refusing to pull you out. You felt intimidated by his gaze, swallowing hard before daring to speak. "Brother Li, is Yao Yao beautiful?" He smirked slightly, devoid of any shame. Li Yancheng tossed his outer garment over you, clearly astonished by your audacity. He gripped your shoulders with such force that you felt your bones ache. The girl kneeling beneath the table shed tears from his rough treatment. Emerging from beneath the table, you became pale as his complete disregard left you feeling despondent, tears streaming down your cheeks. "Brother Li." As he opened the door to leave, you clung tightly to him. "Brother Li, Yao Yao can forego the title." Li Yancheng suddenly turned around, intrigued by how far you would go for him. "Is that so?" "Yes, Brother Li." Seeing him wavering, you placed his hand against your neck. "Brother Li can do anything to Yao Yao, even if I'm not Li Changyan." His ominous words instilled fear within you. You sensed an underlying meaning in his statement, yet could not ponder it further, nodding fervently and assuring him. Li Changyan lifted you effortlessly. "As long as you had no regrets." "I will never regret it, Brother Li." You wrapped your arms around Li Yancheng's neck, attempting to kiss his lips, only for him to turn his head away. You felt a twinge of disappointment, but still managed to smile brightly. Little did you know, you had lost a fragment of your memory. Before you turned 15, you had lived with your grandfather in Jiangnan, where you encountered Li Yancheng during his inspection of the region. You had confessed your feelings to him then, and he accepted you. However, less than a month later, your father was unexpectedly promoted and summoned to the capital. Concealing his official status, he had maintained the guise of a struggling scholar in your presence. The thought of mingling with the elite in the capital made you disdainful of him. So you carelessly left a letter to abandon him and departed with your father to the capital. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. On the very first day, your carriage overturned due to the rain, and you struck your head, resulting in amnesia. You forgot the entanglement you had with Li Yancheng over those 2 months and met him again at the birthday banquet of the young master of the Li family. Boldly confessing your feelings once more, just as before, Li Yancheng was genuinely taken aback by your audacity. Encountering his true identity again, you showed neither fear nor remorse. instead approaching him to entice him further. He wished to see how far you would go, repeatedly rejecting you while accepting your gifts, providing you with a glimmer of hope. Li Yin-chung had long anticipated your entrance into his study, instructing his hidden guards to allow you in. His hand rested on your delicate neck, recalling the envelope you had left behind, which subtly implied he was unworthy of you, that your father had attained high position, and you were destined to marry into a prominent family. Slowly tightening his grip, he realized with a slight exertion, he could snuff out the life of this woman who aspired to rise above her station. Yet, remembering those sweet months in Jiangnan, when you would call him Chung Lang, he ultimately released his hold. Your father's promotion had occurred with his tacit approval. Otherwise, with your father's lack of capability, he would likely have struggled to maintain the family estate in Jiangnan. He had facilitated your father's rise to secure your hand, only to uncover the true nature concealed beneath your beautiful facade. The girl beside him was remarkably beautiful, even amid the throngs of stunning women in the capital. Her beauty was unparalleled, perhaps due to her insatiable appetite. Her youthful face, adorned with round dimples and baby fat, complemented her lustrous black hair, fair skin, and bright red lips. Growing up in Jiangnan, she spoke softly and graciously, her figure delicate and alluring. It was this very image that captivated him. Yet you persistently intruded into his study under the pretense of delivering meals to your cousin, seeking to entice him. Despite his countless rejections, you continued to approach him, unabashedly expressing your affections. Mingming, a woman of undeniable charm, unexpectedly displays a bold and uninhibited nature in matters of love. When he declines your embroidered handkerchief, you offer him a pouch instead. When he refuses your food, you cleverly use the pretext of caring for your younger brother to enhance the meals at the study. No matter how he rebuffs you, you possess an array of whimsical methods to position yourself before him, compelling him to acquiesce time and again. Though you have stirred his interest, you ultimately cast him aside like a discarded shoe. Chapter 58. After abandoning your ex-boyfriend, you suffer amnesia too. You awaken abruptly, pained. Li Qingyin's skills are hardly commendable. You harbor great confidence in your physique and beauty. You are certain that you have not misjudged. On the day of the birthday banquet, when Li Yinqing first laid eyes upon you, his gaze shifted. Such is the nature of men. Your exquisite beauty inevitably evokes desires of possession in anyone who beholds you. Your visage has been renowned in the surrounding regions since childhood. Given your stunning appearance, it is only fitting that you seek a powerful husband in the most thriving locale of the world. Li Yinqing's mother is the elder sister of the current emperor, and his father commands a formidable military force. The Li family enjoys a status more illustrious than that of the true royal lineage. Now that you have shared a bed with Li Yinqing, a marriage to him, making you the esteemed matron of the Li family, is imminent. Even those noble women you despise, who have always looked down upon you, will be compelled to curry your favor. The mere thought of such future scenarios fills you with an exhilarating thrill. Li Yinqing cannot be oblivious to the whirlwind of thoughts reflected in your eyes upon your awakening. He grips your waist and presses you against the cold wall, causing you to shiver. His chilling words further freeze your heart. You wish to marry me? To ascend in status through me? A mocking smile graces his lips. Do not even think about it. You hastily suppress your emotions, weakly explaining, "No, Li Gij, I only wish to be with you." Is that so? Li Yinqing abruptly retrieves a silver bell from a nearby cabinet and fastens it around your neck. Very well, I shall certainly indulge you. Almost immediately, footsteps echo from outside the door. You eagerly anticipate the intruder to burst in, ideally a gossiping woman who could scream, drawing everyone's attention, compelling Li Yinqing to marry you. Alas, your hopes dissipate into thin air. The voice from outside respectfully announces, "My lord, we have recovered the body of Miss Jiang." Who drowned? It has been retrieved. Her face is utterly disfigured, yet her clothing and adornments confirm her identity. You recall the garments you had shed, glancing toward where you had stored them, only to find it empty. Your mind freezes as you slowly turn to Li Yinqing, stammering, "What does this mean? Are you displeased? Is this not what you desired? To be my concubine, my lover, my clandestine plaything?" His voice, usually melodious, now resonates like that of a devil in your ears. You feel your lips sealed. "I will not allow you to conceive." You will do nothing but lie upon this bed. His sinister tone continues. No, you shake your head, utterly unaware of the kind of devil you have provoked. You had heard tales of Li Yanqing's gentle demeanor, akin to that of a refined gentleman, treating others with kindness and respect. How could he be so different now? Li Yanqing is unmoved by your thoughts. You can no longer deceive him with your innocent facade. During your time in Jiangnan, you had visited his study daily, enticing him only to be treated in this manner. Li Yanqing scoffs at your resistance, indifferent to your plight. He has rejected you time and again, yet you shamelessly stripped bare and came to his study to seduce him. Li Gij, you attempt to crawl forward, but he seizes your ankle and drags you back. Li Yangxin, you find yourself caught by the nape of your neck, treated like a mere hound. You never imagined that the private Li Yanqing could be so depraved. No more pretense? His teeth sink into your shoulder. Get away. You raise your elbow to strike back, but he holds you firmly, rendering you powerless. You acutely feel the disparity in strength between the sexes. You are utterly restrained by him. You cannot recall how long you remained in the study with Li Yanqing. When you awaken again, the world around you is shrouded in darkness, and your throat feels parched. You attempt to call out for water, but after several attempts, you realize no sound escapes your lips. In a state of panic, you scramble from the bed, struggling to move outward. What has happened to your voice? No matter how loudly you called yesterday, it should not have resulted in this. Overwhelmed by fear, you misstep and tumble heavily from the bed. Though the soft carpet cushions your fall, the impact leaves you breathless, lying on the floor for an extended period before regaining your composure. You tentatively explore your surroundings, forcibly suppressing your rising terror. Is anyone there? You scan the area, trying to discern something amidst the oppressive darkness. The sound of the door creaking open reaches your ears. Following the sound, you tilt your head toward it. Yet the abyss remains unyieldingly dark. The footsteps draw nearer. You retreat until your back hits the edge of the bed. Suddenly, someone grasps your wrist, pulling you forward. Where do you think you're going? Li Yangxin. You open your mouth to call out his name, yet no sound emerges. Li Yanqing effortlessly comprehends your unspoken words. Your face is etched with fear, your arms, legs, and every inch of skin marred with bruises he has left behind. Li Yanqing's hand lands on your face. I neglected to mention that I have rendered your voice and sight useless. Your mind struggles to comprehend his implication. What? Do not be too shocked. Once you bring me enough joy, I shall restore your voice. If you can learn to serve me better, rather than lying there like a log waiting for me to cater to you, I might even consider restoring your eyesight. His gaze roams over your exposed body. He has extracted the knowledge of your amnesia from the maid by your side. Time and again, you had seduced him only to cast him aside, forgetting him and then daring to provoke him once more. Truly, it is most discontenting, Yao Yao. You flail your arms in a desperate attempt to push him away, but he produces a ribbon from nowhere, binding your wrists. I believe you still do not comprehend your situation. Your parents have already held your funeral, and I have destroyed your voice and sight. Do you truly wish to continue resisting me? He seizes your flailing hands. He is not a benevolent man. Previously, in Jiangnan, he may have feigned affection for you, pretending to be a good person, but since you have failed to recognize his kindness, you must now bear the full weight of his initial intentions. Chapter 59. After abandoning your ex-boyfriend, you suffer amnesia 3. Li Yanqing chanced upon you on the street, where your kindness led you to give coins to beggars and buy candied hawthorns for crying children. Later, he saw you again at a banquet held at your home. When your sisters made things difficult for you, you merely smiled gently, enduring their relentless errands, even defending the person who nearly pushed you into the lotus pond before your father. Such a kindness bordering on foolishness. Though you possess a delicate face reminiscent of a mountain fox, your thoughts remain pure and transparent, unperturbed by the mischief of others. Li Yanqing suddenly finds himself intrigued by you, eager to ascertain whether your demeanor reflects your true character of being easily deceived. Consequently, he disguised himself as a poor scholar and became your brother's classmate, intentionally orchestrating scenes of being bullied before you, prompting you to rush to his defense. As time passed, you took the initiative to express your affections for him repeatedly, ultimately binding yourselves for a lifetime. Alas, this fierce eagle was not impervious to the tricks of a mere rabbit. and he fell victim to your deceit. Li Yanchen, in this game of testing your feelings, developed genuine emotions for you and entertained the thought of bringing you home as his bride. Yet, you callously abandoned him without even clarifying matters face to face, merely sending a letter through a messenger, as if you feared he would cling to you. Li Yanchen returned to the capital, awaiting the moment you would discover his true identity, longing for your explanation and apology. He believed that as long as you were willing to explain, it mattered not if you aspired to climb the social ladder, for ultimately, it was he you were entangled with, not another. However, he never anticipated that you would lose all memory of your time together, completely forgetting him. In public, you boldly declared your feelings for him on several occasions. Yet during your time in Jiangnan, you meticulously concealed the nature of your relationship. Li Yanchen had to concede that your intentions in Jiangnan were initially frivolous. Yesterday, upon hearing that his mother and the Empress Dowager were to host a matchmaking banquet for him, you boldly stripped off your garments and awaited him in his study. He yearned to inquire if, during those 2 months in Jiangnan, you had ever truly harbored feelings for him. After placing you gently on the bed, he fell silent, holding you tightly in his embrace. "You said you loved me," he murmured. Li Yanchen swallowed the words, threatening to escape his lips, and lowered his gaze to kiss your shoulder. "You profess to like me. Do you even know what my favorite food is?" You listened to his voice, bewildered, unable to comprehend why he would pose such a question. If you answered correctly, he would temporarily restore your voice for a day. Li Yanchen pressed your palm into his, urging you to write on his hand. With no understanding of the man's thoughts, you tentatively extended your hand and scribbled tomato and bamboo shoots. His response was swift and unforgiving. "Incorrect." He declared your fate without hesitation. "What is my favorite drink?" He continued. You felt genuinely mute now. "What do you intend to achieve?" You stammered, recalling how he had understood your words earlier. "I do not know," he replied, his fingers lingering on your skin, the medicinal ointment melting into your thigh. You struggled to push him away, but the darkness enveloped you, rendering you unable to even brush against his clothing. "Are you unwell?" You began to curse, your fingers gripping the bed, your delicate nails turning pale from the pressure. Your thoughts were a tangled mess, and even contemplating why he had imprisoned you became a futile endeavor. Tears streamed down your cheeks, and the darkness heightened your sensitivity to the unknown horrors surrounding you. "Just answer correctly. Autumn dew white?" You guessed, but it was evidently wrong. "What goes well with wine?" "Tusa wine." "Dukong?" "Daughter's red?" You felt an urge to escape, yet he held your ankle firmly. "Do not cry. It only brings you distress," he warned, as you desperately clutched at his garment, pleading, "I do not know. I truly do not." Your tears were pitiful, but they failed to evoke any sympathy from him. "You gifted me a handkerchief last month, one you embroidered yourself." Li Yanchen had kept that handkerchief close. You swallowed hard. How could you possibly have embroidered it? With so many embroiderers in your household, why would you personally undertake such an endeavor for a man? "Yes, I embroidered it myself," you lied, fearing that Li Yanchen would go mad upon learning the truth. He retrieved the handkerchief, pressing your fingers onto it. "Then tell me, what stitch is this?" You felt a surge of frustration. "How could you possibly know?" "I cannot see," you protested as he grasped your chin tightly, his teeth grinding in irritation. "You embroidered it. How can you not know?" "I truly do not know," you sobbed. "I was wrong. I did not do it." He held your head firmly, stating, "I shall find a tutor to teach you until you can embroider it yourself." You could hardly believe that even in your blindness, you would be made to embroider flowers. "Are you saying my sight will be restored?" You asked incredulously. Li Yanchen offered no reply, but you understood that your vision might be temporarily regained. Having been cherished in your family since childhood, you were adept at being endearing. You clutched at his sleeve, insisting, "I will learn to embroider. Tell me what you like, mandarin ducks, peonies, chrysanthemums. I will learn them all." Li Yanchen's heart swelled with an inexplicable satisfaction, though he could not hear your words. Witnessing your willingness to undertake such trivial tasks for him filled him with joy. In the aftermath of your abandonment of your former lover, you found yourself bereft of memory. Li Yanchen pressed a kiss to your cheek, declaring, "You may only love me." Fleeting thoughts raced through your mind, elusive and ungraspable. "I also love you, Yao Yao." At just 16, he had taken charge of the monitoring division, where no prisoner could withstand his interrogation techniques. With you in his grasp, he could extract the truth over 2 months. So, do you remember what I like to eat and drink? Tears streamed down your face as you pounded on his shoulder. I remember. Li Yanqin withdrew, pushing you away, and you heard him dressing. Where are you going? He did not respond, and the sound of the door closing echoed in your ears. After his departure, you hastily touched your burning, aching thigh. Tears threatened to soak the bedding beneath you. Unbeknownst to you, Li Yanqin had not gone far. He sat nearby, observing as you cursed him incessantly. Your choice of words, though cultured, was repetitive and uninspired. Li Yanqin suddenly regretted silencing your voice. Your voice was enchanting. Looking closely, from head to toe, you were perfection personified. Even with your sightless eyes, you remained captivating. And your voice on the bed was utterly alluring. You were in such distress that you felt an urge to end it all. As you prepared to bite your tongue, a hand grasped your chin. Do you wish to die? Li Yanqin intervened just in time. You turned to him. You did not leave? Where would you seek solace with some other man? He replied bluntly. Is it Songsi or Zhao Lu? He spoke their names with disdain, reflecting on how, since your arrival in the capital, many men had shown you affection, drawn to your beauty, while the noble ladies looked on with envy. You can hardly discern the words of the man before you, struggling to draw closer to him. Li Yanqin, noticing your persistent writhing and the hoarseness in your voice, inquires about your favorite drink. Although he is not fond of alcohol, on the day you defined your relationship, you brought a jar of Jinjiang Chun to celebrate. The taste lingers in his memory. It's not excessively strong, leaving a subtle sweetness at the back of the throat after consumption. On your first day together, you boldly kissed him. After you left, he drank 3 jars of Jinjiang Chun alone, failing to savor the sweetness you once shared. It is indeed Jinjiang Chun. Your nails dig into Li Yanqing's skin. Having obtained the answer he sought, he embraces you, committing it to memory. Upon awakening, a tickle in your throat surged to your brain, prompting a few coughs before you realized that Li Yanqing had indeed restored your voice, yet all remained shrouded in darkness. Li Yanqing, your body aches, particularly your thighs, throbbing painfully, and merely propping yourself up in bed causes tears to well in your eyes. Receiving no reply, you lower your head, regretting your entanglement with this madman. Had you known, you might have chosen one of the suitors trailing behind you. Their families may not rival the Li family, but at least you could have secured a marriage rather than ending up in this predicament. For the first time, you reflect on whether you have been overly greedy. The fear Li Yanqing instills in you is palpable. Merely thinking of him sends tremors through your calves. He intentionally lured you into the study. You cannot fathom how you were blind enough to provoke such a perverse individual. The door swings open, and Li Yanqing sits beside you. Instinctively, you recoil but find yourself embraced by him. If you retreat again, I shall add another hour. You wear no clothing, while the man holding you is undoubtedly elegantly attired, impeccably handsome. No, I will not, you reply softly. You performed well last night. Your voice can be temporarily restored. Grasping his sleeve, you inquire how you might behave to regain your sight. You have likely been blind for several days. The sensation of seeing nothing fills you with an unshakable fear, compelling you to seek the presence of the living for comfort. Let's speak further, he says, retrieving a silver-threaded embroidered dress, intending to dress you himself, something he has long envisioned in dreams. You instinctively lift your hand to resist, but abruptly halt. Thank you. Chonglang. Li Yanqing is pleased with your compliance, cupping your chin and kissing you for a lengthy moment before releasing you. In the days that follow, you consistently exhibit this obedience until one day you awaken to morning sickness. For the first time, someone other than Li Yanqing is by your side, a cold-sounding little maid. This is my shadow guard, 16. Before you give birth, your performance is paramount, and Li Yanqing harbors expectations. He is no longer satisfied with your previous games. By chance, he acquires a booklet, its illustrations capturing his interest, hence your pregnancy. 16 departs, and Li Yanqing places his hand on your belly. Once you bear me a child, I shall consider restoring your sight. Really? I will be obedient. I will listen. You grasp his hand, incredulous. You have pleaded with him daily, eager to please and ascertain his satisfaction, losing track of time since your sight was lost. Indeed, he affirms, his dark gaze resting on your still flat abdomen. The thoughts of the booklet's content excite him, wishing for time to leap to your safe days. Li Yinxing grips your chin, and you obediently part your lips to kiss him. Very good. Li Yinxing releases your almost bruised lips, each kiss leaving your tongue tingling. You no longer hope for him to marry you. The allure of wealth and power has faded. Now, all you desire is to see the light once more. Whether you remain a kept woman for life or are eventually cast aside matters not, as long as your vision is restored. You care little for the identity Li Yinxing bestows upon you or what your future holds. At worst, you would seek a noose or a silken cord. A swift end to this misguided existence. Ultimately, once you are gone, Li Yinxing will have no recourse to punish you. After all, he cannot pursue you to the depths of hell. In a daze, you wrap your arms around Li Yinxing's neck, having resolved your path forward, and life seems a tad less arduous. Chapter 61. The fate of a bystander captured by the antagonist, female dominant setting. You are the uneducated young lady of a duke's household, inept at poetry or strategy, yet adept at evading lessons to engage in cricket fights. Today, once again, you are caught by your teacher for skipping class. Now, you kneel before your mother, pitifully admitting your fault. Mother, Yao Yao knows her mistake. With red-rimmed eyes, you sniffle and tug at your mother's sleeve. Mother, Yao Yao's knees hurt from kneeling. Your mother, still intending to scold you for lacking decorum, is interrupted by your father bursting in. Oh dear, why must you punish my daughter again? He rushes forward, embracing you. My Yao Yao is so frail. If she gets sick from kneeling, I shan't live. He wipes non-existent tears from his eyes, acting as if he might perish at any moment. Your mother, exasperated, massages her temples. All right, get up. Your father signals the maids to assist you. In truth, you haven't been kneeling long before your father's dramatic entrance. You chuckle, and the nearby maids quickly advise you, Miss, you mustn't skip class again. You pat your head, I know. Just then, you notice a striking young man standing under a banyan tree, gazing at you intently. His beauty captivates you, and you leave the maids behind, approaching him. What is your name? The man smiles slightly, responding, I am called Yin Tan. You momentarily regain your composure, stammering, what do you mean by wife? He takes your hand. I am a servant bought by the Marquis for his wife. You turn to your maids for clarification. You have always been kind and never acted superior to your servants. The maids who have served you for years smile and explain. He is the servant the Marquis purchased for you to teach you the pleasures of the marital bed. You are utterly bewildered and consider returning to your mother. But the memory of her nearly drawing her whip to punish you halts your steps. Yun Tan gently holds your soft hand, saying, I heard that the wife has just returned from the academy and must be exhausted. Please allow me to take you inside to rest. Yun Tan is truly charming, with beautiful hands that contrast with your own chubby ones, and his voice is soothing. You are coaxed into following Yun Tan back to your courtyard. Once inside, he closes the door and approaches you. Is the wife not pleased with Yun Tan? Your tongue feels tied, and you can only helplessly shake your head. Yun Tan steps closer, and unable to resist, you retreat, landing on the bed. You then realize that he towers over you, his posture commanding. Why does the wife not kiss Yun Tan? Yun Tan's beautiful visage displayed a sorrowful expression, seemingly wounded by your disdain. Oh, no, I do not harbor any disdain towards you. You attempted to rise and clarify with Yun Tan, yet he gently grasped your shoulder as he leaned slightly forward. Suddenly, Yun Tan's lips met yours in a kiss. It was your first kiss with another person after more than a decade of life. Just as you were about to utter something, Yun Tan's tongue boldly invaded, playfully entwining with yours, leaving you dazed and speechless. As he released you, he inquired, Are you content with your humble servant's service? You covered your flushed face, utterly at a loss for words. If your mother were to witness your demeanor, she would surely berate you for lacking ambition, entirely devoid of the poise befitting a woman, displaying a delicate and helpless disposition akin to a man, utterly failing to inherit even a fraction of her essence. Were it not for your father being the one your mother fell in love with during her youth, and you being her first daughter, she might have wished to discard you as a hopeless case. Meanwhile, Yun Tan, having heard the system in his mind report that your affection for him had risen to 58, squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Observing that you remained ensnared in your shyness, Yun Tan decisively pushed you onto the bed and leaned over you. Had it been any other woman confronted with such disrespect, she would have risen to slap him and perhaps even have him dragged away for sale. Alas, you possessed no such awareness. Trembling slightly, you grasped the man's hand. You summoned your strength in an attempt to push Yun Tan away, only to realize that as a woman, you were utterly unable to budge him. The corners of your eyes began to redden. Although you typically did not care much for your dignity as a woman, you understood that shedding tears before a man was unacceptable. If your group of friends were to learn of this, you would be the subject of their laughter for an entire year. Do not be afraid. Yun Tan gently patted your head in a soothing manner. You began to sense the imbalance between you and Yun Tan. Despite being his wife, he appeared more dominant, his voice tender and considerate. By the time you reached the midpoint, you had forgotten the notion that a woman should not easily shed tears, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Awakening, you sat on the bed, covering your flushed face, not only from the humiliation of your womanly dignity being trampled, but also because, well, pondering over it was futile. The servant your father had found for you was indeed remarkable. You drifted into thoughts of Yun Tan's handsome face, glistening with sweat, droplets cascading from his chin onto you, reminiscent of the enchanting sirens of the sea described in literature. Chapter 62. The unwitting target of the villain's charms, Yun Tan personally assisted you in changing your attire. Feeling shy, you attempted to turn away, but he, with reddened eyes, asked you what he had done to offend your sensibilities. Resigned, you acquiesced to Yun Tan's request. His fingers brushed against the soft flesh at your waist, causing your cheeks to redden even further. You wished to say something, yet he wore such a serious expression. Once he addressed you, he tenderly wiped your cheeks, making you feel increasingly bashful. You had never been fond of being attended to, but upon refusing Yun Tan, he adopted that tearful expression that tugged at your heartstrings. As a woman, you found yourself utterly enamored with Yun Tan's submissive demeanor, treating you as his world, providing immense satisfaction to your feminine sensibilities. You allowed Yun Tan to continue. After freshening up, you went to pay respects to your mother. As Yun Tan held the lowly status of a servant, your proud mother had no desire to see him. Upon awakening, the servant by your father's side came to congratulate you, revealing that your father had sought this man for you under your mother's name. After your departure, the gentle smile on Yun Tan's face completely vanished. Why does my affection still sit at 58? He pondered while seated at the table, his porcelain-white fingers caressing the teacup. The system trembled with cold sweat. It had originally aimed to bind the female lead to rescue the villain, only to inadvertently bind itself to the villain instead. It had planned to haphazardly issue a mission for the villain to charm the female lead, but upon seeing you for the first time in the academy, the villain unceremoniously altered the mission, shifting the target to you, this inconsequential character. The system shuddered in fear, thinking, how terrifying are humans. I must apply to return to my home planet. Perhaps, it surmised, Jiang Yao had grown indifferent after obtaining you. The system extended its metal arm to wipe non-existent sweat from its forehead, and before it could breathe a sigh of relief, Yun Tan seized it by the hand. Gripping its leg, "What did you say?" The system, on the verge of tears, stammered, No, it was a miscalculation on my part." Yun Tan casually tossed the system out the window to the grass below and stood up, adjusting his attire. How absurd for such a trivial thing to think it could control me. Were it not for its usefulness in detecting your affections, I would have dismantled it long ago. The system clutched its dislodged parts, flapping its pitiful wings to flutter back to Yun Tan's side, ingratiatingly stating, 60, it's 60. Miss John's current affection for you is 60, not 58. Yun Tan frowned, meticulously cleaning his hands after grasping the system. The system, realizing Yun Tan had ignored it, immediately darted out of his line of sight. After sharing lunch with your father, he cupped your face, inspecting it from side to side before choking out, "You've lost weight." You scratch your head, thinking that, as a woman, being a bit slimmer added to your femininity. What nonsense! My Yao has never faced such hardship. I truly wish you wouldn't attend that academy, your father lamented, continuously dabbing his tears with a handkerchief. Nonetheless, regardless of circumstances, the title of Marquis shall always belong to you. Your father rambled on for a while before allowing you to leave. You had several younger siblings born of your uncles. The brothers were of little concern, as they could easily find suitable matches, but your mother had always favored you, so the sisters posed little threat. Moreover, you had no desire to become a marquis, waking at dawn to attend court. That was not for you. After dismissing your father, you returned to your room. Having skipped classes and played pranks on the teacher, you were grounded for a month and prohibited from attending the academy. You felt a surge of elation. Remembering Juntan, you rushed back to your courtyard, and just as you opened the door, Yun-tan approached, wiping the sweat from your forehead with a handkerchief. Take it slow, my wife. You found it peculiar. While men's hands were typically soft and gentle, like your father's, Yun-tan's hands felt somewhat firm. Last night on the couch, your head nearly hit the wall due to his forceful demeanor, and when he placed his palm on your forehead, you awoke to find it still slightly reddened. Perhaps he had endured much hardship in the past. With this thought, you tenderly took Yun-tan's hand in yours, sweetly proclaiming, Yun-tan, you are truly wonderful. The system quietly noted, target affection has risen to 63. Yun-tan's hand shifted as he embraced you, stating, this is what a servant ought to do. You felt a twinge of confusion. It should have been him in your embrace, yet his face was so close that you found yourself entranced by him, causing you to dismiss your earlier thoughts. Just as you turned away, Yun-tan raised his hand and forcefully struck the system to the ground. The system nearly lost its wings from the villain's slap and hurriedly covered its unsteady wings, attempting to flee. Yun-tan, would you like to go out for a stroll? You asked, gazing blankly at his face. Yun-tan raised her gaze to the sky, anticipating a light rain soon. If my wife does not mind accompanying me in the rain, you lifted your hand to cover Yun-tan's lips and gently chided. Do not always refer to yourself as this servant. Simply address me as I in my presence. It was only then that you noticed Yun-tan's eyes were a deep, dark hue, distinct from your own. Prolonged gazing caused a delicate shiver to rise on your arm. Thank you for your affection, my wife, Yun-tan remarked. Feeling the softness of your palm, and certain unbroadcastable images flitted through her mind. You took Yun-tan out into the streets, selecting a plethora of garments and purchasing a snow-white western cat. It was said that these charming creatures were quite popular among noblemen, and you thought it would amuse Yun-tan. In truth, your fondness for such fluffy beings had been a long-standing affection, yet as a woman, you believe it unseemly to indulge in such whims. Each time you observed men cradling these delightful pets, your heart would flutter. Your mother, having grown up alongside the current emperor, had always ensured that suitors presenting such creatures to you were met with your refusal, for she disapproved of too close an association with men. After all, men were often cunning, while you, with your innocence and kindness, could easily fall prey to their advances. However, the present circumstances were different. You could boldly assert that you were caring for this cat on Yun-tan's behalf, cradling it with affection. Does Yun-tan like it? Yun-tan gazed silently for a while, seemingly at a loss for words before eventually averting his gaze and softly replying, I do. With beauty at your side, you could hardly resist the urge to plant a tender kiss on the corner of Yun-tan's lips, as long as you like it. Unbeknownst to you, Yun-tan's hand was clenched tightly beneath the voluminous sleeve of his garment, only to relax moments later as he shyly leaned closer, wife. On the journey home, Yun-tan remained closely attached to you in the carriage, his entire form leaning against you. Wife, am I heavy? You hastily shook your head. Not at all. Being so adored by this devotedly affectionate young man filled your heart with joy, greatly satisfying your feminine vanity. Yun-tan inched closer, prompting you to retreat step by step. Remembering your own identity as a woman, you straightened your posture and attempted to present yourself with poise, only to have Yun-tan grasp your wrist. Wife. Yun-tan is enamored with you. You initially intended to push Yun-tan away, for such audacity in broad daylight felt rebellious. Yet upon his gentle hold, your reprimands faltered. The system, now wary, dared not speak out this time, adjusting its display to reveal a prominent number, 70. Yun-tan glanced casually at the system, which promptly scurried out of the carriage. Pressed closely against you, you whispered, I truly adore you, wife. And I too adore Yun-tan. You were too shy to meet his gaze. Your bond with Yun-tan flourished, as he was gentle, considerate, and understanding. You peacefully coexisted in the Marquis's residence for over 3 years until a royal decree commanded you to marry the 7th son of the Empress, which you accepted. Despite your affection for Yun Tan, his station was too humble for your mother to ever consent to his becoming your lawful husband, and filial piety had always been paramount to you. Thus, you resolved that it must be. Yun Tan sat opposite you, delicately polishing the hairpin you had removed upon returning home. You averted your gaze, feeling guilty, yet you promised him, "In 2 years, once I bear a daughter, I shall persuade my mother to elevate you to a recognized husband." Yun Tan's smile remained radiant, his eyelashes lowered as he continued his task. "Wife, you know, Yun Tan does not wish to share you with others." This was the first time Yun Tan had disagreed with your intentions, and you felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, entirely unaware that the hairpin in his grasp had become irrevocably bent. You maintained your composure, admonishing him not to take advantage of your affection. It seemed your mother was right in saying you had spoiled him excessively. With that, you stood and departed from the Tan courtyard. Yun Tan made no attempt to retain you, and you quickly escaped his sight as if fleeing for your life. Once your vision was entirely out of his range, the hairpin in Yun Tan's hand shattered into dust. He then seized the system floating nearby. "You clearly informed me that Yao Yao's affection for me reached 90. The system, nearly crushed by Yun Tan's grip, could only plead for mercy. "Please spare me, host. Host," it whimpered incessantly, "although Yao Yao's affection has indeed reached 90. You shall not be her sole beloved until it reaches 100. That is unnecessary." Yun Tan scoffed coldly, casting the system aside. With your impending marriage to the 7th prince next month, your mother insisted that you cultivate feelings with him, forcing you to abandon Yun Tan, despite having promised to accompany him on a boat outing. Guilt weighed heavily on your heart as you deceived Yun Tan. You vividly recalled his earnest gaze before you left. "Wife, please do not deceive me, or else." You hurriedly fled the Tan courtyard. "It will be fine. I shall bring Yun Tan a landscape painting he has always cherished," you thought. Previously, you believed that a man admiring landscape paintings would undermine your own status as a woman lacking in artistic skills, hence your reluctance to indulge him. Suppressing your inner turmoil, you proceeded to meet the 7th prince. Restlessly seated across from him, the 7th prince, though not as handsome as Yun Tan, still possessed a striking appearance among men. Born with a congenital heart ailment, he exuded a fragile elegance. In a moment of clumsiness, he knocked over the tea, spilling it onto the chessboard, the brown liquid staining your sleeve. His overly pale fingers brushed against your palm. "Apologies, Yao." A blush crept across his face. Unbeknownst to you, not far from the boat where you and the 7th prince lingered, Yun Tan observed your every interaction with clarity. The system remained silent, cowering in the corner, fearing the villain's wrath. A sudden chill swept across the river, the cold wind seeping through the window gaps. The 7th prince coughed softly before you, and you compassionately removed your outer garment and draped it over him. The system noted the sound of your knuckles cracking as you adjusted. After binding to Yun Tan, its only task had been to assess your affection for him, but also possessed a feature to gauge the villain's darkening tendencies. Over the past 3 years, Yun Tan's darkening value had dropped from 80 to 49, yet within these few short days, it had skyrocketed to 91. Help! Had it not been trapped in this world, unable to escape until the villain's darkness returned to 0, it would have fled long ago. "Oh, help! I want to go home." The system desperately stifled its cries, striving to diminish its presence. Yun Tan set down his teacup, his gaze drifting toward the trembling system. "What is my current affection value?" Reporting, host, it is 93. Perhaps due to your deceit toward Yun Tan and your overwhelming guilt, the system detected an increase in your affection for him. "I want to know the affection value for that scoundrel." The system wished to express its inability. However, it was acutely aware that uttering such words would provoke the antagonist before it, who would undoubtedly dismantle it without hesitation. Faced with the threat to its existence, the system could only, with tears in its virtual eyes, allocate the energy it had gathered from previous tasks for use in this world. A score of 19 indicated strangers, while 10-20 suggested that Miss Jiang held a certain fondness. The system diligently elaborated. Noting that your initial impression of Yun Tan had skyrocketed to 60 solely due to his countenance. Unbeknownst to the system, the antagonist employed some unknown means, and soon after, the vessel you and the seventh prince occupied began to take on water, forcing you to abandon ship in haste. As you prepared to leap onto another boat, you suddenly misstepped and plunged into the water. Fortunately, you were adept at swimming, so panic did not overwhelm you. You intended to surface, but felt a sudden pull at your ankle. Looking down, you discovered it was Yun Tan, who had mysteriously appeared beneath the surface. Startled, you gasped, releasing a few bubbles in the water. You were uncertain whether your concern was for Yun Tan or fear that he would discover your deceit in escaping with another man. You shook your head, signaling Yun Tan to release you, but instead, he pivoted and pulled you downstream. Your struggles were futile against his newfound strength, which far surpassed any resistance you had previously encountered. How could a man possess such power? Ultimately, in your panic, the air in your lungs was swiftly depleted, and you lost consciousness. Chapter 64. The encounter with the antagonist you believed you had perished, as Yun Tan had relentlessly dragged you deeper into the water. This was the last image that lingered in your mind before darkness enveloped you. Now, you found yourself in a realm of utter blackness, devoid of light, and you attempted to call out for Yun Tan, but received no reply. A chill crept up your back as you sensed something advancing toward you in the darkness. You screamed, jolting awake from the nightmare. Breathing heavily, you clutched your chest and pinched your cheek to confirm your existence. Alone in the room, you had just risen from the bed when you noticed a golden chain clasped around your ankle. Confused, you knelt to inspect it. Had you been captured? The door creaked open, and as you set the chain down, you looked up to find Yun Tan entering. Juntan, the memory of being pulled under the water by him ignited a flicker of anger, and you stood up, ready to confront him. However, he stepped forward and grasped your face firmly. "What are you doing?" you exclaimed, pushing against him, but found him immovable. What was happening? You were momentarily perplexed. Yun Tan had changed out of your favorite azure attire into a dark ensemble, his demeanor now radiating an intensity that eclipsed even that of the Empress. Fear rendered you speechless. He caressed your cheek, questioning whether you truly intended to wed another man. With a heavy sigh, you realized that your anger was misplaced. You had wronged Yun Tan by promising to marry him and forsaking him for another, making his current displeasure entirely justifiable. Tan, listen to me. You grasped his icy wrist, but before you could finish, he unexpectedly thrust a small pill into your mouth, nearly causing you to choke. "What did you give me?" A hint of dissatisfaction arose within you. Why should he, as a man, dictate your choices regarding multiple partners? Poison. Yun Tan discerned the shift in your attitude, as the system displayed a stark number, 80. In mere minutes, your fondness for Yun Tan had plummeted by 13 points. Women truly were capricious. The system observed you in disbelief. According to its extensive experience, once fondness exceeded 80, fluctuations were rare, yet here you were. Yun Tan clenched his jaw and asked, word by word, "If I were to ask you to choose between me and another man, what would you do?" A headache throbbed as you covered your head. Yun Tan, usually gentle and considerate, now seemed as difficult as a jealous lover. The system hastily vacated the room, escaping the impending turmoil. Seeing your hesitation to respond and your diminishing fondness, Yun Tan seized your upper body and pinned you against the table behind you. You heard the sound of objects crashing to the floor, shattering on impact. His once dark eyes now glinted with a hint of crimson as he held your chin, compelling you to kiss him. The dominant position he assumed made you profoundly uncomfortable, though you had never minded the disparity between genders. You were unwilling to accept being reduced from a position of power to one of submission. In a moment of defiance, you bit Yun Tan, the metallic taste of blood mingling between you. You were certain your bite was fierce, yet he showed no signs of retreat. His grip on your waist tightened, and you felt the bruising pressure as tears streamed down your face. Yun Tan licked the tears from your cheeks, his voice hoarse as he declared, "You are mine." Gradually, your vision blurred, and you longed to curse him, to declare your intent to leave him, but before you could voice your thoughts, you succumbed to unconsciousness. "Come back." Yun Tan cradled you in his arms, gently stroking your soft hair. The system was at a loss, yearning to weep. What shall the host command? Create a memory and weave it in her mind. Yun Tan's dark gaze shifted from you to the system, which trembled in fear. It had initially intended to argue its lack of energy, but suspected that such words would lead to its immediate obliteration. What kind of memory does the host require? The system asked, bracing itself. Yun Tan had long desired this, having humbled himself for years before you only to be cast aside without hesitation. He could hardly contain his rage, wishing to extract your very essence and tear open your heart to question whether all that had transpired was a mere fabrication. You awoke, your head pounding, greeted by the sight of a dark canopy. "Madam, you are awake." A woman's voice chimed nearby. The door swung open, and you were half supported into a sitting position. As your vision cleared, you recognized the woman before you, only to be passed to another individual who steadied your shoulders. The door closed once more, and after a moment, you blinked, finally able to discern the person before you. "You are." You hesitated to ask. "I am Yun Tan, your husband. You have lost your memory." He enveloped you in his embrace, slowly explaining, and you sensed a moment of hesitation in his voice. His fingers were cold, sending a shiver through you. You blinked in confusion. "Husband?" Your mind seemed to warn you that something was amiss, yet after much contemplation, you could not decipher what was wrong with the few brief sentences. Yun Tan affirmed, 3 days ago, you accidentally fell into the water and struck your head against a sharp rock. Instinctively, you raised a hand to the back of your head. A sharp intake of breath escaped you. Even the slightest touch elicited pain, confirming the severity of your injury. "Be careful." Yun Tan grasped your restless fingers, a hint of anger furrowing his brow. "Apologies," you murmured, lowering your gaze, genuinely regretful for forgetting him. "It is of no consequence. Your well-being is what matters," he replied, his hand shifting from your shoulder to the nape of your neck. As a woman, your form was delicate and soft, utterly unlike others. In his grip, your slender neck felt fragile, as though he could easily end your life with a mere exertion of force. Yun Tan's fingers lingered on your neck for only a few seconds before withdrawing. "Are you hungry?" You nodded slightly. "A bit. I have already arranged for food to be prepared in the kitchen." Yun Tan has released his grip on you, his brow furrowed in a somber expression, and you can sense it. This so-called husband of yours seems to possess a rather tempestuous temperament. You lower your head slightly, instinctively questioning why a man must have such a bad temper. However, memories of this world begin to surface in your mind. Chapter 65. The path of the side character being targeted by the villain. You have merely lost your memory, not your wits. This world is patriarchal, where women must cling to their fathers, brothers, or husbands for survival. He is your husband. What does it matter if he has a bit of temper? You seem to have come to a realization. Due to your memory loss, the system recalibrated your favorability, rating the moment you first laid eyes on Yun Tan. 30. Yun Tan appears indifferent to that fabricated number, dismissing the system with a mere glance. He feeds you spoonfuls of the yam porridge just delivered by your servants. You genuinely cannot eat anymore and shake your head. Yun Tan nonchalantly finishes the remaining porridge himself, placing the bowl aside, and gently caresses your excessively pale cheek, stating, "It is my absence that has caused you distress." You shake your head, and fragments of memories about the two of you begin to emerge. Yun Tan has indeed fed you porridge in this manner before. You fall into contemplation, and Yun Tan remains silent, patiently awaiting you to unearth the memories he has prepared for you. After a long while, you finally speak. "I seem to recall some memories about us." Yun Tan's expression remains largely unchanged, seemingly unconcerned by your memory loss or its return. "You have just awakened. Do not burden yourself. Rest is of utmost importance." You obediently nod. "All right." Thus, you and Yun Tan coexist peacefully for several days, until one day a torrential rain falls. When Yun Tan returns, half-soaked, you frown and approach him, asking, "Why did you get caught in the rain?" "I wanted to see you," Yun Tan replies, as if oblivious to the lowering temperature around him. You chuckle softly. "I'm not going anywhere, so why the rush?" Yun Tan falls silent, merely gazing at you with eyes both tender and lingering, nearly drowning you in their depths. This marks the first intimate moment you share with Yun Tan since your awakening. It unfolds naturally, You assist him in removing his damp outer garment, but before you can hang it on a nearby rack, he lifts you into his arms and carries you to the bed. Your clothing slips from your hands to the floor. Hey, the clothes, forget the clothes, focus on me. Will you? Yun-Ten cradles you in his lap, seducing you with each word. You cover his mouth, feeling somewhat bashful, yet you ultimately acquiesce. While Yun-Ten usually appears gentle and courteous with you, you can sense the fear that the surrounding servants harbor towards him. In this moment, he sheds his usual demeanor, and with tear-filled eyes, you question, why do you remember being so gentle each time before? Yun-Ten's palm covers your eyes, commanding, you must learn to adapt to me. His soft, seaweed-like hair cascades onto your bare arms, sending tingles through your skin. You cry out. Do not cry. Yun-Ten gently wipes away your tears, delicately kissing your lips, causing your tongue to tingle from his touch. Do not cry. One day, when Yun-Ten returns from outside, he presents you with a little white cat. The cat, entirely snow white with deep blue eyes, possesses a gentle demeanor, immediately leaping into your embrace to seek affection. Is this a gift for me? You exclaim joyfully, cradling the kitten. Recently, the incessant rain has left his cloak damp, and Yun-Ten hands it to a maid before leaning closer to you, stating, I saw this on the street and thought you would like it. The resolve to remain silent with him today dissipates in that moment. Husband, you are truly wonderful. Yun-Ten observes your favorability rating toward him rise to 85 in that instant. Not enough, he murmurs, his hand sliding around your waist to rest on your lower abdomen. Yun-Ten has a penchant for being close to you, whether it be your hand, your waist, or your face. You have grown accustomed to it. This time, however, it is merely a different location. That night, a soft pillow is placed beneath your waist. You shake your head, insisting you do not like it and wish to remove it, but Yun-Ten disagrees. For over a month, that pillow remains beneath you. You assume it to be one of Yun-Ten's newfound pleasures, as he often enjoys exploring such things with you. Until one morning, when you select your favorite breakfast, as usual, the mere scent of it causes you to bend over in nausea. Host, Miss Jiang is pregnant, the system timely announces. Yun-Ten instructs the servants to clear the food and approaches you, gently patting your back. You are 2 months pregnant, the doctor declares. You stare at Yun-Ten in disbelief. I to become a mother? Indeed. Yun-Ten's expression remains neutral, as though he had anticipated this, his dark gaze falling on your belly. You cannot shake the feeling that he harbors little affection for the small life within you. Throughout your pregnancy, you endure little hardship. Aside from a few symbolic instances of vomiting on the first day, subsequent symptoms are minimal. You initially attribute this to the medicine the doctor provided, courtesy of Yun-Ten. Unbeknownst to you, the system's energy has once again been drained by Yun-Ten. The system, infuriated, wishes to confront Yun-Ten, as the villain before it is even more miserly than its superior, the main system. Even during your delivery, you suffer little torment. You give birth to a delightful daughter. For reasons unknown, Yun-Ten insists she share your surname. You find this inappropriate and earnestly advise him that the elders in his clan would not approve. Yun-Ten casts a sidelong glance at you. Though he speaks not a word, you discern his unspoken sentiment. It would be better to eliminate them all. What a peculiar notion. You cast aside the horrific thoughts swirling in your mind and attempt to reason with him further. But Yun-Ten seizes your chin and kisses you, silencing all your words. On the day your daughter is officially named, the system detects that your favorability rating toward Yun-Ten has finally reached 99. You also regain the memories you had lost, albeit they are fabrications crafted by Yun-Ten. He orchestrated your amnesia and gradual recollection, preparing an impeccable lock to keep your favorability at 99 for an extended period. Although the system never achieved a full 100 before its energy was entirely depleted, Yun-Ten is aware that no one could surpass him. As long as he remains your sole choice, that is sufficient. Though at times you sense the servants in the household are excessively timid in Yun-Ten's presence, a favorability rating of 99 is ample for you to find every excuse to shield him from the minutiae of everyday life. A side character targeted by the villain will be devoured until not a single bone remains. Chapter 66. Mistaking the Matchmaking Object. At the age of 14, A mobile phone left charging by your younger brother suddenly exploded during the night, resulting in your blindness, and you became a sightless individual. Now, at 19, having reached adulthood, your parents have cast you into the world of matchmaking, no longer wishing to keep you at home. Today, as usual, you arrive at the cafe you frequent almost every few days. However, this time, the seating arrangement differs from before, and the server mistakenly leads you to the table of another man. Having visited this cafe so often, the staff are well aware that you come for matchmaking. As you depart, the server glances at the man, marveling at the unexpected quality of this match. Previously, you had encountered some rather undesirable candidates. You settle into your seat. Shunze has yet to inquire whether you have taken a wrong turn. As usual, you began to introduce yourself. Hello, I am Jiang Yao, currently 19 years old. You spoke of your parents' circumstances and specifically mentioned your eye condition, as well as the explosion that had harmed your uterus, rendering you unable to conceive. You understood your parents' intentions. Yet you truly could not blindly marry these men. Time and again, you forced these suitors to grow weary of you, a woman incapable of bearing children, and they would naturally seek out a matchmaker to reject the union. Shunze took a sip of coffee, likely grasping the reason for your presence here. By the way, my parents have somewhat elevated expectations regarding the bride price. You have been quite clear. Miss Jiang, is it? You widened your eyes in surprise. Though you were unable to see, your current suitor, based solely on his voice, was undeniably of high quality. Moreover, you had sat for a considerable time without detecting any unpleasant odors from him, unlike previous encounters where men would chatter incessantly without interruption. He was indeed a man unlike any you had met before. Shunze glanced at your dull eyes, stirring his coffee with a spoon, and stated, I am quite satisfied with you. If possible, we could perhaps give this a try. You instinctively rubbed your thumbnail with your index finger. Had the other party truly reached such a desperate point? You had painted your situation in such a grim light. You hesitated. You do not mind? My own conditions are quite poor. Even if it is just a relationship with me, you will face criticism. Shin chuckled lightly. It would be best to silence their tongues. You could not help but laugh, finding Shunze rather amusing. You thought he was joking, pondering that it would be prudent to appease your parents for the time being, as delaying further might compel them to directly find a man to marry you off. Shunze was the most agreeable suitor you had encountered thus far. You failed to notice a man not far from you, angrily texting on his phone, cursing, damn woman. You stood me up. Your current match was in an even worse situation, a 34-year-old man who had killed someone in a fit of rage and served 10 years in prison. And he was brazenly blind. The man spat on the floor, boasting about how he would have you in his grasp and would not let you go. Amidst the vulgarity of the man, Shunze had already deduced his identity. While conversing with you, Shunze discreetly sent out a few messages on his phone. I have been out for quite some time. I should head back now. Your phone vibrated, reminding you of the time. I will escort you. Shunze stood up and approached you, handing you the white cane that had been resting aside. His fingers brushed against the back of your hand, but the moment was too fleeting for you to notice. Shunze walked alongside you toward the cafe's entrance. The man who had been cursing inside the cafe nearly opened his mouth to insult you upon seeing you with the cane, but upon noticing Shunze at your side, he realized he had mistaken you for someone else. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his insults, a blind woman, and look at that pretty boy beside her. As you drew closer, you clearly heard the man's derogatory remarks. You had grown accustomed to the scorn of others, yet the man beside you bore the brunt of it due to your association. Once outside the cafe, you softly apologized to Shunze for the man's outburst. Shunze suddenly lifted his hand and pinched your cheek. That lacked sincerity. Since your blindness, people had avoided you, and this was the first time someone had initiated contact. Your heart felt a warmth. Then I shall treat you, Mr. Shun, to a cotton candy from a nearby shop. Very well. Shunze released his grip, rubbing his fingers together, gazing at your pure and innocent face, eager to take you home and conceal you away. You were already quite familiar with the path. And after turning a few corners with Shunze, you arrived at an old shop renowned for its cotton candy. Since losing your sight, your fondness for sweets had intensified. Shunze maintained a stoic expression as he sampled a piece, responding gently, I can sense Miss Jiang's sincerity. After speaking, Shunze pulled out a tissue from his pocket, spat the cotton candy into it, and tossed it toward the nearby trash bin. The taste of cheap, industrial saccharin lingered in his mouth, and he felt a sense of aversion. No wonder he appeared so frail. Indulging in such things would necessitate a firm reformation of your habits. The shopkeeper's expression soured slightly, but observing the man's attire, he refrained from voicing any complaints. Shunzei disposed of the cotton candy in the trash as well and turned to take your hand. You instinctively attempted to pull away, but he released you first. My apologies. I assumed we were in a romantic relationship. I was presumptuous. His wit and sense of propriety left a strong first impression on you. Upon returning home, you recounted the day's events to your parents. Their previously impatient tone softened. Well, you're already blind. There's no need to be overly picky. Your brother will be in high school next year, and we still have to arrange for his tutoring. You understood the unspoken words, even though your blindness stemmed from an incident involving your brother, who had been caught playing on his phone, which caused the explosion that injured your eyes. They did not believe you. Even if they did, it mattered little, as you were the one who had been asleep and unable to stop him. Why were you so unfortunate? If it were not you who had gone blind, it would have been their precious son. After losing your sight, you could not voice any grievances, nor could you avoid being sold off, handing your earnings to your brother. You were merely a sacrificial pawn in this family. Chapter 67. Mistaken matchmaking. Shunzei added you on WeChat and began sending you voice messages almost daily. You felt he was perhaps a bit overly enthusiastic, but one night while getting up, you overheard your parents discussing how to secure your brother a place at the best high school. However, it was evident that with his dismal grades, barely summing to 100 points across 9 subjects, how could he possibly gain admission? Thus, they would resort to seeking favors and offering bribes. Where would the money come from? Leaning against your bed, you reflected on how your parents chose which man to marry you off to, as if selecting goods, seeking the most suitable buyer for you. You exhaled deeply, feeling reluctant to engage with Shunzei, as his overwhelming desire for control left you gasping for breath. He would ask if you were awake, and if you did not respond, he would continue asking every hour until you did. If you replied affirmatively, he would suggest try a particular breakfast or dessert, and upon your refusal, he would conjure countless excuses to persuade you. Once you acquiesced, he would gradually encroach upon you. Even when he was not physically present, you could feel the madness lurking beneath his exterior through his voice messages. Yet, it seemed you had little choice. Shunzei, do you wish to meet my parents? You sent him a voice message. Shunzei twirled a pen in his hand, and under his relentless pressure, your parents finally made their decision, and you resolved to comply. I just checked my schedule for this month. I may not be able to meet them until mid-next month due to a business trip. Shunzei opened his blank planner and unceremoniously rejected your proposal. From that day forward, the nature of your relationship with Shunzei underwent a seismic shift. Previously indifferent towards him, you now found yourself sending him multiple messages daily, only to receive no replies in return. You could only endure. Until your brother graduated from middle school, Shunzei's business trip continued without end. You remained vigilant against your parents, but alas, it proved ineffective. You were still rendered unconscious and sent away. When you awaken once more, a peculiar scent permeates the room, and a sense of dizziness overwhelms you, leaving you devoid of the strength to rise. It dawns upon you that you are likely no longer in the confines of your home. Fortunately, your mobile phone remains in your possession, unconfiscated. Without a moment to ponder, you retrieve it and send your location to Shunzei, weakly pleading for his assistance. You had contemplated alerting the authorities, yet your parents have not inflicted harm upon you. Even if the police were to rescue you this time, there would inevitably be a next time. Unbeknownst to you, in the opposite corner of the room, Shunzei silently observes as you struggle to rise from the bed. Your complexion as pale as freshly fallen snow, rendering you a pitiful sight indeed. Shunzei remains unresponsive, and fear of the unknown prompts tears to cascade down your cheeks, accompanied by a pang of remorse for your past actions towards him. After all, he is the finest man you have encountered since your foray into arranged matchmaking. You hear the door creak open, and instinctively, you curl up in bed, too terrified to move. The man who enters casts a cautious glance at Shunzei, noting his lack of emotion as he remains seated. The man swallows hard, steeling himself to speak. Are you the daughter sent by the Jiang family? You still possess little strength, and even if you did, your vision fails you. Facing such a man, escape seems impossible. You attempt to plead with him, but he dismisses you mercilessly, contemptuously spitting, "I spent 40,000 yuan to procure you. Being blind is one thing, but dreaming is another. Let me warn you, if you dare to run, I will break your legs." You alter your approach, asserting under Shunzai's gaze that you have a beloved boyfriend who is wealthy and deeply cares for you, capable of paying to retrieve you. The man, enraged, blurted out something he later regretted as he noticed Shunzai's gaze turning cold and venomous. Panic envelopes you, rendering you oblivious to the tremor in the man's voice as he continues to speak. The door slams shut, and you once again grasp your phone, imploring Shunzai for help, promising to obey him. At last, you receive Shunzai's first message. "As long as you heed my word from now on, I will undoubtedly rescue you." "I will," you reply fervently. "I will listen to you, Shunzai. You are my only hope." Shunzai arrives just as the man is overpowering you, tearing at your clothing and striking you harshly. With a swift motion, Shunzai seizes the man's wrist and flings him aside, soon followed by the echoes of the man's anguished cries and pleas for mercy. After dealing with the man, Shunzai's cool palm gently rests upon your swollen cheek. "I'm sorry for arriving late." You shake your head, clinging tightly to Shunzai, fearful of being abandoned. His presence alone brings you solace. You've cried so pitifully. Shunzai removes his suit jacket and drapes it over you, then holds you close as he carries you to his car. He brings you to his villa. "Your parents sold you to him, didn't they?" Shunzai, with a cotton swab, tends to your cheeks, such a pity. A sigh escapes him, yet for reasons unknown. You feel no compassion emanating from him. Instead, a shroud of fear envelopes you. He discards the cotton swab into the trash, instructing you to rest well. After days of crying and being frightened, you quickly succumb to a deep slumber. Shunzai lights a cigarette, exhaling the smoke while observing you, lost in nightmares. Truly terrified, he remarks, flicking off the ash. Yet it is not enough. In the following days, Shunzai is absent from the villa. When you venture out, you discover that the Shunzai you envisioned as a diligent worker living in a modest apartment is, in fact, a man of considerable wealth residing in an expansive villa equipped with numerous maids. However, with Shunzai away, the maids treat you with little courtesy. Each meal they deliver is accompanied by scornful remarks, revealing the extraordinary status of Shunzai. Is this truly your suitor? This realization casts doubt upon Shunzai's identity for the first time. Before you can ponder further, the maid's bullying escalates beyond mere verbal insults to physical confrontations. Since Shunzai has not visited for some time, all your messages have gone unanswered. You even contemplate escaping, but as you step beyond the villa's threshold, one of the maids shrieks and drags you back. "Do you wish to die? You must be doing this on purpose. Even with these tactics, Mr. Shenwuenti spare you a glance. If you want to die, do it far away so you don't jeopardize our jobs." As she concludes, the maid cannot restrain herself and viciously pinches your thigh. Just as you resolve to report your plight, your phone is seized by the maid, and you are doused with a bucket of cold water. The shock of the icy water ignites a fever within you, just as you fear for your life. Shunzai finally returns, having repeatedly placed you in peril. You have learned to cling to this man, Shunzai. "My phone broke," he nonchalantly explains. You shake your head. Unbothered, "Shunzai, please don't leave me alone." He affectionately tousles your hair. You're quite clingy. Clutching his sleeve anxiously, you feel utterly lost. Your vision is shrouded in darkness. Your parents are indifferent, and the police remain inactive until you suffer harm. You understand your isolation. Your only recourse is to rely on Shunzai. His fingers brush over your dull, sightless eyes. "Would you marry me?" In a panic, you nod fervently, terrified of being abandoned in this place with those cruel maids. "Shall we head to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Okay. Shunzai is your last lifeline before drowning, and you would acquiesce to anything he proposes. Such a good girl. He kisses your fingers. 3 months after marrying Shunzai, you finally realize that you had mistaken your suitor. Given your blindness, you have no need to work, and thus spend your days idly reading. Shunzei arranged for someone to teach you Braille. You enjoy reading? Each time Shunzei returns from work, he finds you lounging on the sofa, basking in the sun like a fluffy white cat. You are unsure how to respond, recalling your past dreams of altering your fate through education and escaping your current life. Shunzei is keenly aware of your every thought. Do you wish to attend university? He seems to have just finished work, still carrying traces of office fragrance. After removing his coat and handing it to a maid, he settles onto the sofa, drawing you into his embrace. You are still unaccustomed to such intimacy with Shunzei. Even a simple hug causes your cheeks to flush. I only read out of boredom. Shunzei absent-mindedly plays with your hair. How about going to the free-spirited United States? Or would you prefer the fashion capital, France? Perhaps you yearn to experience the vigor of Russia? You're somewhat bewildered, what? To attend university? Where would you like to go? Shensha patiently explains. Keeping you confined at home will only hinder you. If I take you to work, I wouldn't be able to focus. You ponder for a long time. Though you cannot see, you have come to grasp the extent of Shunzei's wealth through the little details of daily life. Forget it. You shake your head, declining his proposal. You do not wish to rely on his money to gain admission. Have a bit of self-confidence. Shunzei deemed the book in your hand a nuisance, and he cast it aside, cupping your chin with one hand as he pressed his lips against yours. You gently pushed against Shunzei's shoulder, softly reminding him that they were in the living room. Unfazed, Shunzei delved deeper into your mouth, questioning what there was to fear. Even without sight, you could vividly imagine the allure in the words spoken by the man embracing you. Each intimate moment with Shunzei left you grateful for your blindness. For had you seen his visage, you might have crumbled at the mere sight of him. His palm rested on your somewhat sore waist, suggesting that you should have had sufficient rest. Your cheeks flushed crimson as you protested that you had yet to dine. Shunzei leaned closer to your ear, uttering even more audacious words. Each time, you found it astonishing that such a refined gentleman would utter such coarse language. The contrast was overwhelming. Your face warmed and your heart raced. Did that signify consent? Shunzei lifted you effortlessly and began ascending the stairs. As a man, he naturally harbored those base and audacious thoughts, yet you had always resisted. Perhaps it was time to employ a subtle strategy? Next time on the balcony, you would surely blush furiously, burying your face in his chest, trembling and unable to utter a word. The tranquility of post-marital life did not linger for long, as your parents and younger brother soon arrived, accompanied by that former buyer. The buyer's words shattered the delusions you had long clung to. Were you discussing with my wife? A familiar voice pierced your ears, causing you to nearly drop your coffee cup in shock. You could not see nor comprehend what was transpiring, yet you sensed unrest in the air, whispers of discontent filtering into your ears, accompanied by the rustle of disturbed air. Curious about something? Why not inquire with me? Shunzei snatched the coffee cup from your trembling grasp. Clearly, you were frightened. As the four individuals departed the cafe, an eerie silence enveloped the room. You lowered your head, your mind a chaotic whirlwind, unsure of how to face Shunzei, resorting to silence as you sat in the armchair. Shunzei's dark eyes bore into you, akin to a crocodile eyeing its prey in the swamp. Not speaking? That saddens me. Shunzei grasped your icy fingers, noting their chill. You could barely suppress your shivering, questioning if what they said was true. Shensha chuckled mockingly, devoid of compassion, asking why you would believe their words. Your heart began to race anew. I treat you so well, and yet you choose to trust them. My dear, it hurts. I am sorry, you stammered, hastily apologizing. Indeed, ever since your marriage to Shunzei, your previous hardships seem to have evaporated, as if your entire past had been but a prelude to meeting him. Is that all? It feels rather insincere. Shunzei's fingers caressed your tender lips, his dark gaze fixated on your every expression, meticulously scrutinizing for any deception. Allowing those wretches to intrude upon your lives, nearly shattering your bond, was simply intolerable. You bit your lip and leaned closer to his ear, awkwardly presenting your token of apology. Shunzei enveloped you in his embrace, and though you struggled to break free, he held you firmly. Not on the balcony, but in the car. What does that sound? You wished to refuse, but Shunzei pressed onward, lamenting his hurt feelings from the doubts cast upon him. Eventually, You ceased your struggles, whispering your acquiescence in his ear. Shunzei waved dismissively at the others, instructing them to take the 4 individuals away. Though greedy and foolish, they were not without purpose. How about silencing them permanently in Thailand? Chapter 69. Discovering that you never loved him, the darkened benefactor. You awoke with a splitting headache, enveloped in darkness, feeling the iron chains on your ankles. And you coldly tugged at the corners of your mouth. Sure, Qingshu, come out. You fumbled to stand upright, your head still foggy and your body lacking strength. Recalling that you had fainted after he covered your mouth and nose, you lost patience and shouted his name into the darkness. A soft yellow lamp flickered to life beside you. Shielding your eyes, you finally turned to Sure Qingshu, demanding to know his intentions. He grasped your chin, insisting, tell me. All of that was a lie. Your face revealed a knowing expression, questioning the truth of the situation. Sure Qingshu's expression was obscured by shadows. Yet you were indifferent to his feelings, lacking the mood to care. Do you have nothing to say to me? He queried. I do, you replied nonchalantly, leaning against a cold wall. Let me go, and I might consider not reporting you. Sure Qingshu was nearly driven to madness in the dim light. He saw the brazen confidence in your eyes. Clearly, you had anticipated this day. You shook your head honestly. No, you had not. Why? Oh, because I never expected the illustrious Sure would engage in a 3-year romance with a woman of dubious background without investigating her. Nor did I expect. You paused, a mocking smile gracing your lips. You would backtrack. Indeed, you see it clearly. Your so-called amicable ex-boyfriend, no, your benefactor, has lost his mind and brought you here because he has fallen for you. Sure Qingshu felt his heart tearing apart as he heard his voice tick like an old clock, forcing himself to ask the reason behind your actions. You already know. Why ask? You rubbed your temples in exasperation. Because I'm broke and I desire money. You have wealth. It's a simple and comprehensible matter, you concluded, shaking your head in disapproval. You know better than anyone why women like us surround you. Your tone was both innocent and venomous, akin to a spider slowly gnawing at Sure Qingshu's sanity. You had no intention of sparing him and continued. You did your research, didn't you? My father had a 4-year-old son before marrying my mother. After her death, I sought revenge on them, and you were merely a tool. Sure Qingshu lost control, gripping your neck against the wall. Why? Why won't you even entertain the idea of deceiving him? Why not continue the charade? His grip was firm, yet not overly harsh. Because I've earned enough. Liar. You're lying. Sure Qingshu's voice erupted in fury beside your ear. Your expression of disdain struck him deeply. You don't think I left you for some so-called white moonlight, do you? Sure Qingshu's face turned pale with anger, trembling fingers questioning. You intend to use my money to support other men? He recalled the men that had flocked to you after your breakup. Was that the case? Your money? You must be jesting. That is my money. You laughed until tears threatened to spill. Just as Sure Qingshu was about to inquire about your meaning, you cut him off. Don't forget, you initially wanted me to learn from her and play the role of substitute. His face turned ashen, realizing you still harbored resentment over that incident. Sure Qingshu stormed off, driven away by your words. Fortunately, he had left the keys within your reach, allowing you to free yourself from the chains binding you in this bewildering place. Without hesitation, you purchased a plane ticket and fled the country, escaping this locale. You understood Sure Qingshu well. You had just rattled him to the point of confusion, and once he regained his composure, he would surely descend into madness once more. You have sought refuge in a serene little country in Europe, spending several tranquil months there. One day, after purchasing instant noodles from the supermarket downstairs, you returned home only to find Sure Qingshu nonchalantly seated on your living room sofa. You shook your head in exasperation, your disdain clearly reflected in Sure Qingshu's eyes. He extended his hand towards you, beckoning you to come closer. You set the fruits you had bought aside, ensuring that your identification, passport, and bank cards were all present in your wallet. Then, you defiantly raised your middle finger at Sure Qingshu, a fool. You slammed the door shut and dashed down the stairs. Sure Qingshu's expression darkened instantly. You could not escape. As soon as you reached the ground floor, you were surrounded by a group of bodyguards clad in black. You had descended all 13 floors on foot, not daring to wait for the elevator. only to be apprehended immediately. Meanwhile, Shi Qingshu arrived leisurely by elevator, asking why you had stopped running. Your wallet was snatched away, and he forcefully shoved you into a car. As your hand grazed the other door, Shi Qingshu grasped your wrist firmly. You attempted to strike at his abdomen with your elbow, but he held you tightly, warning that if you wish to keep your hand intact, you should refrain from actions that would only provoke him further. After months apart, you noticed that Shi Qingshu's voice had grown increasingly menacing, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. What do you truly want? You inhaled deeply, suggesting that you should have a proper discussion. Shi Qingshu released you, but the car door was locked, rendering your efforts futile. Fine. What do you wish to say? You leaned against the car door, striving to maintain your distance from him, unwilling to make contact. I never regarded you as a substitute, nor do I appreciate Shi Qingshu's insistence on explaining himself word for word. You raised your hand to interrupt him, insisting that if he merely intended to discuss love and affection, there was no need for it. Continue speaking. You know that the next statement would undoubtedly infuriate Shi Qingshu. I do not care whom you truly love, nor whether you consider me a substitute. During these 3 years together, my father went bankrupt, and now he lives a miserable life with his mistress and her child. I have received 6 houses, 3 sports cars, and countless designer clothes and bags from you. I am quite satisfied with the generous settlement you provided, so let us part amicably, shall we? You cross your arms, gazing at Shi Qingshu. He fell silent for a few seconds before declaring, I will marry you. You frowned, questioning his sanity. Despite your restraint, you refrained from unleashing your anger, stating that you did not wish to have any relationship with him. You wish for money. I possess wealth. If you marry me, you will acquire 26% of the Shi Group's shares, Shi Qingshu continued. You shook your head in refusal, asserting that you were not that greedy. The resources you had received would suffice for a lifetime. You no longer required any more. Shi Qingshu's voice grew hoarse, revealing your true perception of him as merely a benefactor. You nodded in affirmation, responding, why else would it be? The atmosphere inside the car became stifling, and you could no longer tolerate it. If we are to speak candidly, then I shall take my leave. You pushed against the car door, but it did not budge. Turning to him, you questioned, what do you mean? Why is it that during these 3 years, his affection for you has deepened while you have been deceiving him, existing outside the realm of your shared relationship? Shi Qingshu suddenly produced a small knife from seemingly nowhere, offering it to you with the chilling suggestion that if you killed him, you would be free to leave. You stared at him in disbelief, questioning his sanity. I said, kill me, he insisted, guiding your hand toward his heart. You recoiled, exclaiming, you are insane. Shi Qingshu abruptly seized your neck and pressed his lips against yours. You struggled in vain, unable to resist against the overwhelming disparity in strength between an adult man and woman. Just as you resolved to bite down fiercely, he withdrew in time, articulating with grave seriousness that you must either kill him or marry him. You were utterly exasperated by the man before you, questioning whether he had lost his mind. His gaze pierced through you like a sharp dagger, sending shivers down your leg. If you cannot make a decision, I shall break your legs and confine you to the house, he threatened, observing your indecision. A chill crept up your spine as you realized he was entirely serious. Seizing the nearby knife, you lunged at Shi Qingshu, but his grip was swift and powerful, rendering your efforts futile. He chuckled darkly as you attempted to push forward, but could not gain any ground. You merely wished to injure him, to threaten the bodyguards outside to facilitate your escape, not to take his life. Shi Qingshu rolled down the car window and unceremoniously tossed the knife out, slamming the window shut once more. Although you wished to resist, you understood that a wise person knows when to yield, and thus you returned to the country with him, despite it already being after hours. Shi Qingshu insisted on waiting at the Civil Affairs Bureau until your marriage certificate was secured. By 11 o'clock that night, you had obtained your marriage certificate. Throughout the ordeal, you had ridiculed him, cursed him, and nearly lost your temper on multiple occasions, only to be bound with rope and dragged to the Civil Affairs Bureau like a crab. After receiving the marriage certificate, you found yourself imprisoned. Your frustration reached a boiling point. It seemed your attitude had finally provoked Shi Qingshu, who confined you to the bed. reducing your entire range of movement from the expansive estate to a mere small room. You found yourself repeatedly pinned beneath him. Over the course of 3 years, your bodies had become intimately familiar, and he knew precisely which spots on you were most sensitive. During your mutual torment, you discovered you were pregnant. Sure, Qingshu's hand caressed your abdomen, and he issued a chilling warning that if you dare to harm the child, he would unearth your mother's corpse and feed it to the wolves in the mountains. You stared at him in disbelief, questioning why he would subject you to such torment. Did he find pleasure in your suffering, or was it merely a refusal to accept being deceived? You could not comprehend it. You viewed him as a benefactor while he regarded you as a substitute. You were both inherently unindebted to one another. Grabbing your chin, he commanded you to be silent. You remained fixated on your grievances. Sure, Qingshu's somber expression suddenly shifted into a smile, insisting that you had feelings for him. You rolled your eyes, dismissing his absurdity. You bore no resemblance to her. Why would I allow you to serve as her substitute? He questioned each word deliberately. You turned away, pondering who could know his thoughts. The woman who had instigated discord between you two had already suffered ruin. It dawned on you. It was the woman who had once declared you were merely a substitute, and upon realizing the truth, you had observed Sure Qingshu's so-called white moonlight. You remained silent for a long time, recognizing that the two of them had no significant resemblance whatsoever. You were certainly not foolish enough to believe her words. You no longer wished to endure the antics of this lunatic. Thus you attempted to break up with Sure Qingshu, only to discover that he had uncovered your entire history. Following your split, Sure Qingshu spiraled further into madness. During your time together, he had preferred you with long hair and short skirts, disapproving of your long nails and high heels. You yearned to tell Sure Qingshu to go to hell, for you had endured him for 3 years and were no longer willing to serve him. As of now, he has become even more excessively controlling than during those 3 years. In the past, you could bear his control with the mindset of appeasing a benefactor or a boss. But now you find yourself wishing fervently to return to the moment when he first captured you, to plunge a knife into him and end it all. Sure Qingshu cannot tolerate the disdain and resistance that your eyes betray. He gradually tightens his grip around your wrist, nearly crushing your bones, warning you that you ought to learn how to be a good wife. His ominous voice whispers threats into your ears, and you grasp the underlying menace in his words. Sure Qingshu has been the head of the Sure family for many years, consolidating their power to unprecedented heights, and you stand no chance against such a formidable clan. You were aware of the dangers before you became involved with Sure Qingshu. Once discovered, you would certainly meet a gruesome fate at his hands. It seems you have taken his words to heart, earnestly attempting to embody the role of a good wife, as if you had returned to calmer days. However, tranquility is shattered when Sure Qingshu brutally breaks the legs of the servant who had come to aid your escape, right before your eyes. Your face pales at the sight, the metallic scent of blood nearly forcing you to retch. Yet you are restrained by the maid behind you, forced to witness the entirety of the horror. Should there be a next time, everyone will be thrown to the wolves in the mountains. The servants around you bow their heads, fearing that their master's wrath might extend to them. Enough. If you have the capability, come and settle the score with me. You shove the maid aside and rush forward to check on the man, only to be seized by Sure Qingshu's grip on your arm. How dare you touch him? Sure Qingshu's furious inquiry echoes in your ears. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I shall have his hand severed. You stare at Sure Qingshu in disbelief, knowing full well he is capable of such brutality. He drags you back to your room, where you have been pregnant for 6 months, past the danger zone. You raise your hand, intent on striking him, but he ensnares your wrist with his tie. You, madman, feel an overwhelming urge to bite a piece of flesh from him. You ponder what it would take for Sure Qingshu to relent. Had you known earlier, you would never have provoked such a lunatic to escape your father. This is the first time regret has taken root in your heart. You open your mouth and sink your teeth into Sure Qingshu's shoulder. Very well, then. Let us remain at odds for eternity. Chapter 71. The Man Found by the Roadside is the beginning of cultivation fiction starring the male lead by chance. You discover a man by the stream behind your house. During your care for him, love blossoms, and you seamlessly become husband and wife for 2 years. You believe you would grow old together until yesterday when you dreamt of the novel you read before your past life met its untimely end. You are a modern individual who perished in an explosion caused by a neighbor's house fire. Subsequently, you were reborn as a fetus in this realm of cultivation. Your parents here favor sons over daughters and subjected you to domestic violence from a young age. After enduring this until the age of 13, you finally stole money from your home and fled to the mountain where you and Lu Sheng now reside. With your lashes lowered, you sit upon the wooden chair that Lu Sheng crafted for you, sipping tea. Last night, you dreamt that your husband, Lu Sheng, is the genius senior brother and male lead of this novel world, who lost his memory due to an accident and was rescued by you, a mere mortal woman. 10 years later, people from the sect finally arrived, restoring Lu Sheng's memory. He then abandoned you, while you desperately clung to him, committing unspeakable acts until he pierced your heart with an arrow. You await the 2 disciples from Lu Sheng's sect to take him away, waiting from morning until noon without a sign of them, having consumed several pots of tea in vain, unable to wait any longer. You nibble on a few pastries and retreat to your room, falling into a deep slumber, awakening from a nightmare in the middle of the night. You find Lu Sheng no longer by your side. You decide to wait for him in the front hall, feeling utterly exhausted. Let them come or not. You need to sleep now. Unbeknownst to you, after you drifted into slumber, the 2 disciples searching for Lu Sheng met a grim fate, pierced by Lu Sheng's sword. With droplets of blood staining the wisteria tree you both planted, Lu Sheng sprinkles a potion over their bodies, and within moments, they vanish without a trace, as if no one had ever been there. When you awaken again, Lu Sheng is seated beside your bed, having watched you for quite some time. Startled, you exclaim, "Lu Sheng, what are you doing here?" You realize you have slept for far too long. It is already evening, and Lu Sheng has not lit an oil lamp, leaving the room dimly lit. Seeing a shadow so close to you sends a shiver down your spine, for this world is fraught with malevolent creatures. "Did you wait here for me all morning?" Lu Sheng asks as he sits beside you, gently patting your back. You respond with a casual hum, explaining that upon waking and finding you absent, you couldn't sleep and decided to wait for you in the living room until dawn. Your explanation is earnest and thorough. Lu Sheng rewards you with a gentle pat on the head. "Yao Yao, you're so good. I almost thought you were waiting for someone." Your heart skips a beat. "Lu Sheng, what do you mean? Is there a guest coming?" The mountain where you and Lu Sheng live is far removed from any village, scarcely populated. Lu Sheng suddenly grips your chin, gazing deeply into your eyes with a chilling tone. "Do you wish to see someone else?" You quickly grasp his hand, nuzzling your cheek against it. "No, Yao Yao only wishes to see her husband." For some reason, you faintly detect a hint of blood on Lu Sheng. Has he gone out to hunt beasts again? Are you hungry? Lu Sheng's hand remains firmly on your waist, trapping you. You eagerly nod. "Husband, I am so hungry. When you are not here, I don't know what to do." Lu Sheng seems satisfied with your dependence. Lifting you from the bed, you are so spoiled. You cling tightly to Lu Sheng's neck, smiling sweetly. Yao Yao only acts spoiled toward her husband. You manage to calm Lu Sheng, allowing your anxious heart to finally settle. Forget that wretched novel. It bears no resemblance to reality. What nonsense about you finding a man by chance and truly falling in love, or that people from the sect are coming to fetch him. None of it is true. You merely went to the back mountain to forage for wild vegetables, only to be coerced by his sword into bringing him home to nurse his wounds. After rescuing him, you made no advances towards him, yet he once again brandished his sword at your neck, forcing you to choose between death or marrying him. You fervently plead for the people coming to retrieve Lu Sheng to hurry. The day is nearly over, and they have yet to arrive. These 2 years of marriage to Lu Sheng have driven you nearly to madness. He is a neurotic who wields an extreme possessiveness over you. He no longer permits you to venture out to gather wild vegetables or fruits, nor allows you to sell them for money. Every morsel of food you consume must be personally prepared by him, and you require his company whenever you step outside. If he is absent, you cannot take a single step beyond the confines of your courtyard. He has even set restrictions around your home. Should you step outside for any reason, he will receive a signal and return in an instant. Once, you spotted a lovely white rabbit at your doorstep, and, unable to resist, chased after it. When Lu Sheng returned, He unceremoniously locked you in the room and kept you occupied for an entire day and night, relentlessly feeding you restorative pills until you were utterly exhausted, forcing you to vow repeatedly that you would never leave him. Your fingers tremble beneath the table, and you fervently wish that the dreams you have seen could be real. If only Lu Sheng would let you go, you would absolutely, unequivocally never appear before him again. Lu Sheng gently set down the bowl in his hands, suddenly grasping the palm you had concealed beneath the tablecloth. He effortlessly released your instinctively clenched fist, asking softly, "Yao Yao, what are you trembling for?" You paused your breath, denying it. Lu Sheng stepped closer, his tone remaining as gentle and considerate as before. "Are you afraid of me, Yao Yao? How could you be?" You suppressed the fear bubbling within. Just moments ago, you had glimpsed the blood on the petals of the wisteria tree through the window. Lu Sheng enveloped you in his embrace, his gaze following the direction where you had been sitting, effortlessly taking in the sight that had unsettled you. He tenderly massaged the nape of your neck, saying, "Please, Yao Yao, do not deceive me." You quickly raise your head to silence his lips. A single additional word from him would frighten you into revealing everything. Lu Sheng's hand rested on your waist, deepening the kiss, causing your tongue to tingle, yet you still clung to his neck, willingly reciprocating. He lifted you and carried you into the house, leaving you feeling helpless, knowing you would endure another long night with him, even though the sun had yet to fully set. The following day, you continuously replayed the scenes from your dream, wondering if their arrival had not been yesterday. With patience, you waited at home, and out of boredom, you returned to the wisteria tree, your fingers brushing against the dried bloodstains. What could this be? Confused, you fetched a basin of clean water, meticulously wiping away the blood. After rinsing the cloth, you poured the water near the tree's roots, the flow uncovering something beneath the soil. You squatted down, digging a little, and unearthed a small, round silver object. Although perplexed, you pocketed it. Lu Sheng seemed preoccupied lately, often returning home late at night to embrace you as you slept, which explained your surprise upon seeing him the previous evening. Out of boredom, you began to sweep the fallen leaves in the yard. Perhaps due to your earlier labor, drowsiness overtook you, and you inadvertently fell asleep while reading. A thick fog enveloped you, rendering even your hands invisible. "Run!" A man's voice echoed from behind, causing you to turn in confusion. "Who?" "Run!" As the fog lifted, you spotted two men lying beneath the wisteria tree, their bodies severed. One of them faced you, his eyes fixed upon you. The mist dissipated, revealing Lu Sheng, who had appeared out of nowhere, cleansing the two men with a corrosive liquid. Startled, you stumbled back, only to collide with a solid wall. Lu Sheng. He encircled you, and you once again glanced towards the wisteria tree, noticing Lu Sheng approaching you from that direction. Your gaze flickered between the two figures of Lu Sheng. Suddenly, you awoke from a nightmare, your eyes landing on the wisteria tree. Fear surged within you, tears spilling from your eyes. Abruptly, a hand brushed your cheek, wiping away your tears. You turned in a daze to find it was Lu Sheng, instinctively retreating from the lounge chair. Seeing your evasion, his expression darkened. Your tears ceased entirely from fright. Lu Sheng. He stepped closer, producing a handkerchief to wipe your face. "What are you crying for? Did you have a nightmare?" You sniffled, unable to meet his gaze. "What kind of nightmare?" Lu Sheng's tone was casual, but then he shifted. "Could it be that I frightened you in your dream?" He halted his ministrations, gripping your chin and demanding, "Tell me, my dear, what terrified you in the dream?" Panic surged within you as you prepared to fabricate a lie. Lu Sheng tightened his grip, sensing your intention to deceive. "It hurts." You attempted to pull away, only to have his other hand seize your wrist. You knew it was impossible to fool the man before you, and if he discovered your deceit, the consequences would be dire. You recounted the events of your dream in painstaking detail. Lu Sheng's hand began to explore your body, and soon, he retrieved the silver ore from your clothing pocket. It crumbled to dust in his palm, scattering with the wind. You swallowed hard. "What is this?" "Trash left by a clown," he replied nonchalantly, unwilling to reveal the truth. "Am I cursed?" You grasped Lu Sheng's hand, questioning him. "How could I have such a terrifying dream otherwise?" "Perhaps," he said, suddenly intrigued, "who knows? Maybe you will be." You raise your hand to cover his mouth, pleading, "Don't frighten me." Tears streamed down your cheeks. Lu Xing pulled you into his embrace, stroking your hair. Do not be afraid. As long as you are by my side, no curse will befall you. Your fingers instinctively curled, a sign of your inner turmoil. Lu Xing lifted you into his arms and carried you towards the house. Do you miss your husband? You knew that as long as Lu Xing was near. He was like a lovesick beast. Lu? He placed you on the bed, his fingers slipping beneath your clothing, resting on your soft abdomen, seemingly enamored with your tender flesh. Lu Xing, I do not want, you murmured, lowering your head. Lu Xing sighed. Why do you not want to? You remained silent. He appeared somewhat exasperated with you. Very well. If you do not wish to, then do not. Today, he was unexpectedly lenient. You looked up, surprised by his response. Lu Xing chuckled. What is it? Did Yao Yao change her mind? You quickly shook your head, rolling away to the farthest corner of the bed. Regardless of the reason, you only wished to distance yourself from Lu Xing. You buried your head under the covers. Lu Xing felt an itch in his heart. How could someone be so adorable? Did you think you could escape by hiding under the blankets? You silently prayed that Lu Xing would keep his word today. That nightmare had been too vivid, and you were frightened even to see him. You could not forget the gaze of the deceased. You emerged from the covers, sitting up. I need to use the restroom. With that, you hurriedly bypassed Lu Xing, who lay on the outer edge of the bed, fleeing the room. After your departure, Lu Xing's expression grew increasingly cold. For 3 years, he had kept you by his side, yet you still instinctively fled from him. He had performed for you for an extended period before his injury healed, providing you with wealth and elixirs, showcasing his prowess as a cultivator. Only after his wounds had fully healed did you use the excuse of being unable to support a man to push him away, compelling him to marry you. After marrying Lu Xing, you no longer had to toil daily, nor did you need to worry about bandits or demons invading your home to harm you. He would never seek another woman, yet he could not fathom why you were reluctant to accept your situation. You lingered in the yard for quite a while before finally returning to the room. There were no spare beds in the house. How could he permit you to act as if you would sleep apart from him? You lowered your head and pushed open the door, finding Lu Xing casually seated on the bed. You tried your utmost to avoid him before diving under the covers, evading Lu Xing's snake-like gaze. Shall we kiss? Lu Xing inquired. You knew you could no longer refuse him. After a long pause, you lifted your head and replied, all right. You leaned in, pressing your lips together, initiating the kiss with him. Lu Xing's palm had always enjoyed resting at the nape of your neck or the back of your head, exerting control over you. Yet this time, he refrained from doing so, allowing you to kiss him freely. You despised the sense of dominance he bestowed upon you, yet found yourself unable to resist. By the time your encounter concluded, you were on the verge of slumber, only to be jolted awake by memories from your dreams. You abruptly opened your eyes, gazing at the ceiling above the bed. Having cultivated to a certain level, Lu Xing could perceive his surroundings entirely through his 5 senses, even without opening his eyes. He merely held you close, asking if you were unable to sleep. You blinked. Lu Xing, do you remember anything from your past? His hand caressed your shoulder, but he remained silent. No further words were exchanged, and you fell into a deep sleep. Upon awakening the next day, you finally awaited the arrival of those coming to fetch Lu Xing. However, it was not 2 men. One was Lu Xing's junior sister, his fiancée, who you had tormented in your dreams out of jealousy, leading to your own heart being pierced by Lu Xing's arrow. Seeing her, a faint pang of pain stirred within your heart. In truth, there was little to say. Cultivators looked down upon mortals, and you had merely climbed too high by being with Lu Xing, subject to their scornful remarks. They being Lu Xing's fiancée and her entourage. You fixed your gaze upon her, choosing to ignore their mockery, contemplating how you might leave without being located by him. The taunts abruptly ceased as everyone paused, their expressions still tense. You felt compelled to explain. Should he regain his memory, he might harbor resentment towards you for taking advantage of him, and you feared for your life. As you spoke, terror washed over your features, leading you to ask how you might avoid being found by him. In the end, Lu Xing's fiancée gifted you a jade pendant and sent you away using a magical array. You settled comfortably in a farmstead, remaining there for half a year. Initially, you frequently dreamt of Lu Xing, but over time, you ceased to awaken in fright from his gaze, engaging normally with the villagers. You were a person, a living being in need of interaction with your kind. In the modern world, you could lack friends in reality, yet the internet provided an escape. Since marrying Lu Shang, you had hardly conversed with anyone other than him, and each time you spoke, he would coax you into bed within mere moments. You found joy in your current life. The villagers were kind, and you had merely claimed to have fled from disaster, with them generously offering you a place in their abandoned homes and frequently assisting you. You retrieved today's eggs from the chicken coop, intending to deliver them to the elderly woman next door. As you exited the coop with the eggs, you turned to find Lu Sheng in the yard, causing all the eggs to shatter upon the ground. Lu Sheng observed the changes in you since you had left him. You had become considerably plumper. Previously, when with him, you hardly ate, yet here, your appetite had doubled, and your smiles while interacting with the villagers had increased. However, upon seeing him, your smile faded once more, as if he were a monster, filled with dread and loathing. Lu Sheng leaned against the pear tree in your yard, sword in hand, silently staring at you. The eggs lay broken on the ground, their contents mixing with dirt, splattering onto your bare calves. You both locked eyes for a long moment before you finally regained your composure and dashed towards the house. You heard Lu Sheng's mocking laughter, filled with scorn. You barely managed to step into the hall before he seized you by your clothing, lifting you effortlessly. Your mind raced. Who were you? Lu Sheng scrutinized your face for a long while before speaking, chastising you for avoiding him in such a foolish manner. You struggled to hold back tears, persistently questioning. Who are you? His expression darkened further, and with a single motion, his fingers pressed against your brow, sending waves of pain through your mind. Lu Sheng stopped. You writhed in his grasp. No more pretending? Lu Sheng seated you upon his arm, pressing you against the pear tree. You gasped, the pain in your head alarming you. What do you intend to do? What do you think? He murmured. Just last night, you had promised never to leave him, yet here you were, casting him aside without hesitation. You have a fiancé. You pushed against Lu Sheng, desperation in your voice. You lie. His fingers glided from your cheek to your neck, as if intent on throttling you. Ultimately, he refrained from applying pressure, instead revealing a harsh truth. He had seen their memories. You froze in place. Regaining your voice after a long pause, I was at home at the time. Your voice grew hoarse. If I hadn't said that, they would never have spared me. Lu Sheng laughed, still calling you a liar, incredulous that you would choose to deceive him at this juncture. Suddenly, he hoisted you over his shoulder, soaring into the sky. Fear gripped you, compelling you to cling to him tightly. Lu Sheng, what are you doing? He remained silent, but you knew he could hear you. You were unceremoniously returned to the home you once shared with Lu Sheng. After escaping for half a year, you were captured and brought back. Lu Sheng, please don't do this. Haven't you recovered your memories yet? Your junior sister has awaited you for many years. You grasped Lu Sheng's hand, hoping to calm him. He unsheathed the sword that had once been pressed against your neck, stating coldly, one last time, to be with me or death. Terror overwhelmed you, tears streaming down your face as you perceived the murderous intent in his eyes. No, Lu Sheng, please don't. You retreated until you stumbled and fell to the ground. The sword advanced slowly towards you, the pain in your neck awakening your instinct to survive. I choose you, Lu Sheng. I choose you. You're always deceiving me. Lu Sheng sheathed the sword, yet a crimson mark appeared on your neck. You dared not provoke him further, instead offering a pitiful apology. I'm sorry, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng then withdrew a piece of yellow talisman paper from the ring on his finger. What is this? You stared intently at the yellow talisman in his hand. The paper ignited spontaneously in Lu Sheng's grasp, turning to ash. He seized your cheeks, forcing the ashes into your mouth. You choked violently, the teapot floating into Lu Sheng's other hand and pouring its contents down your throat. Once released, you clutched your chest, coughing, nearly suffocating on the mixture of ash and water. This is a true word talisman, Lu Sheng informed you once you regained your composure. You realized his intentions and immediately covered your mouth in a futile attempt to stop what was happening. Alas, it was to no avail. Lu Sheng's barrage of questions compelled you to divulge everything. Until the final inquiry concluded, Lu Sheng produced a silver chain from the ring. I want to return my world. I will never allow it. I will not permit you to escape. Lu Sheng's hair flowed like ink around his waist. The once radiant sect master, now resembling a malevolent cultivator. The wall shifted, revealing that Lu Sheng had crafted a secret chamber in your bedroom over the past 6 months. Observing the chain in his hand, you pleaded desperately, "Lu Sheng, I was wrong. I could truly understand my mistakes." Lu Sheng remained unconvinced, the cold chain clasped around your ankle. How could you continuously deceive him, even escaping from your home? Such cruelty was unforgivable. You were forcibly confined in the secret chamber, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp. In the dim light, you discerned the desire in Lu Sheng's gaze, feeling suddenly fatigued. You close your eyes. "Lu Sheng, let me out." Lu Sheng abruptly grasped your cheeks, his fingers probing your mouth, discovering your tongue, already bitten and bruised. You feel as though your jaw might be crushed by Lu Sheng, and you contemplate death. Yet, he assures you that he will not permit you to die. Regardless of any pretext, he is determined to prevent your escape from his grasp. Lu Sheng retrieves a small pill from his pocket, declaring that no method, be it hanging, biting your tongue, or slamming against a pillar, will lead to your immediate demise. Your character has always been timid. Otherwise, you would not have merely fled from your parents, rather than ending their lives. In modern times, when bullied by colleagues, you only resort to cowardly avoidance. Faced with Lu Sheng's madness, you have not even considered clarifying your demands with him. You perpetually evade matters you wish to avoid. Lu Sheng presses you against the bed, kissing the tip of your tongue tenderly, pleading for your affection, asking if you like him. As you feel liquid trickle down your face, opening your eyes to gaze at Lu Sheng, you are startled to discover that he is crying. You cannot comprehend why he weeps. After all, are you not the one who suffers the most? You were harmed by irresponsible neighbors, born into a patriarchal ancient world, and now entangled with this madman. You close your eyes once more, refusing to witness Lu Sheng's tears. Your skin is delicate, and he invariably leaves marks on your body. As he does this time, Lu Sheng gazes at you with a hint of sorrow, asserting that you are the one who rescued him. So how can you abandon him? Your expression finally shifts from indifference. It was you who forced him to save you, Lu Sheng. It was you who compelled me. Lu Sheng's brow furrows with ire, acknowledging that yes, it was he who pressured you. You are filled with trepidation at his current state, retreating further as you plead for him to calm down and discuss matters amicably. You are the pride of the sect, while you see yourself merely as an ordinary village girl. Lu Sheng silences your incessant protests, having heard that women are often soft-hearted, yet despite his pleas, you refuse to stay by his side. Even a pretense would suffice, yet you decline. For 3 years of marriage, he has fulfilled your desires for garments and trinkets. And in intimacy, he has brought you joy, yet you refuse to remain with him. You were the one who picked him up, and your kindness goes unrewarded. Benevolent individuals often find themselves ground down by the world. Lu Sheng feels his heart racing. You have never relished such pleasures, and he has always considered your feelings. But now the fantasies he has only contemplated in his mind can finally be realized. Ultimately, all of this is self-inflicted. It was you who sought to escape, driving him to madness. Chapter 75. Luring the murderer, you unexpectedly find yourself transported into a poorly made foreign film, a quintessentially gruesome American horror flick. Upon your arrival, your party of 6 is already deep in the forest, and you urgently inform the protagonist that remaining is unwise. However, they stubbornly ignore your warning, adept at courting disaster. You resolve to abandon them and head to the police station alone, but before you can venture far, a sharp pain grips your neck, and you succumb to unconsciousness. The film is abominably bad. After watching at home, you pick up your phone and vehemently criticize the director for embezzlement. Yet, after your rant, you awaken to find yourself inside the movie, becoming the non-existent 6th member of the lead group. Despite the film's poor quality, your experience is markedly different now, and you vow never to hastily judge seemingly awful movies again. The title of the atrocious film is The Horrific Cabin in the Woods, which you only clicked on out of sheer boredom, only to discover that apart from an abundance of blood and gore, there was nothing of substance. Now, you feel as though you are losing your sanity. The story is set in 1980s America, and as a marginalized Asian, escaping may prove futile as the police might not believe you. Separated from the protagonists and confined, you suspect you have been drugged, rendering you weak. dressed in a knee-length school skirt. Your shins bear scrapes, and the room is shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Although beneath you lies what seems to be a soft bed, the injuries on your shins have likely stained the bedding, which has partially adhered to your wounds, causing you to gasp in pain. Suddenly, you hear footsteps outside the door. You huddle in a corner. The sound of keys jangling echoes in your heart, and your mind races. The door swings open, and the lights illuminate the room, causing your eyes to sting with tears. As your vision clears, you find a man of typical American appearance standing before you, his hair as dark as yours, with striking blue eyes. Possessing a visage that would surely make him a star in Hollywood, you stare at him, unmoving. The film-esque killer has never revealed his face, always hidden behind a devilish mask. The man crouches before you. Even in this position, he towers over you, clad only in a white tank top. His muscular arms suggest immense strength. You're certain that a single punch from him could easily end your life. Overwhelmed by fear, you find yourself unable to shed tears. "What is your name?" he inquires. You blink in confusion. Jiang Yao. "I ball shut those out there." You freeze in disbelief. Is he not going to kill you? Why does he ask for your name? Your adrenaline surges. Is he cursing you in some way? In the film, he captures the protagonist for a horrific sacrificial ritual. Your mind races, glancing around the environment. Hello. AI Bois notices your subtle movements, but does not intervene. You soon realize you are not locked away in the underground chambers depicted in the film, but rather confined in the killer's own lair. Unsure of how to speak without provoking him, AI Bois retrieves a bowl of venison from a nearby table and presents it to you. You hesitate for a moment before accepting it. "Thank you." The venison is substantial, seemingly freshly roasted. It is slightly overcooked, but you dare not complain, understanding that preserving your strength is paramount. Even if it is poisoned, dying from poison is preferable to being murdered by a killer wielding an axe or chainsaw. AI Bois watches as you struggle to swallow the venison, and you offer him a grateful smile. "Thank you, AI Bois." He has been observing you closely in the depths of the forest. Often bullied within your small group, you scarcely received enough rations. Now, having eaten your fill, AI Bois has handed you the roasted meat directly, extending his hand toward you. You hesitate, then lower your head, extending your tongue to delicately lick the remnants of grease from his fingers. Your soft, warm tongue glides across his palm, and AI Bois pats your head in approval. "Good girl." His rough fingers trace the oily corners of your lips, gently cleaning them, though the thick calluses on his fingers leave your skin reddened from the friction. AI Bois buries his face in your neck, wrapping his arms around your waist, imprisoning you between the bed and himself. You dare not move, fully aware that such a killer may harbor twisted inclinations. AI Bois inhales your scent, faintly reminiscent of gardenias, and he can clearly see the veins beneath your neck, causing you to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, AI Bois withdraws from you, instructing you to rest well before exiting the room. You clutch your chest, gasping for air, overwhelmed by fear. You can detect the metallic scent of blood emanating from him, unsure if it is human or animal blood, and tears stream uncontrollably down your face. You forcefully wipe your tears, climbing off the bed to stand by the window and gaze outside. In the film, that forest becomes a profound reality once you step inside, revealing just how arduous it is to escape from its unfathomable depths. What to do? In the movie, the protagonists meet their demise, with none managing to flee this treacherous woodland, leaving you without even a chance to cling to their coattails. Summoning your courage, you begin to search the house, which appears to be the main residence. You cautiously retrieve a sharpened pencil from a drawer of the vanity. You also find a piece of a mirror, deciding to shatter it later for self-defense. As you rummage about, footsteps echo at the doorway, prompting you to hurriedly conceal yourself in a corner of the room. AI Bois surveys the interior, easily spotting the drawer you had opened, indicating your restlessness. Nonetheless, he seems delighted to engage in this little game with you, knowing you cannot escape. Approaching you, AI Bois sees you curled up, tightly gripping the pencil you had just discovered. His hand rests on your shoulder, cold as if he had just touched icy water, causing you to instinctively flinch. The floor is chilly. With one hand, AI Bois lifts you effortlessly, and you clutch the pencil hidden within your sleeve. There's a television downstairs. Are there any shows you wish to watch? AI Bo carries you out of the room. He transports you from the third-floor chamber to the living room on the first floor without breaking a sweat, truly a testament to the stamina of a merciless killer. If you were to race him, he would undoubtedly catch you within 10 seconds. The television flickers to life as AI Bo selects a talk show, and you find yourself perched on his lap, preoccupied with thoughts of escape, entirely oblivious to the program. AI Bo lowers his head, lost in contemplation. You are taken aback by his surprisingly gentle demeanor towards you, in stark contrast to the gruesome violence he exhibits towards the protagonists in the film. He starved them for 5 days before releasing them into the forest to hunt them down. The first he beheaded with an axe. The second he severed in half with a chainsaw. The third he drowned. The fourth he impaled with a spear. And the fifth he doused in hot oil before igniting. The film is replete with blood and organs, so revolting that you left a scathing review online before finishing your meal. Where are my friends? You ask AI Bo, your eyes cast down, wondering if they have abandoned you. You add despondently, was it you who found me in the forest? Thank you. You're truly a good person. AI Bo towers over you, able to observe the trembling of your eyelashes and the way you are entirely encompassed by his gaze. The frightened doe has unwittingly provided him with an excuse. No, hay bodeñas. You freeze, perplexed. What does this mean? I have confined them, he states, his hand resting upon your slender waist, rubbing against your clothing. Your tongue quivers, rendering you incapable of uttering a single word. Do you not wish to know why I confine them? AI Bo's eyes gleam with excitement. He revels in your shivering form, a delightful Asian girl in his embrace. You cease to speak, and the male host of the talk show suddenly tells an off-color joke, saying, "Hey girl, would you like to have a wonderful night with me? After all, my ahem is big and strong. Come baby, you'll surely love it." A blush creeps up your neck as the host continues with increasingly explicit remarks, eliciting laughter from the audience. Such a shy girl. AI Bo gazes at you with an increasingly lewd expression, his gaze lingering on your exposed skin. He swiftly shifts the conversation, asking, "Do you have a boyfriend?" You shake your head vehemently. No, none. He does not pursue the previous morbid topic any further. A welcome reprieve for you, as you now wish to portray yourself as an innocent girl oblivious to his murderous identity. What about before? You continue to shake your head. Good girl. Suddenly, AI Bo nibbles on your earlobe, saying, "Did you know that in America, when a woman marries a man, she takes his last name?" WH, what do you mean? You stare blankly at the man before you. Jiang Yao Shi Tu Oerta. How melodious. You hold your breath as AI Bo's hand settles on your waist. Those hands that have taken countless lives now encircling you. You repeatedly reassure yourself that being violated is preferable to being dismembered by a killer. The scenes from the film replay vividly in your mind, and you cannot forget how he effortlessly tore a man's arm from its socket. Relax. You are so overwhelmed that tears begin to stream down your face as AI Bo continues to call your name. A frenzied smile spreads across the man's face as he licks your earlobe, even beginning to bite it. You sense that your earlobe must be bleeding, and you tighten your grip on the pencil, contemplating where to stab. His eyes? His throat? AI Bo has already grasped your fingers, and you can only raise your hand and plunge the pencil toward his eye, but alas, your hand is firmly held in place. AI Bo tosses the pencil aside. He is unconcerned with your struggles, merely a diligent teacher disappointed by your failure to meet his expectations. You must accept punishment. Aibo's fingers suddenly tighten. You feel an urge to escape, but he lifts you effortlessly, embedding you completely in his embrace, his chest even broader than yours. Your head collides with his solid chest, causing a slight dizziness. The man behind you feels like a boulder. A student attempting to evade punishment must be punished severely. As he carries you upstairs, you do not dare to resist further. Good girl. AI Bo's kiss lands on your lips, and you wonder if he has been with countless women. For he kisses with remarkable skill. He must stand nearly 2 meters tall, while you're only about 1.60 meters. The stark difference in size instilling a profound fear within you. You continually retreat, but the bed is too small, leaving you with nowhere to hide. Silent tears flow down your cheeks, terrified that crying will incite his wrath. Cry it out. AI Bo licks away the salty tears from your face. AI Bo thinks of the people in the basement. He sees clearly that among them is a woman who harbors contempt for you, a lowly, yellow-skinned person. Even in the forest, when you suggested leaving, she slapped you. Had you not evaded her in time, the scars on your face would not have healed so quickly. AI Bo's hand rests on your now unmarked face. His mother was also of Asian descent, which is why he shares her dark hair. You are the first Asian he has encountered in his years of hunting. With your long black hair and dark eyes, though not Caucasian, your skin is fairer than that of the white women accompanying you. Fear is always evident in your gaze, and your timid nature prevents you from retaliating, only allowing you to flee. You are, in fact, rather fortunate. Even when lost, you almost inadvertently found your way out of this forest. Had he not appeared, you would have truly escaped his clutches. Thus, he had no choice but to knock you unconscious and bring you back. What should be done with the group of white people below? Perhaps he could personally hold your hand and dismember one of them, cooking the pieces to feed the others. However, you are timid and would likely be horrified. You are rendered unconscious by the man, and upon awakening, his hand remains tightly around your waist. You seek the light from the window and see that dawn is breaking. Last night, you noted the time was around 9 in the evening. You gradually inch away, yearning to escape the shackles imposed by the man. Your gaze fixates on Ibwa's countenance, your breath almost entirely suspended. To be frank, witnessing Ibwa's unguarded visage upon waking this morning did alleviate some of the pressure weighing upon your heart. Ibwa is strikingly handsome and possesses a robust physique. Although you are not well acquainted with Western celebrities, you cannot identify which star he resembles in reality. Should he make an appearance in this film, his astonishing beauty would undoubtedly elevate its ratings significantly. You have completely extricated yourself from the man's constraints. Your garments lay in tatters, and through the window, you glimpse the vehicles below, your eyes scanning the room for the car keys. If you intend to flee this forest, relying solely on your legs is utterly impossible. You observe the clearing not far away. Perhaps you should release the primary cast downstairs. After all, having an additional person would enhance your chances of survival. Supporting yourself against the wall, you make your way to the bathroom. You vividly recall that he did not take precautions last night. You are uncertain whether you can return to your former world. Regardless, it is imperative that you do not become pregnant here. Upon entering the bathroom, the man on the bed immediately opens his eyes, his gaze landing on the nearby keyring. He has placed it prominently, fully aware that you have seen it. What will you do next? Ibwa eagerly anticipates the surprise you will bring him. He retrieves a pack of cigarettes from a drawer. The cigarette poised between his fingers, exuding an alluring charm, his hands reminiscent of those belonging to a psychopathic killer. You cleanse yourself in the bathroom, your waist bruised and your knees scraped. You shudder at the thought of Ibwa wielding an axe. It is too terrifying. Emerging from the bathroom, you find the bed empty, and you exhale in relief, hastening to retrieve your clothes, only to discover they have been rendered completely unwearable. You resign yourself to the necessity of donning Ibwa's garments from the wardrobe. When Ibwa pushes open the door, he finds you struggling to put on his shorts. You hastily speak up. I apologize. I did not intend to wear your clothes. I will compensate you. Ibwa produces a black dress from a bag and beckons you over. You slowly approach him, allowing him to assist you in changing attire. Once dressed, Ibwa frowns as he regards you, his imposing stature looming over you like a mountain, his serious expression reminiscent of a typical movie psychopath. Thank you, Ibwa. You express your gratitude. He retrieves ointment from the bag, noting that you bled excessively last night. Unlike the blonde-haired, blue-eyed women he has encountered in films, you appear frail and childlike in comparison. You yield to his insistence as he applies the ointment. Ibwa carries you downstairs, where you watch him consume the roasted venison. Once again, venison. You have yet to leave the living room, unaware if the kitchen contains a refrigerator. If it does, it implies he must procure supplies from the town, perhaps presenting an opportunity. After swallowing the venison, you thank him for the delicious meal, expressing a desire to prepare a meal for him in return. You lower your eyelashes, subtly voicing your thoughts. No need, Ibwa firmly declines. You notice a bucket of white paste beside the table, its purpose unclear. For the dogs, Ibwa explains, noticing your gaze. Would you like to see our little puppies? Suddenly, Ibwa lifts your chin, compelling you to meet his gaze. You catch your breath, swiftly comprehending the implication of the word dog from his lips. I am afraid of dogs. You admit, shaking your head. I was bitten by one as a child, and I am somewhat fearful of them. You clutch Ibua's sleeve, your expression betraying genuine fear. I see, Ibua responds, lowering his head to lick the venison grease from the corner of your mouth, then inquires, do you wish to go to the town? Your heart races, pounding fiercely. Is that possible? Your thoughts become a chaotic jumble, rendering you incapable of coherent reasoning. I might be approaching my menstrual cycle. I need to purchase some supplies. Your eyelashes tremble incessantly, the pitiful little dear. Ibua detects the scent of deceit in the air, remaining silent for a considerable time until your fingers, clenched tightly, turn pale. He finally speaks, of course. Thank you, Ibua. You lift your head and place a kiss on his face, expressing your gratitude. You are different from other white men. After speaking, you lower your head again. You are a very good person. You are taken to the town, and as Ibua leads you into the supermarket, you acutely feel the stares of many upon you. Fear, mockery, and schadenfreude permeate the atmosphere. You cling to Ibua's arm, hiding behind him, projecting an image of dependence. Ibua revels in your reliance, his palm gently ruffling your soft hair as his fierce gaze sweeps across the white patrons in the supermarket, causing them to avert their eyes. Ibua guides you through the food section, when suddenly, you hear the ringing of his phone from his pocket. He instructs you not to wander off before stepping outside to take the call. A white man, seemingly in his 50s, suddenly approaches you, scrutinizing you intently. Are you Asian? You notice the gun holstered at his waist. Are you an undercover officer? Adams nods, continuing, what is your relationship with Ibua Stewart? Are you a couple? Your grip tightens around the can in your hand, uncertainty clouding your mind. Should you reveal the entire truth? After all, he is a police officer and armed. Speak. Adams raises his voice, his dissatisfied gaze examining you. How did an Asian person like you end up here? Out of the corner of your eye, you see the other patrons in the supermarket glaring at you with fierce hostility. You swallow hard, fearing the worst. Adams perceives your intent to flee, his hand instinctively moving toward his gun. In a sudden burst of panic, you smash the can against Adams' head, seizing the car keys and bolting for the exit. You recall seeing a map of the town beside the supermarket. Following the road eastward will lead you away from here. Adams, struck in the eye by the can, curses. Chapter 78. Lure the killer, you clutch the keys and dash through the supermarket aisles, desperately evading capture. Catcher. You are suddenly struck by an unseen force at your waist, sending you crashing to the ground. Just as you believe you'll be captured and dismembered, Ibua catches you. What happened? You burrow into Ibua's embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably, unable to articulate your fear. Ibua, hand this woman over to me. A white-haired, elderly woman commands Ibua, wielding a massive pair of scissors. Ibua wipes away your tears and lifts you effortlessly, his towering height nearly 2 meters, standing beside the old woman like a mountain. He raises his foot and delivers a powerful kick to her chest, sending her flying several meters and crashing into 3 or 4 shelves. The force is tremendous, and she emits a spout of blood, falling silent thereafter. You are so frightened that your tears cease, gripping Ibua's collar tightly, hoping he would not sever ties with you too, soon due to your shared night. Ibua, the police officer bellows, what is the meaning of this? Ibua's indifferent gaze sweeps over the officer. The dog has already been delivered to Ayers Fountain Square. She is mine. You unconsciously dig your nails into Ibua's skin, realizing that this town is indeed a gathering place for killers. Ibua comforts you by patting your back. Do not force me to act against you. The officer appears to have an epiphany, his face darkening as he holsters his gun, conceding, do as you wish. AI Bo cradled you as he escorted you back to the car. You incessantly apologized, uttering words of remorse. I'm sorry, I didn't know. AI Bo remained silent, his thoughts lingering on the gazes of those few who had been lurking in the corner. He irritably lit a cigarette, and you dared not utter another word. If you were wise, you would remain within my abode, never straying from my sight. Do you understand? You nodded vigorously. At the very least, this man before you had no immediate intention of causing you harm. The stare of that group in the supermarket had sent chills down your spine, as if you were seconds away from being torn apart. AI Bo exhaled a cloud of smoke, extinguishing the cigarette with his fingers, then lifted you from the passenger seat. Positioning you on his lap, your legs draped around his waist as he tilted your chin to kiss you. The scent of tobacco lingered on his lips, causing you to cough as you instinctively pushed him away, your throat irritated. Once you regained composure, you carefully scrutinized his expression, relieved to find no sign of displeasure. You leaned in to kiss him again, but at the last moment, he turned his head away. AI Bo pressed your head against his chest and opened the car window. You could not discern the identity of the approaching figure, only that it was a woman with a somewhat hoarse voice. AI Bo, you slept with her. I can smell her scent on you. AI Bo seized an apricot from the car and threw it, striking the woman directly in the eye. Get lost. The woman's voice rose in discontent, sounding particularly menacing. You will regret this. A yellow-skinned creature like her is no match for me. Bo, lacking the patience to continue listening, retrieved a knife from somewhere in the car and threw it with precision. The blade unexpectedly severed the woman's ear, and the intense pain only drove her expression to madness. AI Bo, you better keep an eye on her. AI Bo started the car, leaving behind the woman's curses, which echoed like a vengeful specter. You recognized the woman's threat. The protagonists in the films never escaped that forest, nor did they capture any scenes about the town. Now you understood. This entire town was a gathering place for murderers. Moreover, it seemed AI Bo had inadvertently delivered the protagonists into their hands. You were utterly at a loss, realizing that your predicament was now even more perilous. Remaining close to AI Bo was, paradoxically, your safest option. Does she like you? You found yourself asking AI Bo. His expression remained inscrutable. I don't know. I think she likes you. You ventured after a moment of contemplation. AI Bo did not respond to your inquiry. You felt no negativity emanating from him and pressed further. What about me? Do you like me? Suddenly, AI Bo slammed on the brakes, and you nearly flew forward had he not caught you. The window he had just opened was rolled up. This is your own doing. You glimpsed a cruel desire reflected in AI Bo's azure eyes. You were burning with fever. Initially, the pain from your wound had been unbearable, and not long ago. AI Bo had gone wild, subjecting you to further torment in the car. This led to a severe fever. The town had no doctors. These murderers were unafraid of death. Whether it was the demise of others or their own, illness or injuries from fights were endured in silence. Those who could not withstand the pain simply perished. This was the survival law of the town. AI Bo sat beside you, somewhat at a loss. He did not wish for your demise. From a moment he laid eyes on you, he knew he could not let you fall into the hands of others, nor allow you to die. But now, your body burned with fever, your lips chapped and pale. AI Bo swiftly left your home, cradling you in his arms. Unbeknownst to you, the townsfolk were forbidden from leaving. Whether they were murderers or innocent passersby, anyone attempting to depart would be deemed an enemy and killed. Even though AI Bo covered your ears, the sound of a violent explosion jolted you from unconsciousness. In your hazy state, you glimpsed a sea of flames, with anguished cries resonating within. You desired to open your eyes to see more clearly, but the fever consumed you, plunging you back into unconsciousness. This town of slaughter, nearly a century old, met its end at AI Bo's hands. He drove away, taking you with him. For him, extinguishing human life was as effortless as a blink. Years of such behavior had left him weary, yet he harbored no desire to change, until your arrival transformed everything. When you awoke, the fever had subsided, and after a few moments of confusion regarding your surroundings, realization dawned upon you regarding your transmigration. Hastily, you leaped onto the wooden floor, crouching to peer through the crack of the door, confirming the absence of anyone outside before cautiously turning the handle. Opening the door revealed a long corridor lined with numbered room doors, and it dawned on you that AI Bo had taken you away from that town to a hotel. The sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor, prompting you to swiftly shut the door and grasp a bedside lamp. Ready to strike when the door swung open, your hand was seized by the intruder, and upon recognizing AI Bo, tears filled your eyes as you stammered apologies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. AI Bo, I didn't know it was you. I was so frightened. AI Bo held a bag of hamburgers in his other hand. The lamp was returned to the bedside, and he lifted you back onto the bed. AI Bo knelt before you, grasping your feet and placing them between his legs, his face reflecting an obsession. No one could separate us now. It was then that you noticed a matching black floral mark on your ankle, identical to the one on AI Bo's wrist. This was the design you had seen during the film's climax when AI Bo sacrificed the protagonists, and it marked the curse that altered reality. This, it seemed, was the true reason behind your vehement online outburst. Looking at AI Bo kneeling before you, you leaned down and kissed his forehead. It appeared you were destined to seduce this killer for eternity. Chapter 79. The Found Human Cub Darkens After Your Death. The title says it all. I initially intended to write a tale of madness, but as I composed, it unexpectedly turned into a pure love story featuring the male lead, a sweet narrative. It's not mandatory. Those uninterested can skip it. The backdrop is that the female protagonist reincarnates from the modern era into a magical age that perished a millennium ago, encountering the male lead, and after dying twice, reincarnates once more into the modern era. You reincarnated as a brown bear. If anyone's fate could be deemed unfortunate, it would be yours. In manga, characters typically reincarnate as princesses or dragon-slaying knights, yet you found yourself as a bear in the forest. Moreover, you might face human hunters, and you couldn't stomach raw meat. You truly wished to restart your life. Nevertheless, driven by hunger, you compelled yourself to catch fish from the river and rabbits from the grassy fields. Thankfully, as a bear, you found no aversion to raw flesh. One day, while hunting, you discovered a bloodied human cub, likely around 7 or 8 years old. Compelled by a long-buried conscience, you ultimately brought him back to your cave. However, you were quickly met with a harsh reality. The moment the child awoke and saw you, he raised his hand and slapped you several times. Damn it, you thought. Get away. The child picked up a stone, at least the size of a soccer ball, threatening you. You could guarantee that if you stepped forward, that stone would surely strike you. The child's strength was minimal. Those slaps hadn't hurt. But your gaze lingered on the sharp stone. If it hit your face, you would be in agony for at least a week. You immediately stepped back a few paces, acknowledging that you could not provoke him, so it seemed prudent to keep your distance. Mosie's vigilant gaze remained fixed upon you as you straightened your posture, clutching the wild fruit you had just plucked, intended as a dessert after your meal, in your palm before tossing it beside the boy. After several repetitions of this action, the boy finally grasped that you posed no threat. Is this for me? He inquired, to which you nodded in affirmation. Mosie held the wild fruit in his hands, asking, Are you cursed? Your comprehension faltered at the child's question, but observing that he too did not partake in the fruit, he decided to pop it into his mouth himself, savoring its sweetness. Through your humane actions, Mosie deduced that you had once been human. If it were not for the fact that bears do not weep, you were certain your eyes would have brimmed with tears. You nodded in agreement. Mosie perceived the grievance in your eyes and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving me. You shook your head, indicating there was no need for thanks. In the days that followed, you, a brown bear, took on the role of caregiver. You discovered, to your astonishment, that magic truly existed in this world. No wonder Mosie's first question had been whether you were cursed. Witnessing Mosie conjure flames with a simple snap of his fingers, you finally tasted cooked meat. Oh, what boundless joy that brought. You took on the responsibility of catching food while he handled the roasting, and you also served as a blanket, cradling him as he drifted into slumber. Thus, you coexisted for 5 years, during which Mosie, utilizing his magic, constructed a house for the two of you, liberating you from the confines of cave. What brilliance! He required no formal training to manifest tangible creations through his understanding of magic. My heavens, you felt fortunate to have found such a companion. Upon reflection, your reincarnation as a brown bear did not seem so lamentable after all. You even established a small flock of domesticated chickens near your home. Regardless of whether you were human or bear, your fondness for chicken meat was undeniable, often finding yourself gazing longingly at the young chicks from outside their enclosure. Eventually, Mosie, unable to bear your longing any longer, assigned you the task of farming. How outrageous! Even as a bear, you were still expected to work. Despite your internal protests, You obediently began digging holes, carefully planting seeds, and watering them. Clearly, Mosi could have resolved this with magic. How mischievous he was! Nonetheless, you eventually discovered a sense of enjoyment in nurturing the seeds, eagerly anticipating their growth, which would promise you a delightful feast. As days passed, you grew so engrossed in tending to your crops that you scarcely had time for Mosi. You became devoted to watering them daily, to the point where they would perish if you continued. Mosi had to intervene and halt your efforts. Soon, you sought out new activities, venturing out at dawn to forage for wild fruits, only to nearly succumb to poison. Had it not been for Mosi, who tracked your scent and discovered you frothing at the mouth in the forest, he would have used magic to expel the toxic fruit from your system. He patted your plush belly, admonishing you that if you continued such reckless behavior, your 3-day supply of roasted chicken would vanish. No, you protested, but eventually acquiesced. One day, while wandering the forest, you stumbled upon a garbage dump, seemingly the remnants of refuse discarded from the cliffs. You soon found amusement in rummaging through the trash, bringing back treasures from Mosi. Among your discoveries were books. In the evenings, you would sit beside Mosi, sharing the stories you unearthed. Fortunately, you could comprehend the written language of this world. However, you soon noticed something amiss. Mosi had hidden the books away, declaring that from now on, all books must be read by him first. You exclaimed in jest, a tyrant magician. Embarrassed, you pawed at your nose, though you acknowledged the worth of the book you had salvaged. Mosi, with his ears slightly flushed, asked, "Have I ever inquired whether you were a man or a woman in your past life?" At this, you bashfully covered your groin, realizing you were indeed a male bear, experiencing intense urges during mating season that nearly drove you to madness. You could survive on raw meat, but the thought of mating with female bears was utterly unfathomable. "Are you a man?" Mosi pondered, to which you shook your head. After a moment of silence, he could only offer you a dry consolation. "You have endured much." Your eyes reflected both humiliation and injustice as Mosi gently patted your belly, promising, "Do not be disheartened. I will become the most powerful magician in this world and restore you to human form." You expressed your belief, though without much hope, deciding it best not to undermine the child's confidence. "You will always stay with me, right?" Mosi, now 13, appeared so small beside your formidable bear stature. You cautiously placed your paw upon his shoulder, nodding resolutely in affirmation. This was quite natural, a kind of protective instinct. You had once inquired how he came to fall from the cliff, receiving only the reply, "My stepmother does not like me." Thus, you dare not press further. The perils of human hunting eventually caught up to you. After savoring years of freedom in the forest, bolstered by Mosi's magical protection, you had grown exceedingly lazy. The scent of gunpowder masked by the foul odor of the garbage dump. When a bullet pierced your body, your mind was consumed by pain, an overwhelming ache. Even the most fearsome bear roar escaped you. You stumbled in panic, only to be struck by several more bullets, collapsing into a pool of your own blood. You had not even the chance to bid farewell to Mosi, though perhaps it was for the best. You wished to spare him the sorrow of witnessing your demise. With that, you closed your eyes. Chapter 80. The human cub you found darkened after your death. You never anticipated that you would reincarnate once more. This time, you found yourself reborn as a human. Unbeknownst to you, the forest you and Mosi inhabited remained unchanged. Your reincarnation continued within this magical realm. After all, your first rebirth had transported you from the materialistic blue star to a wondrous world of magic. You were born into a lower-class family, yet fortunately, your parents held no bias against gender and loved you dearly. Although you were unable to receive an education, you grew to the age of 18. Subsequently, you departed your family to work as a maid in a manor. Thanks to the literacy skills acquired in your previous life, along with decades of life experience, you successfully secured this position and took residence in the servants' quarters. Magic existed in this world, yet as a commoner, you had no access to formal education or magical study. Occasionally, you recalled Mosi, pondering if you had truly transitioned into a completely new realm. Perhaps you would never encounter him again. With a heavy sigh, you reflected on the intriguing experiences of your previous life as a bear and the joys of nurturing a child, though most of the time, it had been Mosi caring for you. On this day, after 3 months of employment, you finally caught a glimpse of the manor's owner. Not quite a glimpse, for it seemed the owner had cast some enchantment upon his visage, rendering it indecipherable to all despite the absence of any physical concealment. Having lived in this world for 18 years, you had successfully adapted your mindset from your life on Blue Star. After all, the lives of the impoverished held little value here, and no one would mourn your passing. Wisely, you averted your gaze from the owner, and once he departed, you exhaled in relief, sensing a heavy aura of oppression emanating from him, a testament to the power of magic. After completing all the cleaning tasks, you immediately returned to your room and lay down on your bed, cherishing the rare moments of respite. You indulged in the sweet and tangy fruits, savoring each bite with delight. Every day, fresh ingredients arrived at the manor, awaiting the enjoyment of its master, who, unfortunately, was seldom present, leaving the overripe food to naturally fall into the hands of you maids. You pondered over your salary for the month. Your brother was to marry, yet he lacked the dowry, preventing him from bringing home the woman he loved until he turned 25. You sighed, relieved that subconsciously, your brother had not rushed into marriage and fatherhood, choosing instead to secure some savings to adequately care for his wife and children. Your home in the slums was already small, and even after moving out, accommodating 2 more people would prove challenging. Moreover, women in the slums typically gave birth on their own, and if complications arose, such as severe hemorrhaging or difficult labor, it was not uncommon for both mother and child to perish. Your brother treated you well. He needed to earn more money. Although access to hospitals was out of reach, at the very least, you hoped to afford painkillers and hemostatics for your future sister-in-law during childbirth. Indeed, the impoverished were not permitted in the hospitals of the elite. Although you had been reincarnated, your circumstances seemed even more arduous than in your previous life. As you relished the fruits of the day, a knock at your door startled you, prompting you to hastily cover the fruits. Upon opening the door, you were surprised to find the rarely seen butler. "Good day, Mr. Llewellyn. Do you have any instructions?" The butler furrowed his brow, inquiring if you had cleaned the 4th-floor balcony. Your heart sank, and with difficulty, you replied, "Is there something that I failed to clean properly?" The butler neither confirmed nor denied, simply instructing you to follow him. A wave of fear surged within you. Losing your job was trivial compared to the potential wrath of the manor's master, who had just returned. Your heart raced as you quietly followed the butler, afraid to make even the slightest sound. You answered whatever the master asked you. The butler led you to the master bedroom on the 4th floor, reminding you at the door to be mindful. After all, you were reasonably attractive and had a pleasant disposition, never slacking in your cleaning duties like other maids. The butler likely wished to spare you, as finding another honest maid would be troublesome. Upon entering, you noticed the manor's master seated at the desk, instinctively bowing. He seemed engrossed in a book, paying little attention to your presence until the butler closed the door behind you. His gaze remained fixed elsewhere, as though you had been summoned merely to stand in penance. "Is the flower on the balcony your responsibility?" The master finally spoke. The prolonged stillness made your calves itch. You nodded vigorously, "Yes, my lord." "Who taught you to place stones beside its roots?" You swallowed hard, bewildered by the question. "Did you err?" You hurriedly apologized. "I am sorry, my lord. It rained yesterday, and I noticed it was leaning awkwardly. Coincidentally, there were some decorative stones in the pot, so I arranged them that way." After your explanation, the master still did not meet your gaze. You quickly recalled your response, asserting, "No one taught me to do this. I have been doing it since I was little." The man set down his book, finally focusing his attention on you. Perhaps due to the influence of magic, you felt as if his gaze could penetrate your very soul, causing your legs to tremble uncontrollably. "Yes, my lord. What other habits do you have from childhood?" He noticed your fear and shifted his gaze to the flower pot on the balcony. Your mind raced. "I used to collect trash from the dump and wash it at home to reuse. It also lightened the burden for my family." "Does that count, my lord?" You thought. "Look at how pitiful your childhood was. Without scavenging, you would not have survived. Please spare this poor little mouse. You are not ready to die just yet. What else?" The man continued to inquire. You hesitated, recalling the butler's warning, and could only continue to speak while observing the man's fingers lightly tapping the desk. His right index finger bore what appeared to be a scar. Scar removal is quite simple in the magical world, isn't it? Was it caused by a magical attack? You realized you had been staring. The master had been quietly listening to your childhood habits when he suddenly interjected. You panicked as a lower-class citizen. It was forbidden to gaze upon the faces of the elite. You had kept your head bowed, but could you not even look at his hands? Chapter 81. The human cub you collected darkened after your death. The butler's warning echoed in your ears, and you could only respond honestly. I noticed a scar on your hand, and I was wondering why you did not remove it. The master raised his finger to his eyes, stroking the scar. I had a brown bear when I was a child. It died later. You were taken aback. Did it bite you, prompting you to kill it? It disobeyed and ran out, only to be shot by a hunter. This sounded oddly familiar. It seemed that on the day of your previous death, you had indeed quarreled with Mose and fled home. You ceased your replies. It appeared that the master required a listener. When I found it, it had already been skinned by humans. You felt a pang of empathy. After all, you had once been a bear yourself, lamenting the cruelty of poachers towards your kind. The master's desk held a blue crystal ball, which suddenly emitted a dazzling light as he finished his sentence. Even with your head lowered, its brilliance compelled you to instinctively close your eyes. Leave. The man placed his hand over the crystal ball, and the light gradually faded. Yes, my lord. You quickly exited the room. You sighed with relief, grateful that this noble did not seem to possess a capricious temperament. Throughout your 18 years in this world, you had encountered many high-born individuals who took pleasure in tormenting the impoverished. In fact, your father had been severely punished merely because the young lady he served had a quarrel with her family and refused to eat, leading to him, as the chef, bearing the brunt of the blame and suffering a broken right hand. Thus, after you turned 11, your family's situation worsened, as your father's position as a chef for the elite had previously afforded you a somewhat tolerable life. Your thoughts became chaotic as memories of witnessing your father's broken hand resurfaced, causing you to overlook the butler's scrutinizing gaze upon you. The master had departed once more after that day. You were not particularly close with the other maids. Your diligence and refusal to slack off made the butler treat you more kindly, while the other maids suspected you of trying to win his favor. You found it pointless to argue with them and preferred to work hard so your brother could marry the woman he loved sooner. After all, Sister Alisai's situation at home was rather dire. If she did not marry your brother soon, she might be forced into an undesirable profession. Thus, you would never engage in conversations with the other maids, and you would never partake in any behavior that could jeopardize your job. One day, while cleaning the garden, you inadvertently overheard the maids discussing the manor's master. I heard the master of this manor is the most powerful wizard in the country. Is it Lord Tate? Another maid tentatively inquired. The legendary maid, known for bringing calamity and subsequently abandoned by her family to the Myconia forest, abruptly ceased her speech upon discovering your presence. You felt a twinge of embarrassment and averted your gaze. How could you eavesdrop? One of the maids exclaimed sharply. Frowning, you wished to avoid a quarrel, knowing that should the butler be alerted, none of you would emerge unscathed. Thus, you could only apologize, expressing your regret for the unintended intrusion. The maid scoffed, remarking on the audacity of someone from the Bayer family. You reiterated your apology, feeling the sting of her words. Another maid scrutinized you, realizing you were the daughter of Hanmo Bayer, and she found you as loathsome as your father. Gripping the broom tightly, you raised your head to meet her gaze, recalling that she seemed to hail from the same impoverished street as yourself. Understanding dawned upon you, since your father's hand were broken by the aristocrats. Your family had been shunned by the common folk, fearful that the noble's wrath might be visited upon them. Their fear was understandable, yet gradually, the narrative shifted from pitying your family's tragic fate to slandering your father as a self-inflicted victim, peering at noble maidens and coveting gold, with every conceivable rumor circulating. Those who once sought your father's favor, now envious of him, transformed into the most venomous serpents, viciously attacking your family, hoping to seize a portion of your misfortune to present to the nobles and alter their own circumstances. You close your eyes, inhaling deeply to regain your composure. You did not wish to engage them in argument. You were acutely aware of your precarious situation. A fleeting war of words would only deliver a devastating blow to your already fragile family. If anyone in your family were to be dismissed by the nobility again, Your collective plight would only worsen. You turned to leave, but this only provoked the maid further. "Stop," she cried. "I shall inform the butler." Upon hearing this, the other three maids turned pale and swiftly encircled you, barring your exit. "Fear not," they whispered. "We shall simply tell the butler that it was she who spread these rumors, maliciously speaking ill of the adults." You realized that you could no longer retreat. Raising your broom, you struck out at them fiercely. "How dare you lay hands on us?" Before long, you were embroiled in a melee. Although you faced 4 adversaries, you knew that as long as you focused your efforts on one, they would surely be intimidated. Even if dismissal awaited you, you were determined to silence that woman. The commotion soon attracted the butler's attention. The 4 maids meticulously shifted the blame onto you, and having just received a kick to your abdomen, you struggled to maintain your footing. "Sir Butler, I did not commit such an act." Unfortunately, your voice was drowned out by theirs. In this era, there were no surveillance cameras to offer you solace. Ultimately, the butler pronounced your dismissal, while the 4 maids had 3 months' wages withheld. You looked at the butler and stated clearly, "They claim that the noble in question belongs to the Tate family." The butler rubbed his temples, initially having held high hopes for you, but you had chosen to court disaster. Even if you were wrong today, it was your misfortune to have offended those 4 maids. "Silence. Leave this place at once," you gasped, clutching your abdomen, perceiving the fear in the butler's eyes. You understood that the maids spoke the truth. Your dismissal was inevitable. The estate occupied an entire mountain, and you had to descend from its peak step by step. Fortunately, the butler had settled your wages for the day, preventing matters from deteriorating further. Was Tate the same Tate family you had in mind? You shook your head, dismissing it as merely a surname. Reluctantly, you walked step by step toward the slums. Just before reaching home, you noticed a crowd gathered on the street. Curious, you pushed your way in, expecting a job advertisement, only to discover it was a public notice regarding Mondstadt. Chapter 82. The human cub found darkened after your death. Mondstadt? You read each word carefully. It detailed how Mondstadt had slain a colossal dragon from the north 3 days prior, presenting its treasure to the king, who had decided to host a grand banquet, complete with a cookie parade. On that day, the noble's servants would toss cookies from carriages along the streets. In the past, this news would have excited you. At least your family could save on 3 days' expenses. However, you found yourself fixated on the word Mondstadt. Was it the same Mondstadt you had encountered in your previous life? You made an effort to avoid appearing limping, yet your parents soon noticed. Your mother tenderly embraced you, rubbing your bruised thigh, while your father sat silently in the dimness of your home, staring at the foul drainage outside. You were aware that he had sunk once more into regret. You resolved to investigate the identity of Mondstadt, beginning to wander the streets and inquire about people's opinions. Mondstadt, the cursed child of the Tate family, born with a dark mark upon his chest, abandoned to the Myconia forest at the age of 8. He returned at 24 to slay those within his family, becoming the youngest and most powerful magician on the continent by 36. Now, he had surpassed 300 years of age. "Are you referring to the Lord Tate of Lysla Manor?" You suddenly interjected, startling the men gathered nearby. "Go away, little girl. What do you know? Nobles disdain the poor, and men look down upon women. Thus you could only gaze at them pitifully. My brother is quite interested in such history. I wish to gather more information to share with him on his birthday." You see, when a woman's actions are for a man, society readily accepts them. Of course, Lysla Manor has stood for over 200 years. It was already in existence when my grandfather was young. The men continued to boast incessantly, and you promptly withdrew from the crowd. You decided to take a chance. If he were indeed the Mondstadt you knew, you would need to align yourself with him. After some contemplation, you resolved to seek out the butler on the day of the cookie parade, requesting him to arrange another meeting with Mondstadt. Although you understood the likelihood of success was slim, how could you know without attempting? You found the butler and expressed your desire to remain at the manor, offering to have your wages for a year, promising the remainder to him. After much pleading and assurance, you were finally permitted to stay. Fortune appeared to favor you. On your very first day back at the manor, Mondstadt returned. However, as you exited your room en route to Mondstadt's chambers, the butler unexpectedly seized your wrist. "Are you going to find Lord Tate?" he inquired. An ominous awareness flickered in your mind. "No, I merely stepped out for water. Yet the butler did not release your grip, recalling that you had remained in Lord Tate's room for a full hour that day. You uttered, confused by the butler's implications. No one had ever spent such an extended time in Mondstadt's presence. The butler now referred to him directly by name rather than as Lord Tate. You attempted to pull your wrist free. Being in Mondstadt's presence for too long could drive a person mad, but you were not yet lost to such insanity. You swallowed hard. Sir Butler, what do you mean? Your streak of good fortune had come to an abrupt end. The butler suddenly produced a handkerchief, covering your mouth. You struggled fiercely until consciousness slipped away. The butler carried you back to the room, where Mondstadt had already departed, having deliberately spread the rumor that he remained in the study, ordering all servants to stay inside. Now, he intended to uncover the secrets of your body. As the butler moved your unconscious form, Mondstadt's voice echoed from behind him. Kneeing. Do you recall the moment when Yin fiercely grasped your wrist in a fit of anger, nearly fracturing your bones? In your stupor, the pain was so intense that it almost roused you, yet the sedatives prevented you from opening your eyes. The scent of an unfamiliar rodent pervaded the air. Moses' words were cold and devoid of compassion. Was your sister also subjected to such a judgment by you? Yin's mind wandered to the memory of his sister, who had perished at the hands of Mose during a palace banquet, his heart aching with a numbing pain. Mose would not take a life without cause. To him, killing was as trivial as squashing an ant, devoid of challenge or significance. Yet, Nian's sister had left a lasting impression on him, for she had dared to glimpse a bracelet in his chamber and had fashioned an identical one for herself. This was the very reason for her demise. From the moment Nian entered the estate, he was aware of Moses' intentions. It was merely a game for Mose to keep the mouse beneath his thumb, relishing its struggles and resistance, one of the rare delights in his lengthy existence. Moses' gaze fell upon you, cradled in Yin's arms, as he slowly conjured a magic orb, indifferent to the harm it might inflict upon you, even if it led to your demise. Was it merely to reach this point? Mose found Yin's defiance rather dull. If this was all there was to it, then death would be preferable. After decades of nurturing a mouse, it had yielded an entirely unexpected outcome, marking a dismal failure of an experiment. As the magic orb was about to envelop both you and Yin, it transformed into a cascade of starlight upon contact with your body, dissipating into the ether. Mose stood motionless, a sudden stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Even Yin, who held you captive, sensed the strangeness emanating from Mose. What was happening? Just as Nian was about to speak, a gust of wind swept past him, followed by a piercing pain in his waist and neck. In the instant before blood could erupt from his body under the strain, you had already found your way into Moses' embrace. Mose raised his hand, incredulous, gently resting it on your pale, wan face. The astonishment and joy reflected in his eyes marked the first time Nian had witnessed such emotions from Mose after years of observation. Then, blood gushed forth as Nian succumbed to death. Mose carried you back to his chamber. You were laid upon the bed, your outer garment removed, as Moses' cool fingers traced your form from head to toe, your sallow cheeks, frail shoulders, and bony ankles starkly contrasted with your height of nearly 1.70 meters and weight of a mere 80 kg. This was the reality of one born in a slum. Your knees and calves bore visible bruises, your fingers thickened with calluses and split from labor. Moses' fingers lingered on your yellowing cheek. To be fair, he was not a beast. He had never harbored inappropriate thoughts about you, even when you were a brown bear. Upon your transformation into this weak and pitiful human woman, he continued to hold no such designs. He felt pity for your unfortunate fate, how you had not been born a noble woman, how you had been cursed into a bear only to have your skin stripped away. Mose covered you with a soft blanket. Since you had nurtured him, he would now care for you, seeking a husband for you, witnessing your marriage and the birth of your children, and ultimately your peaceful passing. This was one of the few moments of his conscience. Upon awakening, you felt a genuine joy at the softness of the bed beneath you. It had been ages since you had lain on such a comfortable surface. The impoverished could scarcely afford cotton. The room you had worked in upon entering the castle contained only a bed adorned with straw. Nobles would never permit the likes of you to use cotton. The blanket enveloping you was equally soft. You rubbed your dizzy head, feeling so comforted that you lazily stretched, only to suddenly remember the events of the previous night. You swiftly scanned the surroundings, finally spotting Mose concealed in the shadows. Tentatively, you inquired, "Are you Mose Tate?" "It is I, Mose Tate," he replied, lifting his face as the light streaming through the curtains illuminated him. "I am Jiang Yao. Do you remember me?" You continued. "Indeed, the gluttonous and foolish brown bear." He recalled. "I am neither gluttonous nor foolish," you instinctively retorted. After confirming identities with Mose, you belatedly questioned him. "How did you know it was me?" Mose twisted the ring on his finger, remaining silent. In this world, offensive magic was ineffective against you. He had discovered this when you were a bear. While you believed you had narrowly escaped a stone to the face, Mose had already attempted a magical ambush, which had failed, just as it had last night. Your considerable size had obscured your awareness of your surroundings, leaving you oblivious. In your past life, Mose had not disclosed his previous actions against you, nor would he in this lifetime. Seeing Mose's silence, you chose not to press further. "I will announce to the world that you are my adopted daughter. No one shall harm you again." You paused for a few moments, then remarked, "I consider you a brother, yet you wish to be my father?" Without needing to say more, Mose could discern your lack of acceptance of this proposal. "What would you prefer?" he inquired. You lowered your head, sighed, and conceded. "Let it be as you say." After all, Mose was over 300 years old. Accepting a daughter didn't seem so bad. Since becoming Mose's adopted daughter, your family had received a substantial fortune, enabling your brother to finally marry the woman he adored. Your luck in this life had been relatively favorable, though you wished it would persist. Mose had lived alone for over 3 centuries, and now, with the sudden addition of a daughter, you had become a living target. "As long as you remain within the estate, no harm will come to you," Mose had advised. However, your brother deceived you. He had tricked you to acquire a so-called noble status. Yet, the funds Mose provided were insufficient. With wealth came the desire for power, status, and more. Thus, he betrayed you for the promises of others. On the eve of your departure, you had reaffirmed your vow to Mose, declaring that you would never part from him. For you had yet to experience the joys of life. During this time, nourished by wealth, you could eat and sleep well, see a doctor, and no longer appeared malnourished. You even adopted a bluebird to keep you company, conversing with it daily, finding joy in the fluffy creature. However, in this life, you were allergic to cat and dog fur, so you settled for a small bird instead. You nurtured the little bird from its egg, speaking to it lovingly. "Good baby. You are so good. You ate more today than yesterday." You brought the bird, perched on your finger, close to your face, relishing in your affection for it. Mose stood on the balcony, observing your every move and listening to your dialogues with the bluebird. The bright, gentle, and caring young woman began to invade Moses' dreams at night. Despite having nurtured him, being his nominal adopted daughter, and being several centuries younger, you so fragile, beckoned to him in his dreams, saying, "Mose, come here. Mose, I like you the most." He was compelled to abandon his thoughts of finding a husband for you. Perhaps what you needed was not another man, but rather, he needed you. Regrettably, the tide of fate shifted too swiftly, before he could express his feelings toward you. You were tragically slain by another sorcerer before his very eyes, having discovered that you are impervious to the harm of magical attacks. You meet your demise at the edge of a long sword, falling lifelessly into the embrace of Mossy. For 3 consecutive lives, you have failed to reach the age of 20. In your first life, as a 16-year-old, you met a tragic end when struck by a vehicle on your way to school. In your second life, a brown bear, having lived merely 7 years, was gunned down by humans with a hunting rifle. In your third life, at the tender age of 18, you perished at the hands of Mossy's enemies. In this life, you have lingered in the darkness for an extended period before once again receiving the chance for rebirth. Perhaps the duration of your waiting was too prolonged. For in your fourth life, you find yourself devoid of all previous memories. Jiang Yao, age 21, is an ordinary girl from the 21st century of China, a commonplace exchange student in Italy. This is your identity in this fourth life. On the eve of Christmas in 20XX, after completing a part-time job, you were on your way home when suddenly someone forcefully collided with you and snatched your backpack. In a reflexive attempt to cling to your bag, you inadvertently broke your little fingernail. However, you remained unaware of this injury. After all, your backpack contained 30 euros earned from your day's labor. Your sustenance for the coming days. Your parents have made great sacrifices to support your studies abroad, and thus, you must be frugal, with a firm grip on your bag, which held not only your textbooks, but also your hard-earned wages. You knew that losing it would leave you destitute for the remainder of the month. The assailant wore a baseball cap and a mask, obscuring his appearance and age. He seemed irritated by your persistence, raising his foot as if to kick you. In that instant, you felt someone embrace you from behind, causing your strength to falter and your grip to loosen, as you fell into the arms of a man who had suddenly appeared behind you. As you regained your balance and lifted your gaze, you were taken aback by the towering height of the man, at least 2 meters tall. Your attention diverted. The assailant had already made his escape. Caution was warranted. The man who held you possessed strikingly rare pale golden eyes and spoke fluent Chinese. You were in Italy. How was he conversing with you in Chinese? You quickly stepped back from his embrace, expressing your gratitude. The man wore an elegant trench coat from a brand you could not identify, his features sharp and defined, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a striking crimson ruby ring on his right thumb. Overwhelmed by your financial woes, you could not help but observe the attire of passers-by, with a twinge of envy, lamenting the existence of such affluent individuals. Moments later, you heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, you spotted a young boy with blue hair, seemingly no older than his teens, dressed in a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops in the chilly, snowy air of Italy. You were momentarily astonished by his attire before noticing the backpack in his hands. Was that the one he retrieved for you? Yes, indeed, master. He cheerfully replied, bounding to your side and placing the bag into your arms. Be sure to hold on to it next time. Unbeknownst to you, the man's gaze darkened as the boy's smile faltered for a brief moment before he dashed away. You hardly had the chance to express your thanks. One eccentric yet kind-hearted individual, but foreigners often behave in such a manner. He is the cousin of my driver. The man behind you suddenly interjected. He smoothly took your hand, retrieving a delightful Hello Kitty Band-Aid from his coat pocket. Your hand is injured. Having never been this close to him, you instinctively attempted to withdraw your hand, but found that his grip was gentle, causing no pain. Yet you were unable to break free. Before you could fully comprehend the chaotic situation, the man had already bandaged your bleeding little finger and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Ma Si, Ma Sidit. You instinctively responded, Hello, I am Jiang Yao. Once again, it was in Chinese. How did you know I am Chinese? You inquired, touching your face, which was nearly frozen in the biting wind. Is it because of my appearance? Ma Si shook his head. I am friends with your mentor, Wen Sinta. I've seen your file in his office. Are you also a teacher at our school? You asked, scrutinizing his handsome face. Such striking features. He must be the most handsome foreign man you have ever encountered, both in reality and on your phone. If he were indeed a teacher at your school, it would surely cause quite a stir. Ma Si neither confirmed nor denied your assumption. Would you like me to teach? You pondered his words, but remained perplexed. Foreigners always have such peculiar ways of speaking. You took a moment to express your gratitude for his cousin's assistance in retrieving your backpack. If you don't mind, perhaps you could leave an address for me. I would like to thank you in person another day, but it's getting dark and I must return to my residence. Being acquainted with your teacher, you felt compelled to use earnest language. I shall escort you, Ma Si replied. It is dark now, and hailing a cab would be inconvenient. I could walk back. Really, you insisted, reminding yourself that he was still a stranger. As if sensing your thoughts, your phone began to ring in your backpack. You quickly answered to find it was your teacher, who informed you that Ma Si's driver had mentioned your encounter with some ruffians and was now checking on your well-being. Oh my heavens, if anything were to happen to you, how would I cope? Your teacher exclaimed over the phone. In truth, you were merely one of his more ordinary students, with little prior interaction. The sudden concern felt strange. Please let my friend Ma Si drive you home, he urged. If you were to encounter trouble again, I fear I would lose sleep for the next month. You instinctively clenched your fingers, but ultimately agreed, a voice within you assuring that Ma Si would not harm you. As you entered the vehicle with Ma Si, you noticed that the blue-haired boy was not present. You and Ma Si settled into the back seat, and you instinctively retreated to the corner, trying to minimize your presence. The luxury of the car was unmistakable, though you could not determine the brand. It felt as if you were seated upon genuine leather, worth at least several $100,000, perhaps in U.S. currency. You harbored a deep resentment for the wealthy and lamented why you could not share in their fortune. As your mind swirled with such thoughts, you failed to notice Mausi's gaze lingering on your injured fingernail. Neither of you spoke during the ride, avoiding the awkwardness of forced conversation. Upon arrival, you found your landlady, Mrs. Laula, standing at the door, momentarily stunned. She took your hand, inquiring why you had returned so late. She had come to deliver cookies, but was worried you had encountered trouble, considering calling the police if you did not arrive soon. What a kind-hearted lady she was. After speaking with you, Mrs. Laula seemed to notice Mausi accompanying you and exclaimed, "Mausi, what are you doing here?" The situation felt almost surreal, your mind struggling to process it all. Until Mausi became your roommate, you had not fully grasped the connections at play. Mrs. Laula mentioned that Mausi was the grandson of her distant cousin. The bloodline connection feels distant, and yet he has unexpectedly taken up residence in the vacant room next door. It seems rather deliberate. However, you find yourself in no position to voice any objections. As you are merely a tenant, you decide to retreat to your room for a hot bath to sort out your current situation. Once you have completely stepped out of Moses' sight, his figure abruptly vanishes from the room, only to reappear in the alley where your backpack was snatched moments earlier. Deep within the alley, the man who had just stolen your bag is now at the mercy of the blue-haired youth, lying beneath him, battered and bruised, looking utterly pathetic. Mose approaches the man with deliberate steps, crouching down. His pupils morph from ordinary human eyes into elongated, serpent-like slits. In an instant, the man's body begins to swell, akin to a balloon being inflated, his veins and eyeballs protruding grotesquely. Before long, the balloon bursts, and, as blood splatters on Mose, a barrier of air materializes, seamlessly blocking the filthy liquid. The blue-haired boy, the very bluebird you once nurtured, the cherished pet you named. The creature suddenly leaps aside, exclaiming that you should have warned him. He nearly got splattered. After your death, the bluebird was the only remnant you left for Mose. So it was only natural that he kept it, even nurturing its intelligence through magic and compelling it to practice sorcery. This was his gift, a preparation for the day you would meet again. Mose remains silent, indulgently tolerating the bluebird's many capricious behaviors due to its unique identity. In an instant, Mose returns to your room. The bluebird, in a fit of indignation, kicks the wall in frustration, protesting against being left out, lamenting Mose's possessiveness. Upon returning to the room, Mose lifts his right index finger, the one that had just brushed against your skin, still stained with your blood. He places the finger in his mouth, allowing his tongue to caress it, savoring the lingering essence of you. When you emerge from your room, Mose has prepared a feast, inviting you to dine with him. Initially, you consider declining, but having gone several days without a proper meal due to financial constraints, the aroma of the food proves irresistible, and you find yourself sharing the meal with him. After dining, you intend to offer to wash the dishes as a gesture of gratitude. Yet Mose insists that your injured hand must not come into contact with water. Regardless of your protests, he remains unmoved, carrying the dishes into the kitchen. Very well. He is indeed a peculiar and obstinate foreigner. After the meal, you wish to express your thanks with some polite conversation, but an unexpected wave of drowsiness compels you to retreat to your room for sleep. The moment you succumb to slumber, Mose appears at your bedside. Watching your lifeless body grow cold before him not once, but twice, he swears he will never again allow you to leave him. Mose climbs onto the bed, enveloping you in his embrace. He has sought your essence for over a millennium, finally tracing it to your reincarnated form. Despite his exceptional intellect and status as the most formidable sorcerer of his time, he finds himself powerless to transgress the boundaries of life and death, bound to await your rebirth and search for you in this world. Today marks the first time he has appeared before you. With a mere flick of magic, he ensnares your teacher and landlord, seamlessly drawing you into his fold. He wishes to shield you from the painful memories of the past. Even if he alone remains ensnared by the nostalgia, as long as you are by his side, it is all worthwhile. The food he prepared was infused with a spell of slumber, and once consumed, you swiftly drift into unconsciousness. Mose tenderly caresses the dark circles beneath your eyes, observing that you have reverted to the state he rescued you from, emaciated despite living in a time far better than before. His kiss graces your forehead. The first instinct of someone in love is not to possess, but to empathize with their beloved's plight. Mose does not consider himself a man who believes in love, but fate has intertwined your paths in 2 lifetimes. He saved you when you were in despair, and you saved him in his time of need. Thus, no force shall ever separate you again. To this end, he has even sacrificed 2/3 of his soul to enhance his power, severing the ties between the magical era and this world, transforming it into a hidden realm shrouded in darkness, sealing all who are aware within its confines, allowing the great magical age of humanity to fade into the annals of history. It seems that not only offensive magic, but even this spell of slumber proves ineffective against you. Long before dawn, you awaken in a haze, your senses still clouded. Mose, having climbed into your bed after only a day of acquaintance, remains unperturbed by the strangeness of his actions. In the past, you would have certainly raised your hand to deliver a sharp slap to this man who dares to embrace you. But recently, you experienced a long, bewildering dream. A dream that could only be described as absurdly strange, albeit unpleasant. Yet, the identity of the man who had persistently pursued you within that dream remains elusive. Calmly, you shift your gaze to Mose, the man holding you. Mr. Mose, if you do not release me, I may have to report you for harassment. He complies, releasing his hold and allowing you to descend from the bed. You sense a peculiar aura emanating from him, as if he believes that even a report would be futile, and that he would merely emerge unscathed. Given his demeanor, it is likely that he possesses an exceptional status, rendering any call for help ineffective. You rub your forehead, urging yourself to exit. Mose blinks, his fingers lingering on the sensation of your touch. No. You widen your eyes in disbelief. What do you mean, no? Sensing your mounting frustration, he relents. You find your retort stifled. As Mose exits the room, a series of knocks resound from your window. Turning your head, you glimpse a bluebird perched at the glass. Is it the cold of winter? You open the window, and the bluebird flutters in, unafraid of human presence, nuzzling against your soft cheek. Outside the door, Mose has violently snapped the gem-encrusted ring from his finger, grinding it into powder that scatters across the floor. What a clever bird. You extend your hands cautiously, fearful of scaring it away. The heavy snowfall obscures your scent, and it has taken a considerable amount of time for the bluebird to find you again. In its memory, you exist as the one who rescued it from the hands of a merchant and implored Mose to heal its wounds. You lean out the window, half of your body extending in an attempt to coax the bird to leave, yet remains steadfast upon your shoulder, unmoving. You can barely afford to care for yourself. How could you possibly sustain it? Just as you resign to the thought of retreating indoors, your fingers grow numb against the cold, and you lose sensation, plummeting downwards. Master, the voice that calls out is unrecognizable. You fall from the 3rd floor, landing in Moses' arms, who has somehow positioned himself below to catch you. The terror of the fall renders you momentarily dazed, clinging to the fabric of his clothing until your gaze catches the bluebird transforming before your eyes into a human youth. You stare in astonishment between the boy and Mose, unable to withstand the shock of this revelation, and you faint. Mossy enveloped your entire being beneath his trench coat, his fingertips entwining a mass of black mist directed towards the infant. In an instant, a dark vortex emerged behind him, consuming his entire form. Upon awakening, you clutched your chest, heart racing, and surveyed your surroundings to find yourself still in bed. Was it merely a dream? You raised your hand to examine the red mark left from where you had leaned against the windowsill, confirming it was no illusion. You descended from the bed and exited your room, knocking on Mossy's door next door, but received no response. You knocked again, and the door creaked open slightly. The room remained shrouded in darkness, the thick curtains blocking out all light. The only illumination came from a warm orange desk lamp, beneath which lay a book. You knocked again. Hello, Mr. Mossy. Raising your hand, you touched the mark on your right hand, your gaze fixated on the book. When you regained your senses, you found yourself inside the room, standing before the desk. Chapter 86. The human cub you picked up has darkened after your death. You immediately contemplated retreating, but your peripheral vision caught the name on the document, Jiang Yao. You halted your turning motion and picked up the book from the desk. The table of contents was labeled with your age, from birth to your current 19 years. You involuntarily flipped backward, finding the first page dated September 30th, 20XX. At 1429:06, marking your birth at the Huaxiao City Hospital's Obstetrics and Gynecology Center. The attending physician, nurse, your father, and your grandparents waiting outside were all meticulously recorded. As you reached the final line, a pattern followed it, prompting you to extend your finger to touch it. A wave of dizziness washed over you, and when you came to, you found yourself in another location. Upon focusing, you saw your father, grandparents, all standing nearby. You instinctively approached them, following their gaze through the surgical center doors towards the figure surrounded by doctors and nurses. You beheld the person lying on the hospital bed, your mother. This meant that the one giving birth was you, as you had no siblings. Your attention shifted from your mother to your own newborn self, covered in amniotic fluid, skin reddened and wrinkled, utterly unappealing. You blinked, gazing at the book in your hands, and touched the pattern once more, experiencing that familiar dizziness before returning to Ma's room. You turned to the second page, noting it labeled 0 years, second day. Flipping through the pages, you discovered daily entries. After a prolonged search, you still hadn't reached your first year, so you closed the book, holding it in your hands. The thickness was undoubtedly under 10 centimeters. You reopened it, flipping straight to the last page, which noted 19 years, date 87, yet remained blank. You flipped back to the last line of 19 years, date 86, which read that the person who harmed Jiang Yao was personally slain by Ma Si. Just as you reached to touch the pattern, Ma Si's voice resonated, Jiang Yao. Startled, the book fell from your grasp as you instinctively sought the source of the voice. Yet the room was pitch dark, rendering everything invisible. Mr. Ma Si? He had just returned from another realm to find you intruding in his room. On the eve of your impending entry into the past, witnessing that bloody and violent scene, he had intervened just in time. The lights flickered on, and you instinctively shut your eyes against the brightness, stepping back and leaning against the desk to regain your composure. When you opened your eyes, you noticed the book had returned to Ma Si's hands, revealing its contents once more. You nodded in affirmation. Ma Si did not wish to forcibly evoke those memories of your death, yet circumstances appeared complex. Will Mr. Ma Si provide me with a reasonable explanation? Ma Si contemplated the feasibility of rendering you unconscious to extract memories from this period. You smiled, sensing that he seemed intent on something nefarious. Ma Si's fingers curled slightly around the book. No, he stepped closer, and you could distinctly feel the disparity in your sizes, causing you to swallow hard. Ma Si grasped your palm, a white orb of light merging from his hand into yours. Your vision darkened, and you lost consciousness, plunging into Ma Si's embrace. It was as if you were watching a film, swiftly replaying the experiences of your previous lives, identical to those in your dreams. Therefore, the blue-haired youth could not be that bluebird. It was indeed astonishing that a materialistic university student of the 21st century could so readily accept such ethereal existence. Upon awakening, you found yourself lying on Ma Si's bed, with him vigilantly watching over you. You sat up and inquired, "So should I call you father?" Though his face betrayed no emotion, you sensed a subtle drop in his aura. You seemed to catch Ma Si grinding his teeth fine. A standard smile graced your face as you rose from the bed. Standing upright, you continued, "Then what shall I call you? Brother? Younger brother? Teacher?" You advanced step by step towards Ma Si, your fingers tracing down to his chest, inching towards his heart, or perhaps boyfriend? You felt the heartbeat beneath your fingers momentarily cease before resuming its former rhythm. Weren't you embracing me to confess your feelings? Your hand withdrew, but Ma Si promptly grasped it, enveloping it within his own. Yes. Oh, then why did you adopt me as your daughter? I recall seeing a list of suitors you selected for me in your study. You blinked, continuing your inquiry. Ma Si's expression remained unchanged. I regret it. You chuckled lightly. All right then, Mr. Ma Si. However, even if you intend to confess, I won't agree to it just yet. Ma Si perceived the teasing tone in your voice and directly asked, "How long do you need? We'll see how you perform." You withdrew your hand and turned to leave Ma Si's room. Subsequently, Mossy transformed into a transfer student, openly expressing his affection for you with a face so handsome it could launch a career in an instant, pursuing you earnestly, even transferring schools for your sake. After enduring a fortnight of attention from the school community, you finally succumbed and agreed to Mossy's confession, warning him not to roam your school while bearing that face. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for you to return home for the new year. Mossy suggested utilizing teleportation magic, which would transport you directly to your doorstep in mere seconds, yet you declined, not wanting to be mistaken for a stowaway by customs. Your parents were astonished that you had a foreign boyfriend, but did not overly object. After several attempts to pester Mossy, the bluebird even sacrificed certain essential conditions to regain its freedom. You found yourself unable to resist. The bluebird persisted in invading your dreams, pleading for your assistance in returning. In this lifetime, by Mossy's side, you successfully reached the age of 20. On your 20th birthday, Mossy cast numerous protective spells around you, even forcing all harm directed at you to transfer to himself. Even the pain of accidentally biting your tongue while eating was wholly absorbed by him. You clung tightly to Mossy, proclaiming, "I love you, Mossy." Mossy is not particularly skilled in sweet talk. He merely tightens his embrace around you, silently increasing his strength. Angered, you bite down hard on Mossy's shoulder, yet it proves futile. The Mossy who has awaited you for nearly a millennium seems only to grow more exhilarated by the pain. The bluebird, having been cast out from home, innocently curls up on the roadside, her fingers incessantly drawing circles in the dirt, cursing that wretched old pervert for banishing such a lovely and kind little bird from her nest. In a side note, I recall glimpsing you in my childhood, though I am uncertain. That memory belongs to a time when you were quite young. You may have wandered off in the streets at around 4 or 5 years of age, a recollection that has grown hazy, save for the presence of a kind uncle who stayed by your side as you wept. He bought you cotton candy, balloons, and the Barbie doll you had longed for, only returning you home once you were exhausted from play. Additionally, when your parents relocated during your elementary school years, the transition to a new school proved challenging as you struggled to connect with your classmates, enduring a degree of verbal bullying. However, the very peers who had mocked you inexplicably apologized the following day. Was that perhaps your doing? From the trivial worries of losing a tooth, which resulted in unexpected pain and its subsequent loss the next day, to the more significant disappointments of poor grades during your school years, where unfinished homework was mysteriously completed by the time you arrived at school. There was a certain whimsy to your existence. Even your beloved snack stalls, often in flux due to city regulations, seemed to magically appear when you casually mentioned them to friends, turning your student days into a veritable wish machine for your classmates. As these buried memories gradually resurface, you squint and question Mossy about his persistent presence beside you without revealing himself. Mossy gently tousles your hair, his pale golden eyes reflecting your visage. You deserve more than my solitary existence in your life. You should have a normal childhood, a proper school experience, and friends. I shall not be your only companion. Only you can hold that title in my heart. Chapter 87. The Sacrificed Maiden 1. In this setting, the female protagonist exists as a ghost, yet any tangible object she touches fades away, only to reappear when not in contact. Thus, there will be no chaotic scene of objects floating in the perception of ordinary people. This narrative inadvertently turns sweet, as the sister is simply too adorable, and one might wish to skip it if they are uninterested. Xu Xuanfeng, in pursuit of investigating the supernatural occurrences at Xingqian Dashua's old campus, enrolls as a transfer student. The middle-aged professor at the podium is passionately lecturing, while you sit on Xu Xuanfeng's desk, bored and swinging your legs. You've taken my seat. He remains unperturbed. With a sigh, you declare your disdain, leap off the desk, and exit the classroom. Xu Xuanfeng's gaze lingers on the spot you occupied, the pencil in his hand spinning, accentuating the elegance of his fingers. It is class time, and the school is nearly deserted. You run about without restraint, dashing into the office and sending freshly printed documents flying, then into the cafeteria to pilfer leftover breakfast. Today, as breakfast seems lackluster. After sampling your favorite steam bun, you spit it out in disgust and head to the school store. What flavor of chips should you choose? You ponder, biting your finger. Cucumber, corn, purple sweet potato. They all sound delightful. You decide to take them all, exiting the store with 3 bags of chips. Unfettered, you re-enter the classroom, plopping back down in Xu Xuanfeng's seat, munching on chips while proclaiming, "Ha! I'm eating right in front of you. It's killing you with envy." Xu Xuanfeng has shifted from leaning on the desk to completely stepping away, the sound of your chip crunching drowning out the professor's lecture, crumbs cascading onto his desk. He frowns at the debris, contemplating that if he weren't new to the school, if he weren't entirely alone without a deskmate, and if the teacher weren't grading a recent exam, it would be less bothersome. Sighing, he takes a tissue to wipe the desk, while you audaciously place your foot on his shoulder, exclaiming, "What? Do you find my desk filthy?" Xu Xuanfeng freezes in shock. Unbeknownst to you, the slight elevation of your leg reveals your black safety shorts beneath your short skirt. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he stands up and states, "Song Laosher, I need to use the restroom." As he leaves, you gleefully fist pump, thinking he should have vacated your seat sooner. Stopping at the restroom mirror, Xu Xuanfeng's ears flush crimson, and his trembling fingers feel a tingle down one shoulder, a sensation unlike any he's experienced with other spirits. Taking a deep breath, he regains composure and returns to the classroom, only to find you gone. A sigh of relief escapes him, but he then glances out the window to see you joyfully swinging on a solitary swing beneath the sun and breeze, exclaiming "Woohoo Xu Xuanfeng," resting his head in disbelief. Realizes that this seemingly harmless female ghost is the source of the numerous supernatural occurrences at the school. As the school day concludes, you return to the classroom, where only Xu Xuanfeng remains. "What? You're still here instead of heading home? You must be a bit daft," you tease. Xu Xuanfeng quietly observes your animated lips, finding that you, unlike the malevolent spirits he has encountered before, maintain a charming and beautiful presence, with your lovely pink lips chattering away. He pulls a silver bell from his pocket, momentarily halting your incessant banter as you lean down to inspect the bell. Despite your rudeness and possible lack of intelligence, your taste is commendable. The glistening silver bell captivates your attention. Xu Xuanfeng retrieves a red string from his pocket, threading it through the bell as whole, and extends it towards you. You, in a daze, reach out. The beautiful bell is tied around your wrist. Holding it up to admire, you exclaim, "Wow, it's stunning." Xu Xuanfeng stands upright, and you remain oblivious, nearly enveloped in his embrace. "Would you like to come home with me?" He gently ruffles your hair. You cast your gaze downward at the boy who stands a head shorter than you, inquiring, "What's in it for me?" He flicks the bell on your wrist, and you instinctively shield it, glaring at him. "What do you think you're doing? This is mine. Who gave you permission to touch it?" Xu Xuanfeng finds it amusing that you claim ownership of something he merely placed on you. "You truly want to come with me?" He fully envelopes you in his arms. Just as you prepare to refuse, the classroom door swings open. Startled, you dart from his embrace, fearing that if anyone saw you together, they might think you were romantically involved, which would be quite embarrassing. The security guard spots Xu Xuanfeng still in the classroom, asking, "Are you a student? Why are you still here? Hurry up and leave." "I came back to grab something," he replies, shouldering his backpack and exiting under the guard's watchful eye. You stealthily follow behind, praying that the guard does not pose too many questions. You, who had been hiding behind Su Xianfeng, were indeed spared from inquiry. Immediately, you struck a pose of encouragement, exclaiming with pride, "Yes, I knew it. How could an older man suspect me of dating someone like you?" Once you had completely evaded the gaze of the security guard, Su Xianfeng turned back, asking, "Why are you following me?" You cleared your throat a bit awkwardly, then boldly responded, "Didn't you invite me to your home? Are you having second thoughts?" Without the advantage of the table, you suddenly realized Su Xianfeng towered over you by a whole head, your height barely reaching his shoulder. Su Xianfeng extended his hand, inquiring, "Would you like to come to my home?" You stared incredulously at the boy before you. "You, of all people, wish to hold my hand." He pointed to the century-old phoenix tree at the school gate, saying, "If you don't hold my hand, are you sure the security will let you out?" Chapter 88. The Sacrifice Girl. 2. You gazed intently at the distant security guard, your mind struggling to comprehend the situation, as Su Xianfeng took your hand and led you away. "Oh," you replied absent-mindedly. As you approached the school gate, or rather the phoenix tree at its entrance. Your steps slowed and your breathing quickened. Perceiving this, Su Xianfeng withdrew a brush from his pocket and with his index and middle fingers pressed together, he traced a rune at the brush's tip, subsequently leaving a gentle mark upon your forehead. At long last, you had left the confines of the school. Why use the word finally? You glanced around at your surroundings, feeling as though everything appeared different for what you had previously known. You had intended to release Su Xianfeng's hand to explore, but instead, a sweet candy was suddenly placed in your mouth. Given the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds, you conceded to let this boy hold your hand for a while. Following him back to his temporarily rented apartment, you obediently settled onto the soft sofa as Su Xianfeng retrieved a bag of milk from the refrigerator and placed it before you. Where are your parents? You asked, tearing open the milk bag and holding in your mouth, disdainfully questioning the man before you. If your parents aren't home, what will we eat? Can you even cook? Su Xianfeng did not respond, instead tossing a few chocolate-filled candies into your mouth. As the treats kept coming, you reluctantly softened your attitude towards the boy, saying, well, if you can't cook, I won't hold it against you. Suddenly, Su Xianfeng sat directly across from you, his palm resting on your shoulder, pushing you into the corner of the sofa. Just as you were about to protest and rise, he firmly grasped your wrists, securing you in place. You. Su Xuanfeng's kiss landed on your lips, catching you off guard, leaving you momentarily paralyzed, forgetting your intent to push him away. The metallic taste filled your mouths. You felt repulsed and attempted to shove the boy off you, but Su Xianfeng held you down on the sofa, his blood flowing down your throat and into your body. What are you doing? You finally managed to push Su Xianfeng away, spitting repeatedly. Are you a pervert? Are you sick? Do you believe I will tell my parents? Su Xianfeng seemed unfazed by your threats. He was not a student, but merely used a false identity to transfer to your school. Do you not remember? Su Xianfeng leaned back against the sofa. You frowned, asking, what are you talking about? You must apologize to me today and compensate for my emotional distress, or else you will be in trouble. Do you believe me? You extended your fair palm towards the man, counting his faults on your fingers. Do you not realize that was my first kiss? You, being so foolish, with no money and possibly poor grades, your social skills seem lacking, and the only advantage you possess is a decent face. Oh, and your height is passable. But someone like you is lucky to hold my hand, let alone kiss me. Do you understand? Su Xianfeng sat silently across from you, observing as you rambled on about trivial matters. Speak up. What do you mean? You kissed me, and you don't want to apologize? You leaped up from the sofa, appearing ready to confront him. But as a good student, how could you resort to such actions? Thus, you merely postured, pretending to throw punches in front of the man. What kind of apology do you want? Su Xianfeng suddenly crossed one leg over the other. His casual demeanor only fueled your anger further. Do you have any intention of apologizing? Su Xianfeng remained calm, watching you flail in front of him. Your memories will serve as my compensation gift. What are you mumbling about? You stared at the seemingly deranged boy, sensing an underlying meaning in his words, causing goosebumps to rise on your exposed skin. You began to step back, declaring, I'm going back to school. Just wait. I will definitely inform the teacher and let everyone know you are a pervert who harasses beautiful female students. Your fingers brushed against the doorknob of Su Xuanfeng's home, but your fingertips passed right through it. Confused, you thought you had simply missed and raised your hand again to grasp the doorknob, only to clearly see your hand effortlessly passing through it once more. What? What is happening? Something deep within your mind seemed to awaken. I want to leave. I want to go back to school. You clutched your throbbing head, preparing to move through the door when Su Xianfeng seized your wrist. Su Sunfen. You turned to look at the person you could touch, and in the next moment, you were completely enveloped in his embrace, trembling as you exclaimed, I'm so scared. Please take me back to school. In your ghostly state, tears would not come. You blinked, feeling strange and bewildered, questioning why everything had become so odd upon your arrival here. Su Xianfeng gazed down at the girl in his arms, finding her utterly adorable, especially how she clung to him in fear. It was simply too endearing. Suddenly, Su Xianfeng hoisted you up, your mind flooded with terrifying memories that distracted you from noticing the increasingly dark look in his eyes until you were laid down upon a soft bed. Su Xianfeng grasped your chin, forcing you to look up at him, his gentle yet innocent gaze igniting thoughts of unspeakable desires within him. Su Sunfan, you recoiled slightly, feeling a sense of dread as the new transfer student appeared terrifyingly different. Su Xuanfeng's fingers pressed against your lips, capturing your soft tongue, and you whimpered, desperate to struggle. Yet your limbs felt utterly powerless. You trembled, your eyes seemingly apologizing for your earlier haughty and rude demeanor. Su Xuanfeng's palm covered your glistening eyes, completely pushing you down onto the bed, your mind's radar incessantly warning you, yet you lacked the will to resist. Indeed, you could not summon the courage to defy the man before you, even as he remained clad in the black school uniform from earlier that day. Shedding the guise of an obedient student, you could not even muster the sound of pleading, your vision obscured, leaving your body entirely at the mercy of the man before you. Chapter 89. The Sacrifice Girl. 3. You regretted your decision to leave school with Su Xianfeng. After your encounter with him, you ingested more of his blood, and the memories buried deep within your mind began to resurface. You had long been dead. At least 40 years had passed since your demise. You were once a student at that very school. Every institution carries rumors among its students that it was built upon ancient graves. However, for your school, these were not mere tales. In a bid to save costs, the developers established a school upon a graveyard, and you, as part of the inaugural cohort, entered this institution. However, following its completion, the students frequently fell ill, suffering from ailments ranging from food poisoning to collective colds and fevers, leading to an ever-increasing number of withdrawals. Remarkably, you endured 3 years without succumbing to illness, a feat that left your teachers in awe of your robust constitution. Your academic performance was exemplary, and your laboratory team achieved groundbreaking results. Consequently, 3 months prior to the announcement of these findings, you were summoned to the principal's office. To this day, you vividly recall the ambitious promises the principal painted for you. In consideration of your research achievements, he even allocated an entire floor to your laboratory as an exclusive space, accompanied by a separate dormitory adjacent to it. Thus, your hours spent conducting experiments extended into the late night. One fateful night, after concluding your latest observations, you were suddenly ambushed from behind, rendered unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, you found yourself enveloped in darkness. The effects of the drug left you utterly powerless, unable even to cry out. You crawled through the obscurity, only to stumble down a staircase, your right cheek brutally scraped by the jagged stones on the ground. For what felt like an eternity, you struggled in this unknown place until exhaustion overtook you, and you succumbed to thirst in the shadows. 7 days later, the principal finally opened the specially constructed cellar, delivering your lifeless body to a designated Taoist for handling. Ultimately, you were interred beneath the grand banyan tree at the entrance of the school's security office, a death that irrevocably altered the school's feng shui. Had it not been for another male student who jumped from the 6th floor of the cafeteria 3 years prior, his blood seeping into the earth to touch your remains, you would have never been able to manifest even as a ghost. Since that time, rumors of hauntings began to circulate within the school. Crouched in the corner of the sofa, you anxiously bit your nails, grappling with the reason why Su Xianfeng compelled you to recall these memories. Each struggle before your demise was etched deeply in your mind, painful and suffocating. In your desperation for water, you had even resorted to biting your own wrist, drinking your own blood for a protracted period, until both arms were ravaged and you could no longer muster the strength to await rescue. You cast a resentful glare at Su Xianfeng not far away, questioning why he would force you to relive these horrors. He scoffed, warning you that should he catch you in that state again, he would confine you back to your room. You froze, gritting your teeth as you tore into the glutinous rice cake in your hand, loathing the man before you. Were it not for the fact that you were utterly outmatched, you would not have felt so helpless. Having been dead for over 40 years, you still retained a modicum of ghostly strength, capable of outmaneuvering any ordinary person. Yet you found yourself confronted by Su Xianfeng, a specialist in capturing spirits. What exactly did he want? Trapped within Su Xuanfeng's small apartment, you had exhausted every wall in your attempts to escape, yet could find no means to float away. He sat at his desk, inscribing yellow talismans, but still caught the silent curses you directed at him, words devoid of originality, echoing your prior insults while you were alive. After completing the last talisman, he beckoned you over. You glared at him in discontent, but gradually drifted closer. The talisman was folded into a small square and placed in your mouth, which you swallowed begrudgingly, lamenting its horrid taste. Su Xianfeng seized your wrist, compelling you to lower your head and kiss him, which, curiously, was no longer unpleasant. You wiped your lips, incredulous at his audacity. Ultimately, you refrained from voicing your frustrations. Su Xianfeng, I am a ghost. Being with me will drain your vitality and lifespan, leading you to an early grave, you warned. But he remained unfazed by your self-important threats. Do you not wish to return to the school? The principal is set to retire this year. Su Xianfeng continued to fold the excess talisman papers on his desk, and in that moment, you grasped his intent. After all, he had been summoned by the principal to handle your spirit. What? Do you intend to provoke me into murder, only to claim my spirit as a matter of course? Your voice sharpened, your once endearing demeanor morphing into something fearsome, the scars from your demise faintly visible on your right cheek. Su Xianfeng scrutinized your ghostly transformation with indifference. To him, you were merely a minor spirit. Foolish, he retorted in a voice laced with scorn. Your transformation ceased abruptly. Indeed, you were the fool. Silence enveloped the room. And after a long pause, you inquired, if I were to kill him, would you allow me to pass on afterward? Su Xianfeng pressed you down onto his lap, his expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. You're foolish, yet you still get angry. You simmered with frustration, your hands tightening around his neck, threatening to strangle him if he continued. You have no need to kill him, Su Xianfeng stated. He has tampered with the fates of others to alter the land's fortune. Upon his death, spirits will come to exact punishment. And what of me? Am I to suffer indefinitely? You shouted. Am I destined to perish at his hands? Your sharp fingernails emerged, but Su Xianfeng remained unfazed. After your death, your parents receive a compensation of 20,000 yuan. You have a younger sister, 3 years your junior, who used that money to start a business, eventually saving my master from starvation on the streets 10 years ago. Thus, I'm here to guide you. You retracted your hands, reminiscing about your sister, who had always been by your side. Do you wish to see them? He asked. You shook your head, asserting, now that I am dead, I should not become entangled with the living. Su Xianfeng nonchalantly responded, very well. Then when can I be reincarnated? You could not fathom why he sought this connection. Was such a step necessary for gratitude? Of course, it will be after my death. Oh, you glare at this shameless man. What nonsense! To drain his lifespan while you, as a Taoist, possess secret methods that protect you from my ghostly presence. You should just die now. You tightened your grip around Su Xuanfeng's neck once again. He effortlessly brushed your hands aside, remarking, dying beneath the beautiful and charming female ghost is not a bad choice. Lowering your gaze, you noticed the talisman strewn across his desk alongside documents and newspapers detailing your disappearance. After a moment, realization dawned upon you, and you quietly expressed your gratitude with a soft thank you. Upon returning home, Chi Su squatted at the entrance, retrieving the key from beneath the carpet. Noticing its shifted position. No wonder he hadn't been followed like a timid little mouse today. His dark, brooding eyes peered through the doorframe, seemingly pondering where you might be hiding. As the door swung open, you excitedly covered your mouth, aware that Chi Su always poured himself a glass of water before retreating to his study to tackle his homework. Listening to the kettle on the coffee table come to life, your heart raced uncontrollably through the gap between the bed and the floor. You observed Chi Su changing into slippers and reclining on the sofa to rest. Whether on the sofa or the bed, it mattered not to you. As the kettle boiled, you fixated intently on Chi Su's movements. From your hiding spot, you witnessed the steaming water being poured into a cup, causing you to grip tightly onto the tiny camera you had procured from the market. Time dragged on, and Chi Su still hadn't taken a sip from the kettle. Excited by your plans from the previous night, you had been unable to sleep and had inadvertently dozed off in the cabinet. Chi-Su chuckled at the sight of the fabric peeking through the cabinet's crack, finding your clumsy attempts at stalking and drugging amusingly inept. Even your futile effort to spy on him from the cabinet. When you awoke again, over half an hour had passed, and Chi-Su was nowhere to be seen in the living room. You couldn't discern how much water remained in the cup on the coffee table, and lamented your misfortune. Quietly, you adjusted your phone's brightness to the lowest setting and sent Chi-Su a small monetary gift via a red envelope, having stealthily added him using a secondary account to keep tabs on his updates. Apologetically, you bit your nails, regretting the mishap. Minutes trickled by without a response from him, prompting you to cautiously emerge from the cabinet, which was cluttered predominantly with books. After sitting in discomfort for an eternity, you surveyed the living room, finding it devoid of Chi-Su. Stealthily, you approached the coffee table and noticed the cup had been emptied, allowing you to relax. Carefully, you made your way to the study, where Chi-Su would typically be buried in his homework at this hour. You encouraged yourself inwardly, gripping the doorknob. Slowly, you twisted the handle, creating a narrow opening. Yet, the study was also empty, so you ventured into Chi-Su's room. Having never had the chance to enter, you felt a wave of relief upon seeing him asleep on the bed, patiently observing his surroundings. His room was a typical student-esque space, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. And your gaze shifted to the one subject of true interest, Chi-Su. You tiptoed to his side, unable to resist the urge to touch his cheek, gently brushing aside the unruly strands of his light brown hair. Chi-Su, with a hint of German heritage, possessed hair that shone a beautiful caramel hue in the sunlight, distinct from the dark locks of most Asian individuals. Lowering your head, you inhaled his scent, overwhelmed by affection. Why wouldn't Chi-Su entertain the notion of romance? Though you had never confessed your feelings to him, numerous girls, strikingly beautiful and charming, had approached him, yet he had turned them all down without explanation. With merely a month until the Gaokao, Chi-Su's first choice appeared to be the country's top university, and with your score lingering around 400, a second attempt would still not suffice. Moreover, your parents wished for you to study abroad, and you had no desire for a long-distance relationship afterward. Thus, once the Gaokao concluded, it was likely you would never see Chi-Su again. Yet, it was not essential to be in a romantic relationship. Simply being near him made your heart swell with happiness, beating solely for him. You envisioned closing the distance between you, akin to a small puppy, merely intertwining your fingers with his and daring only to kiss his chin. Upon your departure, Chi-Su's eyes fluttered open, bewildered by your incessant admiration and your audacious acts of following him and sneaking into his home to administer sleeping aids. Yet you refrained from any bold actions. Chi-Su found amusement in your foolish antics. The miniature camera had been cleverly concealed within a stuffed bear on his bedside, its presence perplexing. Yet it provided you with an opportunity. You eagerly returned home to your phone, attempting to observe Chi-Su's activities through the camera, only to find him staring intently at where you had touched the bear. Your heart leapt into your throat. If discovered, your parents would have to pay Chi-Su's family off. Fortunately, after a brief inspection, Chi-Su's face broke into a mocking smile, a sight you had never witnessed before, leaving you incredulous. What was he ridiculing? However, the next moment, Chi-Su stood and approached the enormous teddy bear positioned across from his bed. Your breath hitched once more. Chapter 91. The Obsessive Stalker. Chi-Su lifted the teddy bear by one leg, and your perspective shifted dramatically, revealing a lengthy sequence of him dragging the bear onto the balcony. Anxiety gnawed at you. Why place the bear outside rather than in his room? Did he suspect something? The quality of the camera was poor, rendering it impossible to hear his voice, and apprehension flooded your mind. You needed another opportunity to sneak into Chi-Su's home and retrieve the camera. The sleeping pills would dissipate in a few days, but if the camera were discovered, your parents would undoubtedly send you abroad, prohibiting your return for years. Restlessly, you contemplated how to ensnare Chi-Su at school the following day. After much deliberation, you again slipped into Chi-Su's home, surreptitiously adding sleeping pills to his water. This time, you felt more confident, lingering in the kitchen as you awaited his slumber on the sofa. Once he dozed off, you emerge to sit beside him, softly lamenting why he allowed Li Ting to copy your homework when you were, in fact, his deskmate. Initially, paralyzed by fear, you contemplated retreating, but upon witnessing the girl in front of you acquiring Chi Su's math assignment, your resolve hardened. Since transferring, you had shared a desk with him, yet he had never permitted anyone to copy his homework. Did he harbor feelings for her? If I confessed, would he accept? You rambled on beside Chi Su, dreaming of whisking him away abroad, wishing to cling to him for eternity. On the 22nd day of administering sleeping pills to Chi Su, you stripped him bare, gradually increasing the dosage to prolong his slumber. As you succumbed to sleep in his embrace, the man holding you opened his eyes, bemused by the absurdity of a fool who followed him daily, drugged him, yet dared not act, only whispering affection into his ear like a timid puppy. Chi Su gently patted your head, impatience flickering in his gaze. Will the young lady confess her feelings to him afterward? Certainly, right? She must not disappoint him. Chi Su gently kissed your forehead and embraced you. Watching the clock beside you tick away the time, you reluctantly set aside this question, putting on your clothes. Akin to a devoted wife preparing for work while her husband remains at home. You planted another kiss on Chi Su's lips, saying, I must leave now. Remember to think of me. As the Gao Cow approaches, you finally ceased your incessant inquiries to Chi Su. In your findings, Chi Su's family was rather ordinary. And although you fantasized about incapacitating him during the examination days to whisk him away abroad, ultimately, you chose to let him be. Entering the classroom, you stifled a yawn, and a close female friend leaned in, asking, Why do you look so tired? Does the young lady stay up late to study? With your family's wealth, you needn't follow the Gao Cow path. Rubbing your eyes, you replied, I don't know. I've just been feeling exhausted lately. Before long, sleep overcame you as you rested your head on the desk. Your friend intended to say more, but was silenced by Chi Su's dark gaze fixed upon her, prompting her to hastily return to her seat. Chi Su watched your sleeping figure, the paper in his hand remaining blank, until the teacher entered the classroom and noted your slumber. No wonder it was so quiet. He withdrew his gaze from you, his heart brimming with anticipation for the first night after the Gao Cow. I like you. I have someone I like. This time, Chi Su provided a different response to the girls. You had placed a listening device on Chi Su. Upon hearing his answer through the device, your eyes widened in surprise. Who could he possibly like? You suddenly regretted allowing him to take the Gao Cow. You could accept not being together with him, but you could not bear the thought of him liking someone else. The enrollment process required personal attendance at the academic affairs office, so to prevent any errors or interference, you resolved to confine him at home on the day of enrollment. You struggled to suppress all your malicious thoughts. Are you free? You abruptly lifted your head to find Chi Su sitting beside you. Can you step outside with me? Chi Su, seemingly oblivious to your gloomy expression, continued conversing as if nothing were amiss. The classmates around you gradually quieted down, and sensing all eyes upon you and Chi Su, you squeezed the can in your hand, making it crumple. All right, what do you wish to say? Stay in the country with me. Chi Su took your hand. You hesitated for a few seconds, your face suddenly flushing. WH what? I mean, I like you. Si su linit dao, gitsing zoli. How adorable, despite having done so many outrageous things to him. You still blushed at his initiative. After a long moment, you finally responded, Do you want to be my boyfriend? No, I want to marry you. Chi Su whispered in your ear, recounting many things you had done for him. You nearly believed he had discovered your actions, yet his demeanor remained calm and carefree. Do you want to do it now? You and Chi Su had not yet reached the final step. Originally, you had arranged for the bodyguard to knock him out and carry him home after the gathering. Do not regret this. You grasped Chi Su's hand and began walking towards the school gate, your excitement causing you to stumble multiple times. Chi Su held onto your wrist, saying, Don't rush. How can I not be anxious? Just the thought of being able to openly show Chi Su everything you would do to him after today filled your face with exhilaration. Chapter 92. The obsessive stalker you and Chi Su are together. Rejecting your parents' plans for you to study abroad, you resolutely chose to stay in the country with Chi Su. Regardless of their threats, including cutting off your allowance, you stood firm against their arrangements. Chi Su, with red-rimmed eyes, apologized to you, appearing deeply remorseful. I am sorry. It's my fault. Your heart overflowed with affection and dependence on Chi-Su. You initially thought that being together was enough, but after just a month, you realized how indispensable he had become to you. You could not fathom why your parents refused to accept him. In his embrace, you kissed Chi-Su, your heart racing with happiness. You absolutely refused to heed your parents' wishes to study in the United States. After all, going abroad would only lead to being arranged as a marriage partner for some wealthy heir. You would never allow that. Your parents were bewildered by your sudden transformation. No matter how they tried to persuade you, insisting he was just a man, you felt they were only seeking to control you, treating you as a mere gift to be given away. You cried and threw tantrums, threatening to end your life if they did not permit you to marry Chi-Su. Your parents eventually relented, agreeing to your engagement. Just 2 months after graduating high school, you became engaged to Chi-Su. Had it not been for your age, you would have stealthily taken your household registration and married him right away. Your father could not comprehend your drastic change in behavior. You had never been like this before. While you were once playful and mischievous, you had always respected their wishes. Thus, they decided to send you on a trip with your mother on her birthday. While your father arranged for someone to confront Chi-Su, Chi-Su was forced into the sea by a group of individuals, led by the butler Wong, whom you often coaxed affectionately. When the video reached your phone, you could hardly believe your father would resort to such actions. Enraged, you cried and smashed everything in the house upon seeing your parents. "Mom, I want Chi-Su. I only want Chi-Su. Lock the young lady away. No one is allowed to release her from the Jiang family without my permission. Your father confined you at home, insisting that his only daughter could not be entrusted to an unknown man. They intended for you to bond with an acceptable suitor during your time in the United States. And once married, that man would serve your family while you continued living as the young lady. After you bore children, they would take care of them until they passed away, ensuring the Jiang family remained in their hands. Consequently, your father remained unwavering. After enduring more than half a year of house arrest, you finally calmed down, ceasing to rage against your parents. Once they noticed you no longer cried or shouted Chi-Su's name, they agreed to restore your freedom. It was during an unexpected outing that you encountered Chi-Su, still alive. Memories of the 2 months spent together flooded back, and you could not tolerate the thought of your parents harming the man you loved. Chi-Su silently broke up with you, saying, "Let's be strangers from now on. Let me go." You cannot accept it. Why should you part ways when he was still alive? But your parents disapproved of your relationship, even wishing for his demise. Chi-Su's eyes cast downward, his fist trembling on his knees. "What should I do, Chi-Su? What should I do? I don't want to break up with you, Chi-Su. When they say you're dead, I feel as though I am dying too. My heart aches." You cried incessantly. Chi-Su's dark eyes met yours. If only your parents could not control you. Chi-Su remarked that it would be better if your parents could no longer control you. This phrase reverberated in your mind each day since your separation from Chi-Su. You had completely lost track of him. He no longer appeared before you, and your mental state began to teeter on the brink of collapse. You found it perplexing, for before the Gaokao, your feelings for Chi-Su had not been so profound. Yet within a mere 2 months, your affection had transformed into a desperate yearning akin to a fish's need for water. You must be with Chi-Su. After all, while they professed their love and care for you, they intended to send you alone to the unfamiliar land of the United States to marry a man you did not love. You had seen it coming. You had stumbled upon the candidates for your suitor in your parents' study. You had already fled the Jiang household. As long as you were away from the Jiang family, they could no longer exert control over you. On the 7th day after moving into your rented apartment, you saw on television the tragic news of your parents' fatal car accident. The shock rendered you unconscious. When you regained consciousness, Chi-Su was by your side. He assisted you in handling your parents' funeral arrangements. You felt utterly exhausted, unable to comprehend how your life had spiraled into such disarray. You were tormented by the knowledge that your parents had passed while searching for you, even though their only desire was to present you as a gift to their favored son-in-law. You could not fathom the reasoning behind this. Chi-Su stood beside you, and as you wept, nearly breathless, you were consumed by regret for falling in love with him and for failing to prevent your parents from mistreating him. Chi-Su comforted you, assuring you that you still had him. The inheritance left by your parents had been entirely assumed by Chi-Su. You, unable to accept their death, had refused to manage the affairs of the company, and all assets and shares were deceitfully transferred to him. Your uncles scolded you for your foolishness, warning that Chishu had ulterior motives, yet you found their accusations noisy and ungrateful, as they had always coveted what was in your possession. Chishu felt a twinge of sympathy for your daily lamentations over your parents' demise, though perhaps more so, he felt joy. Initially, he had no intention of causing their death. At most, he had contemplated incapacitating them, but fate had favored him. What was there to rejoice about? Chishu held you close, repeatedly soothing you with promises of eternal companionship. Of course, he delighted in finally having complete control over you. The young lady, it seemed, was rather naive. Under the pretense of affection, you had ensnared him, believing you could simply depart for another country. Did you regard him as disposable? Your parents were equally foolish, perhaps a reflection of their shared folly. While comforting you, Chishu began to kiss you inappropriately. Your recent tears were gradually licked dry by him, and you sensed that something was amiss. Yet years passed, and the Jiang family was now firmly under Chishu's grasp. He did not wish for you to bear children at such a young age. Yet his anxiety grew with each passing day without an heir. Moreover, your relatives were a constant vexation, despite their indifference toward you following your parents' death. He still hoped you could have a connection in this world. Once you bore a child, he mused, those people could perish. Reluctantly, he summoned a doctor to examine you, and the doctor revealed that your prolonged emotional distress had adversely affected your health, significantly diminishing your chances of conception, for a pregnant woman's emotional state is crucial. Thus, you began taking medication, perplexed as to why Chishu was so eager for children at your tender age, especially as you overheard discussions about your mental state among others. You started to doubt the legitimacy of the medicine, refusing to take what Chishu had prescribed, but the maids insisted that you must consult Mr. Chi. You could not comprehend this. After all, you were the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. The maid remained silent. Anger coursed through you, trembling at the thought that refusing to take medicine required Chishu's approval, when you were, in fact, the Jiang family's eldest daughter. By the time Chishu returned, you were curled up on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. He tenderly kissed your forehead, uttering apologies, claiming it was his fault. Why must I take medication? I do not wish to take it. I am not ill. Do you think I am unwell too? You cried, overwhelmed by the opinions of others, spiraling into endless despair. Was there truly something wrong with you? Was it your illness that caused your parents' demise? Chishu gently patted your shoulder, adopting a tone of resignation. You have been experiencing insomnia, neglecting meals, and had lost considerable weight. If it were possible, I would not want you to take medication either, but you constantly leave me worried. You sniffled. Yet I do not perceive myself as thinner than before. Chishu chuckled, noting that you exhibited little love for yourself, showing no concern for your health. Only someone like me, who loves you dearly, can recognize your disobedience and your temperamental defiance. Chishu often expressed his feelings in a manner that left you spellbound, much as he had done years prior, though now you struggled to discern the love-laden fabric of his words. Can I take the medication once daily? It is quite unpleasant. You attempted to negotiate with Chishu. He placed a pill in your mouth, kissing you while holding your chin, the bitterness of the tablet mingling with the sweetness of his kiss in your mouth. After a long pause, Chishu finally replied, "Then I shall take the medication with you." "Shall I?" You found yourself dazed by his kiss, and through his dark eyes, you seemed to glimpse a version of yourself growing frilier. Perhaps this medicine truly was meant to help you. Chapter 93, sold to a wealthy young master. Jiang Guoli, now 21, had just begun his first year of university. Why did he start university at 21? Because he had repeated his senior year 3 times due to fighting, smoking, romantic entanglements, and bullying fellow students. The Jiang family was not particularly affluent. They merely managed to provide a semblance of comfort to raise their son. Both parents worked in distant factories, leaving Jiang Guoli as the sole son, along with a 3-year-old sister. Although Jiang Guoli had always been rebellious, as the eldest son, his parents held high hopes for him. Even after scoring just over 200 points on the Gaokao, they stubbornly provided funds for him to enroll in a private vocational school. Jiang Guoli's younger sister was a charming and beautiful child, enchanting all who saw her, casting doubt on how Jiang Guoli's parents could have produced such a strikingly beautiful daughter. She excelled academically, scoring 679 points on the Gaokao, qualifying her for her desired school. Yet, in the end, their parents confined her at home, compelling Jiang Guoli to forcefully change her application to a nearby ordinary university. You had cried and protested, but your parents remained resolute, insisting that you must think of your brother in them. They claimed that although your brother was a disappointment, he had a good heart and would support you if you faced hardship after marriage. You could only scoff inwardly. Would he truly support you? He would only sell you off. And indeed, he did. Fast forward to a month ago, Jiang Guoli, utterly intoxicated and unable to pay, found himself in a bar. You had just returned home after tutoring high school students when your parents bombarded you with calls, demanding you retrieve him from the bar. You struggled to contain your voice, nearly screaming, "It is 1 a.m. Am I truly your daughter?" On the other end of the line, your mother, feeling guilty from your harsh words, avert her gaze. Your father took over the call, employing the familiar tactics he had used since your childhood. "If you don't come back, if something happens to your brother, your mother and I will die. In any case, once we are gone, you'll be satisfied." You gaze at your parents, their hair streaked with gray, and thought, "This is the last time I will assist you." Wiping away your tears, you braved the biting wind and snow to the bar. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, you found Jiang Guoli already inebriated. You doused him with a bottle of mineral water, waking him from his stupor. "Who the hell wants to die?" he sputtered. "Now that you're awake, come back with me." You suppress your anger, fearful that you might not resist the urge to grab a bottle and end his life right there. Jiang Guoli recognized the person who had splashed him and instinctively raised his hand to strike. You closed your eyes and swung the bottle down, wishing for his demise to put an end to everything. Suddenly, a firm grip restrained your hand, and you heard Jiang Guoli's lamenting cries. Opening your eyes, you saw a man holding your wrist. "Who are you?" The man before you was clad in luxurious attire that you could scarcely afford. His features a striking blend of exotic heritage, distinctly different from the ruffians mingling with Jiang Guoli. Yin Yu, whose words were laden with unspoken implications, skillfully removed the bottle from your grasp. Jiang Guoli was pinned to the ground, struggling to lift his head and discern the identity of the person beside you. "Yin Xiao, please spare me. To act on my territory?" The bottle was carelessly tossed onto the sofa, striking a drunken man you recognized as a roommate of your brother's. The room's occupants were too intoxicated to notice, and he merely scratched his rear and returned to slumber. Yin Yu's voice, though soft, sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the room. "Your territory?" You attempted to withdraw your hand, realizing that the man gripping your wrist was no virtuous soul. His fingers caressed your skin, making your stomach churn. Yin Yu's gaze returned to you, and in the dim light of the room, you discerned his fiercely intimidating visage, causing you to instinctively take a step back, realizing he had frightened you. Yin Yu released his grip, but did not answer your question, instead focusing on the subdued Jiang Guoli. "What is your relation to him?" Upon entering the room, you had uttered your intention to return home, igniting Yin Yu's violent temper. Should you dare to claim a romantic relationship with him, he would not hesitate to sever Jiang Guoli's ears before your very eyes. Sensing the softness in Yin Yu's tone, Jiang Guoli's drunken mind quickly grasped the situation. "Yin Xiao, that's my sister, the one we share the same parents with. We merely had a minor disagreement. Please do not hold it against her." You frowned, utterly disbelieving that your brother, who had tormented you for over 20 years, would speak on your behalf. "Is that so? Then let him go. It's merely a family matter." Yin Yu's mood brightened considerably. "Indeed, just a family matter." Jiang Guoli attempted to inch closer, but was halted by Yin Yu's menacing glare, frozen in place. "It's nothing. I will take him away now." You evaded Yin Yu's penetrating gaze that seemed to undress you. Though it was November and you were bundled up against the northern chill, the scrutiny of this inexplicable man sent chills down your spine. He was not someone you could afford to offend. Once outside the bar, you hailed a taxi to return to your rented apartment with Jiang Guoli. Upon arriving, Jiang Guoli's face was flushed, and he was unable to contain his excitement. You frowned. "Don't tell me you did drugs." Hearing your words, Jiang Guoli's expression darkened. He wished to shout at you as he often did, but suppressed his anger, softening his tone. "Why would you say that about your brother? Am I not capable of being that kind of person?" You could only scoff. Now he claims to be your brother? When the family locked you in your room and forced him to change your college major, did he remember he was your brother? Glancing at your phone, you realized it was already past 3 in the morning and you had to tutor someone the next day. You had no desire to converse further with this beast. If there's nothing else, be silent. As the door slammed shut, Jiang Guoli spat angrily. Filthy scum. A notification chimed from your phone. Jiang Guoli hastily retrieved it and noticed a friend request from an unknown account. The profile picture blank, the WeChat name simply you. Chapter 94. After being sold to a wealthy young master, Jiang Guoli quickly accepted the request. Yin Xiao. Hello. I am Jiang Guoli, Jiang Yao's brother. This is my sister's WeChat. After sending your WeChat information, Yin Yu casually replied with a simple MM. Jiang Guoli's face lit up with an insipid grin, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, and immediately changed Yin Yu's contact name to brother-in-law, chuckling to himself for a while. Unsatisfied, he then pinned Yin Yu's contact at the top of his list, adding a series of letters A before the name, and screenshotting it to flaunt to his friends. Look at me. My good days are about to begin. Having just emerged from a quick hot shower, you received a friend request from Yin Yu. You chose to ignore it, readying yourself for sleep when a loud knocking interrupted you. Sister, losing your patience. You got out of bed and opened the door. What do you want? Yin Xiao added you as a friend. Accept it quickly. Jiang Guoli's hefty form pushed past you into your room, seizing your phone from the nightstand. What's the password? Hurry, accept Yin Xiao's friend request. You laughed, so that's why you defended me at the bar. Is this your motive? Are you satisfied now? Get out. You reclaimed your phone, showing it to Jiang Guoli. He tried to say more, but your disdainful expression silenced him. You don't understand why I'm different from other sisters. I've never been close to you. Taking a deep breath, you reiterated, get out. Finally, Jiang Guoli exited your room. You looked at your phone, seeing Yin Yu's friend request accepted, and felt a surge of nausea. We can discuss this tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yin Yu, having finally added you as a friend, was caught off guard by your cold and unfeeling response, scrambling to regain his composure. A strikingly beautiful young woman, her eyes red from crying, entered the bar he frequented, her appearance completely at odds with her fierce demeanor. She boldly confronted a group of men, raising a bottle to strike them. Her actions starkly contrasted the softness of her features, creating a palpable tension. Yin Yu adjusted his watch, and a childhood friend approached him. Where did you just go? Yin Yu opened your moments, finding it utterly devoid of content. Contemplating the allure of a girl who caught his eye, his friend, cradling a freshly acquired model, was distracted by her. Oh, so there are girls you find attractive? Yin Yu kicked his friend. Idiot, don't say that. It makes me sound like a gay. His friend dismissed the woman, gesturing for her to leave. You find someone attractive? Why the long face then? The character is rather impulsive and indifferent towards me. How long have you known each other? Perhaps 2 hours. My childhood friend fell silent for a moment, initially wanting to curse Yin Yu as a lunatic, but then recalled that the Yin family has always been a rather eccentric bunch. So what are your thoughts? Do you wish to pursue a romantic relationship with her, or merely entertain yourself? Who can say? Yin Yu, feeling vexed, fiddled with his phone, the lingering warmth from your fingertips still vivid on his wrist. My friend leaned in to offer Yin Yu advice, suggesting that whether he seeks a fleeting romance or a lifelong commitment, it would be prudent to investigate her background first. If her family is wealthy, it would be a suitable match, and if she hails from an ordinary family, it would be even simpler. Yin Yu pondered for a moment and promptly instructed his subordinates to look into the Jiang family's circumstances. He has always preferred to be prepared for any eventuality, employing either gentle persuasion or forceful pressure. Throughout his life, he has never encountered a challenge he could not surmount. Truly a scoundrel. Yin Yu donned a coat nearby. I shall refrain from playing for now. My friend found it amusing, pondering what sort of unfortunate woman could be ensnared by the Yin family. Yin Yu scanned the room, aware that remaining in such a place would likely incite her anger later. Having said that, he lifted his leg and exited the private room entirely. My friend frowned, remarking that the woman hadn't even been won over yet he was already guarding his heart. The Yin family truly must be deranged. The following day, you awoke with a mild fever, coughing persistently while tutoring the children of affluent families, feeling utterly fatigued. After your tutoring session, you found yourself devoid of energy. lacking even the strength to call a taxi to the hospital. Jiang Laosher, your student was a boy in the 3rd year of middle school. Jiang Laosher? After calling out to you several times with no response, the boy raised his hand, attempting to grasp yours. Teacher, are you still awake? Your vision blurred, and you lacked the strength to speak. Just before you lost consciousness, you noticed a shadowy figure seemingly tossing something aside. When you awoke again, you found yourself in a hospital. As you attempted to turn over, someone held your wrist down. Do not move. You looked at the person restraining you. It was him. Yin smiled gently, inquiring if you had not noticed your fever. Recalling the events before you fainted, you regarded the man warily. Did you bring me to the hospital? You had clearly collapsed at your student's home. He is my cousin. I happened to visit him and found you there. Yin released your wrist, retrieving a cup of sugar water and offering it to you. You just woke up. You ought to rehydrate. Remembering that your student also bore the surname Yin, you remained on edge, accepting the cup, but preventing him from feeding you. Thank you. I can manage on my own. Yin, unfazed, took a seat beside you, apologizing softly for his presumptuousness in adding you on social media the previous night. The water was warm and sweet, surprising you that a young man seemingly from a wealthy family would exhibit such care. Coughing softly, you averted your gaze from him. What was your purpose in adding me? Yin smiled as he offered his apologies, stating that he was unaware that the person involved was your brother, and his subordinates had handled the matter too roughly. He had pondered this and felt it necessary to apologize to you. You stared at Yin in confusion. Why apologize to you when he should simply address his brother? Yin was not angered by your retort and shifted the conversation. My cousin's academic performance has improved significantly. His parents have been eager for me to invite you, Jiang Laosher, to dinner, as they are too busy abroad to return. You silently regarded the seemingly amiable Yin before you, uncertain of the truth behind his claims regarding his cousin. However, you were well aware that the family of the student you tutored was indeed affluent, and it was clear that you could not afford to offend someone like him. Moreover, you remember that the bar you visited last night was the largest in the city, and he had explicitly stated it was his territory. No, I must decline. It is merely my duty. You rejected Yin's dinner invitation, unwilling to become a mere trophy for the wealthy. After several rejections, Yin struggled to maintain his gentle demeanor. You should rest well. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Very well. I shan't see you off. You maintained your indifferent facade. As Yin exited the ward, his expression darkened, his mind racing with malicious schemes to deal with your family. Yet he preferred to present a courteous facade in front of the woman he admired. Once Yin had departed, you lifted your gaze to the now empty drip, calling for a doctor to remove the needle. Upon inquiring about your medical expenses, the physician appeared overwhelmed, insisting that payment was straightforward. He was too busy to entertain your inquiries. You appear to be a university student. Yet you seem to be causing trouble here. Reluctantly, you reached out to Yin. However, no matter how you pleaded, he refused to disclose the amount. Any sum you attempted to transfer was declined. The thought of being indebted to him and how it might complicate future endeavors weighed heavily on your mind, filling you with frustration, especially since Jiang Wuli had repeatedly approached you, urging outings to the bar. You could no longer tolerate it and swiftly struck him with a charging cable. Jiang Wuli clutched the spot where he had been hit, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? All I see you doing is studying and working. I suggest you take a break and enjoy yourself, and yet you are dissatisfied, all without spending a dime." You scoffed. Is this an invitation to have fun or to sell myself? Jiang Wuli was momentarily speechless, his face reddening. Must you speak so harshly? Young master, Yin merely wishes to get to know you and become friends. As he spoke, Jiang Wuli pointed out that the Yin family's wealth was substantial. If you maintained a good relationship with young master Yin, you would have access to anything you desired. Get lost. You seized an umbrella nearby and swung it at him. Were it not for Yin's interest in his sister, who had always opposed him, he would not have tolerated her physical aggression. Jiang Wuli, expelled from your room, sulked in the living room, wishing he could be a woman and climb into Yin's bed. Women are so capricious. They can earn money simply by opening their legs. Yet here they are, acting all coy. Jiang Wuli, recalling how long his sister had known Yin without any financial gain, felt increasingly agitated. Recently, the allowance from their parents had diminished, citing that his father had suffered 3 finger amputations at work and that the factory had compensated with 100,000 yuan, which should have been sufficient for his needs. Yet his mother insisted on withholding his living expenses to take his father to Shanghai for treatment. It was just 3 fingers. What was the fuss? Life without money is unbearable. With no funds from his parents and no prospects from Yenyu, your hard-earned money was tightly guarded, and a classmate who had always been at odds with him had mocked him, inciting Jiang Guoli to retaliate violently, resulting in a broken leg for the classmate. The injury was classified as intentional and led to lifelong disability. Ultimately, Yenyu intervened, suppressing the matter, covering the medical expenses, and drafting a settlement agreement, effortlessly resolving what could have led to expulsion or even 13 years in prison for Jiang Guoli. Jiang Guoli, in tears, knelt before Yenyu, who sat comfortably on the expansive sofa in the police chief's office, the chief standing beside him like an anonymous figure. Yenyu smiled kindly, reminding Jiang Guoli that he needed to focus on his future civil service examinations and not create further trouble. I won tea. I promise I won't be a burden. Jiang Guoli wiped away the tears and snot from her face. Recently, she had been sulking, ignoring my messages, and sighing heavily, projecting an image of someone wounded by love. Jiang Guoli immediately understood the intentions of the young master before her and hurriedly nodded, assuring him that she would convey the message to her. Young Master Yin, please wait a moment. I will ensure she responds to you right away. Upon returning to her rental apartment, she incessantly recounted the situation to you, proclaiming that Yenyu had saved her and her entire family. She repeatedly emphasized the wealth and power of the Yin family, urging you to recognize the situation and promptly apologize. Listening to her, you could only scoff in disdain. Was it really about apologizing or merely about being used as a plaything? You never anticipated that Jiang Guoli would lower herself to such depths. And as she seized the kitchen knife with the intent to harm the repugnant creature before her, she fled in haste. Alone in your room, you were on the brink of tears, feeling as if your aspirations had been shattered. Serving Jiang Guoli like a beast of burden was no longer sufficient. She wanted to consume every ounce of you. Jiang Guoli swiftly sought out a group of friends, vehemently cursing you for opposing her. How could someone like Yenyu even notice you? You should simply spread your legs and await his advances. Why pretend to be virtuous while acting like a harlot? Her friends echoed her sentiments, criticizing her for not assisting her brother in such a trivial matter. They suggested she purchase sleeping pills from a pharmacy to deliver you to Yenyu's bed, thus ensuring that the deed would be done. They even jested that if you were to conceive, Yin Shao would have to address you as his brother-in-law. Under the influence of alcohol, Jiang Guoli found her friend's suggestions increasingly appealing. All right, haha, you guys are true friends. I won't forget you when I make it big. She resolved to act swiftly, purchasing sleeping pills and mixing them into the beef noodles she brought back to the rental apartment. She knocked on your door, calling out, "Enough already, stop crying. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'm not at the level of being a pimp. I'm your brother." You open the door, exasperated. What do you want? I still have class tomorrow. Can you just leave me alone? Jiang Guoli gestured towards the beef noodle she had brought, stating, "It's your late-night snack. But if you don't want it, that's up to you." With that, she slammed the door and retreated to her room. Chapter 96. After being sold to the wealthy young master, you had no intention of consuming the meal Jiang Guoli had prepared, suspecting it might contain something repulsive. However, you were unaware that she had secretly added the sleeping pills to the water dispenser in the living room. When you returned to your room, you fell into a deep slumber, and Jiang Guoli finally took out her phone to message Yenyu. By the time Yenyu arrived, you were sound asleep, completely oblivious to his presence. Throughout your life, countless individuals had sought to curry favor with the Yin family. But this was the first time Yenyu encountered someone so devoid of boundaries, directly drugging you to deliver you to his bed. He had initially anticipated your personal visit. Leaning down, he brushed his lips against the corner of your mouth, his tongue exploring as you remained entirely unresponsive, lost in a drug-induced stupor. A stark contrast to your usual indifference towards him. If you had only been this obedient from the start, he mused, reflecting on the past month where he had lowered himself, displaying kindness and tenderness, while you had treated him with disdain. Yenyu surveyed the modest rental space you occupied, noting the shabby, small bed. It was his first time sitting on such a hard, metal frame, cradling you in his arms. The furrow in his brow indicated that you were caught in a nightmarish dream. How adorable! How compliant, he remarked, pinching your cheek a bit too hard, causing it to redden, igniting a desire to defile within him. Suddenly jolted awake by the unexpected pain, you opened your eyes only to see him before you. Grabbing the cup by the bedside, you attempted to strike him, but he effortlessly restrained your wrist. Why do you always want to hit me? If you kill me, what will you do afterward? Get off me, you cried, biting your tongue to stay alert. I will report you. You chuckled softly. You can certainly try. You struggled against him, tears streaming down your face as you cursed him, vowing to kill him. You grasped your chin, silencing your protests. Why are you cursing me? It was your brother who brought you to my bed. Shouldn't you be angry with him instead? Do you have any sense of morality? Listening to his twisted reasoning made you feel nauseous. The pain coursing through your body and his words left you utterly drained. He patted your head. Don't show me that face. If you want revenge, wait until this is over, and I will take you to do just that. For now, be good. You close your eyes, refusing to look at Yinyu. He was indifferent to your wooden demeanor, having obtained you at last. There would be ample opportunity to teach you how to behave toward your husband. This was the entirety of your experience of being sold to Yinyu. Since that day, you had completely moved out of your rental apartment to live with Yinyu. You had considered going to the police, but upon arriving at the station, you witnessed the officers bowing and scraping before Yinyu, who had his arm around your waist, a malicious grin on his face. How naive you are, darling. Seeing your silence, Yinyu assumed you were merely shy. His gaze swept over everyone present. No evidence was collected, right? The chief of police quickly shook his head. How could we dare, young Master Yin? Next time, just tell me what you want to do. Why drag it out in front of outsiders? He guided you back to his private villa, where you were confined for a full week. Ultimately, you found yourself begging him to let you go. Yinyu played with your hair, sighing as if he couldn't comprehend your plight. What do you want to go out for? Aren't you happy here? You don't have to attend extra classes or face Jiang Guoli's pig-like face. I need to go to class. I am still a university student. Let me out, Yinyu. Tears streamed down your face as you felt utterly overwhelmed. Your original aspirations had been altered, and now you were entangled with a madman like Yinyu. He furrowed his brow. Why bother with that lousy school? Didn't you score 679 points? I can enroll you in a better one. You looked up at him in disbelief. What do you mean? After investigating all aspects of your life, Yinyu found it amusing. How could someone be so pitiful? Listen, if you behave for a while, I will switch your school. How about that? He noticed a glimmer in your eyes. Come here and let me kiss you. I felt terrible because you've been upset with me. You silently regarded the man before you. The prospect of changing schools was enticing. So you stepped forward and gently kissed his cheek. Don't be upset. Yinyu chuckled at your awkward consolation. Why are you so silly? If you keep being this naive, no one will be able to tolerate you. I guess I must endure it all. Shall I teach you how to kiss? Good girl. If only you could stay this obedient, he thought, feeling his heart swell with affection for you. He continually licked away your tears, urging you to stop crying. Why do you always cry? Surely I haven't done anything so terrible? You hesitated to answer his question, but remembering his promise, you could only respond. But I always feel so exhausted. And you found you utterly adorable and couldn't help but laugh. But you hardly ever do anything. It's always me doing the work. Isn't it? But I need a rest. I'm so tired. You are engulfed in fear, and no matter how fiercely you resist, your efforts are in vain. Each time, you are nearly driven to the brink of despair by him. Yinyu sighs, perplexed as to why your tears flow so abundantly. Although he finds your tearful visage on the bed endearing, the sight of your pitiful cries stirs a sense of compassion within him. Henceforth, when you declare your exhaustion, he concedes to indulge you just once more, but you must also expedite your physical training. I shall arrange for a female coach to assist you in your fitness regimen at home. Otherwise, how will you manage in the future, especially when it comes to marriage? You are momentarily paralyzed by the mention of marriage. Yinyu pinches the soft flesh at your waist, prompting a mournful cry to escape your lips. Do you not wish to marry me? You lower your gaze in silence. Yinyu gently massages your head, one that is perfectly capable of achieving high marks, yet is perpetually ensnared in fanciful, improbable reveries when it comes to him. If you do not wish to marry me, whom do you intend to wed? Do not let your chaotic thoughts upset me. You are unsure of the veracity behind Yin Yu's words, laced with affection and desire. Just before losing consciousness, you hear your own faint plea for him to punish them on your behalf. Yin Yu tastes your tears, lamenting that, after just 2 encounters, you have succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving him unsatisfied. However, hearing your request brings him joy, for it signifies your gradual acceptance of him. Does it not? Very well. I shall send them all to Southeast Asia. In your 2nd year of university, on the day you turned 20, you were compelled by Yin Yu to the Civil Affairs Bureau to wed. Do not wear a countenance as lifeless as that of a deceased man, he admonishes, his brows knitted in displeasure upon seeing your pale face, unwilling even to smile for a wedding photograph, provoking a torrent of malevolent thoughts in his mind. Initially, you believed Yin Yu's mention of marriage to be mere banter, lacking confidence. You had long since outgrown the naive fantasy of a wealthy young master falling for an ordinary girl like you at first sight. Thus, you held on to the hope that one day he would tire of you and set you free. Reflecting on it now, your excessively indulgent parents and that beastly older brother of yours have been dealt with by Yin Yu 2 years prior. He had seamlessly transferred you to the university and major you desired, alleviating the need for you to endlessly tutor or work part-time to sustain yourself. You found yourself with more leisure time to indulge in the simple pleasures of life, such as shopping, beauty treatments, and following celebrities, like an ordinary girl. Yet, you understood that you did not wish to base your life on the ephemeral promises of a man's love. You would forsake all the advantages Yin Yu had bestowed upon you. Your desire was to lead a life of your own choosing, independent of any man. It was only when Yin Yu forcibly led you to the Civil Affairs Bureau that you realized he would not easily relinquish his hold on you. Yin Yu has recently been vexed by your antics, as you have resumed sulking. His childhood friend, with a look of disgust, could not help but exclaim, "Yin Yu, are you out of your mind? Do you take me for a fool?" With tension in the air, Yin Yu, acting as if possessed, kicked open his friend's door, nearly causing him to lose his composure. If he could not maintain his composure, there would be no end to this. Yin Yu's gaze flitted over the naked woman sprawled on his friend's bed. In her 20s, she appeared to be a rising star, and after recognizing her face from your phone, he recalled that you were quite fond of the television dramas in which she starred. Remembering her identity, Yin Yu shifted from his initial intent to dismiss her, commanding both of them to come downstairs to find him in 3 minutes. The friend, clutching his nearly numbed lower half, cursed under his breath, exclaiming that Yin Yu and his family were a bunch of lunatics. The young starlet, confused as to how she became embroiled in this situation, quickly donned a skirt and rummaged through the wardrobe to find clothing for the man beside her, all the while serving him and cautiously inquiring, "Is this the esteemed Yin Xiao?" The man cast a glance at the young starlet. Having been with her for over a month, he found her gentle demeanor and proficient skills in bed pleasing, and most importantly, she was not greedy, never broaching unwelcome subjects. He was currently quite satisfied with her, patting her lovely face, advising her to heed his words and not to play tricks in front of him. If Yin Yu were angered, he would not hesitate to disregard her for the sake of his good friend, especially if that friend were mentally unstable. The young starlet's face fell, her legs trembling in fear, even as she descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yin Yu's friend wore an expression akin to one suffering from constipation, nearly driven mad by Yin Yu's erratic behavior. Were it not for Yin Yu forbidding them from seeing you, he would have knelt before you, pleading for you to cease your quarrels with the young master. It was always he who bore the brunt of the aftermath. What has transpired this time? He had been foolish enough to suggest to Yin Yu a method to win you over. Now, whenever you and Yin Yu faced any issues, he would drive over to inquire about the situation. Damn it, after living for over 20 years, aside from entertaining a few women, he had never engaged in any romantic entanglements. Yet here he was, incessantly questioning and interrogating. "She is unwilling to marry me." His friend gasped in disbelief. "Why are you gasping like that?" Yin Yu kicked his friend, who was panting like a water buffalo, utterly unappealing compared to the way you typically breathe. His friend took a deep breath, mentally chanting not to engage with a lunatic thrice, finally calming down and forcing a smile. And then, Yin Yu frowned. "What comes next?" "She does not wish to marry you." "What did you do afterward?" Or rather, what do you plan to do? Yin Yu brandished your marriage certificate before his friend, declaring, I took her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. His friend, infuriated, cursed vehemently, Are you out of your mind, Yin Yu? You drag her to get a marriage certificate and still dare to ask me what to do. Are you trying to drive me insane? Yin Yu, perplexed, stared at his irate friend, stating that after the marriage, she was ignoring him. His friend was tempted to call him a fool, questioning if she had ever paid him any attention before marriage. After a moment of silence, Yin Yu recalled your previous assertion that once married, she would change. His friend realized that continuing this conversation would eventually lead to his own demise at the hands of his love-struck companion. At that time, he was preoccupied with women. Who cared if his friend behaved like a lovesick schoolboy? A few casual words would suffice. Women tend to take liberties. I warned you not to let her take advantage of you, yet you refused to listen, and now you've made me your love consultant, which is utterly distasteful. The young starlet, sitting aside, was rendered speechless, bewildered by the scandal unfolding around her. Was she to be included in this? Quickly regaining her composure, she tentatively suggested, Yin Xiao, I have an idea, though I'm uncertain if it's appropriate to voice it. Yin Yu's indifferent gaze fell upon her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. If her words displeased him, women possess an intrinsic maternal instinct. If you and Yin Foreign were to have a child, or perhaps you could adopt a kitten or puppy for her to nurture, should Yin Foreign grow fond of them, they could serve as a significant boon to your relationship. Although the young starlet did not know you, she had gleaned enough from the conversation to understand that you were being coerced into marrying this young master of the Yin family. The Yin family is truly deranged, and not merely in jest. The individuals associated with the Yin family seem to possess a peculiar mentality, often exhibiting signs of psychological instability. Those navigating the entertainment industry seldom direct their attention toward the Yin family, for no one wishes to engage with individuals exhibiting erratic behavior. Nor does anyone desire to meet a grim fate at the hands of such individuals. In Chapter 98, after acquiring the solution she sought from a female celebrity, Yin Yu departed from her childhood friend's residence once more. The friend, in a fit of frustration, tossed a card at the celebrity, indicating she should refrain from returning. The celebrity stood frozen, bewildered. Did Yin Xiao not appear pleased with her suggestion? How foolishly presumptuous. The friend retreated upstairs, her spirits dampened, feeling that even thoughts of engaging with women had become burdensome. Yin Yu later returned home with a creamy golden retriever from a pet shop. Feeling no immediate desire for offspring, he feared that should you redirect your affections toward a child, he might be driven to harm the very offspring you bore. Presenting the puppy to you, he recalled how you often watched videos of such pets online. The adorable golden retriever spun around your feet, and upon noticing your reluctance to pet it, whimpered plaintively. Unable to resist, you scooped the puppy into your arms. Did he expect you to care for it? Seeing the smile bloom on your face, Yin Yu felt a surge of delight. He spent his days attending to business matters for his brother and returned home at night to find you sulking and indifferent. Being married, your continued discontent worried him, and he feared that if this persisted, he might act in ways that would irreparably damage your relationship. Approaching you, he placed some jerky in your hand, questioning your lack of enthusiasm. You inhaled the scent of the puppy, which carried the fragrance of its bath, finding it both pitiable and adorable. It was likely not even 2 months old when Yin Yu brought it home. You accepted the jerky and offered it to the puppy. Shall we name it? Yin Yu suggested. Let us call her Huan Huan, you replied, wishing for her to be joyful every day. Yin Yu gently patted Huan Huan's head, stating, Huan Huan, she is your mother, and I am your father. Remember this. You were at a loss for words. After all, it was merely a puppy. Yin Yu, with an air of entitlement, insisted, so what? As long as I claim her as my daughter, she's indeed my daughter. You inspected the puppy's belly and confirmed. She truly is a girl. Are you pleased? He asked, taking the puppy from your grasp and summoning a servant to take it to another room. If you're happy, do smile at me more. Your perpetual frown is quite unbecoming. You were unsure of how to respond. The earlier joy of encountering the puppy dissipated entirely, and your smile faded, and you felt as though you were driving him to madness. Pulling you back into the room, he questioned, why are you so unwilling to be married to me? You had no desire to engage in such meaningless dialogue. Throughout his life, Yin had experienced nothing but smooth sailing. He had never encountered anyone as challenging as you. Other women fell under his charm, swayed by his wealth and looks. Yet nothing seemed to please you. As thoughts of the female celebrity's suggestion resurfaced, he regained his composure, deciding to give you some time. Once you became truly attached to this puppy, he would have ample means to influence you. I am utterly exhausted from work today. My subordinates are disobedient, foolish, and greedy. Unlike your delightful self, he mused, leading you toward the bed. You were disinterested in debating these matters, dismissing his feigned grievances. As Huan grew, so did your affection for her. However, you found more opportunities to manipulate your feelings, whether by limiting your time with the puppy or withholding food and water from it. Should you throw another tantrum, it would not be so simple to remedy. You believed Yin was indeed unhinged for resorting to threats involving a dog. Yet, this tactic proved effective. The mere mention of Huan's name instantly rendered you compliant. Yin was exceedingly pleased, his mind concocting further schemes. With Huan in the picture, regardless of how outrageous his demands became, you would acquiesce. You are nearing graduation. Let us have a child, he insisted. You had always taken precautions against such outcomes. Unwilling to respond to what seemed a gentle inquiry, yet was clearly a display of his control. You recognized that if you devoted such care to a dog, he would surely have more leverage over you once you bore his child. You attempted to negotiate with him, expressing your desire to pursue graduate studies. Yin was incredulous. Why would you seek further education when you need not work? Finish your studies after having the baby, he countered. No, I must pursue my studies. You promised before our marriage that I could continue my education. The pursuit of knowledge had become your obsession, a lifelong endeavor to change your fate through education. Even now, you occasionally dreamed of becoming a renowned scientist, inventing something remarkable and joining the national team, at which point Yin would have no means to control you. Yet, how easy was it to become a scientist? Every scheme you conjured to resist Yin felt like a farce, utterly ineffective against him. I never forbade you from studying, did I? I merely suggested you finish your studies after having child. Yin was eager to witness you in a state of pregnancy. You altered your approach, conceding that if he insisted on fathering a child, so be it, he would never agree to anything else. Seeing you begin to sulk, Yin felt a headache coming on. When you threw a tantrum, you became as unresponsive as a piece of wood, draining the joy from intimacy. In matters of love, reciprocity was essential, and over time, his desire shifted from merely possessing you to wanting you to love him wholly. Fine, no child. We needn't have a baby, but we cannot forego sleep, he declared, pulling you back into the room and beginning to remove your dress. He was determined to win you over. That fool had claimed that women were creatures of gradual affection. How could it be that after such time, you still bore no feelings for him? Realizing his methods were effective, you sighed in relief. Throughout your interactions with Yin, you gradually learned the art of pleasing him. Only when he was satisfied would your life become more bearable. In chapter 99, you felt as if your palms were about to be crushed, drenched in cold sweat despite it being June. It was fortunate yet unfortunate that you found yourself sitting beside your boyfriend, Jiang, whom you have been dating for just 2 months. Fortuitously, Jiang was exceedingly affectionate and generous. Unfortunately, you had yet to extract a single penny from him, and today, while at a bar with him and his 2 childhood friends, you discovered they were none other than 2 of your previous ex-boyfriends whom you had previously discarded after profiting from them. Jiang, oblivious to your tension, wrapped his arm around your waist and introduced you to his friends. You excused yourself under the pretense of needing to touch up your makeup and fled to the public restroom. Certain they had recognized you despite the dim lighting in the booth. Ding dong. You nearly dropped your powder puff, startled by the notification on your phone. Jiang, why haven't you returned yet? Panic-stricken, you found yourself at a loss for how to respond, contemplating an excuse to leave. As you were about to leave, having gathered all your belongings from the sink, a hand suddenly emerged to cover your mouth. In a state of panic, you had no time to struggle as you were pressed against the wall. The towering figure of a man cast a large shadow before you. 5 years had passed, and the youthful chub of Song Huaizhou had melted away, replaced by a gaze that sent shivers down your spine. Your trembling did not escape his notice. As he gripped your chin, questioning if this was the illness you had claimed to suffer from. You shook your head, tears brimming in your eyes as you stifled sob. Song Huaizhou lowered his head to lick away the salty tears from your face. The same face that once charmed him into giving you large sums of money, ultimately leading to the forgery of evidence that you were gravely ill, allowing you to swindle 10 million from him. How dare you? You toyed with his emotions and deceived him out of so much money. Yet you still had the audacity to appear before him under the guise of being his brother's girlfriend. Should he commend your audacity or condemn your ignorance and insatiable greed? With tear-filled eyes, you gazed at the man you had once abandoned, attempting to invoke past affections to soften his heart. Break up with Jiang Yi, Song Huaizhou commanded as he enveloped you in his arms, leading you away. You nodded through your tears, assuring him that you would end things with Jiang Yi. He carried you into another private room, pressing you onto the sofa, retrieving your phone from your bag. Send it now. Now. Jiang Yi will kill you. Your indecision did not escape Song Huaizhou's observation, and he mistakenly believed you were reluctant to break up with Jiang Yi. With a cold smile, he lifted your short skirt. Stop. You quickly pressed down on his left hand, fearing Jiang Yi would discover your absence. Stop what? Not breaking up with Jiang Yi? Or not allowing me to touch you? Tears streamed down your face as you appeared thoroughly frightened, the corners of your eyes reddening from crying. You don't want Jiang Yi to know about her past. Then you must show some willingness. Hearing Song Huaizhou's insinuation, you forced a smile. Regretting how you had once manipulated him, you leaned in to kiss him, attempting to quell his anger. Meanwhile, in the other room, Jiang Yi grew impatient as he awaited your message. Just as he prepared to rise, his friend Gu Jia stopped him, mockingly questioning the need for such vigilance. As if he would sprout wings and fly away. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow. It seemed Gu Jia harbored disdain for you. Yet he felt a sense of relief knowing that Gu Jia was uninterested in you. As he twirled the glass in his hand, he remarked, "She's timid. I'm just worried someone might bully her." Gu Jia couldn't help but laugh at his friend's genuine concern. Timid? You didn't seem to think so when she conned you out of 30 million, pretending to have poor relatives demanding money. This floor is only accessible to the three of us. Who are you worried will bully her? Gu Jia couldn't resist taunting Jiang Yi, recalling how you had sought out his brother after rejecting him. Jiang Yi sensed something amiss, but had no time to ponder before you re-entered and sat beside him. Shortly after, Song Huaizhou followed suit. Jiang Yi's scrutinizing gaze swept over you both before his large hand enveloped your cold ones. "Why are your hands so cold? Your face pale," you softly suggested. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'd like to go home." Without hesitation, Jiang Yi scooped you up in his arms, declaring, "My girlfriend is unwell. I'll be leaving now. You all enjoy yourselves." Clutching his shirt, you felt the weight of Gu Jia and Song Huaizhou's gazes, nearly causing you to suffocate. Only when Jiang Yi completely carried you out of the room did you finally breathe a sigh of relief, terrified that the two men would expose you in front of him. Jiang Yi ushered you into his luxury car, about to instruct the driver to head directly to the hospital when you interrupted, "I want to go home." He frowned. "Aren't you feeling unwell?" You shook your head, biting your crimson lips and refusing to respond. "Don't bite," he said, fingers brushing against your lips. "What happened out there? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I will take care of it." You remained silent, tears spilling as you wept in his embrace. "Don't cry, don't cry." His shirt quickly soaked with your tears, any suspicions he had dissipated. You cried uncontrollably as the driver was dismissed, refusing to speak no matter how many questions Jiang Yi asked. Eventually, he had no choice but to hold you close, kissing you deeply, claiming the air from your lungs. After you had calmed Song Huaizhou down once, he offered you 2 million to end your relationship with Jiang Yi, which you accepted. Even without his intervention, you had every intention of leaving. Lost in the kiss, you forgot to breathe, prompting Jiang Yi to pause and remind you, "Breathe, baby. How can you kiss without breathing?" He patted your back to help you regain your composure, rolling down the car window to let the night breeze in, as he recalled your innocent kissing skills. The earlier hint of worry vanished. You truly were a fool. You ceased your weeping, softly voicing your request. "Hey, please take me home." He frowned, wanting to press you for details about what had transpired, but upon seeing your tear-streaked, rabbit-like eyes, his frustration melted away. I'll wait for you to tell me when you're ready. I'm here to listen. All right? You remained silent. Jiang Yi's hand caressed the delicate nape of your neck. All right, I'll take you home. Upon returning to your rented apartment, you rushed into your room, gathering all your valuables, expensive clothing, bags, and jewelry. You promptly purchased a plane ticket abroad. You refused to linger in the country entangled with those three men, considering your efforts of the past 2 months a waste. To avoid falling into a trap, you needed to leave quickly. Just as you opened the door, you were met with the sight of Gu Jia, the last person you wished to see seated on your sofa. Your breakup with him had been particularly tumultuous. At that time, having just kicked Song Huaizhou to the curb and reveling in the money he had given you, you unexpectedly encountered Gu Jia sketching in the streets. Among the three, Gu Jia possessed the most striking features, even more so than you, a woman. You, who had always maintained a preference for wealthy men, decided on the spot to support Gu Jia, despite him being a mere impoverished artist. For an entire week, you diligently tended to his artistic endeavors, until on the 8th day, you grew somewhat impatient and tentatively suggested, Gu Jia, I might not be able to come by anymore. He halted his work, his deep blue eyes reflecting your elegantly adorned figure. When will you take your paintings? Noticing that Gu Jia was unyielding, you boldly approached him, gripping his shirt collar, and kissed him forcefully in the street. I'll ask you this. Do you like me? If you do, I'll continue coming. If not, I'll want to return. The French had grown accustomed to public displays of affection, and passers-by were undeterred by your sudden boldness. A flicker of an unreadable emotion crossed Gu Jia's radiant blue eyes as he coolly asked, Are you certain you want to be with me? You were perplexed by his reserved demeanor. Hadn't you heard that the French were typically free-spirited? Otherwise, you would not have chosen to reside in France. After all, although Song Huaizhou is indeed quite remarkable among men, one can grow weary of even the most delightful company. Thus, when he broached the subject of marriage, you swiftly concocted a fictitious document claiming a grave illness to show him, thereby deceiving him out of a substantial sum of money and disappearing after intoxicating him. Your arrival in France is driven by the desire to encounter a man who is entirely different from Song Huaizhou. You have squandered a week on Gu Jia, and your patience is wearing thin. There are countless exceptional men in the world. Why should you linger on one alone? You felt a surge of impatience. Yet upon gazing at Gu Jia's exquisite and enchanting visage, you believe that if you did not indulge in him at least once, you would regret it for the rest of your life. Therefore, you continued to grasp Gu Jia's collar firmly. On the 8th day of your acquaintance, the very first day of your relationship, you brought him back to your rented apartment to engage in intimacy. You had to admit that you simply could not accept being with the same man for an extended period. You initially assumed Gu Jia was a destitute student and offered him money after each encounter, until a month later, you inadvertently stumbled upon a personal report on Gu Jia that revealed his true identity. Reflecting on the money you had given him, which amounted to a mere 100,000 RMB, you were incensed enough to call him and end the relationship. On the day of the breakup, Gu Jia burst into your apartment, forcefully pinned you down, and while engaging with you, demanded to know why you wanted to part ways. You were so infuriated that you wished to retaliate, yet the inherent physical disparity between you rendered you immobile. Eventually, you were forcibly confined by Gu Jia. No matter how you protested, he refused to accept your explanations. Ultimately, you could no longer endure it, and after enduring a subservient existence for more than half a year, you extracted a significant amount of money from him, then set fire to his villa and fled. After indulging abroad for a few years and depleting your funds, you returned to your homeland, as the affair with Gu Jia had left you too traumatized to seek another man. 3 months ago, you set your sights on Jiang Yi, a naive and wealthy target. Your spending habits have always been lavish, and your penchant for acquiring properties led you to purchase apartments in various countries. With your funds dwindling, you had to return home to seek new prospects. Leveraging your striking appearance, you worked in a cafe, adeptly seducing men. Men were drawn to your demure and compliant demeanor. You served Jiang Yi coffee a few times and intentionally took a job at the supermarket in his neighborhood, which resulted in several encounters, leading him to fall for your charms. However, You presented yourself to Jiang Yi as a resilient and innocent flower, and before you could extract any funds from him, you encountered Song Huaizhou and Gu Jia again. You were acutely aware of the gravity of choosing between wealth and survival. Just as you dragged your suitcase out of your room, you unexpectedly ran into Gu Jia. He sat in your living room, seemingly oblivious to your suitcase, as if the previous tumultuous events between you had never occurred, beckoning you over. You tightened your grip on the suitcase, contemplating the possibility of bypassing Gu Jia and escaping. Ultimately, you decided to first appease him. You approached Gu Jia, seated yourself on his lap, and gazed at him with glistening eyes, softly uttering his name, Gu Jia. Unfortunately, Gu Jia was impervious to your charms. He grasped your cheeks, his tousled bangs brushing against your brows, and remarked, "You've just left another man, and now you present yourself to me like this to entice me? Did my brothers not feed you well?" Despite having deceived many for money, you were not embarrassed by his words. Tears welled in your eyes, rendering you a pitiful yet endearing sight. Your small hands cautiously clutching his shoulders. Gu Jia, in response, lifted your dress, and, upon noticing the bruises on your waist, the sympathy he had felt for your tear-streaked face evaporated. He turned and pushed you onto the sofa, your dress completely removed. You shook your head vigorously, your tears soaking your hair, pleading with him not to do this. Gu Jia's gaze drifted to your suitcase, suspecting you were attempting to flee. "Without Gu Jia, I had no intention of escaping," you feebly explained. Gu Jia found your crimson lips amusing, observing that you could not even muster a decent excuse. For 3 years, he had been discarded like a dog, while you had enjoyed his funds while pursuing his friends. Your intimate garments lay discarded at your thighs as you struggled against Gu Jia's arms, unwilling to engage with him despite his prowess in bed. Each time you were with him, he acted as if he were deranged, utterly disregarding your feelings, and no matter how you pleaded in the late hours of the night, he would not relent. As he stared at the bruises on your thighs, Gu Jia pressed you down by your shoulders, shoving you toward the bedroom, ignoring the evidence of other men's marks upon you. "You are truly eager. I can see you've already been courting Jiangyi in the car." "Gu Jia, please be gentle. I fear the pain." You could only strive to relax your body, knowing that any resistance might provoke his wrath. "Would you plead so with Jiangyi?" Gu Jia repeatedly mentioned Jiangyi, his jealousy nearly consuming his reason. You could no longer comprehend Gu Jia's words, as his tongue rendered you numb. And just before you lost consciousness, you thought about how, after all these years, his skills in bed had not diminished. When you awoke again, Gu Jia remained at your bedside. Your lower half felt as if it had lost all sensation due to his relentless actions. "You lunatic, you madman. Go to hell." You lifted a bedside lamp to strike Gu Jia, but halted just before making contact, not out of pity for him, but fearing that you might injure him severely enough that returning home would become impossible. Cautiously, you rummaged through your wardrobe for a dress, noting the marks on your shoulders, arms, and neck left by him in the mirror. You shot a fierce glare at the still sleeping man upon your bed. In the June heat, you had to dress modestly before hastily departing the apartment with your suitcase. You were relieved not to have awakened Gu Jia and thankful that you had managed to keep him placated the night before. Hailing a taxi on the roadside, you were anxious as you had only half an hour before your flight's check-in time. As time passed, just when check-in was due, you heard the announcement of a 2-hour delay due to turbulence. Your anxiety intensified. Ultimately, you decided to leave the airport with your suitcase and hailed another taxi to exit the city. As you settled into the car and stated your destination, fatigue overtook you, and you fell asleep. You had barely slept for 4 hours since yesterday, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon you. In your drowsiness, you felt the car door beside you being pulled open. Remembering the news of taxi-related abductions, you jolted awake only to find Song Huaizhou's face before you. You barely had time to register your surroundings before you attempted to push open the other door, but he seized your wrist and dragged you out. Just as you were about to call for help, you took in your surroundings and realized you had been brought to the entrance of an opulent suburban villa, leaving you with no choice but to silently acquiesce. Upon entering the villa, you were met with the scowling face of Jiang Yi seated on the sofa and Gu Jia smoking a cigarette. Gu Jia appeared quite relaxed, his white shirt unbuttoned at the top, revealing the marks you had left on him the previous night. You have yet to grasp the situation fully. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and you found yourself pinned to the couch by Jiang-yi. His thigh pressed firmly between your legs as he demanded to know the identity of the man who had spent the night with you. Your mind was still in a fog, yet instinctively, you feigned an air of innocence before him, gazing up at Jiang-yi with bleary eyes. Your delicate fingers brushed against his ear, and in your usual sweet and alluring tone, you softly called his name. "Ah-yi, what are you saying?" The confusion in the eyes of the girl in his embrace seemed genuine, yet the image of a photograph he had seen on social media confirmed his suspicions. You were still acting. Even at this moment, you continued to deceive him. As your phone screen illuminated with the image of a man kissing a woman's pale, delicate shoulder. The accompanying caption read, "After all the twists and turns, it is still you." Before you could comprehend its full meaning, you noticed that Jiang-yi had saved the contact as Gujia, with the timestamp indicating it was posted shortly after 3 in the morning. You suddenly regained clarity. It was a picture taken by Gujia of you and him together. What? Have you remembered now? Jiang-yi did not miss the fear and shock in your eyes. Remember what? Gujia's languid voice echoed in your ears. Just as you attempted to shake your head, he bluntly stated, "Do you recall how she was beneath me last night? You actually slept with my girlfriend." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang-yi released you and lunged forward, landing a severe punch to Gujia's jaw. It was no wonder he had appeared so smug when he introduced you to them the previous night. Gujia, momentarily caught off guard by the blow, felt a surge of resentment and retaliated with scathing words. "Your girlfriend? She spent the entire night with me. Why not ask her who truly satisfies her?" Your terrified gaze darted among the 3 men in the villa, finally settling on Song Huizhou. You could hardly muster a sound, your instincts urging you to flee. Jiang-yi swiftly stepped forward, grasping your wrist and dragging you between the 2 men, his expression filled with rage. "Where do you think you're going?" With tears brimming in your eyes, you pleaded, "Jiang-yi, please don't do this. I am frightened." Gujia nonchalantly wiped the corner of his mouth, where Jiang-yi's punch had landed, his pain intensifying the fire of resentment within him. "Tell him what our relationship is," he insisted. You shook your head, completely unable to respond, not willing to speak, or perhaps too afraid. Gujia sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. You looked at him with desperation, begging him to remain silent. "Please don't say anything. You will regret it." Jiang-yi, with fervor, asserted, "She's my girlfriend. If she hadn't escaped from my side 3 years ago, you would never have had the chance to intrude upon us." Gujia seized your other wrist, pulling you toward him. The truth of your relationship with Gujia had been thrust into Jiang-yi's awareness, shattering the facade of calm you had desperately tried to maintain. Soon after, you witnessed the 2 men engage in a fierce confrontation before you. The sound of fists striking flesh terrified you to the point where not a single tear could escape, fearing that in the next moment, you might be caught in their violent clash.